Houston on Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Monday to you. I hope you had a great weekend. Hope you are thriving on Monday morning early here, and we appreciate you thriving. We appreciate you tuning in. As always, we are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I am Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
How are you?
I feel good this morning, Sean.
Stroking your beard.
Yeah, it's June 1st.
Getting ready to.
Josh Hader's return is imminent.
Tomorrow.
Well, you know the whole thing about this, and I don't know where we're going to start this morning, but that's what's in my brain.
We're starting
right
with
this
Josh
moment.
Hader. Let's go.
Well, it really was. At some point this weekend, somebody mentioned that it'll be his first time back since August 8th of last year.
Sometime in August, yeah.
And that struck me as like it's something I should be like pretty generally aware of. Was okay, it was in early August last year, but that feels so much longer. I don't know. In my mind, it was kind of like, oh yeah, the end of last season. Not that it was damn near a full calendar year since we've seen Josh Hader. So I don't know. It got me feeling better about life in general. I know that we're all striving to hinge how we feel in life based on when your closer is going to return. That's what all the philosophers say. That's what you should pin your hopes and dreams on. So I feel especially good about that.
That should be the barometer for your mood at all times. How is your closer doing? And the reason why there's been such a void is because they've had no closer. That's why. They've had no closer
maybe Brady
since August.
can step in and be the closer. Sean.
Yeah, maybe he could.
How's that been going? I haven't been paying attention.
Yeah, he blew another game on Friday. Glad you asked.
Oh, well, and the other thing
through nine straight balls.
Yeah.
Nine straight balls on
Friday. You don't say.
Mm-hmm.
But Imai, ever since we geniusly reset his season, has been awesome. Do you know that was the fourth most pitches thrown in Major League Baseball so far this year?
I did not until I read the recap of the game last night. Yes. Yeah. That's that. He had thrown 86 pitches through 5 innings. And by the way, welcome in, everybody. If you missed it, blah, 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 the Astros lose 2 out of 3 to the Brewers, but they got a bunch of guys coming back pretty soon. So the mood is fairly positive right now. At least it seems like it's trending upwards. So that's the general mood. Back to Imai. He had thrown 86 pitches through 5 innings. I thought that was it for him. I thought he was done. And he came back out for the 6th. He wound up throwing 116 pitches. He had to work out of a jam in the 6th.
Yeah.
But I've got Espada here talking about this. Espada said he wanted to go back out for the 7th, which I thought was pretty cool. Here's Joe Espada.
He definitely emptied the tank there at the end. He came in and he was like, I got more in there. Like, I could go back out there for another inning. I'm like, oh, well, I'm sure you can. But it was really good how there's more confidence. There's a different presence about him when he knows, okay, things are starting to go my way, and that's very important for him. Just where he started and where he's at now.
This is where Imai needs to get acclimated to being a Houston Astro. He's thrown 116 pitches through 6 innings. He's coming back into the dugout, and he's like, hey, Skip, however you say it in Japanese, through his translator, I got more. You can send me back out there. And that's where Espada has to say, no. We have this thing here in Houston called elbow discomfort. Yeah. And it happens a lot here. And we don't need to be pushing the envelope with you, veering you into elbow discomfort.
Right.
Bill.
We've already, it seems like you're getting acclimated to American culture and the pitching mound and the slippery baseball and all of that. We don't want you to get acclimated to our illustrious history of UCL injuries.
No.
Yeah. We don't have to do the whole American Astros experience in one fell swoop
There's certain rides at Astro World that you don't need to go on, okay?
Don't try to live the entire experience in 3 months.
That's exactly right.
Don't start off rough and then get it right, get it back somehow, because that's an Astros pitching thing now all of a sudden.
That's true.
Over the last 3 years. Yeah. Hey, he started off rough. Yeah. Now he's got it dialed in. Yeah. No, then let's just cut it. We'll just keep it right there. The fact that he did it versus the Brewers was really impressive too, because they chase out of the zone less than any other baseball team right now. So you got to throw strikes, and that's what had eluded him. He was nervous to be aggressive, and he's making that switch and that change. He's more comfortable throwing his fastball. He was digging in and getting higher velocity on into the later innings. That part of it all felt very much like, okay, there's a guy who's overcome a lot of his obstacles. These last few appearances have been very, very nice.
Very nice. It's one of those ones, like if you had told me yesterday that the Astros are going to lose, but Imai's going to pitch super well again, I'm like, you know what? I'll take that behind, as opposed to what's behind door number 2. I'm like, I know they need to win games too, and I know Seattle's going to start to pick things up here pretty soon. Like the division's not going to be 5 sub-500 teams forever. Seattle's probably going to start winning some games here. They're 31-29 now. The Astros are 4.5 back. So on Friday, it's a really weird thing, Seth, because on Friday they were 2.5 back, and I was saying, boy, mathematically we could come in on Monday and they could be in first place. They could be in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they lose 2 out of 3 to the Brewers, and they're 2 games. They lose 2 games in the standings. But it's a weird thing because I'm like, all right, I'm not super discouraged. The Brewers are a good team. They threw that game away on Friday. They had chances to win that game, both in the initial 9 innings and in the 10th inning. They had chances in that game. Brian Abreu pooped the bed again, but as you pointed out earlier, Josh Hader's coming back here soon. That's good news. We'll get into all the injury news in just a second. Look, compared to where they were at the beginning of the year, I just feel they have more going for them right now, and especially Hunter Brown's going to pitch in El Paso for Sugarland on Thursday this week. He's getting closer to getting back too. So if this is what Imai is going to be, his last 3 starts have all been good. His last two starts have been excellent. If this is who he's going to be, and Arrighetti is who he has been all season so far, and you're getting back what we think is going to be normal Hunter Brown, then you can start to see the makings of something here, at least on the pitching side of things, with getting your closer back on top of that.
Yeah, and I don't know how much we want to tempt fate, or if they've even issued a statement about this that I missed. But at some point, as Imai acclimates to American baseball, maybe they get him on a five-day rotation. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't heard. Oh, I thought I saw something about them going to a 5-man rotation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not based on schedule. That's where I'd like to. That'd be the one codicil to that.
Where he gets 4 days of rest in between starts, like a normal Major League Baseball pitcher. Yeah. So here's the injury updates for the Astros. And again, the standings update is they're 4.5 back in the AL West. Seattle started to win some baseball games. So this dream of being in a division where 81 games, 81 wins might win the division, I think that's going to go up in smoke. I think Seattle's going to pick up some steam here, but they remain, Seth, just 2.5 out in the wild card race. Mm-hmm. Now, granted, there's 4 teams in between them and the wild card race right now. They need a lot of teams to start losing.
Yeah, they're also like 3 games ahead of being dead last.
4.5.
Yeah, 4.5. Okay, that's
being dead last in the AL. I'm looking at the standings right here. So yeah, it's.
But it doesn't feel like a precarious position because even in this series loss to the Brewers, the Brewers are a very good baseball team.
Yeah.
They played like a good baseball team can lose 2 out of 3.
That's right.
There's nothing out of that series where I felt like they're light years behind teams like the Brewers. I didn't feel like that at all.
Nope. So we have an Abreu meltdown. We got another Lambert quality start by Lambert standards. 5 innings, 2 earned runs, bleep ton of traffic on the bases. Did you see on Saturday? So I love Mondays because we're just going back through 3 days of baseball. Did you see Jordan's single off the top of the wall?
Yeah,
on Saturday?
It was a
dude. That's the freakiest. He's hit some bombs in his time. That might be the freakiest thing I've seen him do. It was like a line barely got off the ground, and it missed a home run by 10 inches.
It felt like it would have set some kind of record for trajectory on a home run
Lowest
in the StatCast era or something.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy, and it was a single. It was 115 miles an hour off the bat.
Some of Jordan's home runs they give the same effect of a rising fastball, like just where it just doesn't look right, you know.
Yeah.
There's where a guy that throws incredible heat and throws a rising fastball, there's just an optical illusion about it.
Yeah, man.
That's Jordan's home runs. They kind of break your brain when you're watching things like that.
Yeah. He was bad yesterday. The Miz Lurowski, or however he pronounces his name, he had Jordan's number yesterday.
Yeah.
3 strikeouts, 3 at-bats. Jordan was not great yesterday, but we'll give him a pass. You know, what with him being one of the leaders in the clubhouse for the MVP. How about, so they're off today. Let's give here's because we promised it. This is the update on the injured guys. Seth mentioned it. Josh Hader is scheduled to be activated tomorrow. So this will be fun. We have our closer back, Josh Hader. So these one-run games for the Astros, they get into a one-run game here where they're leading. You feel a whole lot better. You feel a whole lot better about them keeping that lead and winning the baseball game. I'll credit Brian King. He's done a nice job. Of the Bryans, he's done a much better job of holding down the closer's position when he's been asked to than Brian Abreu did earlier in the year. So Hader's scheduled to come back tomorrow. Christian Javier is pitching at Corpus on Wednesday in a rehab start, Double-A. Hunter El Paso to pitch for Sugar Land on Thursday. And Jose Altuve is very close to facing live pitching as well. So knock on wood, after what felt like the first 2 months of the season where they couldn't go 2 days without somebody else getting banged up, getting hurt, this is all good news on the injury front right now. The reinforcements are coming. I'm very anxious to see if Javier just resumes a role in the starting rotation or not. Mm-hmm. He wasn't pitching like he deserved it before he got hurt, before he got the shoulder injury.
I'm knocking on wood as we speak, as you said, that everything's looking good on the injury front. One mistake I had realized I had made for a long time was that my desk wasn't made out of actual wood. Where now that I have real wood, I feel
you changed your desk.
That's
just probably why all these injuries are happening.
You're just tempting the baseball gods when you say knock on wood and it's not actual
It's Formica
wood.
Or something like that. Yeah, good job.
Currently, the Astros are 6-3 in one-run games, which is, I think part of that is that for so long they were just losing.
Yeah.
So many non-one-run games. Or it's one-run games where they've blown a save or something like that.
What would you say? And we're just kind of riffing on the Astros here in the Open. What would you say if I told you that the Astros were first in baseball in successful challenges from their hitters in the ABS system?
Let's say that it matches the eyeball test, but for one guy, actually, but for two guys, because Vasquez was really a long time. He seems to have figured it out.
He was struggling on defense with it. Yeah. This is just for hitters.
Oh, just for hitters. Just for hitters.
Yes.
Okay, then, my God, they've overcome Cam Smith to an extreme degree.
Exactly.
Except Cam Smith, his actual average, it's not that much lower than the Major League Baseball, but the problem is he's taking so many of them while not showing any actual acumen for it.
Yeah.
But the other guys are so good at it.
Yeah, they're really good. So as a team, 59.4% is what their success rate is for hitters. It's really good. Here was Joe Espada before the game yesterday when they brought that stat up to him, and he said, here's what our process is.
Yeah, and we actually do a lot of work on behind the scenes on, showing our hitters, umpires where they're missing. We actually have, who's behind the plate today, where are the areas where he misses. So we are creating, a way for the guys just to be aware of this is when, this is the best time to do it. This is the pitchers who are missing and they're not being challenged. We should be aggressive and challenge. So we have a really good process in place where I think the players are benefiting from it.
That's really interesting to me. And there's probably I'm sure there are other teams that are doing this too. But I had never thought of that angle of getting accumulating a book over the course of the season on all the umpires and where they're missing. Like that is who you're challenging. You're not challenging the opposing pitcher hitter. You're challenging the umpire, and that's just. I would love to see exactly what that looks like.
There's and it's really cool. The fact that the league is in communication with the umpires during the game about how they're calling it and everything.
Yeah.
And so the umpires aren't necessarily always all that surprised when they miss one, because they're getting constant feedback. And the strike zone has gotten a lot more uniform, and like the umpires, imagine that, getting constant feedback, constant accurate feedback has made them better at calling strikes.
Yeah, go figure. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There was I guess I only read the article about it. I didn't see it on social media or anything, but I guess we had our first glitch in the ABS system era on Saturday. I think it was on Saturday. It was between the A's and the Yankees. The A's were at bat. I think it was Soderstrom was at bat, and the chat. Well, I forget what the final call ended up being. The A's ended up being on the losing end of it, so it had to be one of their hitters challenging a strike, saying it was a ball. And as it turns out, it was a ball according to the graphic. But for whatever reason, there was a communication error between New York, wherever they house the eye in the sky there, and the ump. That's how they end up calling it. It's not the ump looking at the jumbotron. It's they get the call from some human being in New York saying that's a strike or that's a ball, and whoever was in the mission control just glitched and sent them the wrong call, told them the wrong ear.
Yeah.
Even though the radar said something, it was very strange.
So it was human error.
It was human error, and the guy ended up walking anyways, the batter, so it didn't come back to bite him. And even Aaron Boone joked after the game. He's like, "Well, I guess we got one in our favor on that one." But it's the first procedural error we've had in the ABS system.
Yeah, if you look at the difference, and so when ESPN shows the tracker on this, they don't tell you how many games these guys have called or anything.
Yeah.
But
they've got an umpire section, huh?
ESPN? Yeah.
Oh, cool.
But the difference between the best and the worst, the Chris Segal and Andy Fletcher and some of these clowns are losing 68 to 77%, where the best guys in the league are being overturned 33, 35% of the time.
Yeah.
There's a big gap.
That's a huge gap, dude.
Yeah, it'll be nice over the course of a few years. You'd imagine, you start swapping out some of these human beings with human beings that are better at it.
Yeah.
Because if you got it in the minors too.
Yep.
So it's an opportunity. Now it's like anything too. If any umpires are complaining about it, they're afraid of competition.
Absolutely. Yes.
They're afraid of being held to a standard.
Oh, they do. You know what? They need to incentivize umpires to be in that upper tier.
The incentive is you keep your job.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's pretty much it. Yeah.
See, I like bonuses where I can make more money, not ones where I just maintain my employment.
Getting a salary versus not getting paid at all is a pretty big gap.
That's
in money.
true. That is money. That is human monies. Yeah, that's true. Good point. All right, so there you go. Your Astros lose 2 out of 3 over the weekend. 4.5 back in the division because Seattle has started to find its groove. 2.5 back in the wild card because nobody in the American League outside of the division leaders can find their groove at doing anything right now. So that's where we are with that. All right, let's circle over to the Texans. This happened after we went off the air on Friday. Adam Schefter went on the Pat McAfee show and said something about C.J. Stroud's contract situation that I think we need to hash out on this show. So we will do that. We'll discuss that coming up next. 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us up here early on a Monday. Stay there.
Hey, imagine that with ABS. If you keep track of things, all of a sudden you can actually improve at things. That's how it is with
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, curious where the listeners are with this text message, and then we'll get to C.J. Stroud and Adam Schefter. How are you guys not talking about the Spurs beating OKC? I'm an Astros and a Texans fan, but my first love, this is a texter saying this, was the Spurs. I'm sure you guys have a lot of listeners that feel just like I do. I'm going to take that at face value and very cordially tell this listener, I'm guessing we have more Astro fans than Spurs fans listening to the show.
We've got a lot of fans. We have a lot more fans who hate the Spurs than there are who are adamant. So I guess, to answer the question at face value, it's that, we speak to a mass audience, and at any given time, it's impossible to talk about what every single individual wants to talk about, and that what you like in your life is not necessarily a cross-section of what all the listeners like.
It's our job to...
there's far more people who hate the Spurs than who like the Spurs.
That's what I would guess.
In our audience.
Yeah, it's an educated guess on our part.
Not a guess. We could bring up the data. Yeah. We got that in a report somewhere.
Probably. So, but listener, fear not. The Spurs will be in headlines. There's a segment later in the show about the NBA Finals. Victor Wembanyama, spoiler alert, is going to get acknowledged in Acknowledge Me a little later. So
I thought that I was happy for Daryl Morey as he watched SGA take mid-range jumper after mid-range jumper in that game. Daryl Morey was somewhere, probably in Eastern Europe, smiling at the inefficiency of all of that.
Smiling, yes, at 4 a.m. watching in one of the Slovakias over there. Yes. All right, so Adam Schefter kicked kind of an anthill on Friday a little bit for folks with something he said on the Pat McAfee show. Just to kind of set the context foundation here, let's go back to Thursday of last week. This was C.J. Stroud when he was asked at the end of his press conference about focusing on your work while your contract situation is going on.
Yeah, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year, and, go from there.
We'll get to Schefter in a minute, but just to, with respect, there may be people hearing that for the first time, so just to kind of set the stage with that. The part that got the most attention was CJ saying, kind of butchering a little bit, but I think what he was saying is he felt like he'd held up his end of the bargain.
Yeah.
Got construed by a lot of folks as him kind of digging in and talking about the back of his football card, so to speak, and maybe even that compared to other guys who have gotten contracts before. I thought your interpretation of it was accurate and good and much more benign than people thinking that this is the beginning of some sort of standoff between both sides.
I even created a color-coded graphic from myself to keep track of it. Because honestly, like in the first part, he says he lets his agent handle it. If it's time to do it, then it is. Then in the second part, he says, my job is football. And when he's in getting better at football, and he's held up his end of the bargain on that, I think your brain automatically ties that to the first thing he says, which is, okay, I feel like he's saying, I have held up on my end of the bargain, so it is time. But at face value, no, he's saying I'm focused on my job, and that's what I'm going to focus on.
Yep.
Holding up my end of the bargain, I've listened to that quote way too many times. That's the part that I think just kind of triggers you mentally, because that's something you typically say in a negotiation.
Yeah.
So when you say that, after somebody asks you a question about contract negotiations, I think it's natural to assume in your mind or jump to that conclusion that that's what he's saying. But I don't that's what he was trying to say.
I don't either, and that saying at times comes with some contentiousness too.
Right.
It's you're challenging somebody by saying.
What tone of voice does somebody typically say, well, I've held up my end of the bargain?
It's usually not just, hey, buddy, how you doing? Hey, I like you. I've held up my end of the bargain.
Yeah, it's either super passive-aggressive. It's kind of like, well, I've held up my end of the bargain.
Right.
Or it's, well, I've held up my end of the bargain.
Yeah, it's contentious. So I don't think it's that. Now, what's interesting, and I promise we'll get to Schefter, is that if it just so happened that C.J. Stroud and Trevor Lawrence came into the league in the same year, and they were eligible for their extensions at the same time, and Jacksonville had given Trevor Lawrence his extension, which they did after 3 years.
Yeah.
CJ could have said that and said, compared to this guy, compared to this long-haired clown, I have held up my end of the bargain. I've been to the playoffs 3 times. I've won Rookie of the Year, all those things, that kind of thing.
And then as far as just the first part where he says, I let my agent handle it, if it's time to do it, then it is. That's where I think sometimes people rush to generalize how athletes handle their relationships with their agents. Mm-hmm. It's anywhere from guys who are genuinely 100% hands off. Some guys genuinely will tell their agent, like, I don't even want to know about it. Just let me know what I need to know. And then there's others that are calling their agent 3 times a day.
Yep.
So that some guys are true to their word when they say, I let my agent handle that, and it's absolute. And then other guys are the exact opposite.
No question. And so I think it's safe to say, before we get to this Adam Schefter audio from Friday, from the McAfee show, is that when you and I walked out of here on we didn't feel any different about C.J. Stroud's contract situation than we did before he said what he said. My feeling is still that the chances are he's not going to get a contract extension this offseason. I feel like that's the favorite. Okay. Well, then Adam Schefter goes on the Pat McAfee show, and they bring up C.J. Stroud's contract situation with him, and he says this.
The Texans going to pay C.J. Stroud. What's going on? I picked up his 5th-year option. What's the deal there? Is he getting paid before the year starts?
My guess is he does.
Ooh.
That's my guess, that they've been paying their players, and if I had to guess and bet on the Texans and how they handle it, I would say that C.J. Stroud gets paid this offseason, and I would say by the time the season begins, C.J. Stroud has a new deal. That's my guess. That's my hunch. We'll see if it plays out. He got his haircut this week. That was big, too. Or at least he showed a new haircut to people. I thought it looked very good. C.J. looked very sharp there with that new haircut.
Okay,
yeah.
So he is admitting it's a guess. He's admitting it's a hunch, or at least he's portraying it as that. Sometimes these guys say they're guessing, but there's this wink-wink thing going on. This is why I think this is 1,000% a guess on his part. This was the tell. And I know you rolled your eyes at the same thing I did. He got his hair cut this week.
Yeah.
He got his hair cut in Schefter has not been following the Texans this offseason.
No.
His hair cut in February.
Not that I need him to be completely dialed in on all that stuff, but the fact that if he had actually done any reading on anything or talked to anybody about it, that would have come up at some point. Yeah, he got... Now, Schefter at some point would probably also defend himself saying, well, it's literally correct. He did get his hair cut this week. But
like if he got a trim or something
Yeah. He got edged up on Monday. I've got sources. No, that's I think this is the trouble with the way ESPN handles Schefter these days, is that he's a reporter, and yet they ask him to weigh in with opinions and hunches and guesses and bets and all of those things. But it's just different. It's like if the guy who's in charge of pressing the nuclear button was like available to the media and he were to say like, I don't know. I honestly I don't have any information, but I guess I'm probably gonna press that button sometime in the next 6 months. It's just no, you're not allowed to have hunches.
It's like
you're not allowed to have guesses.
It's like if that guy you're talking about, the nucler guy, did interviews, but he was just giving opinions on which countries annoyed him.
Right. Yes. Yeah. If I had nobody's talking about
Sweden,
Albania. Yeah.
Like I'd be scared if I was those countries.
Then immediately there's a fervor over. Yeah.
It really is a lesson. I mean, the fact that we are spending 3 or 4 minutes on it here is a lesson in how powerful the opinions are of those guys.
No, I'll even know if it were something a little bit like less unrealistic. If it was somebody like the guy who's responsible for issuing the commodities report or something. It just said he's supposed to make them on a specific date, except if a few days beforehand he was like, I don't know, have you seen all that rain in China? I feel like it's gotta be.
Yes.
They were definitely going to be down on soybean or something. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
The other thing, the other part that I think it just feels like Schefter's just super unplugged on this situation, and he's just spitballing, is when he's like, they're paying their guys, and he just like drifts past that, and it's like, no. They paid Will Anderson, who was this runner-up for Defensive Player of the Year. They paid Derek Stingley last year, who was a first-team All-Pro the year before.
They extended Azeez Elshire, who D'Amico calls the heartbeat of the football team.
And he made the Pro Bowl last year.
Yeah.
Like, Azeez had a good year. They gave Nico more money.
Yeah.
You know, Nico was the next guy out for All-Pro last year. You know, he was the by the media's vote, he was the 7th best wide receiver in football. CJ's not been anywhere close to those guys.
Yeah, that was just a flyby. You're right. They're paying their guys.
Right.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
I think, honestly, to David Mulligetta's credit, when he's had dealings with the Texans, there really haven't been any kind of leaks beforehand about what was going to happen. Going all the way back to Deshaun Watson's first contract, I think that most agents have a good feel for what the organization they're dealing with, how they feel about leaks and everything. And I think the Texans are an organization that keeps things very close to the vest. And Mulligetta, as far as I can remember, has always abided by that, unless this is a sneaky sly. Did Mulligetta plant a seed in Schefter's mind or something to make him say this? I don't know. It seems.
You know what would have gotten interesting when it comes to Mulligetta would have been if Deshaun Watson's legal issues never existed, but he was still demanding, because people, I don't know if people remember the timeline. Deshaun Watson demanded a trade at the end of January in 2021.
Yeah.
And then there was a 5 or 6 week period where it felt like a lot of Texan fans were on Deshaun's side. Like, fans had just thrown their hands up with the organization and said, we get it. And people weren't anti-Deshaun. And then the legal situation happened, and then we were at this just complete stalemate, because you couldn't move the guy. That would have gotten interesting to see if Mulligetta, like if they were slow in moving Deshaun, or if they had remained dug in that they weren't going to move Deshaun. It became much easier to move Deshaun Watson just with respect to the fan base.
Yeah.
Once he became public enemy number 1 in the massage therapy community. That would have gotten interesting. But you're right. Both contractual situations with quarterbacks that the Texans have had with Mulligetta, the Deshaun extension the first time around, and then whatever is or is not going on with the Texans now, he's been very quiet as far as agent. He's not putting up graphics on Twitter like Eric Burkhardt did with Kyler Murray back in the day.
Well, the other thing about that, too, that we'll never know with clarity or anything was just did when Deshaun made that trade request right at the end of the 2020 season, did he know that were the walls closing in?
Yeah.
The first email sent to Busby's firm was on February 3rd of that year, but remember that accuser had already reached out to other attorneys, and were there any warning signs or anything at that point? And we know that regardless of what he did or didn't do, he'd been operating in a pretty slipshod fashion. So I don't know if you could paint a picture of maybe for Deshaun everything was kind of spiraling out of control at that point.
Yep. All right, we'll get to headlines coming up next. Don't worry, Spurs fan. We'll get to your guys in headlines. We promise. We'll circle back to the Astros as well. Texans back on the practice field today. We got stuff to get to here. It's a big date on the NFL calendar too. We'll explain why in headlines coming up next. But first. We are it's June now.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's get to headlines. Let's start with the Astros. They lose 2 out of 3 over the weekend to the Brewers. They lose ground in the division. They lose no ground in the wild card hunt. So they're 2.5 games back of the wild card. They're 4.5 games back of what is now a surging Seattle team, the only team above 500 in the division. They're 2 games above 500. The Mariners are. Astros are off today. They've got Pittsburgh coming to town Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday, we didn't mention this in the open, Seth. We get Spencer Arrighetti versus Skeens on Wednesday over at Dyken Park.
Nice.
That's a clash of the Titans.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, something that we would have been fools and dullards to hope for something like a pitching duel early in the season with anybody other than Hunter Brown, because Spencer Arrighetti was just a minor leaguer.
That's
at that
right.
point.
You know what I'm certain.
Spencer's good to be on the team with the worst ERA in baseball.
That would have been a hot take back in April to say, I am circling this date in early June when it's going to be Arrighetti versus Skeens.
Right.
And the world will be watching.
Arrighetti, the minor leaguer?
Yeah. No, trust me on this one.
He's a good prospect.
Yeah, trust me on this one. So they lose 2 out of 3. The good news yesterday, they lost 2-0 yesterday. So the bad news, obviously, was the offense. But the good news was Tatsuya Imai, ever since coming back from his arm fatigue, he's been good. 3 straight starts where he's gotten, I would say, I hesitate to say progressively better because he threw 6 no-hit innings the last time he was out. He's just better.
Right. Well, and it was a weird no-hit 6 innings, right? Yeah. So no, but I think especially just to boil it down to one word, it's probably confidence, including just the confidence to throw his fastball. So he's been able to be more aggressive. He's able to throw. You get the sense that it wasn't a physical inability to throw strikes as much as it was a hesitancy to throw strikes, which led to all kinds of physical manifestations. Yep. And he looks more comfortable.
His last pitch yesterday was nearly 98 miles per hour after throwing 116 pitches. So when he came into Joe Espada after the 6th inning, and Espada told this story, we played it earlier. When he told Espada, hey, I can go back out there, the last pitch he threw would be indicative of somebody who probably could have gone back out there if he wanted to. But it's the 116 pitches it's the 4th most, I think you said earlier, of any pitcher this season in Major League Baseball's thrown in a game.
What's funny is it does remind me a little bit of Arrighetti when he was a rookie. And the lesson he had to learn was about being aggressive in the strike zone and just not necessarily. Don't try to be a craftsman and somebody who's gonna outthink the batter and everything. There's a time you just got to go on the attack.
Yep. So Astros off today. They're back at it tomorrow. Pittsburgh coming to town. Texans back at it today. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday this week. OTAs. No media out there today, but media will be allowed to see it on Tuesday and Thursday. In between that, on Wednesday, we will have Nick Caserio, Texans Executive Vice President and General Manager, on the show 7:30 on Wednesday this week.
We should ask him if he has a hunch about CJ's contract. We can use Adam Schefter's words. Do you have a hunch or a guess?
Yeah.
Or perhaps would you bet on whether or not CJ gets a contract?
That'd be something the NFL would love to have.
The NFL would love it if the GM was out there gambling on things, especially on things that he can control.
He can control, yeah. You think I am? Brandon Sorsby? So that's kind of how this week lays out Texans-wise here. And we'll have plenty of Texans talk. We'll circle back to some things people are saying about C.J. Stroud at the top of the hour. June 1st is today. It's a big day in the NFL. It's a day to keep an eye on some trades because this is, without going too deep into the salary cap, starting on June 1st, you can take whatever dead cap money hits you get from trading guys or cutting guys or whatever. You can spread it out over 2 years. Big for contracts like A.J. Brown, let's say, or Myles Garrett is another one that they were talking about. I listened in on Cleveland, Seth. That was their big topic today. Hey, it's June 1st. Do we need to keep an eye on the Myles Garrett front if they're going to trade Myles Garrett? Because they did a restructure to his deal like a month ago that the only reason you would do it would be to grease the skids on some sort of transaction.
What a strange saga it's been with Myles Garrett in Cleveland.
Right.
And just watching from afar, I can chuckle at it, but I know Browns fans probably don't feel awesome about it.
No, they don't.
This is 2 years now, right? Since it was 2 Super Bowls ago that it looked like he was all but a goner and definitely was never going to step foot in Cleveland again.
Yep.
Then they entice him with promises of championships and a record-setting contract.
And a record-setting contract, yeah, like by far. Like it jumped the next guy by even more than Will jumped Micah Parsons.
Myles Garrett, it feels like you're like making all those poor people in 2008 or 2009 who are making their mortgage payments despite knowing that they were just going to have to walk out of their foreclosed home.
Yep.
You're like, all right, I'm going to keep making the payments. All right.
Yeah.
Any bites? Any bites? Anybody buying it at market value?
Yeah, man. It's so that's. Just keep an eye on the trade front in the NFL over the next few days. I think A.J. Brown is the leader in the clubhouse to get moved, probably.
I hope he goes anywhere except the Patriots, just because Schefter, as well as many others, but because Schefter has been acting like he's got the inside info on all of this. Please let it be anywhere except the Patriots.
Beckham Jr. working out for the New York Giants today. So he's met with them once. Obviously, that's who brought him into the league, the New York Giants. He played his best football by far as a member of the New York Giants. It was over a decade ago. That's the issue. But they need receiver help with New York. They just lost one of their receivers. I forget who. Ostrowski, I think. They lost to a season-ending injury. So they've got depth issues. And the big thing, too, not that Odell Beckham Jr. at this stage of his career is anywhere remotely close to what a healthy Malik Neighbors is, but Malik Neighbors' knee, the reports coming from John Harbaugh and out of New York.
Yeah.
If you're an owner of Malik Neighbors in a dynasty league right now, like a dynasty fantasy league where you can keep guys, a keeper league, I'd be super concerned about just the smoke that's coming out of New York about Malik Neighbors and his comeback from his knee injury last year.
And I think, in fairness to Giants fans, I feel like there's been so much coverage of the Giants, and everybody feels like the Giants are maybe back on track and they're going to be acting like a functioning organization. I think most people still look at it as, okay, they could be not an embarrassment this year. It's not like they're stacking up to be a super competitive team. But as far as Odell Beckham Jr. goes, he's had 44 receptions in the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, he's just not been good.
He hasn't had more than 537 yards receiving in a season since 2019.
Did he even play last year?
He did not. He played in 2000. No, sorry. No, he did not.
Yeah.
So going back over the last 4 seasons, he's had a total of 44 receptions.
Yeah, I mean this feels like a play as just anything. With him coming, he gets to retire as a Giant, after playing one bad year for the New York Giants.
He did have 88 receptions between 2021 and 2025. So over the course of those 5
all
seasons,
coming around. Yeah. All right, so so Beckham working out for the Giants. For our Spurs fan in the audience, here you go. Spurs win Game 7 on Saturday. And I think in the slew of F the Spurs texts that we've gotten since reading a text earlier from a Spurs fan wondering, why didn't you guys lead with the Spurs winning Game 7 on Saturday? Because we're in Houston. I think this text sums up how I feel, Seth. I don't like the Spurs, but my concern is we as Rockets fans have to deal with Wembanyama and that crew for years, and it may not be pretty.
Right, yeah. It's very, very relevant. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot of people are excited about it.
Right.
That's all.
Right. So it's.
And then as far as I know a lot of our listeners felt like they were in kind of a moral conundrum about hating Oklahoma City and their style of basketball, yet also not wanting to root for the Spurs. But if you wanted style or preference for style of play or anything to win out, then there you go.
I was flat out rooting for the Spurs. I will say that. Like in that series, like if I had to pick a team, I was rooting for the Spurs. I just like the Spurs more than I like OKC. Yes, style of play. I've never been a Chet Holmgren fan. I love seeing him get dragged through the mud on a Monday.
How many points did he have in that game? Did he get up 4? Okay.
He only took 2 shots. That was the big thing. Like they just, for whatever reason, they just.
SGA, like he was pretty efficient, Sean.
SGA,
why are you hating?
He did shoot 50% from the field. Good point. We'll get to that a little bit later in the show. All right, some more C.J. Stroud discussion. Texans back at it at OTAs. A former player asked the question, does C.J. Stroud trust the Houston Texans? Does C.J. Stroud trust the Houston Texans? We will hash that out coming up next. I'll tell you who I trust with my sleep, Dr. Ben.
Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, this is an interesting question posed on a podcast that's part of Colin Cowherd's network of podcasts. Jason McIntyre, who's his co-host, Cowherd's co-host on TV. Is this a regular podcast, or was he just a guest on his podcast, Seth? Do you know? Are you talking about Rich Ohrnberger? Ohrnberger, yeah. Was Ohrnberger a guest?
I have zero clue. This is the Volume Football. So the Volume is Colin Cowherd's podcast network.
Gotcha.
And this is the Volume Football. At the time I watched it, this had 13 views.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that happens.
On Colin Cowherd's network.
Yeah. But it's a separate channel, so I think it's a new channel he's doing. So I don't think this went out over Fox Sports. I think this is just on this particular podcast.
Well, it was an interesting conversation either way. Ohrnberger is a former defensive lineman in the NFL?
Offensive lineman.
Offensive lineman, okay. Offensive lineman in the NFL. And he was on there talking with Jason McIntyre and posed the question, does C.J. Stroud trust Houston Texans?
Here's the question that C.J. Stroud needs to ask and answer honestly himself. Do I trust the Texans? If I take less, am I their guy? And if the Texans, and this may be the Houston's front office fault, this may be the coaching staff's fault, if he isn't 100% bought in and trusts that he's their guy going into the future, well, then he's going to hold this team hostage like other contract negotiations go with other quarterbacks across the league, where he says, no. You can tell me until you're blue in the face how you're going to build around me, but I don't feel like you're that invested in me, so I'm going to get that back. It's really going to come down to whether or not he trusts this front office.
Boy, that is interesting.
So that if somehow he got like a Jordan Love type of contract or something, does he interpret that as the organization saying, okay, they're not really all in on me, and this is just a wait and see still. I still have to prove myself.
Yeah.
And I guess the follow-up question to that would be like, so?
What is it about Jordan? Why did you bring up Jordan Love? I'm just curious.
Because he didn't get like a top of the market deal.
Okay. Yeah.
He got something that was more of
he's in the neighborhood.
And it was a shorter term. It wasn't as lucrative as like a Trevor Lawrence, the amount of total guaranteed money and everything like that.
Yeah. Now we should point out, who Jordan Love's agent is? It's David Mulligetta. So there is that. So he's done a deal that's in that neighborhood before. What I found interesting about that cut from Ohrnberger there is that he's talking about C.J. Stroud. And, invoking Tom Brady, taking less money to build the team. Like, he's talking about C.J. Stroud like C.J. is the one that's got all the cards right now.
Right.
That's very strange to me. Like, I think C.J.'s still got a lot to prove.
I don't. So this is the way I would have framed it, is the trust dynamic.
Yeah.
I think that in general, if you want your quarterback to somehow play at some kind of a discount, then it usually is that the quarterback himself also trusts that the organization knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
So that's the part that I find interesting is, all right, Pat Mahomes has been playing at a discount for a long time now. He signed a 10-year contract knowing that he'd be underpaid at some point. They haven't really tweaked it much, if at all. But it's that he trusts that the Chiefs know what they're doing. Tom Brady forever. Tom Brady never trusted that Belichick had some kind of undying loyalty to him. Tom Brady has said openly many times before that, no, I knew they'd get rid of me as soon as they felt like they had somebody younger and cheaper that they thought could be as good as me.
Yep.
So the trust for Tom Brady was he trusted that was the best place for him to win a championship.
Yeah.
And he trusted that if I take a pay cut, are you guys actually going to do something? Are you guys actually going to do something with all this extra
And they did.
cash?
Yeah.
Like, so I don't. That part of it's interesting to me. Does CJ trust or believe that organization, that the Texans are capable of, putting having the right support around him and having the right offensive coordinator?
It's interesting too because we're coming off of a week last week where just out of nowhere, the Texans just gave Nico Collins $17 million. They just get, and I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it. He's a really good player, and it still doesn't put him in the top 10 of wide receivers in terms of average annual value. But this, I think we've seen more and more that I know people, anytime somebody from New England comes to the Texans, whether it's a coach or a player, there's this feeling like, oh, there we go, another New England person. And yet there's so many things that Nick Caserio does that are very different from Belichick. You know,
right.
like, would you ever have seen – do you think Belichick would have given Nico Collins a raise out of nowhere last week without an extension on the other end of it?
Right, yeah.
And I'm not saying either one is right or wrong. I'm just saying that –
well, we know that – well, I mean, Belichick did some things at the end of his tenure with the Patriots that were way different than they'd ever operated before, I think because of the changing landscape and circumstance. Like, they spent a boatload in free agency that 1 year. I think that, one thing out of the Belichick school of how you operate your football team, it's that you have to adapt to the changing times and the way people are handling the salary cap. And I think that I don't know if Caserio and Belichick had remained together up in New England, they might have started operating more the way they are right now.
Maybe
if you think about when Ornberger talks about playing at a discount, usually I would think, okay, you're talking about in terms of guaranteed money. Yeah. So with Jordan Love, he got $160 million, whereas a guy like Trevor Lawrence got $200 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert got $218 million guaranteed. Joe Burrow, $219 million guaranteed.
Yeah.
Whether you want to call it a discount or something else, Nick has operated in a way where he wants shorter-term deals, but with a boatload of money guaranteed. And that gives the organization some flexibility in terms of if things go south, if you need to move on from a player for whatever reason, the commitment isn't as long, but the player gets a big chunk of it guaranteed up front. And I think that's what it would probably look like if CJ were to get a contract right now. A huge percentage of it would be guaranteed, but the total dollar amount isn't going to be mind-blowing, like in terms of it probably won't be a 5-year extension or something like that.
What if he got the exact same contract that Will Anderson got? The exact same. 3 years, $150 million with like 135 of it guaranteed.
That would be, I think that's one of those classic contracts where can both sides be happy. I think for CJ and Mulligetta, it would probably be they want it to be somewhere around the $55 million mark.
Sure, where all these other guys
average per year. But for the total commitment, the total financial commitment, and all of that, it would be less for the Texans.
It'd be less for CJ
than a lot of these other quarterback contracts.
Well, in those other quarterback contracts you mentioned are all 5-year deals.
Yeah,
and this would be obviously a 3-year deal that would keep him a Texan for 5 years because he still has his last regular year of his rookie deal, plus his 5th-year option, and then the 3 years would kick in after that.
Yeah, and I think that's the reasonable thing at this point would be that the Texans might want to have some stability and be able to lock him down so that they know that they can work the next couple of years and just try to make the best of the situation around CJ and see how good he can get. And from CJ's perspective, look, sure, just because Trevor Lawrence got that contract or just because Tua Tagovailoa got that contract and it's a precedent doesn't mean it was a good precedent.
Yep.
And nobody's obligated by law to follow a precedent. There's CJ, like Nick and D'Amico could tell CJ or tell Mulligetta, look, yeah, we know that those organizations gave those guys those contracts as well as Kyler Murray. We wouldn't have.
Yeah,
that's just not the way we operate.
Yeah, I think
the Astros probably a bad example to bring up if you want to feel good about this. But the Astros can tell people, look, we just don't. Yeah, a lot of these other places are giving out 10-year deals. We're never going to do it.
We don't do that. Yep, we don't do that. Here's another one from Ornberger saying this will be a cagey offseason for the Texans.
This is going to be a very cagey offseason into a regular season for C.J. Stroud and Houston. They signed the 5th-year deal. It definitely felt like they were kicking the can down the road. There's going to be a big, potentially impasse at some point between his agent and the team.
I disagree just in emphatically saying it will be a cagey offseason. That all depends on the people involved. If CJ had been a guy who was agitating for this and unfollowing the Texans on social media or not showing up to OTAs or something, then I feel like you'd have justification for saying, ooh, things are going to get cagey, or they already are cagey. But CJ hasn't operated that way at all. He's done nothing to make it look like there's this tension or anything that nobody can overcome. He's been the exact opposite. That's, to me, the word he got used in that cut right there. That I said, oh, wait a second, was impasse at the end. At some point, there's going to be an impasse. An impasse means that the two sides can't reach an agreement and something bad happens. You that CJ is withholding services at some point. You know what I mean? To me, at this point, if there's any talk of a contract going on behind the scenes, they just haven't arrived at anything that both sides agree to. That doesn't mean there's an impasse. And CJ, to your point, Seth, all of his actions. And now we've got words to go with the actions. All we knew before was, hey, he'd been texting new teammates and greeting Keelan Rutledge at the hotel, and he'd been working out, and he cut his hair and all these other things. He slimmed down. He's got some, it seems like he's really committed to his workouts. Not that he wasn't before, but boy, he seems like he's dialed in. And everything Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans were saying, back that up. Now we've got words to go with it, too, and there was nothing in that press conference that I saw last Thursday that tells me this is a guy that's getting ready to be part of an impasse at some point. Right. Well, and the other thing that's happened, too, is because the landscape's always changing, some of those contracts that were given out previously were when the franchise tag for a quarterback was going to be really, really punitive and make hard to operate, where now you're in an environment where CJ can play 2 more years, this year and next year, before the franchise tag even becomes involved. And as of right now, I think the franchise tag for quarterbacks is about $55 million. There's a lot of quarterbacks who have cap hits of higher than $45 million right now. It's not as big a deal to have a quarterback on your roster playing under the franchise tag right this moment as it has been in the past. So I don't the quarterbacks don't have as much leverage as they did a few years ago. Matt Stafford's going to play now. It's Matt Stafford who's the MVP of the league, but his cap hit this year is $48 million. Yeah, and that'll be interesting. I don't know if we ever get there with CJ. I feel like if we get to a stage where we're discussing a franchise tag, then the team will have already paid him. He'll have played well enough for the team to already have paid him, But this is what's so annoying this time of year, though, is that people in the national media, especially because there's not a whole lot to talk about, want to create some kind of drama or something. When, look, realistically, okay, Dak Prescott played under the franchise tag. He's still with the Cowboys. Lamar Jackson actually hit modified free agency. He's still playing with the Ravens. And those organizations, they haven't reached the heights you want to achieve. But as far as having the quarterback that they wanted to keep and everything, it all works out in the end. Sure. So it's as contentious as the two parties involved want to make it. And to call it cagey when you're really very early in the process of potentially getting a new, it's just that's not backed up by precedent. There's plenty of other quarterbacks who played after into their 4th season without a new contract. I want to skip down to McIntyre here, who hosts this show. Jason McIntyre, who hosts the show that we're playing the cuts from here, from Colin Cowherd's network. The Trevor Lawrence extension is the one for me. If I were C.J. Stroud, if I was any quarterback that was looking to get paid, and I was at a point where the team is kind of, we're kind of in a staring contest, that's the extension. Even with Trevor Lawrence having ascended to where he might be worth the money, when that took place, Trevor Lawrence was not a good quarterback, and he got paid $275 million over 5 years. Here's Jason McIntyre mentioning the Trevor Lawrence contract.
Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, he wasn't delivering, and he got the early extension, right? They didn't wait to kick the can down the road. It was get it early. More quarterbacks are going to get paid. So all of a sudden, Trevor Lawrence was the highest paid quarterback for a week or whatever it was. And then a slew of other contracts come, and the Lawrence deal doesn't look bad. But I don't think Mulugeta is going to play that game. Okay.
I guess the Lawrence deal doesn't look bad. I would say that's not nearly a consensus opinion. This is a big year for that, whether or not that contract looks good or bad. Yep. And the thing is, if Lawrence were to get an extension this year, let's say Lawrence had that really good at the back half of the season, they wanted to extend him, he probably wouldn't get much more than the original deal. No. That's where we are with quarterback salaries. They just haven't kept escalating. People were trying out in front of all these ridiculously expensive contracts, and then all of a sudden, everything just kind of stabilized.
Yeah, that's the weird thing about what McIntyre said right there. Like, they got out in front of it 2 years ago, and then blah, blah, blah. You know, he's talking about, like, it was this genius thing to do. You got Dak at 60, and then you got a slew of guys at 55, one of which is Trevor Lawrence. Like, he's still tied for the second highest contract in terms of average annual value. Should we do we want to play these other McIntyre cuts?
Play the one that doesn't make any sense at all. Just to lay it out for everybody. McIntyre has been having this discussion with Rich Ohrnberger where it feels like he generally understands the timeline and everything. I give a break to people in the national media because you can't keep track of 32 different teams all the time.
Yeah.
But just for our listeners' sake, to lay this out, C.J. Stroud, if there's no new contract, then next year in 2027 he'd be in the 5th year of his deal,
right?
And he would play under that. 2028 would be when the franchise tag would come in,
right?
So we're talking about that's when you would apply the franchise tag to C.J. Stroud in the year 2028,
2 years from now.
And then maybe you guys can explain what the hell McIntyre is talking about here.
Do you think I'm a franchise tag Stroud, and there's a great quarterback class coming up? I'm gonna go take one. And I'm going to keep drafting quarterbacks every year so I have insurance. Because, Rich, honestly, Dak Prescott, I think he was the highest paid quarterback, or one of them. $60 million a year is his average salary. Did the Cowboys make the playoffs the last 2 years? No. And you're going to say, well, it's not Dak. Yeah, it is. He made so much money, you can't roster around him.
Okay.
So you're going to franchise Stroud in 2028. And then go back in time and draft one of these illustrious quarterbacks from this year's class.
I can't believe I'm going to do this. But I am going to give Jason McIntyre the benefit of the doubt. And just I think he meant the 5th year option, and he said the franchise tag.
Oh, okay.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
because I don't think he's that dumb. I think.
Well, but it's also okay. It's a great quarterback class, but like, what would? Unless the Texans have a really disappointing season, what exactly entails the Texans? I mean, like, it's one thing. Look, the Rams drafted a quarterback, but who's clearly going to be a backup quarterback this year. The Texans would have to aggressively trade up to get one of these quarterbacks to potentially replace C.J. Stroud. I guess if we're giving McIntyre the benefit of the doubt, where they say, okay, he's going to play out that 5th year. They'll draft a quarterback, but he'll play out that 5th year of his contract.
Okay. Do we want to play this one where he talks about billionaires?
Yeah, just because I know he was trying real hard to sound like Colin Cowherd.
Yeah, here we go. Do you trust billionaires?
So it's funny. You said, do you trust management? And I would say, Rich, do you trust a lot of billionaires? Because I here at Fox, there's a lot of coaches have come through. Yeah, the billionaire owner told me this. And then midway through the season, change his mind, and I get screwed and I'm fired. Like, I try not to trust a lot of billionaires. You know, I know a lot of guys, Elon Musk, whatever he says, you got to listen. I'm a pass on that one.
See, this is where I wish the guy, Rich Ohrnberger, on there with him was like, oh, what? I guarantee you, McIntyre probably has no clue, like, why he's supposed to say that about Elon Musk.
I know. He knows that Colin makes a lot of analogies to billionaires and finance and all that stuff. So he's, and when he says we've had a lot of coaches come through and say that,
say it's Sean Payton.
Okay, Sean Payton came through. Told you and dished you a bunch of stuff about how they operate. The other part there, though, too, is in trying to shoehorn billionaires into the conversation. I think, at least as far as the way the Texans operate, it's Nick Caserio. And it's not, Cal is very much, Cal and Hannah are pretty hands-off in terms of the way they dictate things to their coaches compared to a lot of other organizations.
Yep, no, they let them.
The Cowboys, that's a whole different deal because your billionaire owner is also the general manager. Correct.
All right, so Payne and Pendergast, we've dug deep on the C.J. Stroud contract situation. There was a ranking that came out over the weekend on SI.com. Matt Verderam had it, and it ranked the head coach QB duos, and it basically took their power rankings of each of them, just added the score together, and the lower the score, the higher you rated. Like Mahomes was 1 and Andy Reid was 2. You add it together, their total is 3 points. The fewer points you have, the higher you are up the rankings. I was a little surprised the Texans were down as far as they were on this thing, Seth. They were 19th in terms of head coach QB duos. Is C.J. Stroud dragging DeMeco Ryans down?
Well, no, because DeMeco Ryans actually I thought was ranked kind of one.
Yeah,
he's ranked 13th.
Yep, he was D'Amico was the 13th rated head coach. CJ was the 19th rated quarterback. So you add those two scores together, it was 32 points, which is good for 19th. They were, for just some context, they were 12th this time a year ago.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know what they were each individually, D'Amico and CJ. But CJ, at least in terms of this article, is kind of the anchor that's weighing the duo down right here. But I'm with you. Sid, D'Amico at 13th, for a guy in his first 3 seasons to have built an elite defense, won a playoff game in each of those 3 seasons, won a couple division titles, coming from where they came from, which was one of the worst teams in football. And not only one of the worst teams, but I think they had one of the worst outside opinions of the organization from people as well. They were a punchline. The hiring of D'Amico has turned that whole thing around too. I'm with you. 19th I can live with CJ. Like anywhere from 20th to 12th.
Yeah,
I can live with CJ. D'Amico at 13th is a little low for me.
I would say as far as objectively, because we've talked about this. I've tried to be as objective as possible and try to take the sum total of CJ's career in this season and the playoffs, which weigh everything down a little bit. In all the objective measures, it's like CJ's anywhere from 10th to 17th, 18th, 19th on different quarterback metrics. So I feel like that's a little bit at the low end of the spectrum.
Definitely.
But I'm not going to make any kind of argument that he's a top 10 quarterback or anything.
Yeah.
And then with D'Amico, a lot of it's just going to boil down to playoff success. There's a lot of guys. Look, there's a lot of coaches in the NFL right now that have winning records and have made it to a conference championship or a Super Bowl or won a Super Bowl. So that's I think the thing that annoyed me about this article, though, Sean, is that they didn't give any kind of. They show the rankings of the quarterbacks and the coaches, but don't say a single thing about where they got the rankings from or how they came up with it.
I'm guessing it's his rankings. The guy who wrote the article probably had.
But he didn't give a link to, he should have had a separate article leading up to those links. I'd like to hear his methodology of some sort.
He should have.
This quote-unquote guy who's definitely AI.
Matt Verderame? I think he exists.
Oh, does he?
I'm pretty sure.
Did Sports Illustrated let go of a lot of people this weekend? Is that the? I saw a lot
they did. I think it was SI. Yahoo. I know Yahoo did.
Okay.
Because Yahoo let go of Charles Robinson, who I believe lives here in Houston and has been a long-time NFL columnist for them.
Yeah, Sports Illustrated laid off several long-time writers, Greg Bishop and others.
Yep. Writing gig is tough right now, man. The only playoff teams below the Texans on this ranking were Carolina at 27 and Pittsburgh at 21. So those are the only playoff teams that are below them. The teams that were in front of the Texans that I thought, I was like, okay. I mean, Dallas was 17th. Schottenheimer's 24th on the head coaching list. Dallas at 17. The Giants at 15. I am slowly coming around here on the Giants moving to the top of my hatred teams.
There's been a lot of attention on the Giants for being still what I think is probably not going to be a good football team.
Yeah.
But people are. I think it's a testament to perhaps how dysfunctional they were and how haphazard they seem to be. And yet, just because John Harbaugh shows up and the GM, Joe Shane, gets a contract extension, people are excited that they feel like the guy who just got a contract extension doesn't actually really have any power anymore.
Yeah.
It's one of the weirdest. They're like, oh, boy, they're on the right track.
Yeah.
What'd they do? Well, they neutered the GM.
Yeah.
Oh, well, why didn't they get rid of him? Well, they couldn't because they gave him a contract extension.
Right.
But John Harbaugh is here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. What's John Harbaugh done in the playoffs while having a two-time MVP quarterback?
Yeah.
Well, not much necessarily, but still,
Yeah.
you can see we like John Harbaugh better than Brian Daboll, so they're going to be awesome.
Harbaugh is living off that Flacco Super Bowl, man. He is living off that Flacco Super Bowl. Hot take right there. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's make sure we get some of our acknowledgments in here. We'll do our segment we do every Monday called Acknowledge Me. We will acknowledge big performances from the weekend, some fun quotes from the weekend as well. We do that. I'll say a name. Then Gary, our producer, will hit the Roman Reigns sounder, and off we go. Here you go, Spurs fan. Victor Wembanyama.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, the Spurs are going to be a problem. We'll talk more about the NBA Finals in the 8 o'clock hour, the good and the bad. I think there's a little of both. If you don't have a dog in the – but this Wembayama, and I'll even throw Stephon Castle in there as well, the first NBA – I forget what the actual stat was. They are the first – here it is. The Spurs are the first team to make the NBA Finals whose top two scorers are 22 years old or younger.
Oh, wow.
And the second youngest team weighted by minutes played, so to ever make the finals behind only the 1977 Bill Walton-led Portland Trailblazers.
I don't like the sounds of that one bit,
at
Sean.
all.
Not one iota.
They're going to be doing this forever.
Hey, listen, everybody. Remember, people thought it was going to be nothing but decades of glory for the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, and they only won 3 Super Bowls.
Sure, they won 3 Super Bowls. But look at them last year.
Yeah, it's over. We probably kind of. Yeah.
This is this is a big issue, man. It's a big issue. So we'll talk more about the finals, but Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs are ahead of schedule, and it is bad news for the rest of the NBA. Dan Campbell.
Acknowledge me.
I don't know. There's no, it's OTAs, so there's not much to acknowledge around the NFL. He had the funniest quote about OTAs from over the weekend, where we're getting a lot of quotes from different camps and things like that. Here was Dan Campbell calling it basically a big pajama party.
There's been a lot of guys that have done really well for 2 days in pajamas, and then there's some that are learning through it. They're learning. But there again, I'm done with the hype of the pajama party in May. It's about the mental, it's about the movement skills, like all that other stuff doesn't matter. And then we'll find out in training camp who's who. This will be the most competition we've had, in my opinion. I think top tier competition. this will be good. This is going to be good across the board.
Okay. I liked that they called it a big pajama party.
I like it, too, though, because I think that Dan Campbell, more so than some NFL coaches, I think, understands, everybody, simmer down a little bit on the excitement. Because this, what comes to it, Sean?
Yeah.
People are going to say, oh, yeah, the media, et cetera, et cetera. No, football coaches. It's hilarious to watch as a player when there's some guy, especially if he's got an incredible physique or something, and they're pretty athletic. They're running around in no pads and they're everywhere. They're making every play. They're doing all of this stuff, and you can see the coach's eyes. You can see the drool coming down. I remember the first year that Kubiak was here, Richard Smith, the defensive coordinator, just absolutely fell in love with this linebacker who'd come out of the Canadian Football League, and he would have been you would have put him on a poster of, okay, this is a prototype linebacker. And my God, he was awful. He was just, you put the pads on, and he was one of the worst football players I've ever seen on a football practice field. And it was, Richard, and it's embarrassing for the coaches because, they'd actually been raising guys up on the everything, and you come in and he thinks he's found this diamond in the rough, and he's going to be, this is going to be the next Terrell Davis, because he was a guy. He had been Richard Smith had been the special teams coach with the Broncos back in the day.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he had Terrell Davis.
That's how he made his mark initially. Terrell Davis was on teams.
Funniest thing about that kid, whoever it was back in 2006, I wish I could remember his name. He was a linebacker. He sucked as a linebacker, but he also didn't like playing special teams because he said that just wasn't his groove. Dude, there's no such thing as an awesome linebacker who isn't also awesome on special teams.
Right.
If that's the chore. It's like everything you want.
Yep.
If you put most of the Pro Bowl linebackers on special teams, and they would just be absolute demons. But this guy just wasn't his thing.
Oh my God. What do you think Dan Campbell would have thought of our segment that we did last week? 9 things that we are genuinely excited about for OTAs today.
Oh, he would have loved it. He would have called it the Pajama Party Ponderosa. That's right.
Oh, my God.
Pajama Pandemonium. Let's do this.
The Payne and Pendergast Pajama Party Pandemonium.
Pajama Palooza.
Mm-hmm. All right, Shedeur Sanders.
Acknowledge me.
Okay, you and I talked about this off the air earlier, and you did the same thing I did, which is, okay, I got to double check and make sure that this is not fake news, some sort of, Twitter parody account or something like that.
I just thought maybe because a lot of times sports writers don't understand the difference between like revenue and profit or things like that.
Yep.
So, but it comes from front office sports, which actually knows what they're talking about when it comes to business stuff.
Business stuff, yeah. So, did I say Shedur's name? Shedur Sand? Yeah, acknowledge him again, Ben. It's a lot of money that he got here that we're about to tell you about. The top 5 NFL players who earn the most licensing income from the 2025 NFL season. So this is the money that the NFL is chipping off for your merchandise sales. Shedeur Sanders was number 1 in the league by far. $17.7 million, just for some context. Number 2 is actually his Colorado teammate, Travis Hunter, $12.8 million. So if you're wondering how strong that fan base was for those two guys.
Yeah.
I mean, so credit those guys, and I guess to a degree Coach Prime for marketing the two of them the way they did. It's resulted in millions of dollars for his son and his almost quasi-son and Travis Hunter, who followed him everywhere he went in college football. Next after those two is Patrick Mahomes at $8 million. So Shedeur Sanders more than doubles Patrick Mahomes. He shatters the record for all time. The all-time record for licensing income in a season was Tom Brady. I don't know which season it was, but it was in one of Brady's seasons. He got $9.7 million. Shedeur almost doubles that with this $17.7 million. I was stunned by this. I'm happy for the young man. I could not believe that this was the number.
It's it's crazy. I thought for sure it was okay the $1 million of apparel sold that he got the commission from or something. But I think J.J. McCarthy, though, this goes to the power of being a rookie, though, too.
That's true.
We see this a lot. Whoever the most popular rookies are get a lot of money, but like Shedeur Sanders blows even that out of the water because nobody's got any Shedeur Sanders NFL gear yet, or didn't have any. So J.J. McCarthy got $4.4 million. I feel like I feel like that's bogus, man. Shedeur, at least you get it, even if you don't like the hoopla and everything. It's like, okay, he's really good at that part of it, his social media following, all of that, the fan base at Colorado. But J.J. McCarthy just seems to be a dud in every sense of the world, both from a personality and play on the field standpoint.
I just like Shedeur more than I like J.J. McCarthy, just flat out. Yeah, like J.J. McCarthy's whole vibe is just weird and annoying, and then look, Shedeur's had his ups and downs with how people feel about him as well. $17.7 million, man. I got to give the kid credit on that.
I mean, that's an extreme version of. Remember who was it that pointed out that in the NBA now some of the guys have sneaker deals that are more lucrative than their actual contract.
Yeah.
So who's your actual employer?
Yeah.
Is it the person? I mean, yes, by the IRS, yes, you're the employee of your basketball team.
Sure.
But psychologically, like, who are you more beholden to?
It's crazy, man.
I would say Shedeur. I said go chase the jersey sales, man.
Absolutely.
If you were to end up on the Cowboys or the Giants or one of those or the Packers or something, even if you never made it as a full-time starter, his revenue. This is like pro player NIL, this doesn't include his other endorsement money, which I'm guessing is well into the maybe $10 million plus or so.
Yeah, well, he was already making that in college too, so he's made a lot for a guy who's a 5th-round pick, who everybody felt like got cheated out of millions of dollars. Who knows how much of that $17.7 million was people like buying it because he got drafted? Like, I'm going to back this kid because he was drafted in the 5th round.
He was making that more. This is where it gets interesting with NIL and the way these things shake out. He was making more in college, but a lot of that is like, okay, it's NIL, so it's not just. It's basically a glorified handout and claiming that it's an endorsement.
Sure.
But like, 'cause remember when Jalen Noel was talking about how he and his fiance are just living in an apartment. They're trying to keep things, not spend money stupidly and everything.
Didn't buy a new car or anything.
Didn't have a lot of furniture yet, and he said, well, I'm going to wait and see if I get a furniture deal. And I was like, oh, boy. A lot of these college guys think that they're going to come into the league and they're going to – it's the NFL. Well, certainly I'll have as many endorsements.
No.
No.
Boy, that is interesting.
It's got to be a shock to their system that, like, wait a second. Just because I'm the 53rd guy on the roster, I don't get $1 million in NIL endorsement money?
The 53rd guy on our college roster got some.
Yeah.
That's a really good point. All right, last one here. Marvin Harrison Jr.
Acknowledge me.
I just like this story. This is Larry Fitzgerald on a podcast this weekend telling a story about Marvin Harrison Jr. Of course, Larry Fitzgerald Arizona Cardinal Marvin Harrison Jr. trying to become an Arizona Cardinal legend at the same position, wide receiver, told this Marvin Harrison Jr. story that I thought was pretty cool.
And he's another guy that I'm appreciative of as a person because Devin met him over at a restaurant over here.
Pause for a second. Devin is Larry Fitzgerald's son.
Rookie year, and he didn't know Devin from Adam, and Devin didn't even tell him who he was. He said, "Hey, my name is Devin. I play football here locally." And Marv spent 45 minutes out there on the bench in front of the restaurant after he just got done eating on a practice night and chopped it up with my son. And at the end of the conversation, he told him, "Hey, my dad used to play for the Cardinals, whoop-de-whoop." And he was like, really? Like, that was not even a part of the conversation until the very end. And so, like, me personally, I'm always pulling for Marvin Jr. I want to see him go crazy. I hope he goes 1,500, 20 touchdowns and does his thing.
That's pretty cool. He chopped it up with the kid for about 45 minutes.
So what did it say? Larry pulled the old drove home and forgot that he had left his kid at the restaurant.
I don't know. His son. His son was a senior in high school. He's actually going to Notre Dame next year.
Yeah.
He's a good player. That's funny.
If it was
the conversation started
with a 12-year-old kid.
7 years old. Like the conversation actually started with Marvin wondering where I was at the time. He was, little boy, where's your dad? I don't know. You going to talk about football with me? Okay. No, he's a senior in high school who's actually, I think he may be on campus now. I think he...
Cardinals fans are like, cool story, bro. Can he start producing as a wide receiver?
Had to do stuff like that. All right, that's Acknowledge Me. We do that every Monday. Acknowledge good stories, big things from over the weekend. All right, I was a little surprised by this Mike Sando article. The best move, what do you guys think? The best move the Texans made this offseason. I don't know what I think the best one was. We power ranked them last week. I was a little surprised this one was the best one. But we'll tell you what it was, and we'll do that coming up next.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Best moves each team made. It's kind of nice to be able to go out to. We went out to practice Thursday. There'll be a couple more we can go out to. We can at least start to see some of the new guys getting mixed in. We went through our thoughts on what the best moves were over the last couple of weeks that the Texans have made this offseason. I was a little surprised at this one by Sando, but I'm curious if you agree with him, Seth, to any degree. He had the best move for the team, extending pass rusher Danielle Hunter for the short term. So Danielle signed a 2-year deal back in 24 when he first came here, and it was a good deal. I mean, he's been great, obviously. It was a 2-year, almost $50 million deal. They extended him for another year after his first year. They extended him for another year after this past season. So he's under contract for this season and next season. And next season is $40 million, almost fully guaranteed.
It's been a rolling 2-year deal.
Yeah.
I have a feeling like this. I feel like this is exactly how both parties would have hoped that it would work out, where when you've got a guy who's still really good and in his 30s, you're paying him a lot of guaranteed money, but for a very short period of time. So at some point, if the Texans, especially after Derek Stingley and then maybe C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins deals, after all those really kick in, that by that point you've got a young pass rusher to play opposite of Will Anderson that you feel good about, and that you guys can you can move on and or trade him before the year is up. It's flexibility for both sides.
It is, but it's almost fully guaranteed. If not actually fully guaranteed. That's a part for me. I'm not, to be very clear, I'm not anti-extending Danielle Hunter into 2027 at all. I just calling it the best move they made, like it is a risky thing to guarantee a 33-year-old guy $40 million.
Right. I think the whole part of it, though, is that I guess one of the reasons I like it, and this is probably why Sando likes it too, just from the nerdier side of things, forever NFL players would annoyingly, and I say this as a former player, that they would annoyingly want their contracts guaranteed when they've always been there for the taking, as long as you're willing to just come down on how long the contract's going to be.
Sure.
And I think there's more players now that understand that, and there's more teams that are using it to their advantage. So I think he probably he likes it just from a strategy standpoint.
Yep.
So he likes the trend. Yeah, I wouldn't have it ranked up in my top moves of the offseason because it is ultimately something that doesn't necessarily make you feel that much better about the long-term future, and it just keeps a situation that was already good, really good for another year or two.
Yeah, my gut reaction when it happened was, ooh, wow, that's a lot of money to guarantee a guy who's going to be 33 that season. That was my gut reaction. Here's what Sando says, and it's quick. It's just a couple sentences. Hunter had 15 sacks last year and should remain productive into the future, but he'll turn 32 in October, so age could be a consideration for doing a short term, I think is what he's saying. The Texans extended him on a 1-year deal through 2027, fitting their short-term aspirations without locking them into anything that affects an already complicated financial future.
Yeah.
And it does get complicated for the Texans.
I would say just the first one that I thought of, I tried to use the old, okay, what's my gut tell me?
Yeah.
I feel like the Azeez Al-Shire extension, for me, was probably one of the best deals of the without, if I'm not including the free agency acquisitions.
Yeah.
Just because he's not a guy that I think classically people outside of Houston would be looking at as being that important to be sure you lock him down long term. So I think it's the organization kind of abiding by their own rules about how they value players, and that Azeez brings a lot more to the table above and beyond just his play on the field.
I am still if we're taking all of the moves and putting them in this bucket here for candidacy, I'm still a Blankenship or Montgomery guy. I still like, and there's a texter, Reed Blankenship, best move, suckers. I'm Blankenship or Montgomery is immediately become one of the most important players on the team.
If they end up being a record-setting defense this year, And I'm not predicting that because there's just a million different things that can go wrong along the way. But I think they're going to be a really good defense. But if they ended up actually being a record-setting defense, like one of the lowest-scoring defenses of the last, so they're never going to be as good as the all-time greats because the game has just changed too much in terms. But if they're one of the best-scoring defenses of the past 20 years or something, that Reed Blankenship signing is going to be a big part of it.
I agree.
That might end up being. That might end up being the most bang for your buck because it's a very reasonable deal, but it completes a defensive backfield that was already really good and erases one of the sore spots, which was that you had a vacant safety position all last year. It was an open tryout all year long, or just a matter of who's healthy enough to play it. And they were already really good. So this, conceivably could make him even that much better, and not just a smidgen better. It could. It's not out of the realm of possibility that it ends up making them much better than they were last year when they were already one of the two best defenses in the league.
What if Reed Blankenship is playing those 3 games that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was playing in?
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Instead of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, right?
Yeah.
If we believe the
well, and honestly, what if Reed Blankenship was playing in the game against the Patriots? Too?
Yeah.
Like there's there
were busts.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of there's a whole lot of different things that could have happened.
Yep. Here's D'Amico Ryans from last week on Thursday on the offseason approach for what's already a really strong defense.
For me, it's no different this year just because we had success last year. Every year, offenses are going to study, right, the top defensive in the league. We've been that for the past however many years. We've been a top defense, so a lot of offenses are going to study us. They're going to try different schemes, different type of plays to try to beat our defense. But for me, I'm looking at the same thing as well. So schematically, I don't believe you ever just stay the same. You have to tweak, you have to adjust, you have to adapt your scheme because offenses are doing the same thing. So we're not just sitting back and resting on what we did last year. I don't believe in that. Last year is over. We got a lot of new guys here who have to get up to speed with what we're doing. But we have to kind of take our scheme to what those guys do best, and that's what we'll do this year.
A lot of new guys, not that many on defense, though. They're bringing back most everybody. You touched on this last week, and this got me excited about this coming season. And it feels like this is kind of what D'Amico's sort of referring to here, which is this was a defense that last year openly just said, we line up, we do what we do, and we-ins are going to beat urines, that kind of thing. Yeah. And we're just physically more imposing and more talented than you are. Now there's an opportunity to not only be that, but also add some wrinkles to it to where if teams are expecting you to just line up and just be the Texans, maybe there's some things you can add to it now that catch teams off guard.
Yeah, because all that, like playing with simplicity on defense has a bit of a shelf life, especially when you're bringing back all the same players, because there are really smart people that are trying to figure out where there are opportunities, and they've got the whole offseason to do it. And I think that, if you go back to the Legion of Boom, multiple things went into it. Some guys just got old and everything, but Pete Carroll ran a very simple scheme, and guys were really good at executing that scheme. But if you become too predictable, there's opportunities there. And I think that part of it last year was, it's not like D'Amico doesn't like to throw in some wrinkles or disguise. You have to remember that he did have 2 starting guys in his secondary who are second-year players.
Yeah.
And there's only so much you can do without overloading guys who are young when you really want them playing as fast as possible. But then all of a sudden you're asking Kalen Bullock or Kamari Lassiter to make all these adjustments on the fly. You got to be careful in how quickly you do that. And it's not a football IQ thing. It's just a matter of experience and reps. And I think those guys now are more genuine veteran players, and then you bring in one extra and at any given time, if you got Jalen Reed back there as a rookie playing safety, or Kayvon Wallace who's been on the team for like 2 weeks, you really got to be careful in just how many wrinkles you add to it without screwing up your bread and butter. If those guys are all healthy this year, I think they can add a lot more, or not, I shouldn't say a lot. They could add more wrinkles. And the Seahawks are a good example of this. The Seahawks philosophically in a lot of ways run a pretty simple defense, but when they blitz, it's a big surprise and a shock to the system.
Yep.
Or when they do disguise, it's a real big shock to the system, and offenses aren't ready for it. And I think D'Amico would like to be a little bit more like that.
Mm-hmm. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. A few text messages coming in. Hunter is older, but he's a damn cyborg. That's true. If I were to just look physically at somebody and say, how old is that guy? And they say he's 31 years old. And then the next question is, well, how do you think he'll be when he's 33? I'm like, yeah, probably pretty good. Just looking at Danielle Hunter, I'm like, yeah, I think he'll be okay.
I think the thing about the short-term contracts when a player is open to it is that because there's you can maneuver the cap in a million different ways, whether it's a 5-year deal or a 2-year deal. So I think that part of it is just psychologically with older players. A lot of times those guys themselves are like stuck in a situation where I don't want to be stuck in a situation that goes south somehow. Or if I myself decide to retire, I don't want to be in this position where, okay, I'm going to have to pay back a prorated chunk of my signing bonus or something.
Yeah.
So it creates more of a straightforward, everybody's hands above the table transaction just both parties, both the front office and the athlete can just feel better about it.
Yep.
It's more of I'm going to show up and I'm going to work and I'm going to get paid.
Yep.
And it doesn't have to be any more long-term planning than that.
No, and they know what they're getting. He's been in the building a couple years now. Absolutely.
Because it's always a joke. When you sign a 5-year deal, the vast majority of them players don't play the whole 5 years.
No.
And yet the team has control over you for those 5 years.
Absolutely.
So players appreciate just having okay, look, it is what it is. Maybe they fire D'Amico and hire some schmuck or something.
Yep.
I'm only going to be stuck here for a year before
That's exactly right. All right, let's circle over to the NBA Finals. The Spurs are here, and they have arrived, and it's going to be a fun next several years here in Houston for sure. The good and the bad of the Spurs and the Knicks in the NBA Finals. I've got 3 good, I've got 4 bad, and we'll go through those, see if you agree with me. We'll do that coming up next. But first, talking to you, I know we got a lot of small business owners, entrepreneurs, Seth, that listen to the show across Greater Houston. This is a very vibrant
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, one text just off of the segment we just did, and then we'll move on to the NBA Finals. The good and the bad of the NBA Finals being the Spurs and the Knicks. I've never seen such a comprehensive breakdown of a player's shortcomings than what was presented with C.J. Gardner-Johnson in those 3 games. I believe it. The texter says it's not so much shortcomings because physically he's obviously a talented football player. It was mental shortcomings. It was him going into business for himself out there in those 3 games.
Yeah, it was those. Yeah, it wasn't physical shortcomings.
No.
It was a lot of shortcomings.
A lot of shortcomings. Yeah. Yep. No longer a chapter in Texans history anymore.
It wasn't so much shortcomings; it was the shortcomings.
Yeah. That's. I guess I'm injecting.
You're being like me with that texter, and I will not allow both of us to be like me. Okay, with that
I'm
texter.
not getting chippy.
Yeah.
All right. The good and the bad of the Spurs and the Knicks in the NBA Finals. I think most of Houston is probably listening to us talking right now about this and saying this is a tough one to find a team to root for. With all due respect to the Spurs fan that texted in the first segment of the show saying, why aren't you guys talking about the Spurs as the number one story? Why are you talking about the Astros? I'm a Spurs fan. I think most people would agree with me in Houston. With all due respect to that person, I think most Rocket fans are probably having a tough time rooting for the Spurs.
Yeah. He didn't say most. He said there are a lot of Spurs fans. Well, but the vast majority of our fans are Rockets who hate the Spurs.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So I think between that and the fact that it's the Knicks, and I think most people outside of New York are inclined to not root for New York teams because we're inundated with the coverage of them all the time. This is a tricky one, I think, for people to find the good and the bad in this finals. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, yeah, that's fair to say.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we've got listeners who are probably way into Pokemon. Guess what?
Yeah.
We're not going to be talking about Pokemon 24/7
No, we're not.
because they're still in the minority of people who turn into sports radio, Houston Sports Radio, and want to hear about Pokemon or the Spurs. Damn it!
Right.
Or at least they're not happy about the Spurs. They might want to hear about the Spurs, but they don't want to be happy about it.
Okay, included in this will be audio about the guy who I think is getting skull drug, as Clint Stoerner would say. Almost C.J. Stroud post-Patriots game level. Mm-hmm. We'll get to him in a second, but I'm going to start with the good. The good is that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and his flopping ass are out of the postseason.
Yeah.
Boy, the breakdowns that have been done on SGA. I saw Jay Williams, whose name actually is Jason, but Jay Williams on ESPN did a segment. It was like a 3-minute breakdown of all of SGA's falling down on jumpers where he's jumping straight up in the air with nobody touching him.
Yeah,
and he just collapses to the ground. And he called it life alert with SGA. He's fallen and he can't get up.
Oh, there were breakdowns on how often he falls after a shot compared to Wembanyama.
Oh, yeah.
It's like 4 times as often.
Yes.
And it just is, I mean, it's got to an extreme degree.
Get him out of here.
You know what it is, though? It's that the officials are so bad at actually calling it. That's what really bothers people.
Yes.
Is that there's a reason he's doing it because it works.
Right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So SGA and his flopping ass out of the postseason. Chet Holmgren and his stupid face and his overrated game are out of the postseason. In fact, he had a Game 7 for the ages, and not in a good way. 4 points on 2 shots. Now, as Seth pointed out appropriately, he was very efficient. He shot 50% from the field, but he only shot twice. He was 1 of 2. He only had 4 rebounds and 2 blocked shots. Also, he was a big null set out there for them. He didn't do anything. So here's some audio. He's getting beat up. Chet Holmgren is almost like C.J. Stroud did after the Patriots game. This actually is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The pauses are real in this audio you're about to hear. He was asked, what can you do to get Chet more involved in the future?
What are some things you think you can do to help get Chet a little bit more involved offensively?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was his answer. That's the MVP of the league, trying to get
He's giving you a thoughtful answer.
Second best.
Yeah.
I don't know if there ever eventually was an answer. Every clip on the internet was just that chunk of it. 17 seconds. Yeah. So he's presumably still thinking about it. I don't know.
He's probably just thinking like, well, he's probably lusting for Wembanyama. I don't know. Like, he's thinking of all the different ways that he's not like Wembanyama, and so he's censoring himself to his credit.
Dude,
you know,
it's crazy. Like,
he's like, go back in time and have him grow up in Eastern Europe, maybe.
Yeah.
Instead of or at least France.
Yeah, somewhere overseas.
France of all places, but with Chet, I feel like Eastern Europe. Yeah, something.
Yeah, maybe put on a pound or two. Also, I don't know, but. It's funny how things have shifted with that, Seth, because this was a year ago when they won the title, and they locked up all three of their foundational guys. The two of them, SGA, Chet, and Jalen Williams, they had them all locked up, and they all have these extensions that kick in next year. After that Game 7, and really after the entire series, because Chet Holmgren had a bad series, now the talk is, honestly, I've seen people going, okay, well, can Chet be part of a Giannis deal? Like, now OKC's in on Giannis also.
Yeah.
Because they have a ton of first-round picks still. They have like a treasure trove of first-round picks from all these trades they've made through the years. So it's funny how things have shifted. This was Jason Williams, white chocolate. So not Jay Williams, who I just mentioned, but Jason Williams, former point guard for the Kings. He's just sitting on a balcony with a buddy of his watching Game 7, and they're just sitting there riffing on Chet, and Jason Williams, white chocolate, says, Chet looks like he doesn't care. He looks scared.
J. Will, Game 7. Chet is 7'1", 4 points, 4 rebounds. He's taken 2 shots.
Listen, I can't even tell you what all my buddies here in Oklahoma City that I've met have been texting me about Chet. It would be a bad look. Chet's got to do better, though. Right or wrong?
How would you describe him?
I mean, it's just care a little bit more. Act like you care a little bit more.
Scared of Wemby, isn't he?
I mean, that's what it looks like, bro.
All right, so there you go.
Chet, I mean, he's having a little bit of a C.J. Stroud type of moment.
Yes.
I mean, because for the most, by and large, he was good in the playoffs.
Yep.
But you go out like this.
Yep.
It just in this series and then that game specifically, this is what people are going to remember. That is exactly what people are going to remember.
And unlike C.J., Chet has a contract that kicks in next year. 5 years, $239 million. For Chet Holmgren. Okay, I'm sure people want to know what Perk thinks about this. Here's Kendrick Perkins on Chet Holmgren's performance in the postseason.
Hey, Chet Holmgren, we're talking about a guy that was a first-time All-Star this year and made third-team All-NBA and was a complete no-show, not just in Game 7, all throughout the course of this series. And Wemby straight up not only punked him, but he took his heart. He snatched his soul. Chet Holmgren was scared to compete. And now Sam Presti, he have real business decisions to make when it comes to Chet Holmgren. This is not an overreaction. This is facts. Wembanyama is not going anywhere. He's going to be here. With that being said, you got to find somebody that's going to be that dude, especially if you don't know, at times injuries happen. We saw J-Dub being out. But you got to go find a guy like Antetokounmpo that's going to come in and move the needle and be able to go toe-to-toe at some capacity with Wembanyama, because Chet Holmgren ain't it.
That's Perk's fallback. Any team that's having a tough time, you need to trade for Giannis Antetokounmpo. He was doing that with the Rockets before the deadline.
It is. I mean, this is. It's shaping up to be. I hope Holmgren understands what he's in for. Like, this is going to be a year after year after year thing. It's you versus Wembanyama. At some point he's got to figure something out in his game and have a plan and be working on it all summer and all next regular season to where he's got answers. And that whether it's overall improvement or specific things regarding Wembanyama or otherwise, you're just going to go down in basketball history as a guy that got routinely slapped around by Wembanyama year after year after year.
Yeah, he might want to get traded out of the Western Conference over to the East.
It's a big moment for him.
Yes.
He's got to decide. Are you gonna run away from the challenge, or are you gonna face it head on?
Amen.
Chet?
Amen.
Do it for America.
Amen. There are people that want to hear us talk about Pokemon on the text page.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
There's definitely people that would to go back to the person that insists that we have a lot of listeners who are Spurs fans. It's not enough. There's not enough Spurs fans in our listening group that are going to tune in for like 4 segments a day of Spurs talk.
To make up for the Houston Rocket fans that we would be chasing away.
Right, we have a hard enough time with college football just because, look, we got a lot of Aggies, we got a lot of Longhorns, we got a lot of people, but as soon as you start talking about one, everybody else tunes right out.
Disperse.
So So, I mean, think about that. If that's the way Sean and I have to talk about, like, okay, how do we handle this with the Aggies and the Longhorns?
Yeah.
Because it does. They flip. The Longhorns don't want to hear about the Aggies and vice versa.
Yep.
No, it's less. It used to be even more when they were in different conferences. But so, like, yeah, I'm not gonna go through that exercise to try to cram in some damn Spurs talk.
No. So the last good thing about these finals, and we'll get to the bad. And this is mostly for me and my wrestling nerd friends. At least 4 more games of Danhausen being a topic. I can't wait for him to curse the Spurs on ESPN this week. That's going to be fun. So
I can't wait to willfully ignore learning anything more about Danhausen.
Oh, come on.
I get all my Danhausen information through you and you alone.
My T-shirt gets here this week. I'm on the merch train now for Danhausen. I love Danhausen. All right, the bad of the Spurs and the Knicks being in the finals. And I mentioned this earlier in Acknowledge Me, but I'll mention it again. This is bad for Rocket fans. The Spurs are the first team to make the NBA Finals whose top 2 scorers are 22 years old or younger. They're so ahead of schedule right now, man. And they're the second youngest team weighted by minutes played to ever make the finals in the history of the league, behind only the 1977 Portland Trailblazers. Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka have work to do if they're gonna. We thought that OKC was the team that everybody was going to be working to get towards. Now you got two teams, because OKC obviously is still a very, very good basketball team.
Yeah.
So now you got 2 teams that you're chasing here, and I don't know, man. I would love to know what they're feeling big swing this offseason, as opposed to just running back the same guys and hoping for improvement, and you get Fred VanVleet back in the whole thing.
You remember one of my least favorite talking points for a stretch of time was people in NBA media suggesting that teams need to just sit it out and not be aggressive at all until the Warriors were out of their window.
Yeah.
Which was the most limp attitude anybody.
Flaccid, soft attitude.
I'll always respect Morey for being one of those GMs that was like, hell no, we're gonna, all right, we're gonna take on we gotta take on this marauding force. We're gonna invent the crossbow.
Yep.
We're gonna do whatever we have to try to do it. And they didn't succeed, obviously, but it was a laudable effort.
Man, yeah, it was. Yeah,
so if I don't, the Rockets can't just be sitting here with Durant on their roster for however many more years and think, well, what are we gonna do?
Yep, got Fred back. Fred's back. The second bad about this finals. It's a team from New York, and basically the Patriots of the NBA. So we are left to root for an asteroid to hit the building, or one of these meteors that exploded above Boston over the weekend. Did you see that story?
No.
A meteor exploded. It came into our atmosphere and exploded, and apparently there was this huge sonic boom above Massachusetts and New Hampshire on Saturday.
Meteors explode in the air?
Yeah.
Like it split up into multiple different pieces or something?
I just looked at the article from People magazine that they sent me. Ground tremors confirmed as meteor explodes over Massachusetts with the force of 300 tons of TNT.
300 tons?
That's a lot of tons. It's a lot of dynamite.
That's like how they measure the early atom bombs.
Yeah.
Was how many tons of TNT. That was back when people had more experience with,
TNT.
Digging railroad tunnels.
Dynamite. Residents reported a loud boom and ground tremors as the meteor fragmented 40 miles above the Earth's surface.
Oh my gosh.
That's not very far.
I guess I vaguely knew that. I didn't think of I always figured in the meteor the big danger is if it hits the ground near you.
Yeah.
But they splinter?
It exploded because it got into the Earth's atmosphere and it couldn't handle the pressure of it.
Oh, the friction.
Yeah. Yep. That's what astronomer Sean says. Yeah. So anyways, that's what we're left to root for is a meteor and asteroid, because I don't like either of these two teams.
Okay, so most meteors burn up harmlessly in the atmosphere. But larger objects can occasionally survive long enough to create the brilliant fireballs.
That's what they said.
Booming shockwaves that grab people's attention.
This was a very special meteor. Yes, they reported a fireball in the sky and loud booms and tremors on Earth. It's crazy.
That would have been, man, you can imagine back in the day, back in the Cold War, if you were a kid and you saw that. Because we were kids. Kids, this is the thing. When we were growing up,
we were terrified.
We all basically assumed that at some point there was going to be a big old nuclear war, and pretty much all of human population in the major areas is going to be wiped out. It was like it's going to happen at some point. But hopefully not sometime soon.
That's right.
So before you even really know anything about the way bombs work or anything, I can remember just like looking up in the sky and seeing an airplane where there weren't usually airplanes and thinking like, oh, man, I hope this isn't it.
Yeah. Yep.
So if I had seen a meteor exploding in the sky like that,
1983 Seth.
I would have ducked and covered like a mofo.
Oh my God! Yes.
Kids, this is the other thing they did to try to keep us feeling like we had actually any control over it. What we would do is we'd have these duck and cover drills, and you ask Seth, "Hey, old Uncle Seth, what's a duck and cover do?"
Flash.
Yeah, it basically will put a nice silhouette of all the fourth graders, crouched next to the wall in their classroom. It'll leave a nice shadow,
which most certainly would not have protected us from any nuclear weapons. Yeah. Okay, two more bad, real quick, about this NBA Finals. Lots of annoying shots of fair weather celebrity Knicks fans. Spike Lee's fine. Spike Lee's been there through the good and the bad. It's some of the noobs that are showing up at these Knicks games that are, now that they're in the NBA Finals, it's going to be even more annoying. There will be new New York Knicks fans there who will be saying, "I've been a Knicks fan forever. I'm anxious to see who they are." That's one. This next one, and I'm going to run this by Lopez when we do the toss, because Lopez is a card-carrying backer of Greg Popovich, who most people around the NBA, at least fans that hate the Spurs, I think, are not big Popovich fans. Very curmudgeonly,
Really?
Greg Popovich?
I would have a different read on it. Okay.
Well, I guess I'll speak for myself.
Yeah.
Somehow, old curmudgeonly friend of Lopez, mark my words, and I'm not saying he's even going to be the one doing this, he will be given some credit for this NBA title if the Spurs win.
Well, I mean, he's still very much involved in the organization.
He's kind of involved, but I mean, he shows up at practice and things like that, but he's been sick for a lot of the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They make a big deal. They make a big deal when he shows up at practice.
Yeah, I like Popovich a lot too. I think some people are now. He's vocal politically. I separate all politics.
It has nothing to do with his politics.
No, I know you're not that way. But I'm just thinking about there are people out there that don't like his politics or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm pretty politically agnostic when it comes to my athletes and coaches.
Yeah.
So I've always really, really respected him as a coach. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't like the way he his whole.
I love the way he operates.
You do, yeah. See, his whole shtick. No, he's a very good coach. Don't get me wrong. I'm not disrespecting his coaching chops. His whole shtick about giving one-word answers to sideline reporters and things like that got old to me after a while. It's shticky to me. Yeah. So, anyways, but mark my words, he'll be given credit. Put it this way: a disproportionate amount of credit. Maybe he deserves a little bit, a disproportionate amount if they win. All right, coming up next, Adam Schefter just had a report on TV about a trade that could be coming down here pretty soon. Why June 1st is such a crucial day on the NFL calendar. We will do that coming up next.
With Stoerner and Hughley. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So Adam Schefter was just reporting on Get Up on ESPN, Seth, that A.J. Brown is expected to be traded in the next 24 hours. The headline is all it said is he's expected to be traded. I think all signs point to him being traded, as much as you're rooting against this happening, because all signs have been pointing to this, but him being traded to the Patriots.
Right, yeah. It'd be news at this point if he doesn't go to the Patriots.
If he doesn't go to the Patriots, yeah.
That's just all but a foregone conclusion for many months right now. And it also, I mean, you know, has there been a deal in place and they're just waiting until June 1st? The fact that they just let go of Stefon Diggs so unceremoniously, despite him being a really valuable part of one of the most productive offenses in the sport last year, that everything is tracked. You know, everything has made sense. It's probably going to be A.J. Brown to the Patriots.
Yeah, they need the money. I mean, Diggs didn't have much guaranteed money left on his deal, but he had a big cap hit if they were to have kept him.
Yeah.
And so that opens up some money. The reason why it's been taking so long is June 1st is a key date because the Eagles are going to take a cap hit here by trading A.J. Brown because they've given him a bunch of bonus money with his extension that they've now got to take as a cap hit. Well, they can spread that cap hit. After June 1st, you can spread dead money over a couple of years. So that's why, if you're just wondering, like, why did we have to wait till June 1st for this? That's why. There's cap ramifications for the teams involved, specifically the Eagles, once they move him. As a team, or as someone who roots for and covers a team that's in the AFC that lost to this very Patriots team in the playoffs, how do you feel about A.J. Brown becoming?
I think, look, what are they going to get the peak version of A.J. Brown? Probably not, just because of his age. And yet, I think that for an offense that lives on the deep ball, and it still has, like, the Patriots have kind of an untapped, I don't want to say untapped rushing attack. It's like, Tradeon Henderson's probably going to get better, and they're going to use him more. And that A.J. Brown in play action especially can be lethal. That it's the perfect environment for him with Drake May, who was one of the best deep ball throwers in the league last year. Yeah, I think there's going to be a natural step back statistically for the Patriots just because they're going to face a lot more legitimate defenses this year than they did last year, but they could still be a better offense, even though it might not look the same statistically. The addition of A.J. Brown might make them a better offense.
Anxious to see what they give up for him. The talk had been a future first for A.J. Brown, 2027 or 2028 first-round pick. A.J. Brown, when you said that, I was like, yeah, it does feel like he's older. It feels like he's been around forever. Probably because we've watched him play a ton of playoff football the last few years.
He's only. Oh, you're right. Is he 30?
No, he's 28.
Well, he'll be 20. This is his 29-year-old season.
Turns 29 in July.
So he's 29. Yep. All right, so he's still got. All right.
Yep.
He's still got 3 years of that window. Like 32 is the age where a lot of receivers just flat out drop off. Like it's all like clockwork almost.
The good ones, yeah.
The next end being in a better offense and with an offensive coordinator that has a lot of experience working with getting the most out of veteran wide receivers. They could be really good.
Yeah, that's a good pickup for them. It's a huge position in need. They just listed on TV. They listed what their wide receiver depth chart looks like right now. They need A.J. Brown. I mean, it's Kayshon Boutte, and especially with no Diggs. I mean, they let Diggs go before they even let his legal situation play out. Diggs was gone in February, from the Patriots. So it's Kayshon Boutte, it's Romeo Doubs, who they signed in free agency. There's one or two other names that are just some nondescript guys up there. They need A.J. Brown. That's a good pickup for them.
It's it's tough because I think this year you're going to see teams do what they do with young quarterbacks who are really proficient with the deep ball. They're going to do everything they can to take that away. And then it's going to be on Drake May, making that proverbial next step as the defense adjusts to what he's doing. I do think that really the biggest question mark might be their offensive line. And, okay, if you're going to have to play that game and if you're going to have to really lean on your rushing attack, are you going to be able to advance on through that? So there's still, even with the addition of A.J. Brown, there's going to be more pressure on Drake May. But it's hard for me to sit here and act like, oh, no, because they've got because they've got a tougher schedule somehow, they're not even going to be a good offense. It's not that simple.
Yeah, the old line will be interesting. You know, Will Campbell in year 2 for him, like he was getting a ton of heat,
but he was also playing through injury.
Yeah. So
I think that's the short arm stuff was probably overblown, but I'm not going to say it's completely without merit. It's just, okay, what does he do now if he's completely healthy, and does he look like a guy you can trust in the playoffs?
The other 2 names post-June 1st here to watch in potential trades. The first one I'm basing purely off of all the the panic that I've listened to over the last few days when I listen in on our friends up in Cleveland, is Myles Garrett. Their whole first hour of the show today was about Myles Garrett trade watch. Because he's not around at these workouts, you know, he never is. He's the voluntary stuff he's not there for. But they did an adjustment to his contract, an administrative adjustment that makes him easier to move for the Browns. They won't take nearly as big a cap hit if they trade him, which is important for them because they've got literally 9 figures of Deshaun Watson money sitting on their cap over the next couple of years. So Garrett is one to watch. I'd be shocked if they traded him. But I'd be very curious what the price would be to move him. You know, he's got to be he's the reigning sack record defensive player of the year. It's got to be multiple firsts for Myles Garrett, right?
I would be frustrated if I were a Browns fan, just because this feels like a Dallas Cowboys type of scenario almost, where man, you could have traded him 2 years ago, and you'd have probably gotten a higher price, et cetera. Or now you're going to get less, and what have you got out of it? Thanks a lot, Browns.
Yeah.
But then there's also a similar feeling, I think, is, you know, we've gone through this in Houston before where, okay, great, J.J. Watt's defensive MVP, but what's it doing for this football team right now? That you feel like, man, not only are you wasting Myles Garrett, but also is it if you can get anything, is it worth it just to try to reset the organization or get a quarterback you feel great about?
JJ's
like this year, if you trade Myles Garrett at this point, you're in a position where either Shedeur Sanders has to be awesome. It's a double-edged sword because maybe Shedeur Sanders comes in and plays promising, except that it's not going to be enough. It's going to be enough to lift you up out of the top few picks in the draft. But are you 100% all in on Shedeur Sanders? Because if you're not, then you've also perhaps taken yourself out of the running with some of those quarterbacks in this draft.
Well, that was the other thing that they say too, Seth, is because Deshaun Watson is the leader in the clubhouse to be the starting quarterback. You can't have Deshaun Watson as your starting quarterback and trade Myles Garrett. Like those two things in conjunction with each other make no sense. If you're starting Deshaun Watson, you're in on the now. And if you're in on the now, you can't trade Myles Garrett. You're the best player in the history of, you know, of Brown's 2.0 version of the franchise.
Unless they feel like they can get a high first-round pick for Myles Garrett at some point.
That's the other thing, too, is it's the teams that are going to be trading for him are probably teams that are going to be picking in the 20s somewhere, you know?
Yeah, teams that are bad teams right this moment.
They're not trading for Myles, you know? And so the other name to keep an eye on from things I've read is Brandon Ayuk, who is technically still a San Francisco 49er. I don't know if we know where he is. That would be a key element to any trade for Brandon Ayuk is actually finding him.
And the problem is they've already once before worked out a deal for Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
And Brandon Ayuk kiboshed it.
He did.
He was all but signed, dealed, and delivered to the Steelers, and then he shot it down.
Yeah.
And as of right now, nobody knows where Brandon Ayuk is. I feel like it's just as likely that somebody signs Joe Mixon to a big deal as Brandon Ayuk gets traded right this moment.
It's not a lesser chance, I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, that's crazy. I wouldn't touch Brandon Ayuk at all.
What are the odds? Do you think Joe Mixon is with the team this year?
No. Nope. Okay. I don't think so.
I mean, he had posted on Instagram that
posted a lot of things on Instagram.
Revenge tour.
Yeah,
the picture with
high-fiving CJ. Yeah.
So at that point, maybe he did feel pretty optimistic about where he was, but I don't know. We just know nothing. There's been nothing about him.
I have no info. I'm just looking at everything that's happened or not happened in the last year, and no feels like the safest bet. You know,
somebody. It was Nick. how do you pronounce his name? Schwinger?
He posts about the Texans a lot?
Yeah. Schwarzer, right? Nick Schwarzer? He tweeted something out about it, like, I still have no idea exactly what happened to Joe Mixon. And my thought was, I would settle for vaguely knowing what happened to Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Rumors on the internet and everything, but like by and large, nobody really knows exactly what happened to Joe Mixon and what his affliction was.
There are still a lot of people out there who think that he shot himself in the foot, literally, because that picture, there's an X-ray or something that literally had a bullet in it. And people saying that he shot himself in the foot. There's still people walking around.
Because somebody posted it somewhere at some point and said that.
I heard.
Listen, we live in the city where supposedly Carlos Beltran's niece, people bought it hook, line, and sinker. They're like, well, an anonymous account is claiming to be Carlos Beltran's niece, so clearly this is all true.
We've been doing these fake internet stories forever in Houston, man. We're experienced in this realm. Text messages. This goes back to Seth's discussion of the Cold War in the previous segment. I grew up in Nebraska, and you could drive down the highway and see the missile silos. Scary AF.
I'll tell you what's also scary. A lot of those silos are still being operated by like MS-DOS computers.
Oh, yeah.
There's not. They haven't.
Commodore 64.
The amount of money devoted to, anyway. Yeah, you know what? And I told you this before, but I'll say it again just because it still annoys me when I think about it. We had this discussion once, and somebody texted us, if I remember correctly, or maybe tweeted me, said, tried to explain to me that because of the concept of mutually assured destruction, we weren't worried about it. We're like, no, you idiots. No. Oh, yeah, we totally trust it. As everybody in the Soviet Union and the United States was a steady, nonstop stream of propaganda about how crazy the other side was. Yeah. We were relying on the good intentions and calm, cool, level heads of both sides that there wouldn't be a nuclear war.
We knew it'd be fine.
We understood mutually assured destruction.
Yeah.
We just figured it was something that was going to happen at some point. Yeah. It wasn't like it'll never happen because of mutually assured destruction.
Right.
It was almost like, oh, yeah. It'll be one launched, and then it'll be mutually assured.
We gone. Yeah. Y'all just reminded me, text message, y'all just reminded me of the drills, and we went in the hallways and ducked into a position. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
Duck and cover.
Yeah, duck and cover.
I remember as a fourth grader thinking, like, this is weird. I don't
I think this is going to work.
I don't think. I know, I think where it would help is if you're out somewhere close to the initial blast, but not so close enough that you're going to be immediately killed.
Yeah.
It would keep you alive long enough for all your teeth to fall out, and for there not to be any drinkable water sources or anything.
Right.
The duck and cover was going to buy you a few extra weeks of misery.
That's it. Yeah, I really don't even want it. How can I get to the center of the fiery ball that they're shooting at us?
I know, that was where I was like, I would usually, what I would do is everybody else would be duck and covering, and I would go over and jump out the window into the schoolyard, hoping to be exposed to as much radiation as possible.
Like Andy Dufresne in the river in Shawshank, just looking up at the sky.
No, please, let me be trapped underneath the rubble for 48 after all the firehouse has been wiped out and nobody's coming to rescue me.
Oh, my God. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. All right, practice squad. Tom Brady, are we buying Tom Brady's contention about practice squad guys? And who's the all-time Texans practice squad? Who are the all-timers? There's no way I can think of these guys thinking the way Brady's talking about practice squad guys, but maybe he's right. We'll see. We've got that for you coming up next.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation after OTAs.
Yeah.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Seth did extensive research during the break on the history of the duck and cover.
Well, the whole thing is, like, as we kind of briefly alluded to, it's if you're not right near the fireball and you're not vaporized, but you're in the blast zone, the duck and cover can help you. Well, still probably getting really, really sick from the radiation.
Yes.
But is basically, all the people, the propagandists who are still out there stumping for the duck and cover drill are telling me, hey, listen, it wasn't meant to be the perfect solution. Get to a bomb shelter if you could or something. But Michael Beckman sent me an old duck and cover commercial.
Yeah.
From looks like the 1950s.
Yeah.
And man, it's exactly what I'm talking about. Just like, hey kids, whenever you're walking around town, just remember that at any second, you could have to duck and cover.
Yeah.
So it shows a young man with his girlfriend walking, and then all of a sudden, wah! Remember, any time of day, any minute, you might have to do the duck and cover. And then it shows people out at a picnic, and nothing to duck against. So they say, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they all jump underneath the picnic blanket.
Oh.
There you go, duck and cover.
Was it do you know if it was a flame retardant blanket that they threw on top of themselves?
It'd be enough to maybe just keep something from hitting your face or something.
Yeah.
Maybe a little smoochy underneath the picnic blanket before you die.
Yeah, that's it. Go for it. Yeah.
Well, but the biggest thing is really keeping your face to the ground so you don't, getting your arms so you don't get hit by any highly radioactive shrapnel or anything.
Oh, my God. Good. I'm glad we had this talk. All right, Tom Brady. Tom Brady was on the champion. Seth is holding his phone up to his microphone.
That's a nice jaunty.
It does. It almost makes you want to duck and cover. It almost makes you want to be part of a nuclear holocaust.
I'm going to learn my dance steps with the old duck and cover.
Yeah, it almost makes you. You know what? I kind of want a nuclear bomb now, so I can show off my duck and cover skills. Tom Brady was on a Tom Brady, who might survive a nuclear holocaust. We don't know, but he was on the Champion Mindset podcast.
He's more silicone than flesh these days.
That's true. Yeah. He's more machine now than man, just like Darth Vader. He was on their podcast. This was interesting. He was talking about why practice squad guys. He makes a contention here in the next cut, but this is just sort of the groundwork of his thoughts on practice squad guys.
Those practice squad players are important because if anybody on the active roster gets hurt, they can get elevated to the squad. Well, there was times where these 15 guys would be well in practice, and they'd be practicing, and you'd be like a scout team receiver. And I saw this happen a lot. These scout team receivers would come in and practice with, the scout team, and they'd do really well. And I'd be watching. I'd be like, man, we got to get that guy. Like, let's get him up on offense. He's making a lot of plays. That's Darrelle Revis he's getting open on. Like, we got to do something. Then all of a sudden, we're like, hey, man, you're doing really well. You got to come over here and deal with the pressure of succeeding now that you have expectation. And these guys are like, they weren't prepared for it. So whatever we saw in practice against where there was not a lot of pressure, now when they're put in a situation where there's an expectation for performance, they've never had to personally deal with that. And then they fail.
We'll get to more Brady here in a second. Did you, when you heard that about his thoughts on practice, did you see that same dynamic when you were a player?
Yeah. I mean, there's always, it's kind of like what I talk about with some of the guys who really flash in training camp,
OTAs.
but then they get into the regular season, and especially, when people are, remember Braxton Miller? Remember when after Braxton Miller's first couple games in the regular season, he had some quote like, "Yeah, you could tell they watch film on you." Like, like that's the thing. When you go in preseason games, and even if you're going against starters, but especially if you're going against backups, there's not a whole lot of game planning or anything. So it's a lot of guys that can do well in practice or in training in camp. It's not the same as playing in the regular season.
Yeah. So this was Brady went on to say this. He said there are guys that are just totally happy not getting elevated from the practice squad to the 53 minutes.
A lot of guys in those practice squads, they don't want to be elevated to the roster. They're very happy living this life where they could tell their family and friends, which I have no problem with that. Like, there's no problem. Like, you would just assume, though, that if you're on the practice squad, you'd want to be at the top. But the reality is a lot of guys don't want the pressure of dealing with top.
So he's basically saying I have the same reaction you did. He's just for just so we can frame this here because there's a Twitter account that posted a lot of this video called Vigilant Fox, and he says this particular Twitter account kind of lays out the benefits of being a practice squad player.
Yeah.
That, nowadays you actually get a salary that would be a really, really, really good salary in the real world. It wasn't always that way with practice squad guys. That you get a ring if you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You get to tell people you're on the team. You get all the merch. You get a lot of the perks of being on the team without actually having to deal with the pressure.
This
being
one,
on the team.
Brady really comes off sounding like an aristocrat on this one, man. I think look, on average, there are more guys who are just kind of there are guys who are on the practice squad for a reason, to where their maturity doesn't match up to their playing caliber. I guess the a lot part is a lot. It depends on how you interpret it. I would say the majority of practice squad guys I knew, because I don't know, I actually talked to him. Maybe Brady didn't talk to the practice squad guys. It is not a situation where they're like, yep. Nobody on the practice squad feels like, well, I got a job for life. It looks like is there a pension involved? It's a very precarious position. Guys are getting let go off the practice squad all the time. They're not beholden to you the way they are somebody on the regular roster. So the a lot part, I think, is what people have taken and run with, and maybe he didn't mean it quite that way. I would say it does. It kind of, if you paint with a broad brush there, it makes it look like it's almost like a. He sounds like he's arguing against socialism or something. That these guys just have some kind of union job that they don't have to. It's weird. Like they're just sitting in cubicles somewhere, just coming in and punching in and doing their office job. There used to be people. He sounds like one of these people who in the 1800s would argue that no, slavery is actually good for the. Because look, they're taking it, unlike in England, industrialist England, like it's a nonsensical argument. Yeah.
When I heard him say that, I'm like, there's no way that a lot of the guys feel that way. There's no way.
No.
I don't think you even get to the, and I'm just saying, you would know way better than I would, Seth. You're the former athlete. I'm speaking as a human being that's observed sports and gotten to know some guys who have fluctuated between practice squad and regular.
Yeah.
I've never talked to a single one of them that struck me as somebody who's satisfied being on the practice squad. And I would even say, I don't think you get to the practice squad level of the NFL without having for most of the guys, without having some sort of competitive edge where the next thing you're seeking is to get on the regular roster.
But there are some, though, is that Brady kind of is in this world now where he's doing all these motivational speeches and everything, and I feel like he almost it's almost like he looks down his nose at anybody who doesn't have a Tom Brady skill set, either motivationally or mentally or whatever. And it's either like you're Tom Brady level or you're a bum. And I just 100% disagree with him. I don't, because it's not the cushy existence that it's not the cushy existence that he's painting it out to be. No. I mean, it's cushy in terms of, how much you get paid and everything to be on the practice squad, but it's just not, there's nobody on the practice squad who feels like, oh yeah, my job is safe.
Right.
And, I'm actually better off here than, so that's where the first part of everything he was saying is 100% true.
Yep.
Like that the pressure and everything is what limits some guys from ended up succeeding and thriving. But you're not, when you're down on the practice squad, it doesn't feel like, oh yeah, this is an easy job and I couldn't be fired. I couldn't be cut at any particular moment. It's just not. That's not the reality of the situation.
This feels like he knew of one guy that felt that way about the practice squad. Like, hey, this is a good gig. I'm happy being here, and he applied it to all of them.
Jackasses abound in life. There's guys on the regular. There's guys on the active roster. There's draft picks. There's guys on the practice squad who don't take their job seriously enough or anything. But by and large, guys on the practice squad are desperate to be on the active roster. It's just not, and you don't get to. I've seen other people say get to stay in the same hotels and fly in the same plane. No, they don't.
Right.
They don't bring the practice squad guys on there. What the hell are you talking about?
No. So I actually asked ChatGPT because I was like, hey, who are the best practice squad players in Texans history? And obviously, we think Arian Foster is probably at the top of that list. Arian Foster. ChatGPT put Case Keenum number 1 and Arian Foster number 2. Whatever. Maybe Chat's taking their entire careers into account. Even so, I would still put Arian Foster number 1. And then the number 3 was Chris Myers. And the bullet point was briefly bounced through practice squad status early in his Texans career before becoming a 4-time Pro Bowler. Okay, I don't remember that. They gave him a lot of money when they traded for him from Denver, but Denver had given him a lot of money. It was like a sign-and trade almost.
Yeah,
and
so he was on the practice squad at some point in Denver.
No, I was saying Texans practice squad. He must have meant early. They must have meant early in his Denver career.
Yeah, anybody in his anybody who had ever been on the practice squad.
Okay, but they messed up some of them too. So my next question was Chris Myers ever of the Texans? Did he ever play on the practice squad? And he said no, he was never on the Texans practice squad.
Yeah.
Okay, chat. What about they put Derek Newton on the list? And I said, well, did Derek Newton? No, it doesn't appear he did either. He was selected in the 7th round and was on the roster. Okay, they put Brian Brayman on the list. Okay, are you sure Brian Brayman was on the practice squad? No, now that you mention it, that's actually a good example. So ChatGPT has come to this realization and was very apologetic. At the end, ChatGPT is like, but I assure you Case Keenum and Arian Foster were on the practice squad.
Are you in thinking mode on that?
No.
You got to put it in thinking mode.
Yeah.
Thinking mode, it actually it fact checks itself.
Am I in dullard mode now?
Yeah, you're in dullard mode. If you're in quick mode, you're no better than whatever that crap that Google's using right now, where they give you the Gemini response, and it's awful. It's atrocious. I can't believe Google is rolling this out, where they're like bragging about oh, here's what Gemini says, and you're like, nothing about this is accurate. What are you talking about?
Do I need to pay any extra for thinking mode?
No, I don't think so.
It's a feature.
Are you paying the plus level right now?
Yeah, I'm paying
$20 a month. Or
yeah,
whatever?
That's exactly.
Yeah,
what I'm
you put it in thinking mode.
It's free.
And, yeah.
Oh, it's
well, it's not. I mean, it's $20 a month.
No, but it's free. I'm already paying.
It's included in what you're already in. Yeah,
it's included. Yeah.
The next level up is is that $200 a month for pro?
No
level?
idea. I ain't touching that for $200.
I don't think I need it.
No,
for the piddly crap I do.
No, to make funny pictures.
That's for people who write who are doing computer programming.
Yeah. No, I just use it for fun facts and funny pictures.
Yeah, put it in thinking mode. It takes a little bit longer, but it's way more accurate.
Okay, good. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Let's recap the Astros weekend. We've got good news. We have good news in the box office for the Astros in this coming series, and we've got good news on the injury front in the wake of a series that did not have a ton of good news against the Brewers. We will do that coming up next.
Mokaram injury attorneys. Maybe a Hall of Fame.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good and the bad from the weekend with the Astros. They lose 2 out of 3 to the Brewers. That, in general, is bad. They lost ground in the division because Seattle.
They lost it like a normal baseball team, though. That's the thing that was encouraging about losing 2 of the 3 to the Brewers.
Yeah, you lose an extra innings on Friday in a game you probably should have won, and then
they lost like a competitive. You could very well say you could be the best team in the league, and you lose a series to the Brewers, who are a really good baseball team this year. You win some, you lose some. That's baseball, baby.
Yeah, it wasn't the Keystone Cops of April where they're walking 11 guys in a game, and they're going 2 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Now, they weren't great offensively in this series, other than Saturday was good. They scored 9 runs on Saturday. That was nice. But yesterday was the Miz is going to do that to a lot of guys. The pitcher on the Brewers yesterday.
Well, that's where, since we reset the season on May 15th, they're playing like a 95-win baseball team.
10-6.
10-6.
10-6. So that is exactly 10% of the season. So they're a 100-win baseball team right now.
They are 100-win baseball team. Excuse me. I undershot exactly how incredible
Respect
they are.
the Astros, man.
So they've been playing like a 100-win baseball team. And it honestly, by and large, has looked a lot like a 100-win baseball team might play. And we kind of, Sean and I joke about, how this is just simple and you can extend it on like this. But, I mean, the pitching in the entire month of May was so much better. Even though they still have the second worst ERA in baseball, they were an above-average pitching staff in the month of May. And I think the question is, with Pena coming back especially, with Jordan seemingly out of his funk, we're going to hopefully start seeing more guys play like the back of their baseball card, and more of the guys who actually have baseball cards are going to be on the roster because Josh Hader's coming back tomorrow.
Yeah. That's the most exciting thing going on with the Astros right now is all the stuff going on with the pitching staff. That Josh Hader should be activated tomorrow. So now all of a sudden you feel really good about close games that you're in, late in games. I can guarantee you there will be no more 2-inning saves for Josh Hader, multi-inning, 4-out saves, Seth, where someone would come in and put a couple guys on in the 8th. And who knows, maybe some of that contributed to his arm issues over the last year or so, because he had the shoulder last year, and then he had the biceps in spring training. Like, it's been a long road back for Josh Hader.
You know what? Yeah, and that's kind of it. Remember, that was one of the concerns when he first came to the Astros, was he'd been this guy that just flat out didn't want to go more than 1 inning, and then he ended up doing a whole bunch of it.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's right. He had put demands on his previous teams about that.
And then he was clear. He was open to it here. I think a lot of that was just him trying to protect himself before he got a new contract.
Yeah, he hadn't gotten the big money yet, and the Astros gave him the big money. And that was probably the Astros had, as they were giving him the big money, that, hey, we may need this from you. So at any rate, I would guess they're going to dial that back, and he'll be a 9th-inning only guy, at least to start with. But they get Josh Hader back. That's really good. And then the starting rotation gets really interesting here over the next several days. Christian Javier is pitching at Corpus on Wednesday. I am kind of ambivalent to that one just because it's been a long time since the Javier that they were paying for has pitched for this team.
Yeah.
A long time. And he was awful at the beginning of this season. And maybe some of that had to do with his shoulder. But he'll be at Corpus on Wednesday. The one that I think we're all most excited for is Hunter Brown is pitching in El Paso for Sugar Land on Thursday this week. So you've now got you've got some solutions starting to emerge here. You've got Spencer Arrighetti, who's pitching like an ace. You've got Hunter Brown, your actual ace, who could be coming back here pretty soon. The Tatsuya Imai post-arm fatigue, air quotes, has been a real development for this team. An important development not just for this season, but the next 2 seasons, because he's under contract to you for the next couple of seasons.
He's under contract. Now the only concern would be he does have player options, which a month ago we would have thought, well, there's no way in hell he's going to exercise that player option. If he keeps pitching this way, Sean, he won't be an Astro next year. So you're saying he's with the Astros for the next 2 seasons after this? Well, no. If he keeps pitching at a 2 whatever ERA, he might just go ahead and use that option.
It's a problem I would love to have.
Right. Right.
Problem.
It's you know what though, I would feel jilted I would feel jilted because he put us through hell for a couple of months, and then if all of a sudden he gets it all together, and now from now through October he ends up pitching like a Cy Young winner, and then off he goes to the Dodgers.
Okay.
That's I would feel very, very jilted.
Okay, how far would the Astros have to make it in the postseason for you to not feel jilted by Imai if he were to do that? Because to me, if they win a World Series, then I'll deal with whatever the fallout is on anything.
Jilt away. Jilt
away. Okay, so
I'll buy the jersey of wherever he goes next if they win a World Series.
If they win a World Series, okay. What if they get to the World Series but lose?
I would feel like, okay, I'd be more mad at Dana Brown for giving the option.
Okay.
I would say I wouldn't be mad at Imai. I'd be mad at Dana Brown for giving him the option.
What if they get back to where they haven't been in a couple of years, the ALCS, and lose there? Would you feel jilted if Imai were to leave after the season?
I'll be equally mad at both Dana Brown and Imai.
Okay, so it sounds like the divisional round right there. You got the wild card round, then you got the ALD. The ALDS is the one. If they only make it there, that'll be the one.
Yeah. But especially if he had played. If he had come in and was pitching the way he's pitched in the last few games the entire time, I would have been more prepared for it, and I would have thought, okay, well, it is what it is. The deal was what it was, and they got 1 year out of him, and that was good. It's the fact that I feel like we, by being loudly critical of him, have sacrificed. So we stuck by him, well, completely abandoning him. But
I was thinking the same
but
thing.
we
we were not very good friends. I feel jilted.
No. What I would feel is like he put it. It would be like kind of, you know what it is. It would feel like you were you helped put your fiance through medical school.
Yep.
And then the day she gets her degree, she dumps you for another doctor.
Better looking guy.
Yeah. Like I sacrificed.
Right.
I worked while you went to school, and then this. Yeah.
You like that guy more than my hot takes on the radio? What the hell, lady? Yeah. So here was Joe Espada yesterday. This was interesting. So Imai had thrown 86 pitches through the first 5 innings, and I thought he was done after that. And I would have been fine with that being his if his performance for the day was 5 innings, 2 runs that he gave up on a 2-run home run, very little traffic on the bases. I would have been totally cool with that. Came back out, pitched the 6, got a little traffic. He threw a bunch of pitches, but his last pitch was almost 98 miles an hour. Mm-hmm. It was one of his fastest, if not the fastest pitch he threw all day. So he still had something in the tank. According to Joe Espada, Tatsuya Imai wanted to go back out there for the 7th inning.
He definitely emptied the tank there at the end. He came in and he was like, I got more in there. Like, I could go back out there for another inning. I'm like, well, I'm sure you can. But it was really good how there's more confidence. There's a different presence about him when he knows, okay, things are starting to go my way, and that's very important for him, just where he's starting and where he's at now.
I think the biggest thing about him was, just he's confident throwing strikes now, and it's against the Brewers, where the Brewers have the best judgment at the plate in the league. They don't chase at all. You got to throw him strikes. And he threw 59% of his pitches for strikes, which is a vast improvement over what he'd been doing when he got here early. So it's just, honestly, it's just plain old confidence and comfort level and all of those things. Whether it was arm fatigue or adjusting to the American lifestyle or any of those things, it feels more like a legitimate explanation now than it does an excuse. Which is what we were hoping for. I think we were trying to be pretty open about, like, all right, we don't want to hear any more excuses, because even if it's an explanation, if it comes off like an excuse. One thing I've noticed about him is that he is very, like, even after his good appearances, he's just as detailed in explaining everything that went well and what went poorly and everything. So almost like Lance, Lance is very detailed and give you the exact rundown, and after a bad performance, you feel like he's making excuses, but then after a win, you're like, oh, he's doing the exact same thing. Yep. But it feels like a nice explanation of what went right.
You know what? I like the cut of this guy's jib.
I think we're going to, and I'm going to try to remember this the next time Imai might go through a rough stretch, that, okay, this is just what he does. He gives detailed explanations about what went right and what went wrong, and it's not like he's making excuses or anything. Appreciate the openness.
Yeah, I do too. So it'll get interesting. Hunter Brown is 100% going to be in this rotation, obviously. Spencer Arrighetti has pitched his way into being a 100% guy and possibly an all-star. If you're looking for a game to go to in this upcoming series, Arrighetti versus Skeens is set to be the matchup on Wednesday. Burrows is pitching Tuesday. Tang is pitching on Thursday. So if when you get everybody back, that'll get interesting, Seth, especially if it's only a 5-man rotation. Arrighetti and Hunter Brown are locks. I think Imai is a lock if he keeps pitching this way, obviously, and I think his contract makes him, probably able to withstand a couple stinkers if he has them coming up here. Mm-hmm. So I think Imai is going to be in there. And then it gets interesting. I think Burrows is probably in there. His last outing was really good. His numbers for the season aren't that great. But again, I think sometimes you got to look at the GM made a big trade for him. They're going to give him every chance to ultimately fail if he fails. I don't think he's reached that point yet. And then Lambert has pitched okay. Tang has pitched really well. I mean, Tang you feel like has got to be in there. And then you got Javier coming back possibly here. Like it's gonna get pretty interesting with what I would imagine this will be a Joe Espada and Dana Brown collaboration when it comes to deciding what to do with the starting rotation here coming up. I would imagine it's going to be GM and manager probably collectively deciding that. They're not going to put that all on Espada to decide that.
Well, that's generally the way it goes with everything. Yeah. It's just it's not. Yeah.
Yep.
There's people have the perception that Dana Brown just sends down the lineup and that's all there is to it. But even though that might be the case sometimes, that's they have discussions about it.
Yep. The Astros, wouldn't have guessed this, #1 in the ABS. ABS has been a huge topic in baseball these first couple months. They're #1 offensively. The Astros hitters are the most successful in challenges percentage-wise, which is amazing because Cam Smith has challenged more than most of the other guys combined, most of the big guys combined.
Yeah.
And he's only at like 40%. But as a team, they're at 59.4%. Paredes is one of the handful of guys in the league that's still perfect. I think he's 5 for 5, which is no surprise at all. He's got the best eye on the team.
Mm-hmm.
Here was Joe Espada yesterday on the Astros process and why they're so good with the ABS system.
Yeah, and we actually do a lot of work on behind the scenes on showing our hitters, umpires where they're missing. We actually have, who's behind the plate today, where are the areas where he misses. So we are creating, a way for the guy just to be aware of this is when, this is the best time to do it. This is the pitchers who are missing and they're not being challenged. We should be aggressive and challenge. So we have a really good process in place where I think the players are benefiting from it.
Yeah, the umpires, man. You got to. That's really interesting to me. And you pulled up the numbers on who the bad umpire.
Well, yeah, the bad and there's a big gap between the best umpires and the bad umpires. Like the best ones are at like a 30% overturn rate, whereas some of the bad ones are at like 66% overturn rate.
You know what's interesting about that? I wonder sometimes if there's a little bit like with a guy like Cam Smith, who's challenged. Last I checked, I don't know if he had any challenges over the weekend or not, but when going into the weekend, he had challenged 15 times, and he'd had 6 successful ones. So exactly a 40% success rate in challenge. I think that's 40%, if I'm not mistaken, thereabouts. And so he had not had a good ratio, and he'd been challenging a ton. I wonder if for Cam, I would love to know who the umpires were when he was making the challenges where we're like, why are you doing this on an 0-1 count in the 3rd inning? Like, why
right.
Are you doing it blindly just because you were told via the studies that this guy's just a bad umpire, and that if you challenge him, you've got a better chance of doing it? Is he doing it based more on the information he's getting than what his eyes are seeing on that pitch?
I guess the biggest thing is, okay, that's a positive that the Astros, other than Cam Smith, are good at it as batters, but the catchers have a lot more challenges, and the Astros are abysmal with their catchers. They're 26th overall in their challenge rate as catchers.
Vasquez had a better weekend, though.
Vasquez is getting better.
He's getting better.
Yainer was a mess. Yainer started off like 0-6 or 0-7 at the beginning of the season. There's a lot. As much as it's a positive that the Astros batters are good at that, the catchers are where you're going to have the most potential to get an edge, and they haven't been good on the season.
Do you think Yiner gets his job back when he gets back from the injured list? Like his start, like he's going to be on the team, obviously.
Man, the pitching improvements have coincided with Vasquez being out there
100%.
And I don't think so. Yeah.
I don't think he does. Well, I mean, yeah.
He'll be out there,
yeah.
But I think Vasquez gets more than
Vasquez.
Than
whereas before, like if you had 7 games in a week, Yiner's probably catching 5 of them, and Vasquez is catching 2 of them at the beginning of the year. You got to flip that around. At least to where Vasquez is catching most of the games, like 4-3 or something like that. He's got to be catching a majority. It's not a coincidence. I don't.
I mean, the biggest difference is it's okay. Vasquez has come off of his red hot start at the plate. Because then it was a no-brainer. If Vasquez is going to have 1,000 OPS, then slap him out there. But Yiner is a much better hitter than Vasquez.
He is. He hadn't shown it, but he is. He's a better hitter. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Texter, I hate that there's a stat for ABS. Why? You got to know who's good at it and who's bad at it. I don't mind that we've got.
I like that it's an area that you can gain an advantage if you're good at it. So that's where I'm cool with it. And you want to be able to. You also want to be able to get rid of some of the really awful umpires, and that's what's going to start happening over these next couple of years. There's some of these guys that just flat out you've got pitch by pitch data, and the public knows about it, and damn it, they're not going to stand for it. Some of these guys will retire even before baseball has a chance to fire them because it's embarrassing.
Yep. All right, coming up next, Adam Schefter said some things about C.J. Stroud on Friday that got people a little hot and bothered. And the question, can C.J. Stroud trust the Houston Texans? We will have that for you coming up next. But I can tell you what you can't trust out there if you're a guy who's looking for
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we got to tell this to Lopez, Seth. The texter just texted in and said, on the national show on your station over the weekend, the host was making fun of stations who make a big deal out of OTAs.
Oh, yeah.
So apparently they used two examples. Titan fans, I guess, were going nuts because some undrafted dude made a great catch in OTAs.
Yeah.
And they also used, it says, this texter is saying they used Sports Radio 610 Lopez without using his name for the promo of Lopez making a big deal out of who was lining up at center for the Texans at OTAs. I know, I remember that promo. I remember it vividly. It was an outstanding promo.
What was Lopez saying?
That was the thing he was most intrigued by.
Okay.
It was one of these promos from like the 5 days leading up to OTAs. And Reggie's asking him, well, what are you going to be most intrigued? And John and Lopez did what he does masterfully, which is like, oh, it's center. It's got to be center. That's just a fact. He didn't say that. I'm just giving him a hard time. But they actually played audio of Lopez on the. If they played audio of him, that's a win for Lopez.
It's weird. There's a need in sports, and we do it. We all succumb to it, but it's for whatever reason, with sports media, gets really annoying. Is that somehow like we all work in an industry where we're talking about sports, which is the most meaningless of all things that you can occupy your time with, and yet somehow we figure out a way to criticize people for what's actually important and what you should be excited about or talking about. Like, just have some self-awareness, you clown. Whoever that was criticizing Lopez.
That host?
It's all nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, yeah, because you no, it's more important that we talk about this other meaningless aspect of life.
This is the most important nonsense that there is.
Yeah.
And you're talking about mundane nonsense.
Yeah.
Lopez.
Get over yourself. Go back to college. Get a degree that matters.
Yeah, all right, so this was C.J. Stroud last Thursday talking about his contractual situation.
Yeah, I mean, I let my agent handle it, and, if it's time to do it, then it is. If it's not, my job is football, so that's what I focus on, is just getting better. And I think I've held my bargain up on that edge, so, whatever happens. I'm excited to be a Texan this year and, go from there.
Okay, so we played that umpteen times now. We know, everybody knows where we stand. Yeah, he's held up his end of the bargain in improving and getting better. He's excited to be he's excited to be a Texan this season, which is the exact same thing the Texans have been saying about him. We're excited to have CJ this season.
Right.
We'll see where it goes from there.
And either that any different way you want. I just think my first knee-jerk reaction was when he said, basically, I've held up my end of the bargain. That just felt like, oh, wait a second, that sounds like somebody who feels like he deserves a contract. I don't think that's what he meant, and I don't think it's fair to interpret it that way based on the actual, where he had already said, my agent handles all that stuff. I'm focusing on my job, which is improving, and there you have it.
Yeah.
It does not feel like a contentious situation.
At all.
I don't think.
Now,
it's hard with CJ because it's not like he always has the most kind of like upbeat type of mannerisms and everything. If you didn't know the way CJ operates, you might read into the body language and say like, well, I don't know, he doesn't look all that enthusiastic about this. Like, it's just kind of the way he talks.
I think with the haircut, though, I think he's got better energy about him, I think.
It looks more like he's all business or something.
Yeah, just with the ball cap. I don't know. He just looks.
I think that, honestly, the hair, I think it made him look younger than in some respects, maybe as a quarterback. There's certain.
Maybe it's more mature.
Yeah,
something like that. I don't know. I think he looks good. So that was CJ on his contract situation.
Oh yeah, no, I think he looks good. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out exactly what if it's because again, talking about things that are nonsense and don't actually matter, or whatever. When people are talking about the perception of him and everything, the haircut might actually matter with people's perception of him.
Yeah, maybe. So why are we talking about this? Well, Adam Schefter said this on the McAfee show on Friday. In an offseason where it feels like this contract extension for CJ is going to be a next year thing, that's what all signs kind of point to that. Here's what Adam Schefter is guessing.
The Texans are going to pay C.J. Stroud. What's going on? I picked up his fifth-year option. What's the deal there? Is he getting paid before the year starts?
My guess is he does.
Oh.
That's my guess, that they've been paying their players, and if I had to guess and bet on the Texans and how they handle it, I would say that C.J. Stroud gets paid this offseason, and I would say by the time the season begins, C.J. Stroud has a new deal. That's my guess. That's my hunch. We'll see if it plays out. He got his haircut this week. That was big, too. Or at least he showed a new haircut to people. I thought it looked very good. C.J. looked very sharp there with that new haircut.
Okay,
yeah,
so
he discredited himself at the end there, man.
He made it clear. He said guess twice and hunch once. So he was going out of his way to say that this is a guess. Not that some of these Nugget Hussies don't categorize inside information they have as educated guesses.
Right,
sometimes.
yeah, there's times where they don't want to actually report something, but there's times where it's more informed than
they
just
know
a guess.
things. Yeah, they know things. This is why I think he is 1,000% guessing on this, was what you just pointed out, Seth, at the very end, where he said C.J. Stroud got his haircut this week.
Yeah.
And he got his haircut back in February. I don't think Schefter's been paying any attention to the Texans other than the fact that they've paid a couple guys, like Nico Collins got a raise and Will Anderson Jr. got a huge contract. Because the other thing he said in there is, well, they're just paying all their guys. They're paying all the guys that went to the Pro Bowl or were all pro or in the top 5 at their position by some metric. They're not paying, at least it doesn't appear. Maybe we'll be back who just threw 4 interceptions in a playoff game and has been very up and down the last 2 seasons.
I guess the perception that they're paying everybody, it doesn't do justice to the fact that, but they also have a lot of really good young players on their team.
Who deserve to be paid.
That's different than just paying They didn't pay Henry To'oTo'o.
Right.
It's not like to take Schefter, and I know he didn't mean it literally, but they're not paying everybody. They've paid a few guys that they really feel strongly about.
Yeah, this part of this segment is just my warning label for anybody taking what Schefter said on the McAfee show as informed. Now, I am guessing on this too. I don't know. I don't have any information that would dispel, that would contradict Schefter. But he just doesn't strike me in that 30-second clip as somebody who's been super plugged in on the Texans this offseason. An organization that's very tight-lipped, as we point out many, many times.
But to be clear, also, it doesn't mean that they're not going to pay C.J. Stroud.
No.
It's just that it's a random guess by him.
It's a guess.
And or a bet. Yep. So if he thinks there's a 51%, really, Adam, I'd say 55% before you make I don't know if Adam knows about the VIG or not. But he thinks he thinks based on all the tea leaves that there's a good chance. I think there's a chance. I think it's more likely that both sides just play it out. But I wouldn't be blown away with shock if there was one. I just think that it also would end up being one of those things where it's a shorter term deal and the overall money might be great as a lot of the other contracts, but that it's going to be way more guaranteed money.
The percentage
as a percentage of the contract. Yeah.
Yep. This was is it Rich Ornberger, Seth? Is that his first name? Yeah. He was a former offensive lineman in the NFL. He was on with Jason McIntyre on the football podcast that McIntyre hosts. He's part of Colin Cowherd's team over there. And that brought up an interesting question. Does C.J. Stroud trust the Houston Texans?
Here's the question that C.J. Stroud needs to ask and answer honestly himself. Do I trust the Texans? If I take less, am I their guy? And if the Texans, and this may be the Houston's front office fault, this may be the coaching staff's fault, if he isn't 100% bought in and trusts that he's their guy going into the future, well, then he's going to hold this team hostage like other contract negotiations go with other quarterbacks across the league, where he says, no. You can tell me until you're blue in the face how you're going to build around me, but I don't feel like you're that invested in me, so I'm going to get that back. It's really going to come down to whether or not he trusts this front office.
I think, you know what, the more when I listened to these guys talk on this podcast a little bit, I felt like there was something lost in the almost like they were trying to talk their way through the way normal negotiations work. As far as CJ trusting that the team likes him, like, okay, well, if he's not happy with the contract they give him now, it's not like that's going to be the thing that means they're gonna give him a huge contract or whatever it might be. For me, the trust is more, define less. What is a lesser contract that he takes? If it's something like Jordan Love, who got a nice contract and the average per year is good and everything, but it wasn't as much guaranteed money as like a Trevor Lawrence. It's not about, clearly the team is committing to you for the next few years. It's more about, does the quarterback trust that the team is going to do everything right to be sure that they have a good offense?
Yeah.
And that they have people around him. Because there could be a side of this whole thing where, CJ just feels like he wants to be absolutely certain and doesn't mind waiting an extra year because let's just see how everything plays out and we'll revisit it then. I don't worry about whether or not – I don't think he's not worried about whether – if the Texans give him – a healthy contract that he's willing to sign, that's enough trust in the form of money expended.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of just what's that actual number.
I do think it's a fair question. Look, since CJ got here for the last 3 years, the offensive line has been in multiple teardown modes, you know, and then so that would be the part. It wouldn't be so much just like, hey, I'm taking this much less money. Do I trust you guys? I mean, I guess it is part and parcel of that. I'm really specifying a position group. Like, you look at the way they've attacked the offensive line in trying to build that for CJ, and the offensive line has not played well in whatever iteration it's been. That might be the part where if I was CJ Stroud that I would have the biggest trust issue, is them putting together the group that's supposed to protect me and my physical well-being.
Well, and there's another part of it, though, too. Part of it is that, you always have to reset and remember, okay, wait a second. Quarterbacks don't have to be treated differently than other position players. I know that's the trend because everybody was bowing down at the altar of quarterbacks and just getting one any way, anyhow you could get a quarterback. But maybe the organization doesn't trust you as much as, say, the Rams trust Matt Stafford.
That's the question.
Sorry about it.
We're sitting here talking. We're sitting here hashing out. Does C.J. Stroud trust the Texans? Do the Texans trust C.J. Stroud?
Right, yeah, and there's not if just by you can make explanations and excuses and everything, but the fact of the matter is, C.J., for whichever reason you choose to explain it with or whatever, the sum total of it is no, he hasn't played as well as the best quarterbacks in the league. So why should the Texans feel like somehow, because he's a quarterback, we got to be sure we give him a Trevor Lawrence contract?
Yep.
The Texans aren't beholden to that. No NFL team is. And there's been a little bit more sanity in the last couple of years in the way teams are treating him. The last round of stupid money given out to quarterbacks was Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, all of that. And just things have stabilized since then. There's not the quarterback salaries haven't kept skyrocketing since then.
CJ's is the one that everybody's got eyes on around the league heading into training camp in a month or so. So we'll see. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop today. This was an interesting question that a reporter asked Robert Saleh, and I'm curious how people feel. I might have to tender poll this one. You can turn off one thing for the entire season for your team. No turnovers or no injuries. Which one do you choose? We have Robert Saleh's answer. I've got my answer. We'll see what Seth thinks. We'll do that coming up next.
C.J. Stroud addressed his contract situation. Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, final segment, Payne and Pendergast. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Reggie and John both out today. Luke Morrow and Chris Partee are in for the fellas. And Figgy is here. So 1/3 of In the Loop is here, and Reggie and John will be back tomorrow. Looking forward to talking to Luke and Chris during the toss. Robert Saleh, new head coach of the Tennessee Titans, Seth, was asked in a press conference at OTAs last week, you can turn off one for the whole season for your team. No injuries or no turnovers on offense. Here was Robert Saleh answering the question.
Random internet debate. If you could turn off one for a whole season, would you rather turn off injuries or turnovers?
Turnovers.
Is it close? Any reason why? What's the tiebreaker, maybe?
Turnovers to me is the number one indicator to wins and losses in all the history of time. San Francisco last year, we were one of the most injured teams. We still won 13. But if you don't turn the ball over, you're probably going to win a lot of football games.
I think that's the correct answer if you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
It is, well, yeah, I mean, it's just that standard. That's still I tried to find some evidence that, because sometimes you'll see, okay, games lost due to injury and everything. The teams that do well in making it into the postseason and everything tend to, on average, have better injury luck too. But because now this is the one exception that I might make. But even with that, I couldn't really find a strong correlation. Anywhere near, not near the level of turnovers. This is the thing. What if you're on a team that's already a Super Bowl favorite and you've got an awesome quarterback and a horrible backup quarterback?
Yeah.
I feel like that flips the table a lot there.
Yeah.
And again, because I tried to go through this hypothetical, Sean, because then you're wondering, but you get to play a version of football where if you're not worried about turnovers, you're just flat out. It's turnovers the blanket answer. If you could eliminate turnovers completely, to which usually people say, well, how come you don't then just run the ball every time and make guys carry the ball, and never throw any risky passes or anything.
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous hypothetical to which the ridiculous answer is turnovers.
My other favorite stat that people like to say, well, why don't you just do blah, 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 is when they say, when
they run the ball 25 times
when they run the ball
more,
at least 30 times, they run. So why not just hand the ball off 30 times?
Because you're running the ball in the second half when you have a lead. You're playing a team that can't stop the run at all, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
So, I think that's the one part. I'll peruse what the stat nerds are saying. I'm guessing if you've got a really good quarterback and you've got a Super Bowl caliber team, you could say, okay, no turnovers would be great, but we're not doing anything, even if he doesn't have any turnovers with this guy as our quarterback.
Yeah, this is the only
with the backup. As our quarterback.
I think the nerds would say I think the nerds would agree with Robert Saleh. That if you have a team that has 0 turnovers the entire year, now if you get to the Super Bowl, you can still lose a game without having turned the ball over. The tournament is a one and done. So you can have there's plenty of teams that have lost games without turning the ball over. The thing with me is that, to me, injuries are the most demoralizing thing in sports for your team.
Yeah.
I think certain injuries are even more demoralizing than certain losses during the season. And we had a season a couple years ago with the Texans. Remember all those injuries on the offensive line, and Will Anderson goes out with an ankle injury, and Tank Dell breaks his leg, and CJ gets concussed, and I can go on and on. It's football, so guys get injured all the time. Stingley a couple years ago, that kind of thing. Those are demoralizing things to me. And the Texans are a good enough team, and I think it's kind of where you were going with your point before about if your team is good enough, then maybe I just want the injury insurance.
Yeah.
And that got me thinking, okay, if we played in a season, the football gods came in and said there will be no injuries to any team this season. Everybody will remain healthy throughout the season. How would you feel about the Texans' chances of winning a Super Bowl as a fully healthy team in a fully healthy AFC? Because let's face it, the AFC was topsy-turvy last year in no small part because of injuries to Lamar Jackson and to Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow and other prominent players that aren't quarterbacks along the way as well. That's the only reason I would say no injuries for me is because it is such a kick in the junk when a good player goes down for your team, especially a good player who goes down for the season or an extended period of time. I would almost take my chances on the turnover thing, and with my team being fully healthy, to not have to go through the depression of the injury bug. What feels like once the season gets rolling, every week there's something.
Okay, the Bills set the record for fewest turnovers in a 17-game season with just 8. Wow. The record in a 16-game season was 8. So the Bills in 2024, let me check the record book, did not win a Super Bowl, to the best of my memory. And but now Josh Allen in the playoffs in 2024 didn't throw any interceptions, so I don't know how many fumbles they had. I can't remember off the top of my head any of the things that. So they stayed healthy with Josh Allen, didn't have any turnovers in the postseason, and still didn't win a Super Bowl.
I think the other thing too.
So who's more valuable in that season for the Bills? You know what, with no turnovers,
I don't know. The other thing too, if I'm picking turnovers. You get to the playoffs where it's a one-and-done thing and teams have lost games without turning the ball over. I might pick turnovers knowing I have a defense that's going to turn the other team over at least 2 or 3 times probably.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
If I have 0, I need to know that it's not 0 for me and 0 for you. I need to know, this is guaranteeing me a +2 or +3 turnover margin.
Yeah, but my knee-jerk answer 100% of the time would be turnovers. I'm just open that these days – the stat nerds will probably have 29 reasons I'm wrong, and it's an idiotic. It's caveman football for me to think that it's as simple as that. Especially because if Saleh said it, especially people love to jump on him and try to claim that he's just being a big meathead.
Yep.
Unfairly
so. Yep, unfairly. 8 kids, Robert Saleh. He has time to do the analysis on turnovers or injuries, spending time at the soccer fields and things like that. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, the people on the weighing in on the text page, 100% injury, even with all the CJ turnovers in the New England game. If we had Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins healthy, we might still win the game.
But if he doesn't throw 4 interceptions, it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, you could have us at wide receiver.
4 interceptions. They still had a fighting chance. They still had a chance of winning that game in the second half, despite having 4 interceptions in the first half. They had a lead in that game. Until he threw a pick 6.
Yep.
That's I don't know. I think that goes to show you the power of the turnover might supersede a Nico Collins and a Dalton Schultz.
That's right. Okay, so there's a texter who's sticking up for Schefter, who is when Schefter in that clip that we played in the previous segment said that C.J. Stroud got his haircut this week. They said that's got to be an old clip because he also said C.J. got his haircut this week. And that was well over a month ago or longer that he got his haircut.
That's our point. It wasn't an old clip.
It wasn't an old clip. That's what I'm saying. Don't give Schefter the benefit of the doubt that
he was on the McAfee show on Friday, and he said that.
That's right. That's what
you know how old it is? It's 72 hours old.
Yes. And so, it was not an old clip. It's a current clip of him saying that after C.J. Stroud's press conference on Thursday.
That was our whole point, was that it was...
He maybe came in late. Yeah. Or they just don't listen very well. It could be one of those things. It could be one of those things. A lot of offensive lines look really bad when you have a quarterback that holds the ball way too long because they take longer to read the field. I think a lot of quarterbacks that release the ball quickly coincidentally make their offensive line look a lot better. Is CJ culpable in making this offensive line look worse than they actually are?
No, he made them look better than they were this last year.
I thought so, too.
That was no. Yeah, that's right. I don't know why.
And maybe this guy's not talking about CJ. I don't know. But
I don't know because we haven't been. Check the area code. Is that a Kansas City area code?
No, 832.
Oh, okay. That's not really related to anything we've been talking about, really, is it? In the last.
Well, we mentioned the offensive. We were talking about the offensive line when we were talking about CJ trusting the Texans.
Oh, okay.
I said he might not trust them because of the offensive line the last. couple years.
Last year it was CJ making the offensive line look better than they were in past. That's why I was getting annoyed midway through the year when people were seeing that CJ's sack numbers had gone down. And some people were acting like all of a sudden this was like the 1990s Cowboys offensive line or something. CJ did a much better job of getting rid of the ball when he needed to get rid of the ball last year. And early in the year he was getting rid of it really fast, out of necessity at times. And it balanced out in the second half of the season to where he showed some good judgment about when he had to get rid of the ball. So I think CJ made the O-line look better than they were last year in pass protection. If you look at all these O-line stats are dicey, but the ESPN win rate on pass protection and everything was still pretty damn low for the Texans offensive line. CJ's sacks went down because he got smarter about when to take hits and when to take sacks.
Yep. Would you rather have...
And the O-line did improve in a lot of regards. It was just a lot of it was on CJ also.
Yep. Would you rather have Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz for the Patriots playoff game or have Stroud throw 0 turnovers in that game?
They could have won that game without those 4 interceptions.
Absolutely, they could have.
Yeah. And in a game where, of all the games, honestly, I feel like the Patriots game is the worst game to bring up because those weather conditions were not conducive to good offense on either side of the ball.
No.
Yeah, so I don't, I feel better with 0 turnovers in that game.
I would too.
Because they had 5 turnovers, remember?
Yep.
You know how hard it is to win a game when you have 5 turnovers? It's damn near impossible.
Yep. Yeah. What was the other? Yeah, Woody Marks had a fumble in that game. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Empirically, statistically, the right answer to the question is eliminate the turnovers and just work with whatever the roster is. I just get more emotional about the injuries. If there's something out there that can remove the depression and the stress that I get when good players get hurt, or if I knew, Seth, imagine back in the day when Jadeveon Clowney was here and he was a really good player for the Texans. If you had a no injury guarantee going into that season, we're not worrying every time he gets up off the ground that he's going to be getting up like he's Fred Sanford or something like that. You know?
Yeah.
It would be nice stress to have out of my life. Is it counterbalanced by winning a Super Bowl? Maybe, but that would be nice not to have that degree of stress.
It's a stupid hypothetical, though, too, just because I don't know.
Of course it is.
I guess I'm going into it thinking, wait a second, I have this superpower where we're not going to turn the ball over anymore. But I guess it's if you're looking at it at the end of the season and you have 0 turnovers, and if you have a defense like the Texans especially, you've got a really good chance of that's the kind of team that can. But you can't have come by the 0 turnovers by just playing super conservative football all the time and just being desperately, never putting ever putting the ball in harm's way.
Someone's saying this whole thing's a good argument for robot players. That would be cool.
Yeah.
Robot players, yes. The Texans had an entire season.
Yeah, robots will never break down. That's
Be careful. Don't piss off the robots, man. Might be
the
working
robots
for them.
the robots will. But the fear is that they'll break down in such a way that it's like they accidentally release all the nuclear weapons or something. That's the big thing.
That would be bad. That would be
opposed
bad.
to humans who never make stupid mistakes when it comes to war.
No, not at all.
So what they always say is nothing more clear. The clarity of war,
Dude,
I think, is the expression, right?
The robots don't even know who was on the Texans practice squad or not from earlier in the show. So, yeah.
If you turn, though, since 2020, teams that have committed exactly 5 turnovers have gone 3-30. It's that hard to win a football game when you have to turn the ball over 5 times.
You remember one of them?
Yeah, that was the Detroit Lions.
Indeed. Yes.
Now, did they have was it 5? It was 5 interceptions, right?
Right, 5 interceptions. Yeah.
There might have been another turnover on top of that, but I don't think so.
I don't think
there weren't
there
enough possessions.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, because they scored 30 in that game, I think, or 26 or something like that. So, yeah, a bunch of field goals in that game.
If it's 5 or more turnovers, it's 7.9% winning percentage.
God, can you imagine committing 5 turnovers and still winning the game? Chris Partee, Luke Morrow, they are in for the fellas on In the Loop today. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2, Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
The sum total on that, though, at the end of the day is I still feel like if you're definitely one of the best teams in the league, and if you've got a great quarterback, I still might say, all right, it's still not a guarantee that you're going to win a Super. Like teams with awesome turnover margins lose all the time in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think my best chance there, if I'm like the Rams or somebody, is to say no injuries.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Chris Partee, Luke Morrow, gentlemen, how we doing?
Doing well. Happy Monday. Good to see you guys again.
Did you guys have a nice weekend?
Yeah.
It was
good
hot.
weekend.
It was hot.
It was very hot.
It was hot.
Yeah, very hot. Right. This is the start. We spent a lot of time outside this weekend, and this is the start where I was like, from now on, only indoor activities.
Inside,
June.
huh?
Yeah.
It's brutal. brutal.
I went to Drunk Pirates this weekend.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that to Seth earlier. Yeah. I went to Drunk.
How was it?
It was good. It was an offshoot of Drunk Shakespeare. Have you ever been to Drunk Shakespeare before?
You're gonna have to explain all of this. I don't know what you're talking about.
Drunk Pirates. I texted you about it.
I know you did, and I still didn't know what you were talking about.
Yeah, Drunk Pirates.
You're like, hey, I went to Drunk Pirates.
Yeah.
Cool.
What is that?
Didn't even reply.
Oh, man.
He was that disgusted with it, I guess.
Bewildered.
Yeah. No, have you heard of Drunk Shakespeare before? It's a bunch of... Okay. It's a bunch... Okay. It's a bunch of local actors that get together and perform Shakespeare, but they drink while they do it.
Oh.
They take 5 shots before the before the show. Well, a couple of them do. Some of them don't. But they're drinking throughout. And as is the crowd.
Pirates.
Yeah, and so this is an offshoot of Drunk Shakespeare. It's like Pirate Tales.
Yeah.
But everybody's drunk.
Okay.
And it was really fun, and they let a couple of audience members be the king and the queen pirates sitting up on the stage, and we get to control the show. I say we because I won the bidding for that.
I was going to say, why were you not?
I bid on it, and I won I was not going to lose that bidding to be the king and the queen pirate. So I had a little bell. They were feeding us shots as well. I had a little weird. I had a bell, and anytime I wanted to change what was going on the stage,
that's cool.
I could just ring the bell, and I'm like, "No, you get in there." And
so they kind of improv their way,
Yes.
like they drunkenly improv their way through Shakespeare.
Yeah. But this was pirates.
That sounds fun.
This was These are like pirate stories.
Now, Sean, how many shots and of what did you get in?
Oh, did I take or did I?
Yeah, how many shots did you take? And of what?
I probably took. Well, they give us a bottle of champagne too once we were the king and the queen. So we drank the champagne. Okay. I probably had like 4 shots. Okay. Not too many. It was like a 90-minute show, no intermission. It was really good. I had fun. A lot of fun.
That sounds cool. I always thought the Drunk Shakespeare thing was like, it sounds kind of lame. But when you describe that of being on stage and having
rowdy, man.
it's cool. It actually does sound fun.
It's a very intimate theater. Oh, and I remember the only reason I was texting you about it, Seth, was because the cast, several of the cast members are fans of the show and the station.
Oh yeah, I've always that's why I've always been a big supporter of Drunk Pirates.
For the last 18 seconds, Seth has been a huge fan of it.
In that case, it does sound great. I take back what I just said.
It was fun. I meant to tell this to the audience before. We had a really good time.
No, it does sound like a lot of fun. Yeah. I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah. It was a good time. Okay, boys, what is the question of the day?
Yeah, we went sort of low-hanging fruit. Instead of anything that happened this weekend, we thought, well, summer's officially begun. School ended at the end of last week.
Yeah.
So what's the worst summer vacation you've ever been on?
Okay.
As a kid or an adult?
Okay, mine took place 4 summers ago. Amy and I go on a road trip every year in July, usually for about a week. This particular one was 2 weeks long. And we just get in the truck and we drive in a different direction every year.
Mm-hmm.
This one, because we're trying to go to all 50 states. So this one, we got in the truck and went through West Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, to Vegas. Vegas was the ultimate destination, then came back through Utah, Colorado, and down that way. Crossed off a lot of states. I got COVID somewhere between Albuquerque and Sedona, Arizona.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Somewhere in between there, I got COVID because we were only in Vegas for like 3 nights. The first 2 nights I was in Vegas, I was in bed. I didn't leave the hotel room. It was a bad case of COVID, man. It was really bad. I'm assuming it was COVID. I didn't test or anything. I'm assuming it was COVID. But I think I know exactly where I got it, too. We went to a Mexican restaurant in Albuquerque, and the nacho bar was like wide open, like a lot of people.
That might have done it.
Yeah. It's not going to stop me from getting nachos. I ain't scared.
You're going to go anyway.
Yeah, I went in, but that was mine, man.
COVID
You get
nachos.
COVID nachos, baby. Yeah.
That's trouble. I was going to say Golden Corral was the place when you were setting that up, but the nacho bars, those are dangerous.
And we asked a lady sitting in front of us at the Isotopes Space Cowboys game. We said, we went to the game. They're like, hey, where's a good place in town? She was a local. Like, where's a good place to go for some good Mexican food after this? And she recommended that. And I wish I kept her name.
So you got set up.
I could sue her.
You got set up is what happened.
I would sue her for me getting COVID.
Oh, yeah. I just, it was like the first time I'd ever booked an actual vacation as an adult, and I didn't know how much the vacations cost. So Brandon and I went on and it was the first cruise I'd ever been on. And I was like looking at the prices, and I was like, I can't remember. You got to remember, guys, this was like $1998. But I remember thinking like, oh, that seems like a lot. That's got to be a nice room or whatever. And we ended up, I I felt like I was in Guantanamo. It was no air, like hardly any air conditioning, no windows in this thing or anything. Brandy immediately realizes that she gets seasick, and there's no horizon to look at when you're in a bunker with no window. That sucked. That was
nowhere to go.
That was 4 days and 5 nights of misery. Yeah.
Were you married yet at that point?
5 days and 4 nights of misery.
Were you married?
We claimed that we were.
Oh, okay.
Because I also didn't know about the whole dining situation. So we get sat down at this table the first night, and it's this entire family and Brandy and I. Ooh. And immediately, like, all the women are shooting death glares at Brandy. Like what are you? It was a bad vibe.
Wow.
It was a really bad vibe. Well, because, Brandy's like a pretty young, it's time like 26, 27-year-old woman. And these women are all just like insanely immediately like giving Brandy the cattiest looks on earth.
Wow.
And it turned out that they were also pretty religious. So like they were going to say a blessing before dinner at this with everybody, including Brandy and I, which is cool and all. It was just like,
for sure.
It was very apparent very quickly that they were the worst kind of like overtly religious, though, is because you could tell these women were bastards.
They were judging.
So the father, the patriarch of the adult children, was like, so what's your story? So how long have you been married? And I'm like, we just got married.
Right on the spot.
Yeah, and
just now.
Yeah, or something like that. It was in such a way of like surely you're married or something like that. And I was like, oh yeah, we just got married. And well, where are your rings? And it went downhill from there. We ate at whatever the buffet was where you didn't have to dine.
Oh, you don't have to sit down with other people.
We never went back with those miserable people.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Now you got me scared. On the vacation Amy and I are going on next month.
Yeah.
The resort, we're going to Oregon, Idaho, and Montana. And the resort we're staying at on a lake in Idaho has a big 4th of July celebration where you can buy different levels of tickets to it. And they have buffets and the whole thing. It's so we bought a really good level, but we bought our tickets and they're tables. And so I'm like, oh, this is dicey here. I'm having they're like tables with 6 seats at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
So we're having to click. There's just 2 of us, so we're going to be sitting with strangers at these tables.
Gonna make new friends.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hopefully, yeah.
Other people that prefer to vacation in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, like we do. It looks really nice for what it's worth, but yeah. I always get nervous about that. Like, cruises are big with that, like sitting with strangers and things.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, sit together, be friends, learn something about each other.
I'm a folksy person, but there's certain times
I do like. Sometimes restaurants where you basically sit at, it's almost like a beer hall where you all sit at big picnic tables and everything. I enjoy that.
Yeah.
Because it feels a little bit more like, it's a more laid back environment.
It's less arranged.
And you're not stuck with them for a week.
That's right.
No.
You know?
Well, you were, okay, I missed that part. Sorry. You had to sit with them at every meal?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
I don't know what the deal was with this thing.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's how
brutal.
the cruises are. You get like a specific seat, and you're there every night for that fancy dinner each and every night with the same people around you.
Oh, my God. That's...
For better or worse.
Yeah.
To death.
Have you been on a cruise since then, Seth?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Turns you off, huh?
Scarred for life.
Well, Brandy, Brandy was seasick the whole time.
Okay.
Well, that sucks, too.
I guess I could spring for a room with a window next time.
And a balcony.
I love how you buried the lead. Like, it's the worst vacation ever because we had to sit with these people. Oh, yeah, and Brandy got sick the whole time. Like,
no, I actually said that.
Oh, you did?
That was the first thing I said.
Okay, sorry, I missed it. I was taking care of some things.
You like how you ignored the lead. Yeah.
Yes, my bad.
So, real quick before I let you guys go, because
drunk pirates.
Yeah,
drunk pirates.
Seth, I've been wondering because I heard this story, and Reggie will be back tomorrow, so this is my last chance. You told the story about with George Ezra in the stands before like a Rolling Stones concert.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever figure out? I've been wondering. You ever figure out who it actually was?
Yeah, it wasn't George Ezra because George Ezra would have been like 12 at the time of that concert. It was the Verve.
Oh.
And it wasn't the lead singer, it was the drummer from the Verve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They never really quite made it afterwards.
The Verve is my drunk pirates. I've never heard it before.
You've heard their most famous song.
I have?
Yeah,
Sing
Bittersweet
it.
Symphony.
Bittersweet Symphony.
It's a bittersweet symphony.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
But the quick backstory is they sampled the Rolling Stones, and the Rolling Stones didn't give them permission for that. And so the Rolling Stones sued them and took all the money. So that's their one hit.
Wow. Okay, no, they actually did ask for permission.
They asked for
permission, but they didn't have the Rolling Stones weren't in control of the basically
somebody else. Okay.
The company that runs all of it sued them, and it was like one little minor tweak that
So they lost all the money they would have made on their one hit.
Yeah,
he ended up winning it eventually. The lead singer of the Verve ended up winning it, but he didn't get back royalties on it. Now he missed out on millions of dollars from it. Yeah,
talk about a kick in the pants.
I wouldn't be able to handle that, man.
The only reason I corrected you was because it was basically like Mick Jagger and they basically said it seems like he should be allowed to have that. What's the big deal? And Keith Richards were like, but they didn't really. They claimed to not be in control of the lawyers in the company. That was
the Rolling Stones were actually pro Verve, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
they were on Verve side of the whole thing.
Which is what I prefer. I'm glad you corrected me because I don't want to put that out there in the Rolling. I think that's always lame. When Bob Dylan sued Darius Rucker for quoting one of his songs in the Hootie and the Blowfish. I always think that's lame when artists go after each other.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Gotta be unified.
Live and let live, man.
It was it was a big, long, whole thing that I spent too much time learning about. Yeah. They were, I guess, basically he asked permission from the artist, but those aren't the people that he should have been asking.
Yeah.
He shouldn't the Abco Records or something.
Record label,
like that.
yeah.
There you go. All right, boys, have a great show.
Appreciate you.
Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, antibodies and a bittersweet symphony to you.
Thank you very much. We are done. We are out of time. Luke Morrow, Chris Partee in for the fellas, Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. Figgy Fig is here. They are in the loop. And they start now.
That's right. Happy Monday. Appreciate you hanging with us. You can join the conversation over the next 4 hours on the text line, 713-572-4610, or on YouTube and Twitch as well. Like Sean mentioned, the guys will be back tomorrow. Reggie will make his big return after pulling off 2 weddings in 24 hours this weekend in 2 different countries, nonetheless.
Wow.
So I'm sure we'll hear all about that tomorrow, along with all of his whole trip in Italy and everything else. Lopez will be back tomorrow. He's got something going on today. So
lots of nuptials going on there.
That's right. Man. So regular show returns tomorrow, which is probably music to Figgy's ears. He's had to deal with me now for whatever.
Nah, man, I've been enjoying it, man.
Days. When he walked in this morning, he's like, "Oh, I thought they were back."
Nah, that's not true,
I thought
man.
The guys are back today.
No, you guys been doing an amazing job, man. Luke, you've been holding it down the whole time. So. Hey, salute to you, man.
Well, I appreciate it.
And we love being in here with you, Fig.
Yeah, no, I love y'all, man.
Appreciate you. Hey, as we talked on Friday when Lopez was in, this obviously was a big litmus test this weekend for the Astros. The Astros have been playing better baseball of late, but they were doing it against teams that were sort of floundering somewhat. So to come home and take on the Brewers this weekend was a big test against a team that had the 4th best record in baseball. And, the Astros 2 out of 3 this weekend, but the 2 losses, of course, were both competitive games. So, Chris, I just tee it up with the simple question of, if this was a big test for the Astros this weekend, do you feel like they got a passing grade against the Brewers here this weekend? Do you feel better about the Astros today than maybe you did on Friday?
Well, what are we saying? A passing grade is a D?
That's up to you. I don't know.
Is a D a passing grade? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. You still lost 2 out of 3. Yeah, you lost a competitive. You were competitive in both of the losses, but yesterday you got shut out. Mm-hmm. Your lineup had 3 hits for you. So, no, I'm going to say no. It's not a passing grade. I'm not going to give a moral victory here. You still lost 2 out of 3.
That's the thing. It's the moral victory, because I could see a lot of people, and I certainly understand it, pointing to, hey, this is a really good team. The Astros had the better run differential this week, and they blew them out on Saturday. Should have won. Should have, could have, would have won on Friday, but Abreu coughed it up in the 8th. And then yesterday, the difference was one swing of the bat, was a homer against one of the best, while you faced one of the best pitchers in the league in Mizorowski. Mm-hmm. So, you can make the case of, well, if this thing changed, if this was different, we could have swept or we could have won the series. It could have gone differently. But you can always make that case for a lot of games throughout the season.
Every game.
And I think good teams are the teams that do find those ways to win. Like the Brewers found a way to pull out that victory on Friday. They found a way to get just enough offense yesterday to get a victory. So it was a case of, the moral, if you want to get the glass half full.
That's fine.
I wouldn't so much. I wanted to see a little bit more from the Astros. And look, they hung with a good team, and the Astros are still getting healthy, so there's reason to be excited moving forward.
Maybe it was encouraging.
It was encouraging.
Maybe
I'll still say
encouraging
that.
is the word.
You still got to win games and beat good teams.
Exactly.
But it was encouraging, just like the last 3 weeks have been encouraging. They're, 10-6 in their last 16 games.
That's great.
So I've been labeled, as I typically am, as like a hater. I've been labeled as a negative fan last week by a lot of Astros people on the text line because I just wasn't as – I haven't been as high on the Astros' performance so far. We can't project how things are going to go. I think the Astros will start to play better baseball because, A, they already have, and B, they're going to get healthier. But they're also still 27-34 and back in fourth place in the AL West, 4.5 games out of first. You know, they're fourth place in a bad division if we look at the resume. They've been playing better baseball of late. I get it. But if we judge in the full season so far, the first 60 games, fourth place of a bad division, 8th worst record in the entire league, 6th worst run differential in the entire league. They're getting better. They're getting healthier, no doubt. But they're 10-19 against winning teams, where 3 of those wins came against the Cubs team in the middle of a 10-game losing streak. A third of their wins are against the handful of 7 teams that have a lesser record than them. And then I looked this up yesterday because I went to the game yesterday. We took the family. You know, for all the hate I might give the Astros, I've been to about 20% of their home games this year. I'm giving them plenty of money. I'll tell you that at least.
All right, forking it over.
Yeah, we're getting the $20 beers, just so they can try to keep Jeremy Pena next year.
Oh, you're helping.
Yeah, we're trying. So took the family yesterday and watched the Astros get shut out against, obviously, one of the best pitchers in baseball. But it got me thinking. So I went and I looked into this, and I thought, well, who's the best pitcher that the Astros have beaten this year? Because we do talk a lot about their offense. Who's the best starting pitcher the Astros have faced this year and won? So I went through the top ERA rankings. And the Astros are 1-9 against pitchers in the top 32, starting pitchers in the top 32 of ERA. The Astros are 1-9 against those pitchers. The only victory was against 24-year-old rookie Connerly Early of the Red Sox when they swept the Red Sox early this year, and he's 18th in the league in ERA, but he's also a rookie. That's the one victory. 1-9 against the top 32 starting pitchers.
Wow.
They've lost 2/3 of their games against winning teams. I can only judge you based on the 60 games you've played so far. Sure. You're playing better.
The future.
You're getting healthier.
Yeah.
But so far, you want to get excited over the last 2 weeks, that's fine, but I still don't think we're in a great position here, 7 games under 500.
Yeah, I mean, playing great and, playing great as of late and getting healthy is one thing, but we can't see into the future. We don't know what's going to happen exactly as we move forward. Like you just said, we can only judge you on the 60-some-odd games you've played right now, and you're still 4.5 out of first place in the division, in a bad division, and you're also still, 7 games under 500?
Yeah.
They're 27-34, something right. like that. So, yeah.
27-34.
I'm still going to go, I don't know what your grade is, but I'm going to go with not a passing grade right now. I mean, you just gave a bunch of context there as to, to back up my point there.
Yeah, I would probably give them a C for the weekend, which I don't think is good enough. It's
passing. You said passing, so I mean, C is passing.
Well, they've been an F at times this year, the Astros, and against good teams, but we got to be better than a C ultimately if they want to be competitive this year.
I'm going to say D+, and for me, I'm going to say that's not passing right now.
Okay, maybe a C- then for me. I really wanted them to win the series, and they had a chance, and Abreu comes in and walks the first 2 guys, and, I've defended Joe Espada, but I didn't really like the idea of bringing in Abreu in that spot. He's been pitching well lately, but in low leverage situations.
Yeah.
They bring him in the 8th. He walks the first 2 guys through, I think, 10 out of 12 out of the strike zone, and he coughed it up for you. And then I get the idea, but you put Bryce Matthews in for Taylor Trammell for defense, I think in the 8th inning.
Yeah.
And then it's Matthews coming up in a big spot. In the bottom of the 9th, you leave him, you have, had him loaded and couldn't get anybody in to win the game.
Doesn't work out for you.
So Friday was a tough night. But I will say on the positive side, Ime did look a lot better. I think yesterday might have been Ime's best outing of the year, even better than the no-hitter.
That's a win.
And that certainly is a win because he's moving in the right direction and he's pitched better in recent starts. And most importantly, he's throwing a lot more strikes. That's the big thing. He's throwing strikes on over 60% of his pitches the last 3 outings, and that's what got him in trouble earlier this year.
Again, encouraging. All of that is encouraging, but you still got to get W's.
Yeah,
you got to win series.
That's the whole idea, that it is encouraging. They're playing better baseball the last 3 weeks, getting guys, we presume, back healthy this summer, including Josh Hader in 2 days. On the text line, someone said it was a good loss vibes. Hold on, I'm trying to understand this text. In quotes, he put, it was a good loss vibes, shaking my head. So I guess he's against the whole idea of
a good loss.
the more
victories, as we talked about, yeah.
Which I do agree with. It was a promising weekend in one regard, but at the same time, you also, if you want to actually compete, you got to be able to beat good teams. They found a way to lose Friday, couldn't scratch across a run yesterday, and they dropped 2 out of 3 at home. But I will tell you that there are reasons to be optimistic. Of course, obviously, they're playing better. Teams are getting, or I should say the Astros are getting healthier. If you go back and you look at history, the 2005 Astros on this date, they were 7 games under 500, made it to the World Series that year. If you go back just a couple years ago, 2019, the Astros, or I should say the Nationals, 7 games under 500 on June 1st, went on to win the World Series.
Hey,
so
not impossible.
No, not impossible, especially in a bad division. But when you look ahead to the trade deadline, the other concern is, look, the Mariners are starting to play better baseball lately now, just like the Astros. And when you look at the deadline, the Astros really don't have a farm system to try to go out and buy pieces, where the Mariners have one of the better farm systems, and if they want to go
they can make moves, yeah.
They can make moves. The Rangers are in a bit of a desperate spot. Maybe they'd be a little more desperate and buy, especially with Chris Young probably GMing for his job there. And then the A's, they have the pieces to sell. Or I should say to buy. They have the pieces to buy. I don't think they will, because I think they still have their eyes on Vegas. They feel like they're. I feel like the A's think this is still.
They're in transition. It's
This is all gravy.
Exactly.
They're ahead of things. They just want to be good in Vegas, and if they can make the playoffs in the meantime, that's great.
That's great.
So we'll see.
It's a bonus
for sure. So as we look ahead to the trade deadline, I think the Mariners, who are already in a better position. The A's, if they want to be. Baseball Reference only gives the Astros a 7% chance of making the playoffs as we sit here currently today. I think that's too low. If I've been too negative on the Astros,
it's really low.
I think Baseball Reference is too negative. And obviously that's all analytical and off of equations, but 7% seems low in a bad division. That's just me. The Astros were this is the text line. The Astros were very competitive this weekend, and the pitching staff has immensely improved, but losing that game on Friday is what gives me the idea of giving them an F for the weekend. I like it. A realistic fan. Espada blew it with his decision. This is another texter on Friday. His decisions have cost us several wins. Injuries have nothing to do with his stupid decisions. I've defended Espada, but I did not like some of the moves he made Friday. Another texter, still got to fire Espada and Brown. And then a follow-up on our previous text. They said, correct interpretation of my text on the good loss vibes SMH. So we got that right. But a little more negativity on the Astros coming in the text line today compared to the end of last week with all the pushback I got. How would you grade the Astros weekend against the Brewers? Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. Just getting started on this Monday. When we come back, who or what are the Texans more loyal to? We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
Early returns out of Texas. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 60.
Yes, sir. You are in the loop here on a Monday. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Figgy Fig, though, on the steel wheels, holding it down for us as always. The guys will be back tomorrow. Reggie and John return tomorrow. You'll get your normal. Reggie will have plenty after being away for
lots of stories.
2 weeks. Stories and takes, I'm sure.
Yes.
Because you can't keep him away from everything that's going on. I'm sure he's been building all the analytical takes and breakdowns and everything else, and he'll come in. So stay tuned tomorrow for not only the stories, because props to Reggie, I'm pulling it off. A wedding in Italy one night and a wedding in San Antonio, I believe, the next night, if I have that correct.
Goodness.
Yeah. Crazy.
Right?
He's a much better friend than I am. I don't think I would bother doing all that.
Somebody's wedding would have been missed.
Hey, I bet you wore the same suit.
You think so?
That's a good question.
100%.
Yeah?
Yeah. He wasn't getting 2 suits for this.
That's a good question. We'll bring it up to Ron later. Can you wear a suit?
Yes.
And this ain't just no suit in 2 hours.
Right.
Because Italy, I'm sure he was in that suit for a few hours.
Right. That's true. And then you're traveling. Then you're
drinking and all that stuff, having a good time, dancing.
Throwing it into a bag, getting on the plane, pulling it out of the bag, throwing it back on in another
He ain't take
place.
this to a dry cleaner or nothing.
It's true.
He ain't had no time.
He ain't had no time, obviously.
Yeah.
No, right.
24 hours.
He probably wore that suit on the plane.
Wore to sleep. He did everything in it.
See?
Just keep it clean. Keep it clean.
That's why I love Figgy. Even though I'm the fill-in, he's got my back. We'll bring it up to Ron later about the suit. Can you wear a suit back-to-back days without washing it? People were staying away on the dance floor in San Antonio.
Right.
But Reggie and John will be back tomorrow. Hey, I teased something, but we're going to call an audible, and actually, instead I'll ask you, does D'Amico still not get it? Get to that in just a moment. But I asked you, heading to commercial break, to grade the Astros weekend. Would you give them a passing or a failing grade? We broke it down ourselves there in the opening segment. On the text line, someone said, I would give the pitching a B+ or an A-. I think the pitching was very good this weekend against the Brewers. I would give the hitting a C. And I would give the managing an F. He is costing us too many wins with stupid decisions. Espada needs to go. Not bad overall. The pitching was very good outside of Abreu in the 8th inning Friday night. And the offense was good on Saturday, a little hit or miss, no pun intended, elsewhere. Also on the text line says C as well on the text line for the Astros weekend. And appreciate the kind words from Donna on YouTube. And also somebody else said on the text line, I appreciate this person. They said, Luke, you were right last week. Forget these guys. They didn't say forget, but I'll clean it up. Forget these guys. I'm getting my paper bag ready.
Uh-oh.
So that's someone who's really out.
We're going there already, huh?
Man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's only June 1st. They're already out. Paper bag time.
And somebody on the whole suit conversation said, quoting Clint, pretending to quote Clint, saying, just toss that suit in the dryer with a dryer sheet. Brand new.
Brand new.
That's all you got to do.
Stains removed.
By the way, before we get to D'Amico and the Texans, speaking of text messages that came in, Seth texted me a bunch during that opening segment to try to clean up the story he was telling during crosstalk. Because now that as I was thinking about it afterwards, I thought, I don't know if it'd make a lot of sense for the Verve to open for the Rolling Stones due to the whole lawsuit situation, even if it wasn't directly related to Mick Jagger and Keith Richards. So to clean up, to clear the air here, clean things up, Seth said he confused that lawsuit story with who actually opened for the Rolling Stones, which is why he said the Verve. He says, I have to clean these messages up, but he said, darn it, I messed up everything. I was mixing up the story in my mind. The actual band was the Licks, and I don't know who they are. Well, so the Licks, which is a fitting opener for the Rolling Stones because of their logo. But that was the band.
Though.
If you don't know the context of this whole thing, it happened about 2 weeks ago. Seth told a story that they went to a Rolling Stones concert about 25 years ago. The opening act came into the crowd and sat in front of Seth and his wife. And he told them, like, hey, you guys were great. You're really going to make it. Like, keep it up. And he originally thought it was George Ezra, who would have been like 10 years old when this all took place. So Seth said, like, oh, I'll have to ask my wife. I'll have to think about it. And I was listening at the time, and I was very intrigued. Who was this band? Was Seth Wright? Did they go on to have a great career? But he never told the story. He never told the follow-up. And so I figured this was the last chance on air for a while. Let me ask him. And so that's who it was. Anyways, long story short. I'm certain nobody else is interested but me. But it was the Licks was the band, and they did not make it.
But you got your answers.
I did.
You got answers.
Finally. Okay, moving right along. Let's get to the tease, the payoff, and the Texans. Does D'Amico still not get it, so to speak? We played this audio last week. I know the fellas talked about it on the drive as well. I took a lot of heat 2 weeks ago on the drive when I was putting more of the blame on D'Amico instead of Stroud in this offense. And I think this whole clip and storyline plays into it. Let's go back to D'Amico's press conference on Thursday and him talking about Will Anderson Jr.'s impact in these practices.
Yeah, Will continues to wreck practice. I'm probably going to have to sit him out here soon because we have to be able to actually practice. So he just keeps wrecking practice. So just keep doing that, keep causing havoc. That's what he does. And I was showing guys that's what he does on Sundays as well. So it's no surprise with Will is the guy for everyone to watch of the intensity at which we operate. That's how Will Anderson plays. That's how I want everybody to be.
That was on Thursday. We talked about it. We played that live here on In the Loop on Thursday, and then with Lopez and with Figgy, we talked about it afterwards, referencing that clip and Will Anderson and how he continues to blow up practice. But this kind of goes along with what I've been saying throughout this offseason of my concern for this team or D'Amico as a head coach. I think D'Amico Ryans is a great head coach. I think he's one of the best defensive minds in the league. I think he's done a fantastic job turning around this organization. I always have to provide that pretext because anytime I say something negative about D'Amico, I think people take it the wrong way on the text line. But my concern, which is my concern with every defensive head coach, this is not unique to D'Amico Ryans. It's my concern with every defensive head coach is their vast concentration or focus on defense and ignoring the offense. And that was the point I tried to make 2 weeks ago, that I think he's put training wheels on this offense the last 2 years, making it worse than it was C.J. Stroud's rookie season. And when we hear this audio straight year, I'm still worried about too much of an emphasis on the defense, which is already great, instead of making sure we're doing enough on offense to get that to where it needs to be.
Luke, I don't think you're wrong in saying that, but again, to highlight what you just said there, he's a defensive coach. Now, I'm not saying that he should not be, or by this point, we're going in to year 4 of D'Amico as the head coach here, that he shouldn't be more involved or more, just more enthralled within the offense, the offensive process, I should say. But again, we don't know that isn't the case this offseason, that he hasn't become. I mean, obviously he was asked a question there about Will Anderson. It seems like we didn't have the entire, or maybe he was. I mean, was he not? What was the question there? I'm sure there was a question there.
Figgy, do you remember what the lead up was? Did they ask him about Will Anderson, or did they ask him about the defense or offense?
Yeah,
do you remember what it was?
I can't remember. I'm gonna have to find it. Let me find it.
I don't remember either. We heard it live. I don't recall.
And this is just me assuming that he was asked a question to that, something to that effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
But again, you're not wrong, and it's one of those things that you kind of just have to live with a defensive coach, is that they're always going to be, for the most part, a guy that, for one, played in the NFL, was a defensive player, a defensive coach, and now he's a head coach. He's probably always going to skew more of his attention to the defensive side of the ball. He's been a really good coach so far. So you can't really, if there's one thing you can fault him for is that, yes, maybe he has put the training wheels on the offense. But most defensive coaches tend to do that. They want to run. They want to establish the run. They want to run the ball. Now, I'm not saying he shouldn't let CJ get out there and do more, because I think CJ can do more. I think sometimes this offense can be a little stifling for CJ. It has been a little stifling in CJ's development when you put it like that. But this is just something that I expect from a defensive coach. And I feel like you kind of have to be okay with that. You kind of have to I've come to expect that. I'll put it like that. I've come to expect that from defensive coaches. I'm not saying it's, that he can't change or that a defensive coach can't become more involved with the offense, but that tends to be the fail-safe there, is that a defensive coach, especially when it's a former player who played defense, that's going to be their calling card. I just kind of think you kind of have to You got to live with that sometimes.
Well, I've come to expect it. I'm not surprised in one regard, but I am disappointed in another in that we're still going through this. This was a big talking point last year. I know it was divisive for some Texans fans about the idea of, they thought we as commentators here on the air, some of us were being too soft and saying, like, let's make it a little easier on the offense. But we're doing this for a second straight year where the offense hasn't been good enough, and yet you're still allowing Will Anderson and a great defense to blow up the offense, each day in practice. We'll see if it continues throughout the training camp. And to say it, through the laughs and the smiling, like it's all just a hee-hee-ha-ha, big whole funny thing. Like, I think this is part of the issue when we talk about the offense not being good enough. And I know that's how defensive coaches are, but I also think that's part of the problem here. And I've used this analogy, Michael Scott Paper Company, where, they say it's the low prices. And a texter last week said, like, man, Luke has an Office reference for everything. Usually it's Seinfeld, but I have been on Office.
Love The Office.
I've been on Office run here the past week.
All right.
But the Michael Scott Paper Company, where, he says it's the low prices keeping us in business, and his money guy says, no, it's the low prices that are putting you out of business.
Yeah.
And so it's the defense that makes the Texans great, but it's also, in one way, the focus on the defense that is hurting the offense that might also be keeping the Texans from ultimately getting to where they want to be. So it's kind of like that, double-edged sword.
Yeah.
By the way, his question was about Will Anderson Jr.
Okay, I kind of figured that just based on how what the direction he went with his answer. But Luke and Figgy, let me ask you this. I mean, what is the solution then?
To adapt.
In terms of D'Amico becoming more, I guess, involved. But honestly, I don't know that he's not involved behind the scenes with the offense or hasn't become more involved over the 3 years he's been there. I mean, what is the solution to this?
That was a big storyline last year, too, that he was going to be more involved in the offense.
Yeah, he kind of stepped in the middle of the season when the offense was kind of struggling a little bit. And I think that was one of the reasons he gave the reins to defensive coordinator Matt Burke.
Yeah, right, to be more of a head coach and focus on both sides of the football. And look, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. This was OTAs. This was one soundbite. The offseason's just starting. But if this is something that's going to be continuing, then I think it's still the same conversations we were having last year, but 1 year ahead after more offensive struggles. And the old expression, you either adapt or you die. And if Texans don't adapt here and help this offense out, they might continue to come up short because the offense just isn't good enough. I think the best coaches, the best people in life really, are the ones that are able to adapt. And look, Bill Belichick is a defensive head coach and the greatest coach in NFL history. And part of the thing was, part of the reason why was because he was offensive thinking enough. I mean, they had that season where they went undefeated and Brady threw for almost 50 touchdowns, whatever it was, and they got Randy Moss and they threw the ball around the yard and he unleashed his quarterback a little bit. Belichick wasn't so stodgy or so stuck on the defensive side that even he was able to see the impact of a good offense. And I think that's important for these defensive coaches. Too many defensive head coaches, which is why I've always had an issue with defensive head coaches. Just focus on the defense, ignore the offense. You got to give enough attention to the other side of the football as well. On the text line, somebody said, no, D'Amico still doesn't get it. The defense has done this the last couple of off seasons where the defense completely dominates the practice and the offense does not get the time they need so they can prepare and get better. He lets his defensive ego get in the way of the team. Sort of along the line of what I'm pointing to.
So do they need to kind of take it back a little bit in practice with defense?
So that's basically what you're asking for is you want the defense to let up in practice. That's what that sounds like. How about the offense get better?
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because I know they ain't gonna be facing the Houston Texans all season long, but I feel like they are gonna play some tough defenses.
Yeah, so
eventually, so at least do something.
Yeah, I just think that for especially last year more so than this year. Last year, first time offensive coordinator, new offense. I compared it at the time to like a three-point shooter where when you see that first ball go through the net, then it really gets you going. Yeah. But when you miss your first couple of threes, a lot of those shooters, they're shot for the rest of the game.
It gets tough after that,
So when you can't find that rhythm early, it can really snowball for an offense, in this case for the Texans. T-Mill said, I believe the question. Appreciate you listening and reaching out. What are you seeing so far at OTAs from Will Anderson Jr.? And it's not so much the answer, but it's not so much how he answered it, but it's what the answer was. Yeah. Where it reminds me of Jay Gruden in Hard Knocks with James Harrison and the Bengals defense, where he said, like, hey, we don't touch the merchandise. Like, let's let up and allow he was the offensive coordinator, Take it a little easier in practice and let our offense be able to get into a rhythm this offseason. And the line he said was, don't touch the merchandise.
Offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Offensive mind. So, I mean, that makes sense. I mean,
it could make sense, but I still think it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard for me to see DeMeco Ryan saying, all right, you guys let up a little bit.
Yeah.
Give him something. And maybe he will. Maybe he can, remove his ego if that's what it is. It's just hard for me to see that happening.
What's best for the team as opposed to what's best for the defense? I don't know if it's getting getting curb stomped each day as an offense against this team. Hey, coming up, question of the day time. Summer has officially begun based off of the school year calendar. What's your worst summer vacation? As a child or an adult, let us know. 713-572-4610. We'll get to that next in the loop.
The Drive. 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What's the worst summer vacation you've ever been on? As a kid or as a parent or an adult trying to plan it? Let us know, 713-572-4610 on the text line or also on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll get to the best answers here coming up throughout. We'll also tell you our answers. I'm Luke Morrow, alongside Chris Partee, in for the fellas today. They'll be back tomorrow. Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, as always, holding things down. By the way, on the text line, as this continues to be a bigger and bigger story, somebody pushed back, said, I've been a huge Rolling Stones fan my whole life. I'm in my sixth, haven't missed a show since 1981. They said no band, The Licks, has ever opened for the Rolling Stones. He might be thinking of their tour in 2002, which was something like the Licks tour, something like that, 40th anniversary, whatever it was for the Rolling Stones. So now, even more pushback on the correction to Seth's original story is now trying to be corrected as well. So
Seth, we need more answers here, brother.
I still have no idea what band he was talking about.
Don't know what's going on now. Yeah. Goodness gracious.
Which the fact that it just
we
continues.
need to find that music or something, man.
Something.
Yeah. The fact that it keeps unraveling just makes it more enjoyable for me. And hopefully you're as interested in this as I am, because
and this band was called The Licks?
That's what Seth said.
Okay.
I haven't even Googled. I don't know if there is a band called The Licks. It does sound
I'm sure there is,
too on the nose to be an opener for the Rolling Stones. Where
that'd be perfect.
I do tend to agree with the texter that maybe the tour, Seth was trying to Google it, and instead saw the tour name, and who knows?
Well, I mean, this show that Seth is talking about, this was like, what, 20, 25 years ago?
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
Yeah.
So let's give him a break. It's been a little while.
No, for sure. I'm just curious who the band was, and if they actually did make it after, Seth told them they would. Very intrigued. I'm not going to drop it. But what is the worst summer vacation you've ever went on? I'll let you guys go first before I share my tales, and then we'll get to some of the texts and whatnot. But, Chris, as you think back, what's the worst summer vacation in your life? Because, by the way, we asked this because school ended last week, at the end of last week.
Did.
Kids are out for the summer. Parents are planning the vacations now. Hopefully it's a good trip this summer.
Hopefully.
But, Chris, what's some of the worst memories you have of summer vacations?
Comes to mind, or came to mind when you asked this question, or when you posed it to me earlier before the show. I was 10. My younger brother, 7 years old. We went to summer camp. I think it was like a week. This is in California. And he ends up getting sick, like maybe the third day in. I don't know what it was, food poisoning or whatever, but my dad ended up having to come get him. And then towards the end of the camp, which was fun, towards the end of the camp, I end up developing chicken pox.
Oh, no.
So now I'm going back home and I'm sick, basically, with chicken pox and, the whole calamine lotion and, got to stay away from people, all these things. Yeah, so that was what came to mind for me. As a 10-year-old, you go to summer camp, you're like, oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be fun. And then both of you get sick, you and your brother.
Yeah,
we both get sick somehow. Yeah, definitely not a good time.
That ruins any vacation.
That ruined everything.
It wouldn't be my answer, but it just sparked a memory of my brother. I think had like the stomach flu. We went on a trip. I have two older brothers. It was my father and the three of us. We went to, it was like a Boy Scout type of thing. We weren't in Boy Scouts, but it was something similar. And we went to like a camp out thing for the weekend, and he got like the stomach bug and was in bed the whole weekend. Ugh. And then I got sick once we got home, and then I gave it, because I was still young, I gave it to my mom. Like,
gave it the whole house.
Oh, it ruins vacation when a kid gets sick, especially, let alone. If you're an adult, you get sick, you might be able to power through your vacation. The kid gets sick.
It's over.
It's game over. And then it spreads through everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Figgy, what's your worst summer vacation memory?
So I got a couple of them. So starting as a kid, I was younger. I want to say maybe elementary school. We went to D'Amico Ryans ain't gonna like this one, but we went to we went to Bessemer, Alabama, where he's from. And I got family down there, so we drove down there. I think it was about a good 16-hour drive or something crazy like that. It was 5 of us cooped up in the Cadillac DeVille.
The Cadillac DeVille. I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, so we got down there. That wasn't the issue. The issue to me was, I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. So going to Bessemer, Alabama, that was country.
Culture shock?
Yes. It was no sidewalks. It was big old ditches. And the flies down there was biting. It was a bunch of stray dogs. And, I would try to hang with my cousin. and we were like running from dogs and all that stuff. That was, to me, that was the worst vacation ever. We was there for I think we was there for like 7 days. I want to say. So it was bad. I just wasn't used to being down in the country. Like, I can handle it now.
How old were you? What would you say?
It was elementary school, so probably
8, 9, 10, somewhere in there.
Probably like 7 or 8.
Oh, wow.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, you were really young.
Yeah, so I was out there, wanting to go outside. I'm used to going outside and all that stuff, but it was totally different. It was hot.
Of course it was.
Yeah, so it was bad. Another one, this is similar to yours, Chris. I want to say this was after my 6th grade year, so maybe around 2001, 2002, somewhere around there. And I got chicken pox. I got chicken pox, and to make it worse, it was around the 4th of July.
Wow.
So everybody outside having a good time, fire cookout.
You in the house.
I'm in the house sick.
Oh, man.
And people don't know, like, chicken pox ain't just bumps around.
Nah.
You feel weak.
Yeah.
It's tired all the time, and the bumps, they ain't no cute little red bumps either. They just like bumps that never go away, man. It was bad. And then as of recent, I want to say this was maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, I tried to do a staycation for my wife's birthday here in Houston.
Yeah.
So I'm like, you know what, let's get a hotel. We could do a dinner and all this other stuff. So I decided to get a hotel. I'm not really I'm pretty easy going when it comes to hotels. Yeah. Like, I'm not the 5-star or no hotel type deal.
You're not tripping too much.
So
Sound like me.
Yeah. So I ain't really do a deep dive into this hotel. And it was a hotel downtown. I think it was the A-Loft or something like that.
Okay.
And the room wasn't bad, but the issue was it was crowded at the A-Loft for some reason.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody was having a house, some type of party next door. So the whole time you just hear boom.
Wait, right next door to your room?
Yeah, you just hear the music going.
That's the worst.
And you hear people loud in the hallways, and
they was doing the most.
I had to pay for parking every single night and all this other stuff.
That.
So to make it even worse, we didn't even stay there. We just went back home.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so money wasted on the hotel.
That stinks.
So it was that bad then?
It was bad to the point she was just like, nah, we could just go home.
Are you the type of person that would call in that noise complaint, or do you just have to suffer through it?
I'm not. I never did that. Oh, you that type?
I'm snitching. I don't care.
Yeah.
You're disturbing my peace. I'm calling. If you do it now, I'll give it some time. But if it gets to a point to where you just doing a little too much, y'all all out in the hall being loud, I'm calling y'all in. I don't care.
Yeah.
And I don't care what nobody say about it. I'm calling your ass in.
Yeah, we were just like, man, let's just go back home. I just spent all that money just on the room.
That's the point right there.
I think I got like 2 nights. So
how many was y'all booked for?
I think we were booked for like 2 nights.
Okay.
They only stayed 2 hours.
Yeah.
You stayed
Not
2
even
hours?
that. I think we stayed for like an hour, man.
Oh, it was that fast?
Yeah.
You don't know how long that party's going.
Oh, man. I thought maybe it was a few hours,
but
half a day.
See, my wife don't play, man.
She don't play around?
Nah, she was just like, nah. Like, she check everything in the hotel, so.
So when she ready to go, like, she's done?
Yeah. Now, we tried to chill a little bit, and she was just like, we could just go back home.
Can't do this.
Yeah. So
but, honey, they have an indoor pool here.
I would have called them in, man.
Yeah.
I would have called them in.
And see,
that's just me, though.
And see, I got food because I thought, a hotel downtown was good. Because I think every hotel
downtown.
Yeah, so I thought it was kind of good. But nah, this hotel was kind of a little bit on the ghetto side.
A little on the ghetto side.
They had a full-blown house party next door.
Yeah, see,
people loud in the hallway screaming and yelling and
see
all
that
this other stuff.
Nah, man.
Yeah. So
I would have called the people, man.
Yeah.
I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, keep it to your room at least.
Yeah, at least stay in the room. You need to be in the hall for.
I guess maybe this me. I never understood hotel parties. Like, especially as a grown man.
People love them, though.
Yeah,
people
I used to love them as a kid.
Yeah.
As a kid, we used to love trying to go do a hotel party and all that. But as a grown man, I'm like, why y'all trying to have a party at a hotel, man?
Yeah, you just walk out when it's over. You don't have to worry about someone, like, trashing your house or something, Yeah,
it's awful, man.
Yeah.
That's too funny.
On the text line, a similar theme to a couple of your stories. Someone said, when I was a kid, we drove to Colorado from Houston with my dad, stepmom, 2 brothers. And then, I don't know what this means. Brady niece? I would thought that was a misspelling, but he said it twice in the text. Anyways,
Brady niece.
Yeah, Brady niece.
All right.
My brothers and I got deathly ill, and our niece got us into trouble the entire time. It was a disaster. Yeah, anytime someone gets sick, that's the it ruins everything.
But then you got somebody getting you into trouble. Like, what was she doing?
I know.
Damn. That's what I want to know.
We need more details.
Text her. What was she doing? They got y'all into trouble.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Dad sent me to Columbia to visit cousins in 1989 before I went off to boot camp.
Uh-oh.
Man, they were still going on with the like Columbia.
Columbia. I'm guessing.
Yeah, that was still
like
the
Columbia,
hype.
South Carolina.
I mean, that was, I guess, kind of towards the end of the Pablo Escobar era, because I think Columbia now is pretty touristy.
Yeah,
But
very. Yeah.
back in '89,
I know
it was still kind of
like the hype.
Yeah, the block was still hot during that time.
The block, the country was hot.
Yeah,
it was all hot.
That's a little
the
scary.
Worst summer ever. I was asking for summer vacation. Someone just said worst summer. I was on the bike trails wearing nothing but tennis shoes and shorts and big poison ivy.
Oh man,
we're talking about vacations here, not just worst summers.
Repeat that real quick. Wearing nothing but what?
Tennis shoes and shorts.
Okay.
So shirtless.
No, they weren't naked. They weren't buck naked. They had shorts on, but no shirt, and they fell into a pile of poison ivy.
Still ain't good. It didn't end well.
Yeah, for us, it was a lot of road trips. We only the only time I got on a plane was to go down to Florida a couple times, maybe. But it was always road trips. And props to my parents. I didn't appreciate it as a kid, but I understand it as an adult. It was always like educational road trips.
Yeah.
So we went to Washington, D.C., because I grew up in the Northeast. It was a drive. And we did all like the touristy stuff of the history and all the presidential things and seeing like the monuments and going to the museums, all that sort of stuff. But as a kid, you hate that. And it's hot and it's muggy. It's the summer in D.C. And I was so miserable. And we did like a duck tour of Washington, D.C. and they were pointing out all like the history and everything. And again, I was in like 5th or 6th grade, whatever. You don't care about that stuff. I don't care what happened to the president in 1889. Yeah, you don't appreciate it. And so there's a famed story that my dad always tells, but we were on the duck boats, and the guy's going on and on about who knows what. And I was sitting away from my parents, and they looked over at me, and I said, "Who cares?" And my father still
Wait, out loud? Like you did, like really loud?
I think that kind of under my breath to them.
I don't know.
My father still brings it up to this day. He laughs about it. Oh, I was so miserable. I was like, enough of this history stuff. My friends are going to like baseball camp and stuff, and we're learning about George Washington's wooden teeth. It was miserable.
Luke's a little ornery, man.
Yeah, it was hot.
Have fun.
Yeah, come on.
That ain't fun. I'm learning about this in school.
Hey, Luke was like 10. He wanted to turn up. Yeah. Luke was trying to turn up.
Our vacations were just, it was summer school.
We take field trips to stuff like this.
Right, exactly. Enough of this. And then real quick, the other one, last time I've been on a cruise, we went in college on a cruise, but it was March. And the waters were still rough. Everybody on the boat got seasick. They had to tape barf bags in every hallway because it was a disaster until we got to the Bahamas, and then it was warm enough and nice enough. But we left from Baltimore, and getting out there the first 2 days was brutal. They had to close the pools on the boat. It was real rocky. You're laying in bed swaying.
I was going to say
terrible.
Those waters must have been really rough if this was a cruise ship.
Yeah, exactly.
And everybody was getting sick.
Yeah, it was bad. I haven't been on a cruise since. Let us know. Keep sending those in. Worst summer vacation, 713-572-4610. Somebody said went to a house during the middle of a Texas summer with no AC. It was 80-something all day, every day in that house.
No fun.
Yeah, that's not a good vacation.
Not at all.
Get your money back. Coming up, we got to go around the NFL. We'll do it next. It's in the Loop.
C.J. Stroud addressed his Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Figgy Fig on the other side of the glass. Well, let's go around the NFL nonetheless. Today could be somewhat of a big day in the NFL because it's June 1st. And due to the salary cap ramifications and whatnot, certain guys are more prone to be moved after June 1st, including A.J. Brown, who we'll get to in just one moment. I know the fellas this morning were saying that in Cleveland they're talking about could Myles Garrett be somebody who now suddenly gets moved this summer? So there's some names to keep an eye out for. Brandon Ayuk is another popular one. We could see a little more movement in a couple months. Matthew Berry, who used to be with ESPN, he does all the fantasy football. He's got his own site now. Somehow I got onto his newsletter, so he sends a newsletter like every morning.
Somehow?
Yeah.
You don't know how it happened?
I don't know. And I just stay on it because it could, every once in a while it's valuable. A
Might
lot
have
of it
something,
is
yeah.
just fluff. I actually ran into Matt Berry in an airport like a year and a half ago. And he kind of blew me off. But anyways.
Did he really? Oh, man.
What a jerk.
What a jerk.
That's right. He was in a rush. I think he missed his flight, to be honest with you. Anyways.
Should have had time then. He missed his flight.
Well, he was still trying to make his flight, and then I saw him. His gate was like next to mine, and don't think he got there. Anyways, that's besides the point. The story, though, he put out an article today in my inbox that had a couple of names that could be guys that get cut post June 1st. He had Tank Dell on the list. I would find that hard to believe. Obviously, I know the national narratives can be different than the local narratives when you follow a team on a day-to-day basis. I would be really shocked, though, if the Texans were to move on from Tank Dell. I don't buy that opinion from the national writer Matthew Berry.
I mean, did he give reasoning for what was his
reason? It would
reasoning?
save the Texans $4 million, and because of Tank Dell's injury history, maybe you just kind of cut bait and save some money at this point.
Okay. Nah, that doesn't feel like the case. Not down here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
It doesn't feel like that's going to happen right now. No.
Almost seems like the opposite. Almost seems like he's he needs to be counted on.
Yeah.
Hopefully he is healthy so he can play a pretty big role in the offense. But the bigger name and the bigger story is A. Brown, with the trade rumors still circulating involving the New England Patriots. I know you were looking into this earlier. What's the latest? Do you think A.J. Brown, you think finally, now that it's June 1st, we'll see him get moved to the Patriots this week?
I mean, it almost sounds like it's pretty much imminent, like it's going to happen, according to Adam Schefter and others.
Right.
Apparently, he was saying that the teams had not really touched base in weeks, according to him. But talks are back on, and it really sounds like this is going to happen. Now, whether it happens in the next couple days, I've also heard that it could happen within the next 24 hours. So I got to go with, I think it's going to happen. And it sounds like it's definitely going to be the New England Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's really no other team that I'm hearing about. Like, it's going to be the Patriots, or it's Patriots or bust, is what it sounds like.
That's certainly what it seems.
Yeah.
And for the Texans, from a Texans perspective, the Patriots were just in the Super Bowl last year. Everyone, or most people, myself included, expect the Patriots to take a step back this year. They don't have the easiest schedule in the league.
Yeah.
But you add A.J. Brown to Drake May, that
and they like to push the ball downfield a little bit. So, there's something there.
Statistically, he was the best downfield passer last year, Drake May was. So if you're a Texans fan and you're thinking like, we got the Chiefs over here, we got the Ravens and the Bills to worry about. If the Patriots add A.J. Brown, that's another AFC team that is improving on paper.
So that's 4 teams that the Texans now legitimately, and they may have still legitimately had to worry about the Patriots anyway, but you add A.J. Brown to that offense. Wow. Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yeah.
So we'll see if and when it does happen, but it's been like the most, the worst kept secret.
Yeah.
People have been talking about it for months.
It really has not been a secret, and it sounds like it's about to happen soon.
Yeah, now that we reached June 1st. Officially, happy June to everybody out there.
June.
Hey, OBJ, I forgot that he was even, still around, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. He's hanging in there.
I thought he retired.
Right?
Not officially.
Working out for the Giants today. Second time he's worked out for the Giants this offseason, apparently. He did not play in the league last year. He only played about half a season 2 years ago. obviously started his career with the Giants, and they had a receiver just go down with, I think, an ACL. So they need a new wide receiver. And OBJ working out for the second time with his original team. He also said he wishes he never left the Giants to begin with. Do you think OBJ winds up in the league somewhere this year? Could OBJ wind up in the league somewhere?
As of today, he's 33 years old. By the time the season starts, I believe he will be 34. Or actually, in November, he'll be 34. If he didn't play last year, it's going to be hard for me to see someone taking a chance on him. And I think the Giants would be the team because you go there, maybe you can end your career as a Giant. He just said, he never wanted to leave. So maybe he can end his career as a Giant, with the team that drafted him. All the highlights he had. I mean, those first, 4 years of OBJ, some of the best we've seen as far as receivers go.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it would probably be the right thing for him to go back there, but, I mean, I'm not counting on him.
He's interesting because he had 5 great years and then just kind of fell off the face of the earth, right?
But a lot of it was injuries.
Yeah.
I think he's had 2 ACL tears and surgeries, at least 2.
I think that last one in the Super Bowl, he had a really good year when he was with the Rams,
right? Yeah, that was 2021, 22,
yeah,
21. Yeah.
I think that was the year the Browns traded him, I want to say, right?
Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah. He had a pretty good year, but he hasn't been the same since.
No.
Because he kept getting hurt.
He has not been the same.
Yeah. The Giants also, by the way, OBJ was with Harbaugh for a year in Baltimore.
In Baltimore, yeah. So there's a relationship there.
There is.
It seemed like they just might be trying to do him a solid a little bit.
I think so.
Maybe.
Because it is kind of sad if he did go out like this. So maybe they might give him a chance to, be back in New York and all that type of stuff, and then that'd be a wrap for him.
Yeah. Or, just kick the tires. Just see if there's anything left there. Kick the tires, but it's nothing too serious or imminent.
It doesn't hurt to work him out, right?
No.
You're not losing anything by working him out. And let's see if he has something that can, that he can give us this season. Something.
Right. They're also working out today former Texans legend Braxton Berrios, who is trying to find his next team.
I thought I seen something where he signed, where they officially signed.
So maybe he was the one that signed. Schefter had the tweet this morning that Juju Smith-Schuster, OBJ, and Braxton Berrios were all trying out or working out for the Giants today. So maybe I guess they chose Berrios.
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing something here from the last hour that the Giants have signed receiver returner Braxton Berrios.
But oh boy, sorry OBJ. That's no good.
Yeah, I mean,
his girlfriend would have loved New York, Braxton Berrios, that is, but they broke up, I believe, within the last few months.
Yeah, maybe she comes crawling back.
Yeah,
he's in New York now.
He's in a big city.
I'm just saying.
All right,
that's the Big Apple, baby.
That's right. OBJ is still out there. Nick Bosa took shots at NFL owners over field changes for the World Cup. And I'm in the camp of the players on this stuff. Like, I dislike some of the international games for the same reason, where they go and they put these guys, they preach about safety all they want, but then they force the teams to play on short weeks and, now playing on Wednesdays and this and that, 3 games in 11 days and whatnot. And then now this whole thing of certain football stadiums having to adjust the turf and the field surface to accommodate the World Cup. Right with the NFL season coming up, and it could put some of these guys with all that change and what it's like when they have concerts.
Yeah.
And then after the concerts, the grass is all torn up. And it's like, you're not really putting our best interest at the forefront. So I tend to agree with Bosa's overall sentiment.
NFL owners never have and never will really truly care about about player safety. We hear it all the time. They talk about it, but like you just said, the 3 games in 10 or 11 days, stuff like that. The adding of, we're going to add an 18th game here soon. It's going to happen. That 18th game is going to be added. And then the turf thing here, they don't care about the player safety, and I'm tired of hearing about it from the NFL because we know you don't care. And this is just another example of them showing like, we'll roll out the red carpet in terms of, the fielding and turf for the World Cup. But for our own players, we don't give a damn. Just go out there and play. We pay you, go play.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, MetLife's been a big issue, too, with the playing surface there and all the injuries. it continues to be a problem, and we'll see what the World Cup's impact. World Cup, of course, coming to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk about that in a little bit because we have the grand opening this weekend of downtown, the grand opening of downtown Houston. Talk about that later. But I do tend to agree with Bosa. It's part of the reason why there's a handful of reasons why I don't like these international games, but that's one of those. And now it's happening with the World Cup as well. As we continue to go around the NFL, DJ Moore, who signed with the Bills, or was traded to the Bills this offseason, said he admitted to growing pains currently with the Bills and his new offense, but he's confident, quote, it's going to be perfect later. I bring this up because I said this last week. I've been saying this since the schedule came out. I think there's no better time to play the Bills than the Texans are in Week 1.
Yeah.
You have a new head coach in Joe Brady. You have a guy in DJ Moore who's supposed to be a big piece for this team who's still trying to figure things out. Even so much, we played the audio last week of Josh Allen saying, like, hey, the only game on my mind when I was looked at the schedule, the only thing was Week 1 against the Texans. Yeah. I haven't played well there. I have to play better. And look, he's a great athlete and one of the best quarterbacks in the league, but maybe there's some mental warfare or think the next 4 months about that first game at the Texans, and instead of spending 1 week thinking about it, maybe 4 months thinking about it can get into his head a little bit. So for all these reasons, now DJ Moore is saying, like, hey, this is a work in progress. We're still figuring some things out. I think the best time to get the Bills is Week 1, which is what the Texans get to do.
Well, it's apparent that the Houston Texans have become a bugaboo of sorts for the Bills and especially Josh Allen, right? Yep. That's what it feels like. What is he, 1-4 the last 5 against them, something like that? I think he's 1-4, or just in general, I think he's 1-4 against the Texans.
Yeah.
His record's pretty bad.
They beat him crushed him. The last 2 years, he had 2 of his worst games statistically of his career.
Yeah, so I think I'd agree with you. The best time for the Texans to get the Bills or any other team is going to be early in the season, especially if we're already hearing about DJ Moore having issues with getting with the offense and growing pains, blending in.
And they have plenty of time to figure it out, but yeah, they're going to be a more well-oiled machine Week 17 than they are Week 1.
Oh, yeah, by far.
And then lastly, here on Around the NFL, the Vikings announced their new GM hire over the weekend. It's Nolan Teasley, who was the assistant GM for the Seahawks. What tickled me a little bit is the fact that if we run through the last 12, 24 months, Vikings sign Sam Darnold. Mm-hmm. He has a great year. And then the former GM, Kwesi, decides not to re-sign Sam Darnold to go in on J.J. McCarthy.
They didn't buy in fully.
Also, loans go because they don't want to pay him as much as the Colts. So Darnold goes to Seattle, leads them to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Kwesi, the GM of the Vikings, initially makes it through. The Vikings didn't make the playoffs. Their season ended early January.
Yeah.
He seemed safe. He even goes to the Senior Bowl.
Seemed safe.
But I think what might have been a rash decision, the Vikings ownership saw Darnold go all the way to the Super Bowl, and they said, okay, this is just, maybe an emotional decision. We got to get this guy out of here. How did he not bring back Sam Darnold? He went to go win a Super Bowl elsewhere. So they fire Kwesi, and then who do they hire to replace him?
Of course.
Somebody from the Seahawks who was the team that hired Sam Darnold. It feels like this is all Sam Darnold related.
It is. It definitely sounds Sam Darnold related.
He has cost another GM a job.
But hey, I mean, you got to give him credit. He left what seemed like a pretty good situation for him in Minnesota. They weren't fully bought in. He goes to Seattle in year 1. Now, we're not going to say it was all because of Sam Darnold. They had a pretty damn good defense, too.
Yeah, very good.
Lots of weapons on offense, but he was still the quarterback leading the charge there.
Yeah, and he did play really well.
He did play well, yeah.
But I'll say this, hindsight's 20/20, of course. I still, to this day, I have no issue with what the Vikings did. I had no problem at the time. I would have done the same thing and go in on
Let
J.J.
Darnold
McCarthy.
Go? Yeah.
And if McCarthy doesn't work out, then that's the problem. The problem wasn't that you let Darnold go. The problem was you missed on your first-round pick of J.J. McCarthy.
But don't they got Kyler Murray now, too?
They do.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
It sounds like he might end up playing.
But I'm sure he
That's
will.
what it sounds like.
It's the whole, surgery was successful, but the patient still did. I think the Vikings made the right choices, but it just didn't work out in their
I'm going to start using that.
Right.
I like that one.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, coming up, the biggest mistake the Astros have made. I'll let you know what it is next here in The Loop.
Early returns out of Texans. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
The biggest mistake the Astros made. I'll let you know here on In the Loop. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. You can join the conversation throughout 713-572-4610 or on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Before we get to the Astros, let's clean up a few things from hour plus. I referenced in the first segment about the Astros' record against top pitchers. Somebody said, wait, what? They beat Shohei Ohtani. What about that one? You are correct. The way I did it was I looked at the top 32 pitchers, starting pitchers for ERA. And Ohtani should be on that list, but he wasn't because he doesn't qualify. He hasn't pitched enough innings. Yeah. So that's why he didn't show up. But you are right. They did beat Ohtani, and he would be labeled as a top-tier pitcher.
Yeah.
So 2-9 against the top 33 starters in baseball. But even in the Ohtani victory, it was a 2-1 victory. So they did enough to win, no doubt. You know, yesterday the Brewers only scored 2 runs and beat the Astros. And they did get the win, and they beat Ohtani, and they deserve credit for that. But, squeaked out a 2-1 victory. But props to the Texans. You're right. I forgot about that. That was about a month ago. So 2-9 to the top 33 starters. And then, furthermore, I told Seth about I've been laughing at his text coming in. He's very upset with himself and very frustrated. But I told Seth, I said, hey, some rabid Rolling Stones fan on the text line says there's no band, The Licks, that has ever opened for the Rolling Stones. There was a tour called The Licks, The Licks Tour. And Seth said, I've lost all credibility. So then he went into the text line himself to respond to that rabid texter. And Seth said, I've botched this story so bad it's making me question everything. He said the concert was in Phoenix in 2023, I think, but who knows? And then he responded a minute later. He said, wait, 2003. I meant to type 2003.
Oh, my goodness. It's a rough day for Seth, man. Hey, Seth, go take a nap, brother. Go. It's been a rough morning for you.
Yeah, and I feel bad because I brought it up. Now I sent him down this rabbit hole. Somebody else said on the text line, they said the best part about all this is Seth is deep in research for the rest of the day to try to figure out who it is.
An even deeper rabbit hole has been dug.
So sorry, Seth, and maybe more importantly, sorry to Mrs. Payne for taking up the rest of his day trying to solve this. But I still am very curious, so I hope we get to the bottom of this. Whatever band opened for the Rolling Stones when he saw them in 2003.
We need answers.
Yep. And then lastly, on the conversation last segment, people we got multiple texts saying about the Bills conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, the Texans were saying the same thing about Stafford and the Rams last year in Week 1. Which is true. They lost that game, and we were saying that, like, this is a good time to get them. Still a good time to get them. Yeah. I mean, the Rams went on to have a really good year. That was probably the best time. I'm not telling you they're going to beat the Bills, but I'd rather face them in Week 1 than any other game or any other time throughout the season. I think that's your best chance than later in the year, or a better chance.
And they've also been very good against the Bills of late. So
yeah,
you also got that on your side.
And with that loss to the Rams, they did only allow 14 points, so it wasn't like Stafford and the offense was,
I am kind of curious to see how they would have faced the Rams later on in the season once the defense was really rolling. Yeah, because the defense, even though they only gave up 14, they wasn't really in the groove like they was later on in the year. So I am curious to see how they would have played against Matt Stafford later on.
Around like week 10, week 12, somewhere in there, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, best on best. I mean, best defense against statistically, like what was the best offense there. Later on in the season, like when they were both in their mid-season when they're form, and in their prime, instead of Week 1. So that is the downside. Like for a casual football fan, you probably don't want Bills-Texans Week 1 because you want them to be at their best mid-season, instead of what is somewhat of like a warm-up is too loose of a phrase, but when they're still figuring things out. Like Belichick always used September to figure things out. Andy Reid's done that in recent years where they struggle in September, turn it on. As the casual football fan, you probably want Bills-Texans primetime slot like Week 8 or 9.
Yeah.
But as a Texans fan, you'll take it Week 1. Hey, biggest mistake the Astros have made. For me, when you look at the way things have gone the last 3 years, this is a big picture thing. It's firing James Click. And that might seem obvious. They fired him, after the 2022 World Series, or didn't extend his contract, whatever it was, however you want to phrase it. And now he's with the Blue Jays. I think that's the obvious answer most people would probably have, or a lot of people would have, because we've seen how the direction this team has gone in the 3 years since with Dana Brown at the helm. Really, I just wanted to use this as a reason to shoehorn in what the Tampa Bay Rays have done this year, because it really is wild, and these numbers were going viral the last couple of days. And Click came from the Tampa Bay Rays. Mm-hmm. That's why you went out and you got a James Click, because the Tampa Bay Rays are always innovating. And they're having a great season this year somehow. They were not expected to have a good year. They had a down year last year. They're 36-20. They have the best record in the American League, and they're also against teams. They're over 500. I think they have the best record against winning teams in the AL, unlike those Yankees who have hardly beaten a winning team this year. So the Rays have been doing really well. But what's really fascinating about how they've been able to build this team at the top of the American League is that they're bucking all of the trends and kind of doing the opposite of what the rest of the league is doing. Nowadays, what's baseball all about? Right? Launch angle.
Analytics.
Exit velocity. Home runs. The Rays this year, and I know numbers don't always work great on radio, but stay with me here for a moment. The Rays this year are last in barrel percentage and hard hit percentage. They're last in average exit velocity. They don't hit the ball very hard. They don't square it up all that often. But they have the 10th best offense in the league. How do they do it? They're 27th in balls in the air, too, by the way. That's fourth worst. So forget launch angle and trying to lift the ball. They have only one batter slugging over 500 right now. So how have they built the top 10 offense? Well, they're first in the league in contact. And they're the second hardest team to strike out. They're also third in steals, first in extra bases taken, so they're a very aggressive team and a successful team on the base paths. Last time I looked at that stat, which was about a week ago, the Astros are actually last, by the way. The Astros are the worst base-running team in the league statistically. And the Rays, like I said, first in contact, second fewest strikeouts, third in steals. So in a day and age when baseball is all about three outcomes, don't worry about strikeouts, just hit home runs there. The Rays are doing the opposite. They're hitting the ball in the air almost as little as anybody in the league. They're putting it on the ground. They're using their speed. They're making contact. They're forcing the defense to make plays. And, look, there's going to be some regression to the mean because their BABIP, as I call it, batting average on balls in play, is much higher than the average, and that's going to regress. They've had a little luck, a little fortune this year. There will be some regression. But I love how the Rays have built the team because I have always pushed back. I am old school. I push back on this whole thing of just hit home runs. Don't worry about strikeouts. Batting average is overrated. Just hit the ball out of the ballpark. And the Rays are showing you they're one of the best teams in the league, and they're saying, we don't care about home runs. We're going to make contact. We're going to run the bases well. We're going to steal bags. We're going to bunt the ball. We're going to do everything different from everyone else, and we're going to be very successful doing so.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It does sound like a very old-school approach. We're not going to worry so much about the advanced analytics, if I can say that word. We're just going to play baseball. And we're going to do it well. We're going to go out. We're going to win games. We are going to worry about striking out. All right. We're not going to worry so much about hitting it out of the park, but we are going to hit for average. Right. These are the things that they're doing. So yeah, I commend them. I give it to them. I'm not a huge advanced analytics guy. So yeah, I'm all for this old school approach.
And as a fan of the other team, you look at the Rays and how smart they are and how they keep doing this year after year, and they started the whole opener trend and everything. By the way, this year, they've only used one starting pitcher who was actually a starting pitcher last year. They found a bunch of guys. They've turned them into starters, and they're top 5 in the league in ERA. It's amazing how they do this.
They're developing guys.
Yeah.
Like quickly.
And they're doing it. And so if you're a fan of another team, or an owner of another team, and you see this and you think, like, man, why can't we get a guy like that? Well, the Astros had that guy in James Click, and then Jim Crane refused to give him longer than a 1-year contract after winning 106 games, the second highest total in franchise history, and beating the Phillies in the World Series in 2022. And they said, we only want you around for one more year.
Not good enough.
For now. Yeah. That's the biggest mistake.
We want you to prove it again. Again.
Right. Yeah,
we just won the World Series. What are you talking about?
What more can we do?
Prove it again.
But see, the thing is, I think they were looking for James Click to make like a big old swing because remember after he left, that's when you had the Jose Abreu signed, and they wanted that
something
type
like
of
that.
Stuff. Yeah. So I think people didn't realize
Not James Cook, but James Click was actually in there cooking. Yeah.
That's right.
You could cook without making a big old splash. You don't have to always make the big splash. And who's laughing last right now?
Yeah, you don't need all the fancy ingredients.
Yeah.
You can still put together a
Yeah,
great
look at
meal.
the Rays.
Yeah, it's wild how they keep doing this. And granted, like I said, they had a couple down years last couple years, but now they're back with a new strategy.
And they doing that in the AL East, by the way.
On top of that.
With like
Yeah,
three
good
other
division.
teams spending big.
Yeah. It's true. And by the way, in the Astros, they did make the big splash with Abreu, but then they have kind of they've been slashing payroll the last 2 years. Didn't want to bring Bregman back, traded Kyle Tucker so they wouldn't sign him. Fromber's gone. They went from, they have this payroll in, that would have been that year with Abreu, 2023, I think it was, maybe 2024. They're the third highest payroll, and they're down to around 10th this year. So they're spending less, and the Rays don't spend a lot of money, and yet they're incredibly effective. Meanwhile, Dana Brown's come in, and they've gone backwards in their win total. They've won fewer games every year with Dana Brown.
Man.
After taking over a World Series team that won over 100 games. So,
Been a rough go a little bit here.
yeah, the biggest mistake the Astros made, it's not whatever, letting George Springer go, this or that, letting James Click go. Because he picked up what Luna was doing and got him to another World Series. Yeah. And then you just let him walk. And then he went to Toronto, by the way, and they went to the World Series last year. He's a smart guy. And now you have Dana Brown over here that, I saw people defending Dana Brown and was like, hey, look at Nick Allen and look at Christian Vasquez, this and that. But if you look at his 3-year career, he's barely over 500 record as the GM. Not good enough. So if only James Click was around here. And lastly, I'll say this is a bigger picture thing on baseball, but if you go back and look, I don't have the numbers in front of me. If you look at World Series champions, they're typically always better than league average in strikeouts. They put the ball in play. Yeah. They're typically not a top home run hitting team. It's why the Yankees don't do well in the playoffs. It's still about, for all these analytics and whatnot, it's still about putting the ball in play, making contact, not striking out in October. And the Astros did that too, when they were at their best. They had guys that could but you put the ball in play like the Royals did. Make teams make plays. Put the pressure on. And that BABIP stat, I should say, balls in play, the average batting average, is always around 300, which means if you just put the ball in play, if you never struck out, which is obviously pie in the sky, but if you never struck out, you'd be a 300 career hitter just by putting the ball in play. If you put the ball in play 3 out of 10 times, you're going to get on base.
You're good. You're good to go, yeah.
So just make contact. You don't need to worry about a home run every time. But that's my old man yelling at the clouds rant.
Keep yelling.
Good on the Tampa Bay Rays, though. I love what they're doing. And James Click should still be here in Houston. Coming up, what's poppin'? Including, we got our NBA Finals matchup. How interested are you in watching this NBA Finals? We'll talk about it next in The Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner.
trimfireradio.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
That's right. What's popping in the sports world coming off a busy weekend? I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. The fellas will be back tomorrow. Figgy Fig on the steel wheels, though, hanging with us here on this Monday. As are you. Appreciate you. You can join the conversation anytime, 713-572-4610 on the text line or in YouTube and the Twitch chats as well. What's popping? Well, we have our NBA Finals matchup, the Spurs and the Knicks. A rematch of the last time the Knicks were in the finals in 1999. And much like then, where, you had a young Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
Now you got a young Wemby leading the way.
Yeah. Interesting.
For sure.
They say history repeats itself, right?
It does. It's doing it.
Yep, 27 years later.
Man.
Let us know on the text line. What's your interest level in the final? Because I've learning out this past week or two. I'm learning this past week or two that the Knicks are like the Cowboys or the Yankees. Everyone hates the Knicks, apparently, if you're not a Knicks fan. And then the Spurs, of course. If you're a Rockets fan, you dislike the Spurs.
You don't like the Spurs, yeah.
So if you're a Rockets fan, how interested are you in this NBA Finals, or is this just a tune-out with these two teams? Let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610.
Man, you can't tune this one out, man.
Nah, man.
Unless you're not...
Just not an NBA person.
Yeah, you might not be an NBA person or a basketball person or something like that, man. This is a hell of a finals matchup to me.
I think so. I'm looking forward to it. Now, obviously, I said, I come from a family of Knicks fans, but even so, I think just from an NBA perspective, it is an interesting matchup.
Just from the fact that I want to see the Knicks lose and bad, I'm all in. So that's just me. I would be in regardless.
I think it's just two good teams with two good rosters.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be a good one, man. Like, especially with the Spurs being so young like this, and
very young.
It looked like they do have a really good chance. This ain't like a young team that just lucked up and got here.
No.
So it looked like it might be a really good finals.
It's hard to luck up in the NBA and make it to the finals, just because you're playing series. You're not just playing one game per. You know what I mean? It's not just a one game setting. You're playing the 7-game series every round. It's hard to just luck up unless you just get really lucky. You have injuries in every series from the other team, stars out, all those things. But it's hard to just luck up as an NBA team and make it all the way to the finals.
Yeah, and plus with this team being so young, I ain't think they was gonna make it this far with this team being this young like this. So
I'm right there with you, but I was the same with the Thunder last year. I thought they were still pretty young. Outside of SGA, having been in the league already 7 years last year. This was his 8th year. I'm like, it's a really young team, but they got there and they won. So who's to say that the Spurs can't do the same this year?
Yeah.
And I think we're in that era now of the NBA where all these guys are young. A lot of these teams are young.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. A lot of these teams are young. So I think we're just kind of at that stage now where you're going to have teams who are going to have an average age of like 26, and they're going to be in the finals, or at least get close to the making of the finals.
Yeah, I've been saying that the last week or two, that we might be going in the opposite trend now, where it was always about having the older guys.
Yeah, and I've always been a proponent of that. But
yeah, of course. You need that experience. Jordan didn't win until he was almost 30. Same with LeBron, same with Steph Curry. You needed to be in the league for a while, have some playoff series under your belt.
7, 8 years, yeah.
And now, I don't want to overreact to just the last 2 years.
No.
We'll see if the Spurs finish it off. But now, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you just need the young, talented guys.
Yeah.
This is the second youngest team to make it to the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
In NBA history. The only other one was the 77 Trailblazers, who won the whole thing with Bill Walton.
Mm-hmm.
And they were more of a surprise, though, in that was their first winning season in franchise history. They were still a new franchise.
Yeah, they were.
Less than a decade old. And that was a surprise, whereas I don't know how many people picked the Spurs to win the West this year, but this is less of a surprise. Like, this is a good team. They might be ahead of schedule, but it's not like they were.
It wasn't outrageous.
Yeah,
that they
right.
made it here.
I mean, they didn't come from, let's say, the play-in, make it in, and go as a 7 or 8 seed.
They've been the best team all year.
They were the number 2. They were the number 2 seed in the West this year.
Yeah,
and they were right on
they're a great team.
They were on OKC's heels all year, and they had OKC's number all year. I think they were 4-1 against OKC in the regular season. So, and then they just continued that trend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I also think this is perfect for the NBA. It pains me.
Why?
Because this is the NBA Cup. Was that what they call it with the stupid midseason?
Oh, yeah, the Emirates NBA Cup.
This was the finals of that.
It was.
And now these are the two best teams, so they can almost point to like, hey,
how often do you
the
think
NBA Cup? It's like the playoffs in the middle of the season.
How often
just as good?
How often do we hear about the NBA Cup in Game 1 of the final? Like that these teams faced in the NBA Cup in the finals of this year.
I think you're going to hear it a lot,
I
man.
think so, too.
Yeah, they're going to try to pump it up.
Yeah.
Maybe Adam Silver sent the email out to gave everybody the copy points or something.
They're still trying to sell people that that's a really important tournament.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to hype this up.
Couldn't care less.
For sure. For sure.
Were you surprised ultimately, though, that the Spurs did win the series?
Well, I picked them to beat the Thunder.
Okay, so then I guess not.
I thought they would beat the Thunder, yeah.
Figgy, were you surprised that the Spurs actually pulled this off? Because I picked the Thunder to win, so I was surprised.
I was actually kind of surprised because I thought I just thought the Thunder had a deeper team, and you know with the San Antonio Spurs, I felt like they were a little bit younger, but I just thought OKC just had that experience. They've been there before, playing at home. And apparently, I guess SGA was the only one that was playing.
Yeah.
Chet, I don't know what he was doing.
That was embarrassing.
They should ship him out of town for that.
Yeah, Chet Holmgren. I think in Game 7, I think he had 4 points,
took 2 shots,
2 rebounds. I mean, he was just so disengaged, through most of the series, just in general. But Game 7, when you gotta have it, he just wasn't there.
No.
Yeah.
He should have stayed home. Well, he wasn't home, but you know what I mean. Should have stayed at the house, actually. At the house.
His tail was tucked between his legs, man. I never seen nothing so pathetic like that.
I don't know,
especially with that contract.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw that clip of White Chocolate, Jason Williams. I think they talked about it this morning.
We'll get to that later.
And yeah, he did. Chet did look scared. He looked just bewildered by guarding and having to deal with Victor Wembanyama.
Who's it, Barkley or Shaq? One of the guys would have the joke. They had a phrase for it, but they'd send like a limo. Was it one of those two guys? They'd send the limo to the player because they want to make sure they were at the game. That's probably how Wemby was feeling about Chet. Like, let's make sure we get Chet to the arena tonight, and he doesn't stay home because we'll eat his lunch. It was embarrassing.
Talk about living rent-free in someone's head. Like, that was the example of it with Wemby and Chet Holmgren.
On the text line, someone said, it's been a hate watch. The NBA playoffs have been a hate watch over here for me. Someone else said, I'm tuning out of the NBA Finals. Someone else said, I don't like how Wemby acted when the Rockets didn't get the lottery. So I guess maybe
that's going to stick around for a long time. I remember that.
That's never going away.
When the Rockets, I think they got what was it, the 3rd overall pick?
I think it was 3rd that year.
He kind of celebrated a little bit.
Yeah.
He damn near looked like he won when he won the Western Conference Finals.
He was that hyped on.
Yeah, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, for as long as he's with the going up.
He wanted to go. He wanted to go to San Antonio, man.
Yeah, and I don't blame anybody that still bring that up.
No.
That would rub me the wrong way, too.
Yeah. Moving around here on what's popping. We'll get back to the NBA playoffs coming up a little bit later on, about an hour from now. Kurt Cignetti, head coach of Indiana, who just won the Natty, he said that college football might not exist in 12 to 24 months without changes. He's saying costs continue to climb and schools just can't afford this. Yeah, that is very fast.
That's very fast.
I would agree with him on a bigger picture. Like, I do think this is unsustainable for a number of years.
Yeah.
But in the next 2 years?
That's pretty fast.
Hard to believe. But this cost, what these players are demanding, is certainly getting out of control.
I mean, I've thought from the get-go with the whole NIL thing, it's still the Wild Wild West. So at some point, some type of, I don't want to say a salary cap, but some type of regulation is going to need to be put in place because it has gotten out of hand. You know, and I'm all for these players getting paid, but what some of these players are asking for is just astronomical. It's gotten a little crazy here.
Very crazy.
So I understand what he's saying. Now I don't know about the 12 to 24 months. That's pretty fast. But I mean, what do I know? I'm not there. I'm not in in these meetings where they're talking about all these numbers. I don't know, but that seems pretty fast.
Yeah, it sure does. Things need to still get ironed out in college athletics with all this stuff.
Yeah.
And pretty quick, according to Kurt Cignetti. Kenny Mayne from ESPN fame, he has started a greeting card company or his own greeting card line. And earlier, if you remember Kenny Mayne, he was always very sarcastic and witty. So I guess that's what the cards were. The one funny. I saw online was something like, "Congrats, you look like you're pregnant," which I guess would be for an actual pregnant woman. So
I like Kenny. I always
along
like
those
Kenny
lines.
Mayne. I always
Yeah?
like Kenny Mayne. I liked his segments that they would do with him on ESPN. So yeah.
Would you buy a Kenny Mayne greeting card next time you're at the store?
Yeah. What's the name of the company? I need to know the name of the company, or is it just Kenny Mayne greeting cards? Or
The Kenny Mayne collection from Love Pop.
yeah, I would buy one. I'm sure I could find one that would suit the situation or the celebration or the moment. So yeah, I would definitely do that.
I'm surprised more celebrities haven't gotten to stuff like this.
Really?
I feel like it's a little bit of a lane right here where
it is.
Yeah, where you can do some funny stuff like this.
Hey, Kenny Mayne may be carving that niche out.
Yeah.
The cheapest, I'm on the website now, the cheapest cards are $15.
Oh,
come on.
You still getting
Kenny.
one?
Absolutely
Come on, Kenny.
not.
Damn, Kenny. You gonna do that to me? $15.
Hey, sometimes the
come on, dog.
$5.99 cards be hitting me hard. Like,
Yeah, I know, right?
So I'm gonna have
$7.99.
I want to support, but I'm gonna have to rethink this strategy, man, because he want $15 for it. This better be a damn good card. Whatever he was written in this card I pick, it better be good.
It better be for a Kenny Mayne fan. Like somebody got to be a diehard Kenny Mayne fan.
It might have to be.
I'm looking at examples on the website.
Goodness gracious.
I always liked Kenny too, but even before this card thing, I thought he lost his fastball a while ago.
Yeah.
This example for Happy Father's Day, I'm your favorite, right? Is the card. Would you get that for $15?
No. He can't be writing all these himself, though. He has to have a team.
Yeah, you think so?
I don't think it's all him.
Outsourcing his own cards?
Well, not outsourcing, but it's a company, so he probably has some. Even if they're not employees, some freelancers, somebody, right? He's not doing all these.
I don't think he needed anybody to write that one.
That's true. That was pretty.
That was a simple.
Yeah, that was very simple.
That's something you could have found in Walgreens.
Kenny, I'm all for this, but you're not getting my $15 for that Father's Day card.
Yeah,
not at all.
For sure, I'm with you. I don't know if there's many cards I'd spend $15 on. There's a few other things, but we'll save it for later on in the show. We'll get to that stuff. Probably winners and losers of the weekend about an hour from now. Coming up, I teased this earlier, but we're gonna get to it now. The Texans. Who or what are the Texans more loyal to? We'll talk about that when we come back here in the Loop.
CJ Stroud addressed his West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Who or what are the Texans more loyal to? Get to that here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today, but I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee and Figgy Fig on the steel wheels as well. John and Reggie, the typical gang, will be back in tomorrow and get you covered or have you covered from there here on In the Loop. Appreciate you hanging with us on this Monday, starting the week with us. Maybe it's even your lunch break at this point. Go get something good. 713-572-4610 on the text line to join the conversation throughout or get to us in the Twitter and Twitch chats as well. By the way, before we get to the Texans, since we were talking about this earlier and around the NFL, we've gotten some breaking news since on one of the stories. OBJ has also signed with the Giants. So they signed Braxton Berrios this morning, former Texan. And now they are bringing back Odell Beckham Jr., who did not play in the NFL last year.
Hey.
He has signed with the Giants after having a workout with them today. So they're both in the building.
Think he actually makes it to the season?
I'll say yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, they were a little desperate for wide receivers. I think they'll give him more of a chance than others. I think he would be given more of a chance than Braxton Berrios, even though Berrios can help in the return game. Yeah. And he's not going to be the star. OBJ will probably be that last guy. I could see him being the last guy in the room, making the roster that way. But I wouldn't feel confident, but I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say he's on the roster week 1.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, too. Honestly, I hate to say it like this, but I feel like they're trying to do him a solid. I think they're trying to end his career in the right way. Yeah. I think the real question is he going to get that number 13 back?
I guess that is the question.
Because I think number 13 is worn currently by Jalen Hyatt.
He can buy it. He's made some money in his career. He can buy it.
Yeah, but some of these players be like, no, I don't want to,
Well, then you can't have a jersey. How about that? You don't want to buy it from a young dude with the.
But will a young dude be willing to take the money for it? Because they be looking at these numbers.
I know they be serious. They be serious about it. I know.
Yeah.
Hey, give me 15. Give me 15 racks. You can have a jersey. Number 13, right back to you. 15 racks. It might be more than that. I don't know. Might be more.
Hey, he had 5 catches last year.
Who?
Hyatt. So he should take
whatever he can get.
He should take whatever payday.
He might need to wear number 83 or something. He need to go back to the old school receiver numbers then.
Only the 80s, huh?
Yeah.
I remember. Didn't
89, you got to wear 89.
Didn't Keyshawn Johnson usher that in, the being able to wear the team numbers? I think he was the first receiver, right? Number 19.
Oh, really?
In 96. I believe he was. I believe he was the one that kind of – because for a long time, you could only wear the 80s.
Yeah, right.
For receivers, tight ends, but now everybody wears everything. You got receivers number 1. It doesn't matter now. But I believe Keyshawn – somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, obviously, but I believe Keyshawn Johnson was the first one to kind of usher that in.
That's a good trivia question.
Yeah.
Trying to think now if I
number 19
recall any before him about 3 years ago. Yeah. And as we were talking about the NBA Finals, more people were weighing in. Someone said, I'm going to watch every game because it's the finals and it's Wemby, but I hope somehow both teams can lose every game.
Hey, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah. That would be something. That would be historic.
No champion this year. Everybody loses.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
So, hey, shifting over to the Texans, who or what are the Texans more loyal to? We're in for the fellas today. As I said, Reggie and Lopez will be back tomorrow. But thank you to the OG for bringing this up during our conversation Friday. And maybe they'll use this as a segment of their own as well because I am somewhat taking it. But Lopez asked the question. We were talking on Friday when B. Scott was in here as well about the whole C.J. Stroud situation. And it's obviously been a hot topic since Stroud's press conference on Thursday, and we're still waiting for a potential contract down the road. And there's plenty to dive in there. But I thought Lopez asked a really interesting question when he essentially, I'm paraphrasing or I'm reshaping it, but essentially asked, who would the Texans be more loyal to, Stroud or this offense that they like? if the offense still doesn't have a good year this year, who do you think is on the chopping block? Are they going to say, sorry, CJ, like you haven't been good enough, we're not going to give you the contract? Or are they going to fire the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, and say, hey, this offense hasn't been good enough? Who are the Texans more loyal to? This offensive style and what they're trying to make this team? Or the young quarterback that, many still hope is that franchise quarterback for the foreseeable future? I raised that question to you.
Yeah, I just don't see that there's any way that they move on from C.J. Stroud. Now, whether or not he gets the really big deal or whether they offer him the really big long-term deal, that's to be determined. But either way, I think they're going to figure out a way to keep him here in Houston. I don't think they're going to move on from him. I mean, how old is C.J.? Is he 26, 25? Very young. He's very, Man, these franchise quarterbacks, obviously there's different levels to franchise quarterbacks, but they don't just come around every day. It's hard to find a guy that you really believe in and you think that can continue to develop and grow as a franchise quarterback. I just don't see it happening. So yeah, it would be the second OC to get 2 years and done, but I think they would move on from the OC before they moved on from CJ. Yeah, I can't see them moving on from him right now.
Do you think that he'd already have a contract though in place if it was like almost this guarantee that he's going to stick around?
I've asked that question too, and I understand that line of thinking and line of reasoning. But again, I just maybe it's another give us one more year, show us you can bounce back from last year. And I think even if the offense struggles at times, I think CJ can still bounce back somewhat individually and still have at least a decent year. And show them that, maybe he's not worth that $60 million, but, maybe we give him 45, 50, somewhere, per year over 3 years, whatever the deal may be, right? I just don't see them moving on from him. He's too young. He can continue to grow. He can. Now, you got to get the right fit as OC, obviously, right offense. I get that, but he's too young, man. I just don't see it happening.
Figgy, you were here Friday when we were talking about this.
Yeah.
Which side of the aisle would you be? Do you think the Texans are more into this offense or the idea of this offense or the quarterback? If things don't work out this year, would they be more loyal to what they're trying to do offensively or more loyal to the young quarterback?
I think they more loyal to the offense, to be honest.
Wow.
Man.
Really?
I really think so.
Really?
And the way they're building this team, you could tell they're trying to go the defensive route. Like, defensive team, kind of how New England, I know everybody came from New England, but kind of how they did in New England. And remember, Tom Brady wasn't the superstar guy. He ended up becoming that, but that was a defensive team.
Yeah.
And so I think they really focusing on the defense, winning these games. They want to run the football. And look, this to me, I wasn't really fond of the Patriots, the coordinators in the offense, that type of stuff. Like, I think the important thing they missing is Tom Brady. So once they went to this offense and they start slowly moving a lot of Patriots guys, and on the offensive side, I just felt like they wanted, this is the type of offense they want to run, and they want CJ to play this type of football.
Mm-hmm.
So I think let's say, hopefully nobody get hurt or anything, but if CJ was to get hurt, it's easier for a Davis Mills or somebody to step in and not make a lot of mistakes versus somebody that's, I guess a quarterback that kind of controls the whole team a little bit, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So I think they rather play this type of football than, I guess CJ carried the team.
I'm with you. I agree with you. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but I think that's how the Texans would feel because we saw what Stroud could do his rookie year. We talked about this about 2 weeks ago. I mean, Ron said, he had almost a guy who was like a Joe Burrow, and instead you went in a different direction instead of letting him try to be a Joe Burrow. So I think, the Texans have already kind of shown that they prefer this type of offense to Stroud because it's not playing to Stroud's strengths. They're trying to limit him to fit this offense, fit a, whatever that expression is, a round peg into a square hole or something like that. And I think it's the wrong thing to do. You should always shape your team and your offense specifically around your quarterback instead of trying to force your quarterback into a specific system. And a lot of times you get stubborn coaches. It's one of my pet peeves in football where coaches can be very stubborn. And there's countless examples you can point to where, the reporters will ask, like, hey, this is a really good run defense team, and you like to run the football. Like, what are you going to do? And they just say, hey, we like to run. We're going to run the football. Or they'll just continue to run the football in game when, it's not working or they're averaging 2 yards a carry because, hey, we run the football. That's what we do. And so I think there's always this stubbornness in football. And specifically here at the Texans, they want this specific style of offense regardless of who the quarterback is. And to Figgy's point, it probably won't help Stroud in contract negotiations, but it's the idea of, like, we can plug in any quarterback. Davis Mills came in last year and went 3-0. Yeah. So it's an offense or a team that's not dependent on our quarterback per se, but instead somebody that can keep you on the tracks with that defense and be able to get wins like Davis Mills did. I think the Texans would rather have this type of offense than have the hotshot young quarterback.
I understand the arguments that both of you are making in terms of this, but again, yeah, okay. And I know there's a large contingent out there of Texans fans that want Davis Mills, but we've also seen Davis Mills be the guy.
Yeah, and
we've also seen that. All right,
let me make it clear. I don't agree with the way they're doing this offense. By the way,
yeah, right.
I don't agree with it. But I thought it was a red flag once they moved on for Bobby Slowick and that type of Shanahan offense. Yeah. And they went totally Patriots offense because I felt like looking at that first year, his rookie year, I would rather get somebody else that can run that offense better. Yeah. Like, I would have stuck with the Shanahan, Kubiak type of offense.
That tree, yeah.
Yeah, and they totally went away from it. So, to me, I was a little bit disappointed at that. And, look, I think Bobby Slowick wasn't – I think he was just the wrong messenger. I think they should have kept somebody within that offense and brought that in because you got some of the best C.J. Stroud that rookie year.
Yeah,
so
you did.
Yeah, so once they started going to the Patriots offense, I just kind of I knew it was over.
Even with that, and the offense that we're seeing that they want to run, I just can't see them moving on from CJ this quickly. For a specific type of offense that he obviously is not suited for. I just can't see that. I just cannot see them doing that.
Yeah, they're trying.
I just can't do it.
Yeah,
I can't see it.
I don't think they're trying to move on from him. But I feel like they're definitely trying to I don't want to say limit him, but they want a certain type of quarterback.
They're trying to put him in a box.
Yeah, they don't want him carrying the whole team and all that type of stuff. Just make the right plays.
I mean,
maybe it could help for contract negotiations,
right?
Where you don't have to make him the highest paid quarterback. I'm not sure. I ain't trying to throw no allegations out there, but
if that might be the case, allegedly, we're not going to say it's the case, but if that might be the case, I understand from a management standpoint, but if you want to win games, like, do you want to win games? I mean, not win games, they're already winning games, but do you want to go win a championship eventually? Because eventually you're going to have to let your quarterback loose at some point.
Yeah.
And let him do more. I'm not saying he has to be Peyton Manning and just run everything, but you got to give him a little more, a longer leash, as they say.
I would love for him to be Peyton Manning, to be honest.
That would be great. Everybody can't be Peyton Manning, though.
Yeah.
I get that. Now, I'm not even going to put that pressure on anybody, but you got to let him do something, right? And just, getting back to Luke's question, I would say if it comes down to it, they're going to stick with the quarterback. That's just me.
I think they stick to the style and system. I think something else Lopez said last week I like too, where he said, they want a $25 million quarterback and Stroud wants to be a $60 million quarterback.
Yeah.
Which is fair. You can't fault Stroud for wanting to do so, but I don't know if the Texans are interested in having that style. You look at the Legion of Boom, or Legion of Doom, whatever it was.
Boom.
And they once they threw Russell Wilson, they couldn't keep the defense. The defense broke apart. The Seahawks weren't the same.
Yeah.
So if you're the Texans, you can look at, hey, we have this great defense, but if we do pay the quarterback, if we commit so many resources to a quarterback or build or put so much of our team onto a quarterback that we have to devote so many resources to them, then we lose our strength of that defense. Seattle only had a window of about 4 to 5 years there where maybe the Texans will try to be more sustainable and have those quarterbacks that, you don't have to commit the $60 million to. And you require less from your quarterback, therefore you can pay them less as well, which is kind of, I think, what Figgy was also driving at.
I get that.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, too, usually with a young quarterback, you usually see teams try to surround them with a whole bunch of weapons.
Yeah.
And I know they did with the Stephon Diggs and all that stuff. They brought him in, but it seemed like they're not really trying to surround him with just nothing but weapons. Like, people do on a rookie contract type of deal.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, like I said, the Patriots offense have a certain type of vibe to it where just make the right play. We're going to run the ball. We're going to make the right play. You ain't going to do all these fancy shots and stuff like that.
Eventually, you got to take a chance. Right? I mean, eventually, you got to have it to where your offense can take chances. Your offense has to be able to help your I love a great defense, don't get me wrong. But in today's NFL, you got to have it to where your quarterback can go out and make plays for you and have the weapon plays for you, especially in the postseason.
Yeah,
especially in the postseason.
Well, it goes back to sort of what we touched on earlier, what I've been saying now for about 2 years is, again, when you have this defensive head coach, as Figgy said, the lack of weapons around Stroud. The Texans have the 5th cheapest offense in the league. Now, part of that is because they haven't paid the quarterback yet.
Yeah.
But they have spent the 5th least amount of money on the offense. A lot of the resources do go to that defense, and they didn't go out and get another pass catcher for C.J. Stroud. They did try to improve the offensive line. I'll give them credit there, no doubt. They did bring in David Montgomery. That obviously helps, but they didn't go and get some sort of potential playmaker in the passing game because we know they want to run the football, play defense, which doesn't involve the quarterback so much. The offense, Figgy mentioned this earlier. Yeah, I'm not standing up for the offense. I don't like the offense. I don't know many people that do like the offense. It's kind of like your friend with the toxic girlfriend. And it's like, we all hate her. I don't know what he likes her for some reason. He's the only one who likes her. I don't know what he sees, but we all hate it.
You like it, I love it. You like it, I love it.
And that's the Texans offense. Everyone else on the outside is like, I don't get it. I don't know what you like here. We don't like it. Our resident quarterback here, Clint, I know, doesn't like it. But they love it. They seem to love this idea of what they're trying to do with the offense. I did want to get to this piece of audio before we run. Here's Rich Ohrnberger, who played in the NFL, former lineman, and now works in media. He covers the NFL. He's in the San Diego area. I think he has a radio show out there as well. Anyways, he was on Jason McIntyre's podcast on The Volume, which is Colin Cowherd's network, and they were talking about C.J. Stroud on Friday, and here's what Rich had to say.
Here's the question that C.J. Stroud needs to ask and answer honestly himself. Trust the Texans. If I take less, am I their guy? And if the Texans, and this may be the Houston's front office fault, this may be the coaching staff's fault, if he isn't 100% bought in and trusts that he's their guy going into the future, well, then he's going to hold this team hostage like other contract negotiations go with other quarterbacks across the league, where he says, no. You can tell me until you're blue in the face how you're going to build around me, but I don't feel like you're that invested in me, so I'm going to get that back. It's really going to come down to whether or not he trusts this front office.
Yeah, so now it's a trust thing. Does Stroud trust or can trust the Texans? I do like this. I agree with you on the text line. You don't take a $25 million quarterback with the second pick of the draft. You draft the quarterback that high, you expect him to be the franchise guy and to get paid like a top 5 quarterback when the time comes, so the logic doesn't make sense. I agree with you, but I also think that's kind of where we are. They don't unleash him. They don't let him play like the number 2 pick or a top 5 quarterback like you're alluding to. He's kind of, the way this offense is run is kind of like you have that Baker Mayfield or even a Sam Darnold at 25, 30. I mean, those guys are about $30 million, but, that $30 million quarterback.
But that was, a little bit later in their careers. Those were both top picks.
True.
Wasn't Sam Darnold number 3 and Baker Mayfield was the number 1 pick, right?
Yeah.
So, those guys at one point were in the same position when they were younger. But they're, they've aged a little bit, been on a team, a couple teams at this point, and this is kind of where they're at. Mid-career, going to get that, whatever it is, quarterbacks at least, 30 million, 35 million, whatever it is.
Yeah, but I guess maybe I'm just stuck in the past on this rookie year. I thought he were going to be maybe.
We all did.
I just keep looking at that like, dog, I thought we was going to have a top 10 quarterback, top 5. And it just seemed like they just holding the reins now, where they don't want him to be that. They just want him to make the right decision, and that's it.
It's basically, it's almost like they want him to be a game manager. I know that's not a term people like to hear
for
a quarterback.
I don't know why that has a negative connotation. It sounds a lot worse than it is.
Yeah, it does sound a lot worse, but it's almost like just don't mess up, right? Just don't mess up the game for us. Don't lose the game for us.
Yeah.
We'll win it mainly with the defense, but don't mess it up. Don't lose it.
Yeah, all right. For sure. I was saying the same thing throughout last year. That's typically how defensive coaches want it from their quarterbacks. Yep. Someone on the text line said Trevor Lawrence got paid. CJ is better. Pay the man. Yeah, we can have that conversation, but also it's the classic of like when you were growing up and your parents said, well, Johnny gets to stay up late. If one franchise makes a bad mistake, doesn't mean you need to make a similar potential mistake as well. And the last thing I'll say on this, because we also just got some big breaking news we got to get to. The other thing I'll say on this is when we were talking about this on Friday, a lot of people were saying, like, why would you let Stroud walk? You're just going to be terrible again. Could happen. You could be terrible and not replace C.J. Stroud. We did see the Texans were still successful with a backup quarterback this year because that's how good the defense is. But also, if you look at the last 8 franchises to win a Super Bowl, 5 of the 8 quarterbacks were free agents. So I know a lot of the teams in the league are good because they drafted that young quarterback. Lamar, Joe Burrow, Mahomes, Josh Allen, Drake May, yada, yada, yada. But just because you let your quarterback go and you have to go in the free agency world doesn't mean you can't be successful. 5 of the last 8 franchises have done it with a free agent quarterback.
We'll see.
Hey, here's the big breaking news from Adam Schefter. Probably won't make you happy. The Browns are finalizing a trade to send Myles Garrett to the Rams. In exchange for Garrett, the Rams are expected to send a Jared Verse, wow, that's pretty big, and a 2027 first-round pick and other draft pick compensation.
I was just about. I saw the rumors already. Online. I was about to fight with somebody. Like, why would they send Jared Verse? You think you'll want Jared Verse with Myles Garrett? But
that's probably what the Browns was like. We need Jared Verse because he's a damn good.
We need somebody to replace Myles Garrett.
He's a damn good player too.
Yeah, so. No, he's a really good player. Young player too.
Exactly. So that might have been like, all right, either we get him or there's no deal.
I wonder if this was already set and done. This deal was set and done already.
Well, there had already been talks, like you just said. There had already been rumors out there for a while that they could move on. From Myles Garrett. So here we go.
And then I guess that was the reason he signed that. I guess what was it, like an extension or got some type of weird bonus where they could make this move on June 1st. Kind of similar to AJ Brown.
Yeah. This was the scuttlebutt. Was once we got to June 1st, like maybe Myles Garrett is moved. Here we go. I didn't think that. They did it right away today on June 1st.
They didn't waste no time.
He's heading to the Rams, and the text line's been blowing up. Wow. Somebody says, what the hell is going on? Somebody else said, screw the Rams. So,
hey, but this is kind of the Rams' MO under the current regime. They take shots. They take chances.
Oh, yeah. Well, you do it now before Stafford, has to retire. Coming up, time to do it. We do it this time each and every day here on the show. We got to get to our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it next here in The Loop.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mo Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
The fellas are out. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Figgy Fig is here. But we also got confessions to get to as well. I'll keep mine brief because we've been behind the chains here. That's my confession. I'm terrible at the clock. But my real confession is this was making the rounds at the end of last week. I'm really excited for this new movie coming out. I think it's called Predators, but it's based on To Catch a Predator.
Oh, goodness.
My friends and I loved watching that show growing up. And
I was
Chris
thinking
Hansen and
other
everything.
Predator.
No, this is going to be better than
Oh, my
Predator.
goodness.
Yeah. And it's got Robert Pattinson, I believe, is going to be the star who's going to play Chris Hansen.
Oh, wow.
And I think it's like a behind-the-scenes look into the show and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, for, obviously such terrible subject matter, we used to love watching that show, when it was on 20 years ago.
And this is a movie, not a documentary. It's an
It's a
actual
movie, but I think it's supposed to be, if I have it correct, I think there's also a documentary too, but they're coming out with or are coming out with. Maybe the documentary is called Predator. Doing a movie on To Catch a Predator with Robert Pattinson, and I think there's already a trailer out there, and I'm very intrigued because, like I said, we love the show, and I think it could be an interesting movie. And A24, they always do good stuff. So
yeah, A24 is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
A24 is pretty good.
Yeah, this ain't no B film here. Come on, we got a star as the lead.
This ain't no B film.
Yeah.
Who you say starring in it?
I think it's Robert Pattinson.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
big
hell of a
deal.
get.
Yeah, it's a big deal, right? Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
he's going
All
to
right.
play Chris Hansen. And Chris Hansen has really done, he's tried to revive the series and fund it himself and just do it online. He really hasn't done anything since this show, except get in trouble with the law, I think, a few times for driving under the influence. But it happens. But don't do it. But
please don't.
Yeah, but it was a great show, and I'm looking forward to the movie. And that's it.
These are my confessions.
All right, mine is going to be quick, and it actually ties into a conversation that Luke and I had at the end of last Wednesday's show. I believe it was last Wednesday during Crosstalk.
Yeah.
With the Drive guys.
It turned into a whole thing.
It turned into a whole thing. It went left fast. So the shirt I'm wearing today, right now, I'm going to get judged by this. I'm going to be judged by Ron, for sure. I wore this shirt Saturday.
Didn't wash
Without
it?
washing?
I did not do laundry yesterday or Saturday, for that matter. And what's today, Monday? I did not do laundry this morning before coming in here. So Ron is going to judge me when he comes in here. I believe he's in today. I believe, judge me. He's listening. He's going to judge me when he gets here. But it kind of is what it is. That's my confession.
Does the quicker turnaround make it better or worse? Like my shirt, I wore, I think, a week later, but didn't wash it.
Yeah, mine was 2 days.
Yeah, so does it make, I'm curious, I don't know, does it make it better if it's sitting around longer?
Should we ask Ron when he gets here?
Might have to.
Because he's the judge, jury, executioner on this subject, gonna have to run it by him.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, I gotta confess. Sometimes I just be confused at my wife at times. So my wife get mad at me every time I order something on Amazon. So we got Amazon Prime.
Okay,
yeah. So sometimes I see something like let me order it.
I like
get
that.
here today.
I like that.
This is the thing though. I think she gets upset because every time I order something, she be like, "Oh, I ain't know you ordered. You should have waited because I wanted to order something too." And I'm like, "Lady, we got Amazon Prime.
There's no limit.
Yeah, just order it." Like, no, I mean, we're not paying anything extra on shipping or anything like that. So she kind of treat this like if I decide to go to the grocery store and didn't tell her.
Oh,
and like, I wanted you to pick up.
I needed something.
I'm like, we got Amazon Prime. Just order it. Like, why do you got to wait for me to order something for you to throw some more stuff in the cart so it can all come together?
Now, is it that she wants everything to come at once? You know, sometimes you can order different things, different days, and one day one thing will come, or like maybe something comes at noon, something comes at like 7 o'clock. Like, the case just wants it all to come at one time.
I have no idea. She just sent every time I order something, like, I didn't know you was gonna order something. I would have told you to wait till I, put the stuff I want in the cart so we can all get it.
Trying to bundle up.
Just order it.
Yeah.
Just order it.
I'm not spending any more money than I would have if we did it together. So I just don't understand that.
I don't get it either. It's probably, I guess, just the time. And effort.
Yeah.
Like, you should have told me you were ordering it so you could just order my stuff too, and it could already be here. So now I got to go do it myself.
It kind of reminds me of whenever the trash is full and I start taking the trash out, and that's her time to go around. Wait a minute, let me put this in.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, lady, just wait to see another day.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna put a new bag in here.
It's already tied
and
up.
just put it in there, man.
Already tied the knot.
Yeah,
the knot tied already.
Don't go around when you see me getting ready to tie the trash up and take it out to go around and start cleaning the house now.
That's true. That's a good one.
Get all the trash. Take it all out now.
I'm guilty of it too with the laundry. I do that. I'm that one with the laundry. When we get ready to do the laundry, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I got this.
Okay, yeah.
You start going around the house collecting stuff.
Yeah, because I always leave. It was part of the conversation last week, and I know Clint could he had a similar situation too. We have a thing at the edge of the bed. We have like a little table thing, whatever. And all my clothes always end up there. So, yeah, I'm going through like, I got these clothes here, all the socks on the floor over here, whatever. Let's throw them in.
How often do you hear about that? Your clothes being on the end right there.
I heard about it last night.
There you go.
Yeah.
Every time it's time to do
Every
laundry.
time.
Yeah.
I'm so bad with that. I will have my shirt right by the hamper.
Oh, come on, Figgy.
Like, all you got to do is put this shirt in the hamper.
Speaking of shirts, I love the shirt you have on today.
Oh, thank
Rough
you,
Riders,
man.
right?
Yeah, Rough Riders.
I love it, man. I love it.
Yeah, this is a comfortable shirt. I'm not really.
It look like it.
Yeah, I'm not really a jersey guy, but this I can make an exception for this one.
I'm digging that. I'm digging
Fresh out the dryer too. That shirt's clean.
Yeah,
right.
Iggy doesn't wear shirts multiple times.
Yeah, I can't do it, man. I can't do it. I wish I can, but I can't do it, man.
No.
Sometimes I be sweating in this Houston heat sometimes.
Oh my gosh, you ain't kidding.
Yeah.
At least I had Clint in my corner at that whole debate. I felt good. Everyone else was against me. Yeah. Real quick, I got another confession.
These are my confessions.
I'll keep it quick. This weekend was the grand reopening of downtown Houston. They did all these renovations for the World Cup coming in. So we went down on Saturday to go see it. It was so hot and sweaty and everything. It was miserable. But I don't get it. I don't know. They put in trees, right? Is that all they did with these renovations?
Yeah. They pretty much cleaning up for company.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But this is pricey. I think they spent, it was a lot of money. It's like millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, I think, on this whole downtown renovation. I think they widened the sidewalks, but essentially just added trees to make it more shaded. And I will say there was some shade.
Some.
But it was also such a letdown of a block party. They're like, yeah, come to downtown Houston. We're reopening, the downtown promenade. We're like, okay, cool. Let's go check it out. It was so underwhelming, let alone the renovation. The city spent like $500 million on a bunch of trees. Yeah, it's crazy.
Give it a grade.
Yeah,
give it a grade.
F.
Oh man,
on these renovations, I expected so much more. The only person jealous is Willie Nelson that somebody else spent this much money on trees.
Wow,
it's ridiculous. I thought it was going to be something cool or fancy. And it's just like, oh yeah, there's a little more shade on that side of the road.
So if you could kind of redo this, if you had the choice, how would you make this look? What would you add to this?
It's a good question. Well, I honestly thought, I guess I misread it. I think they said it'd be more walkable or something. I think because they widened the sidewalks. I thought there was going to be, because there's really only the tram over there, the metro, whatever you want to call it. I thought there would be areas that would only be via foot. Almost like they do that in New Orleans where they have those barriers in the street and you can only, and it's real walkable and there's just more going on.
Where you can kind of walk and hang out, drink if you want to, all that type of stuff.
Put some tables out there. Nashville does it too. They'll shut down streets on the weekends. A little more touristy. I thought it was going to be something more like that. Shoot, I don't know. Put in some overhangs instead of trees.
Do you feel like Houston is kind of walkable now after all of this?
Not at all.
It's still the same.
And we walked these couple of blocks, but it was also like 95 degrees and humid.
It was really hot, man.
That makes it unwalkable, even if things are close by.
Yeah.
I really do love this city of Houston. I've lived a lot of places, and I really do like it. But it is fascinating that it's a city that's not walkable or drivable.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty tough to do.
I don't know how we pulled that off here.
That's tough to do.
It's still a great city, but help us out a little bit. So anyways, yeah, they spent, instead of helping out with like public transportation or anything, they spent millions of dollars on trees downtown. So that's good. Yeah,
clean up a company.
That's exactly what it is. It's going to be like the Olympics, and then after the World Cup, everything's just going to like, whatever.
Back to normal.
Yep, stop taking care of it.
Yep. Somebody on the text line said, "I'm downtown right now. The only thing they did was cause more traffic."
Yeah. I will say the people that's coming in town, they'll probably be the only ones walking around.
Yeah. Sure.
So once they leave, once the World Cup is over, then it's going to be a ghost town still.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I was very disappointed. Coming up, we'll get to, sort of on that topic, we'll get to our winners and losers of the weekend. Next in the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner. All guests on Sports Radio 610 join us on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez, Reggie Atula.
Winners and losers of the weekend. The fellows are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Thinking big on the steel wheels. Just went through our confessions. Now we'll go through some winners and losers of the weekend as we do here on In the Loop each and every Monday. You can always join the conversation, 713-572-4610. Or on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Winners and losers. Let's go through this here. Obviously, most notable, the Spurs were pretty big winners this weekend as they punched their ticket to the NBA Finals. The youngest, or I should say the second youngest team to reach the NBA Finals, only behind the 77 Trailblazers. All starters are 25 or younger. And if you're a Rockets fan, this might concern you, but I would also say two things. Number one, we thought the Thunder were going to be like that unstoppable team, and the Spurs quickly passed them by, it seems. And number two, we're going to have a unique champion again in the NBA this year. We have not had this much parity in the NBA since the aforementioned 70s. So if you're a Rockets fan, maybe you have some hope there. A
little bit.
That, hey, you know what? Maybe we aren't that far away.
Make a few tweaks here or there. You just never know. I don't think anyone, I would say I don't think most people outside of San Antonio saw the Spurs coming on this strong this fast. After last season, to finally get back to the playoffs and immediately be in the finals. I don't think anyone saw that. I did not see it.
No, me either. So the big winners. Do you think the Spurs finish it off, beat the Knicks in the finals?
I'm a little biased, but yes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't like the Knicks. Yeah, you hate the Knicks, so that's fair. Figgy, who would you pick to win the finals?
I will probably originally. I'm kind of back and forth because originally when I said, I think I was talking to Lopez. I'm like, if the Spurs win it all, or they get to the finals and the Knicks get to the final, I thought it'd probably be like a 5-game series where the Spurs run away with it. But I don't know. I can't sleep on the Knicks right now, man. I know they playing in the East and things are looking super easy. But they've been kind of hard nosed, man. Mike Brown kind of got that team playing.
Spurs in 6. Spurs in 6. That's where I'm going.
I'm gonna say Knicks in 7.
Wow.
I've been kind of going back and
Game
forth.
7, huh? All right. I would love to see it.
I think it's gonna go 7.
I'll say Spurs in 6 as well. I think, but the Knicks have been on a literally historical run here in the playoffs. They did play well against the Spurs this year. They won the season series, and they certainly would be more rested. So hopefully it's a good NBA Finals.
Beat them in the NBA Cup.
That's right. Most importantly,
don't forget that.
That's the real championship. If the Knicks lose this championship, hang a banner for the NBA Cup when you beat the Spurs.
Yeah, I wonder if this is going to come down to coaching, like just the coaching advantage, because Mike Brown, he's been around for a minute. He's been
veteran.
Yeah, so I wonder if it's going to come down to that, just adjustments and stuff like that. I wonder how he's going to play Wemby.
But even as far as his team, it's a veteran team.
It is.
It's not a lot of second, third, fourth year guys on that, that get significant playing time on that team. Like that's a veteran team there, and this is a really young Spurs team. So that dynamic is interesting.
Yeah, I'm really curious if it's going to come down to the coaching part of it.
Certainly will play a big role. Yeah, we'll see. And if it does for the Knicks, they made that bold moved on from Thibodeau for Mike Brown.
Yeah.
And maybe he'll bring him a championship. We'll see. Starts Wednesday night. Loser from the weekend, the Astros. Look, they dropped 2 out of 3 to the Brewers, which was a big litmus test this weekend. They lost the series, however. They coughed up the game Friday, and so that's actually how we started the show this morning of grading the weekend. And, Chris, you gave them, a D? Which is not a passing grade, right?
I upped it to a D+, but still, no.
So it makes them a loser for the weekend.
Yeah.
They didn't pass the litmus test.
No.
D+.
Not at all. And again, like I said, the games were close. They hung in there. You can say they should have won Friday night's game, I believe it was, but that was the extra inning game, right?
Yeah.
Friday night, should have won that game, but you lost 2 out of 3, and then you got shut out on Sunday. So, no, loser.
Meanwhile, a winner, though, and I was in the building yesterday for that Astros game, and they did announce it at the time and everything, but Isaac Paredes became only the 10th native of Mexico to collect 500 career hits in Major League Baseball.
Really?
So I was surprised by that. Yeah, only 10. So congrats to Isaac. After the game, he said, quote, "It feels beautiful." He was very quick in his comments, probably lost yesterday. But they did mention it in the stadium at the game, and gave him the props. But just the 10th native of Mexico to reach 500 hits in the big leagues. So he's a winner of the weekend. Congrats to Isaac Paredes.
Yeah, that number, that stat that you just threw out there, that did surprise me. Only the 10th native of Mexico to reach 500. You said 500.
Yeah,
hits,
500 hits.
Yeah, that's a little surprising. I mean, a big honor, but again, I can understand why he kept it short and sweet. You want the win.
Yeah.
You want the win. Come on.
You also want to be higher than number 10 on the list, right? When it's number 1, then it's a real honor.
It feels like he's going to continue to work his way up that list, though.
He's still a young guy.
I would think.
Number 1 on the list, I believe, is Vinny Castilla from the 90s, the Rockies. And whatnot. So I believe he's number 1. Yeah. Going through winners and losers from the weekend. A loser is Chet Holmgren. We talked about this earlier. But just embarrassing. We got a couple pieces of audio to play first. This is Kendrick Perkins, who typically I don't care for, and I know he's a local guy, and Bijani saw him at the gas station last week, so hopefully I don't run into him. But I'm not a fan of any time he really opens his mouth, except this time I think he was
Chet Holmgren. We're talking about a guy that was a first-time All-Star this year and made third-team All-NBA. And was a complete no-show, not just in Game 7, all throughout the course of this series. And Wemby straight up not only pumped him, but he took his heart. He snatched his soul. Chet Holmgren was scared to compete. Now down Presti, he have real business decisions to make when it comes to Chet Holmgren. This is not an overreaction. This is facts. Wembyamba is not going anywhere. He's going to be here. With that being said, you got to find somebody that's going to be that dude, especially if you don't know, at times injuries happen. We saw J-Dub being out, but you got to go find a guy like a Giannis Antetokounmpo that's going to come in and move the needle and be able to go toe-to-toe at some capacity with Wembanyama, because Chet Holmgren ain't it.
And here was former NBA player Jason Williams, White Chocolate, who was watching the game with a buddy of his on the balcony, and this is what he also had to say about Holmgren in Game 7.
J. Will, Game 7. Chet is 7'1", 4 points, 4 rebounds. He's taken 2 shots.
Listen, I can't even tell you what all my buddies here in Oklahoma City that I've met have been texting me about Chet. It would be a bad look. Chet's got to do better though. Right or wrong?
How would you describe him?
I mean, is just care a little bit more. Act like you care a little bit more.
Scared of Wemby, isn't he?
I mean, that's what it looks like, bro.
Yeah, the Thunder obviously were the losers last night in Game 7, but Chet was the big loser. Took 2 shots. I thought Reggie Miller had a good point that I'd rather you be 1 for 15 than 1 for 2. Go out there and lay it on the line. It's Game 7, and Chet was the one that came away looking the worst last night.
Especially when you've been such an important cog to this team, behind your MVP, you've been one of their guys. So to come out and only take 2 shots, I mean, and when you get to the point where, especially former NBA players are saying it didn't look like he cared, but it also looked like he was intimidated by Wemby. Taking just 2 shots, whether they're inside, outside, whatever, taking just 2 shots, yeah, he was intimidated. That's really what it came down to. And the confidence was gone.
It was. Huh? And already they started the rumors today about, the Thunder have the
I've heard that.
They have the pieces. They started talking about the Thunder pulling off a trade, sending Holmgren to Milwaukee to get Giannis instead. That maybe that's where they're out on him.
They ain't wasting no time with this, man.
They're just the rumors so far.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's a phrase I hate, but it's so common in today's world, the ick, when you get the ick.
Yeah.
And the Thunder last night, they might have gotten
the ick.
With Chet Holmgren. There's no coming back from this. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
I think that's a little knee-jerk. I think that's a little knee-jerky right there.
Yeah, it might be. But he had a bad – it wasn't just last night. He had a bad series.
Bad series and that contract. So, I don't blame anybody if they want him out.
He is still a young player, though. We got to keep that in mind. He's still a young player, too.
Oh, yeah.
So,
No, I
not
get
that Wemby isn't, but I'm saying he's still a young player, still coming into his own, finding himself as a player, especially against a guy like Wemby. So, I mean, give him a shot.
Yeah, but you can't be 1 for 2, man.
You can't be 1
with that contract. You should not be shooting 2 shots.
But that's 50% though.
Or if you're 1 for 2, you got to do something else. And he only had 4 rebounds
and 2 blocks. Yeah,
2 blocks.
Yeah,
like you got to be valuable on the floor. By the way, quickly, another loser in all this, Fred VanVleet. If you recall, there was 3 months ago, he had that clip that went viral from his podcast where he was like, "What's all the love for the Spurs where they haven't won anything? They haven't done why are we?" Whatever it was, going on about how the Spurs were overrated, and now they're in the NBA Finals. So it didn't age well.
Yeah, that clip been going around a lot.
Freezing cold take.
Yeah, yeah. So not good for.
Sorry, Fred.
Yeah, sorry. Get back on the court instead. Winners and losers from the weekend. Shedeur Sanders. I heard this actually this morning from Sean and Seth. Sports Business Journal, I think it was, put out the list of which NFL players made the most last year in licensing income, so like on merchandising and all that sort of stuff. Shedeur Sanders, number 1, not only this past year, but all time. $17.7 million for Shedeur Sanders this past year. Wow. Second place last year was Patrick Mahomes at $8 million, more than twice as much as anybody else. And the record prior to Sanders was Tom Brady at $9 million. Sanders just shattered the record with $17.7 million in licensing income or revenue here this past year. Hey, props to Dion and the whole marketing machine, and it has certainly worked for him and Travis Hunter and Shedeur's the rest of his family. Or I should say Dion's the rest of Dion's family.
Yeah.
So
they're doing something right when it comes to marketing. I'll put it like that. But Dion's always been good.
Yeah, that's true.
At marketing himself, and why not with his kids, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Just carrying down. A loser from the weekend, Tanner Bibby, pitcher for the Cleveland Guardians. He just set a record. Most starts without a victory to begin a season in history. Yesterday, or was it yesterday or Saturday? This weekend was his 13th start of the year. I think it was yesterday. And the worst part about it is that yesterday he left with the lead for the first time this season, and the bullpen coughed it up by walking in the tying and then I think also the go-ahead run. So he's 0-7 now in 13 starts. His ERA is only 4.5. He hasn't been that bad this year. It's just been some bad luck.
No.
But he just set a record for most starts to begin a season without a single victory in Cleveland baseball, Indians or Guardians history.
That's one of those records you don't want to be any part of.
Yeah, the crazy thing is he one of their best pitchers. He was coming in as one of their best pitchers.
I know.
That's what's
so
wild.
it's kind of shocking that he's on this streak like this.
I know. I got him on my fantasy team. I thought he was going to be good. He's killing me.
I bet he is.
Yeah. And then lastly, 2 quick ones. Well, there's 2 quick real. Beyonce building an $8 million housing project to combat homelessness here in Houston.
All right.
Winner. Jesus Sanchez, former Astro from last year, he had to leave the game yesterday with an injury. He got hit with a baseball while standing in right field that a fan threw onto the field. This was in Baltimore, so visiting team. He gets hit by a ball, but then the story came out. It was a 12-year-old who thought that when Sanchez was flapping his glove at him that he wanted him to throw the ball. But I guess maybe he was just like waving or something. So the kid threw the ball. Sanchez wasn't looking, hit him in the wrist, had to come out of the game.
Oh, man.
I don't know how long he might be out for. Maybe,
Did it break it? So it broke his wrist?
I don't know. I didn't see the type of the severity of the injury.
Yeah.
The 12-year-old out. The game. And I think they might have banned them from the stadium. I don't know about that part. They kicked him
They're
out.
not playing no games.
That's unfortunate right there.
So the 12-year-old and his family had to leave, obviously.
Yeah, because he threw a ball in the field.
Wow.
He thought he was asking for it.
Hey, they ain't playing no games.
Hey.
Man, kicking children out.
And Sanchez was having a good year for the Blue Jays after leaving the Astros.
Yeah, that sucks.
And then lastly, a winner and a loser. Billie Jean King finished her college education. She got her college degree at 80 years old, 82?
82, yeah.
I mean, for one, it's just like an whatever, you know.
Honorary one.
Yeah, come
Is
on. No, I think she actually took the class.
Yeah.
Like,
oh, really?
You're like in your 80s. What are you going to do with a college degree now? So she's a winner for getting it done.
Yeah.
But also, like, come on. What are we doing here?
That sounds like one of those things she probably promised herself a long time ago, and she finally came through on it. So big up to Billie Jean King,
all right,
man.
That's fair. I'll
Shout
give her
out.
a win for that. But the reason why I say also a loser is because then she posted on LinkedIn right after it. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah, like,
that's funny.
Oh, really? Let me go to LinkedIn to find Billie Jean King just got her college degree and give her a job offer.
Yeah, let me hire her.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
Now that she has her college degree, she posted about it on LinkedIn.
That
like,
is
open for work.
By the way, I don't know if the Giants, New York Football Giants, are a winner, but they just signed Juju Smith-Schuster.
All three.
They signing everybody.
Yeah, so yet another receiver.
So that's 3 today. Like today, within like the last hour and a half, they've signed 3 receivers.
Were they receivers really that bad? Was that room really that
I mean, the
rough?
Giants were pretty bad.
I guess so.
They was pretty bad.
So let's get Odell Beckham, Berrios, and Juju Smith.
Let's get it popping.
It's going to be like a Hunger Games for receivers over there trying
for
to
playing
stick around.
time, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if this was 2014 or something like that, or whatever the prime was.
Yeah, right.
Man, they'd be a Super Bowl contender.
Oh, man.
Yeah, 2019, somewhere around there.
Yeah, 2018, 19, yeah.
Pretty good. Hey, those are our winners and losers of the weekend. I guess OBJ, a winner, back in the league after not playing last year, at least for the time being. Coming up, should we trust Rafael Stone? We'll talk about that next here in The Loop.
Guys, John Lopez here for Ability Trees, and you know it by now.
LTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Should we trust Rafael Stone? Get to that here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. John and Reggie will be back tomorrow. You'll have the normal show here moving forward as Reggie gets back.
I like this show better.
Yeah. I'm going to tell him you said that. And I'm going to tell the boss, too. No, I'm kidding. But, yeah, the guys will be back tomorrow, I'm sure, filled with stories and takes.
Oh, yeah.
So make sure you tune in.
It'll be fun.
Absolutely. And maybe we'll get to the bottom of Seth's whole Rolling Stones story as well.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Jury's still out on that.
I need to find this band and see how good it is.
The Licks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are we even sure that's a band?
So we figured out it was not the Licks.
So it's not the Licks. Okay, so we know that for sure.
I did search the Licks on
I was about to right now.
on YouTube.
Oh, you found a band?
It was a band, but it seemed like a more recent band.
Okay.
So I don't think it was a band from or at least
2003.
I mean,
I don't think so. And they look kind of younger too.
Oh.
So it's not like if it was older, I probably would have figured it was them.
But with that name, that sounds like that should be the name of a band of some kind. The Licks.
That's not bad.
Right?
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah, it's got especially obviously if they were opening for the Rolling Stones, it has a connection to them. But
it does.
Also has a connection to, playing licks on a guitar, so it's got the music connection.
You can go so many directions with that name.
Yeah, it's not bad. That might be my next band. We'll name that. Should we trust Rafael Stone? Because this has become a conversation here in recent days. The reformed draft lottery in the NBA and looking ahead to the future for the Rockets, especially when comparing the Rockets to, say, the Spurs and how the Rockets have a little room to grow here. And the Spurs have built themselves through good drafting and, kind of tanking and getting that lottery luck and having high picks and getting Wemby and being able to get good, talented young players. So now the attention turns to the future for the Rockets, thinking of okay, can the Rockets take advantage of their resources? Because this is looking ahead a bit, but, in 2027, next year's draft, the Rockets will have first-round picks from the Suns and Brooklyn. Okay. So it became a conversation, though, of okay, that's great, but do we have the right decision-makers to take advantage of those resources? Should we should we trust Rafael Stone to even be able to handle the draft? Now, look, a lot can change in the next year. Rockets might have coach this time next year for all we know.
You never know.
They'll certainly have some different pieces on the roster. Who knows about Stone's security or future for the next 12-plus months? We don't know. We have to see how this season goes. But it became a referendum on Stone here of his history. And this all kind of started from, it's a Twitter account called Red94, and they acknowledge they're just a fan account. They're a big Rockets fan. But then it became a whole talking piece online with a bunch of Rockets fans and whatnot about Stone's draft history. Should we trust him or not? So they laid out all of his draft picks. Excuse me. And it starts, the list starts with the 2021 draft where we had Jalen Green, who was taken second overall, of course. Şengün was taken 16th. Usman Garuba 23rd. Josh Christopher 24th. Those were the four picks in 2021. Then 2022, you get Jabari Smith, who went 3rd. Tari Eason 17th. Ty Washington 29th. 2023, Amen Thompson's drafted 4th. Cam Whitmore's drafted 20th. And then the 2024 draft where Reed Shepherd goes 3rd overall. Those are the draft classes of the Rockets for the last, 5 years? Just simply, before we dissect it a little further, first blush, you look at that list. What would you say about Stone's draft record? Should he be somebody that you can trust with a few first-round picks? Do you think he's done a good job drafting? Do you think his, that power should be taken away from him? How does that full list hit you?
I don't think he's done a job. Some of these guys have, so far, everybody's not going to be an immediate superstar, but you've got some Feel how you want about Jalen Green. While he was here, he was a contributor. He averaged 21 points a game, I believe, his last season in Houston, year before this last year. He was a contributor. He was a good player. Now, he wasn't a great shooter. Didn't really show up in the playoffs that year. I understand that, but in terms of him panning out as a draft pick, I would say he was a pretty good player, right? While he was here. I can't really say that he was bad. He wasn't horrible.
Yeah, he wasn't good enough.
Yeah, he wasn't good enough. I get that, but to say, I can't go as far as saying, oh, that was just a horrible pick.
Yeah.
Like some people would try to have you believe.
I wouldn't say it's a horrible pick because oftentimes, again, hindsight's 2020, and we look at that 2021 pick through a 2026 lens.
Yeah.
But if you think back to the draft that night or leading up to that draft, Jalen Green was talked about, at least during that season. Jalen Green was talked about as a number 1 pick, and it was almost seen in some circles of like, hey, Rockets were able to get him at number 2. That's a bit of a steal, or that's a luxury.
Yeah.
Didn't pan out. But it's not like they completely reached at number 2 for a project or somebody that wasn't high on people's draft boards or whatnot. Yeah. So at the time, I don't think it was viewed as what a ridiculous pick. It didn't work out.
No, it did not work out.
But
many of these picks don't work out.
Yeah, all right. I don't know if you could put that on stone so much. Actually, that's going to become the next part of the conversation. Why did some of these not work out?
Yeah. Real quick, after that, Şengün, I think that's working out, right? Sure, there's some things he could work on, but obviously he is already and is going to continue, in my opinion, to become a even better player than what he is already. I think Şengün, I'm in that camp of you don't trade Şengün right now, to bring in like a Giannis or somebody. Mm-hmm. I'm in that camp. You stick with him. You play it out for the long haul. Jump down to Jabari Smith. Good contributor. Very good contributor to this team. Good three-point shooter. I think that was another good pick. Tari Eason, pretty good pick. Obviously, some areas he can improve on, but pretty good pick so far. I mean, I would say, and then obviously Amin Thompson, Cam Whitmore's no longer here. We don't know what's going to happen with the rest of his career, but he's no longer here. And then Reed Shepherd, I think, is going to continue to improve. I think there's some guys in there. Obviously, 4 of those guys are contributing and have contributed heavily to this team over the last year or two. So if you're asking me if I trust Rafael Stone, yes, I do. I'm going to say that I trust him right now. If I got to put a grade on overall on these picks, on his picking, as far as drafts go, I'll give him a B- right now. Good, but there's a lot of room for improvement. I'll say that. There is room for improvement, but I'll say it's been pretty good because even the top picks, every pick is not going to turn into a superstar, especially not right away. So you want to get guys that are at least going to contribute at some point, especially if it's early on. These guys are contributing early on, in my opinion. You got some guys that are potential stars, but they need more time.
Yeah, I'll agree with you. I think that's all fair. I don't have an issue with Stone's track record. I think, would you say B-?
I say B- because
that seems fair.
You're going to have some misses. Like, with this many picks, you're not going to hit on all, 10 of your first and second round picks over the first 4 or 5 years or whatever it may be. Yeah. You're not going to hit on everybody.
No, you never do. I would trust him. But I think we do, like you said, I agree. I think there needs to be improvement. I think it still needs to be better. He hasn't done terrible. But you look at last year's team won 52 games.
Yeah.
And the top 2 scorers who are on that list were his recent draft picks.
Yeah.
3 of the top 4 were his picks. 5 of the top 7 scorers were his picks. So he built a team that was able to win 52 games. Yeah. Now, the one issue is he hasn't been able to get that biggest star yet, which is why they went out to go get Kevin Durant. But he was able to build the foundation or the rest of the team in the draft. And like I said a few moments ago, you always have to kind of look at these through the prism of that era or that time. So that's why Jalen Green looks a lot worse now than it did then. Even like Jabari Smith, same idea. Like he was being discussed at one point as a potential number 1 pick. You get him at number 3.
Yeah.
And at the time, there was a level of excitement. Has it worked out? No, not to that point. He hasn't played like a number 3 pick. But if you put if you rewind back to that night, not knowing what we know now, and put a lot of teams in that scenario, it wasn't like Rafael Stone made some drastic reach that you just couldn't understand.
Exactly.
More similar. I mean, he fell to get him at 20. They felt like they were getting a steal. Obviously, it didn't work out, which sure, maybe he should be able to recognize those a little bit better. The only one I'll knock him on, and this isn't hindsight, I was saying it at the time, I did not get the Reed Shepherd love coming out of college.
Okay.
I've never been high on Reed. I still am not all that high. And taken right after him was Stephon Castle. I'm a little bit biased.
Yeah,
I'm a UConn fan.
I get that.
So I watched Castle in college, and I did, again, biased, but I did like him more coming out of college. That's the only one of these that I would really knock Stone for, is that even if you asked me the day of that draft, not knowing how things were going to play out to this point, I still would have told you Castle over Shepherd. Now, again, maybe just because I'm simply a UConn fan, and I prefer Castle over most people, at least in that draft class. But the other ones, I will defend Stone that, again, if you went back to that day of and asked a lot of people about Jalen Green or Jabari Smith or even Cam Whitmore, whatever it was, they didn't seem preposterous at the time. They just haven't quite worked out, which takes me to maybe the next question, maybe the more important question. Why haven't some of these picks worked out quite as well? Do we put that on the GM? Is it a lack of development from the coaching staff? Because I think that might be the bigger issue. Stone can only do so much. He can get people in the building.
Exactly, and that's how it works.
But then they have to be developed. Have we seen enough development from a Jabari Smith or a Tari Easton? Did Jalen Green develop enough before they shipped him out? You know, Şengün, have you seen enough? Amen this past year. Did you see, we talked about this last week, did you see enough development from him? But that wouldn't be, I wouldn't put that so much at the feet of Stone as I would the coaches that are working with these guys.
Yeah, when it comes to player development, I mean, to an extent, you can throw the GM in there, but I'm not going to place this on Stone. I'm putting this on the coaching staff, and even go as far as to say maybe coaching style and playing style, the way this team plays offensively, right? Because that's a lot of the questions that we have with many of these players is, developing offensively. The defense is there because you got a defensive coach, but so I'm not going to blame this on Stone. I'm going to put this primarily on coaching staff and getting those guys developed over, the second, third, fourth, year.
There's also something to be said, too, though, that a lot of these guys, it's been the issue with the Rockets, the shooting hasn't been good enough. Yeah. You could point to a lot of these guys where their shooting hasn't been. Now, Tari stepped up and had a career year from beyond the three, at least for, I don't remember where he finished up, but he was having a career year.
Well, he was at 50% at one point, or over 50%. He
was leading the league.
Into January, I believe.
Yeah.
He was, that was pretty good.
And Jabari's had flashes, but he also had that streak where he was miserable for, the whole month of February. He hardly made a three.
Yeah, that was, he fell off then.
So maybe part of it is the players that Stone is targeting. I always say everybody has a blind spot. Like Belichick, for him, he couldn't get they could never draft skill players on offense. Caserio, you could say, struggles with offensive linemen in the draft.
Yeah.
For Stone, is it maybe lacking the ability to identify guys who will actually shoot it well in the NBA? But then the flip side, we talked about this also last week, is that as crazy as it sounds, guys can become better shooters in the NBA.
They can. And we see it frequently.
Yeah, Magic did it. Jordan did it. LeBron did it.
Jason Kidd eventually became a pretty good three-point shooter.
Yeah.
Now, early in his career, first 5 to 7 years, that was the knock on him. He couldn't shoot.
Asen Kidd has no J.
Yeah, exactly, no J. Eventually, he picked that J back up. Yeah. Wore it proudly.
Yeah, that's right. He became Jason.
Yeah.
He went back to Jason.
Yeah.
So that can be something that is improved, which then circles back to the whole idea of the coaches and the development, and maybe that's what's lacking. I just found it a little surprising that the rhetoric the last couple of days online, at least, which of course can be a cesspool, but it turned into the whole idea of Stone can't be trusted. He can't be making these picks next year. We got to have somebody else. On the text line, someone said they're a winning team, man. Yeah, I mean, we're the ones defending them for the most part. I've defended Stone at least in a lot of those picks.
Yeah, that's how I kind of look at it, man. Like, this team was bad when he took over as GM. And look, you could say some of these picks don't really pan out, but I mean, even the Jalen Green thing, they shipped him out, but he was still pretty much successful for what he was. He got a contract,
21 points a game. I mean, that's nothing to really sneeze at.
Yeah, he got a contract, and they moved on from him for Kevin Durant. So I can't be mad at that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now some of the signings he got, I kind of question that a little bit. The
Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, that one looked. That one looked pretty rough. The Clint Capella in the rough too.
Yeah,
where some of they were pretty much unplayable. But I think he's fine. I don't fault him too much on the Cam Whitmore stuff because I feel like in the NBA, those picks are the later picks. I don't really look at that like, oh, you wasted the first round pick. To me, I kind of just look at the lottery picks. I'm not about to be mad at him for Ty Washington. I'm sorry. Like, I know a lot of people had some love for him, but I can't fault him for that. He did get some other picks.
Yeah.
I feel like he got the other picks right.
And I mean, I felt like, and I still feel like the Cam Whitmore thing was more of like a maturity thing with him. As to why he kind of fell out of the good graces here.
Yeah,
that's what I felt.
And honestly, a lot of people thought he was going to be a top 10 pick.
Yeah,
Whitmore.
Right. Yeah,
right.
And he fell to 21 or whatever it is. You rolled the dice on him, so I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, exactly. A few of those picks were viewed as steals at the time. They just haven't worked out.
Yeah.
On the text line, someone says, "Nah, I don't trust Stone. He's too complacent." Another texter said, "I don't trust Stone. NBA lottery has screwed the Rockets out of a number 1 pick for 3 or 4 years, but none of Stone's top picks have become franchise guys. They're not great." Which is fair, which is what I said earlier. He's got the foundation. He just hasn't been able to get the true that guy star.
Yeah.
Which is why they had to go get Durant.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out enough this past year.
Yeah.
So anyways. Also, by the way, a lot of people are pushing back on the whole Rays idea earlier. Yeah, but what if the Rays won? And somebody said, the A's did Moneyball, but that worked great. Paid off either. I mean, it's hard to win World Series. The Rays have the last 20 years. The Rays have the 7th best winning percentage in baseball, despite spending the second least amount of money.
That's something. Yeah. That's saying something.
The thing is, I don't want to be the Rays. I'd rather spend money and be more exciting. Yeah. But I can't overlook what they're doing with so little.
I don't want to be the Rays either, but I think there's a happy medium where you can win on the margin. You spend money, but then also be able to win on the margins. Yeah, with some of the analytical approaches.
Be tactful about it.
Yes, some of these things kind of be ridiculous how cheap they are. But I think the Rays they've been smart with some of the players they get and all that. So
also,
I would like to have some of that too.
Where's the Dodgers GM from? Oh, that's right, the Rays. Yeah. And they hired him 11 years ago before they started spending millions of dollars in the last couple of years. But they've been wildly successful.
There's a reason why these bigger market teams are going to them, obviously, to get front office guys.
And not to mention some of their farm systems and all that.
Yes, that too, yeah.
Yep, they develop. And then lastly on the text line, someone said a national host over the weekend made fun of Lopez.
Yeah,
we're bringing up the fact that he's excited about the center at OTAs. Yeah, they're going to talk about that tomorrow. But Sean brought that up this morning.
Yeah,
and when Lopez returns tomorrow, it will be on the docket.
Hey, if you've been in Houston long enough, you wouldn't blame Lopez for being excited about an offensive lineman, or a center, especially last year.
Big storyline. Plus, it's a rookie that might be moving to center. I mean, that's a big
thing, man.
Hey, we got Figgy's mixtape coming up next. Figgy, what do we got going on?
Yeah, so you ever heard the term "it's all down here"? It's all downhill from here.
Yes.
Do you interpret that as things getting worse or easier? I want to discuss that. This is actually a discussion that I want to have.
Perfect. We'll do it next in the loop.
Early returns out of Texans OTA. is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Monday. Happy Monday, everyone out there. So when you hear the term, it's all downhill from here, do you interpret that as things getting worse or things getting easier? 713-572-4610. So somebody on social media asked this question, and this is what they said. This is how they explained it. Quote, I believe most common intent is that the situation is deteriorating, but the first thing I thought of was the opposite, like biking down a hill after pedaling up to the top. The worst part is over with. Or like hiking, you say, well, it's all downhill from here. So do you guys look at that as a bad thing, or like things getting worse, or things are finally getting easier? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, of course, always getting worse. But I'll tell you what, I never really thought about it that way. And once you laid that out, I'm like, actually,
right? Sounds pretty good.
I might be changing my mind all of a sudden. My mind's kind of blown. That sounds really good.
I can be pretty pessimistic at times, so I'm usually thinking, oh yeah, all downhill. Yeah, it's getting worse. It's all downhill from here. Yeah, it's getting worse, man.
Yeah. So 2,000 people weighed in on this. So at the end, I think 87% of people felt like that means things are getting worse.
Yeah.
So 13% feel like things are getting easier. And so one commenter said this, quote, I usually think it's all downhill from here is positive as it implies you got past your battle. But things are going down, but when people say things are going downhill or going south are negative. So I'm kind of like, dang, like I guess, I don't know. I also got a list of different sayings too. I kind of want us to break down, but that kind of had my mind blown a little bit. I'm like, dang, are we using it right?
Yeah.
We might not be.
Well, I mean, I looked it up, and to explain it in the other way, it means when things decline, right? Going downhill.
Getting worse.
Something declines. So I see both sides. I think both sides sound sound accurate.
Or like when someone says, oh, he's on the other side of the hill, meaning his career is on the downward slope. Well, that ain't good.
Yeah,
that's worse.
Yeah, because I think it all
look at it.
I think it depends how you use it too. Because
it does.
I mean, I ain't trying to go in the dark place, but if somebody is in, got to go to hospice or something, man, it's downhill from here.
Yeah, exactly.
Then it's kind of like sad. But if you got over the hump, or you let's say you passed the test, and you like, oh, cool, it's downhill from here now.
Context matters. Context matters.
Yeah, so I guess I never thought about it in that way, but let me know what y'all think. I got a couple more. I kind of want to go through these, and I want to see what y'all think.
Yeah.
So when you hear "we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," is that smart or irresponsible?
That's really how I live my life. I say it's smart.
Wait, what was it again? Sorry.
So when people say "we'll cross that bridge when we come to it," that's smart or irresponsible? I guess the irresponsible part is waiting till you cross the bridge to try to figure whatever the situation would be.
I can see this. I mean, really, because when I hear that, I mean, I've used that before. We cross that bridge when we come to it. Sometimes something is so far down the line, and someone else or you may be worried about it at this moment. That thing may be 3 years away.
Yeah, but
it ain't much you can do about it now, and sometimes there's not much you can do about it right now. So I'm just like, you know what? Cross that bridge when we get there.
But is it better if you try to figure it out before you cross the bridge?
It's always better. So yes, it's irresponsible, and sometimes I am irresponsible and have been. And hey, these things happen. All right,
it's smart.
That's just me.
Yeah,
as I said last week, most things you worry about never happen. Anyway,
I like how Luke is looking at it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So maybe it is smart then. I'll flip on that.
Yeah. So what about the money can't buy happiness? Is that mostly true?
See, now I don't know about that
false.
I don't know about that one. How much money we talking?
I always thought that was false, man.
It can buy a certain amount of happiness. I'll put it like that.
It can't buy happiness, but it can help with a lot of problems.
It can help.
So, I don't know. That one I'm kind of torn on.
And the fewer problems you have, the happier you might be.
Look, the best thing in life is like health and family and all that sort of stuff
course.
as well. So,
but I mean, nowadays you can buy health.
To a certain extent.
I tell you what, I'd be pretty damn happy.
I would too.
If I get some money. What about the thing people always say, no offense before comment?
Oh, now see
Does that actually make it better or worse?
Nope, because my outlook on that is always something really disrespectful is on the way. Every time. No offense, but it's like, all right, now you about to disrespect me. All right, go ahead, dog. Go ahead.
Well, at least they were thoughtful enough to say it.
Nah. Just give it to me.
Better.
Nah, just give it to me.
Yeah.
That's fine. And my feelings might be hurt, but just give it to me. Just give it to me. Don't buffer it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. All right. The last one from this little list I got. When somebody say we need to talk, does your mind immediately go negative?
100%.
100%. 150%.
Yep.
It's kind of a shame too because we need to talk. That's not like
I don't want to talk.
That's not bad words,
I
but
don't want to talk.
But if our boss come in here right now and say after the show we need to talk,
put your head down like damn.
Yeah, you gonna think something bad.
Honestly, anytime I see our boss walk over here while we're on air, I'm like, oh shoot, we did something wrong or whatever. He's about to tell us.
Sometimes that thought does go through your head when Parker comes in during the show. I'm like, damn, what happened?
Yeah.
What did we say?
Yeah, no, I do. And see, Parker is really good with this. He sometimes whenever he finds something funny, he'll come in here and talk to us.
Yeah.
A lot of PDs don't really do that.
That's true.
But I think just being in the business for so long, sometimes where I see somebody walking in the office and shut the door, I'm like, oh man, it's my time.
It's my time.
Oh, 100%. If I'll get a message from a higher up of like, hey, you got some time, and I'll already tell like, hey, sorry, honey, like I think we gotta slash some bills. I'm about to lose my job. And anytime a boss reaches out, I always assume bad.
The worst.
It's bad.
You assume the worst.
So
but when you hear that we need to talk, like it could be a relationship, whatever. We need to have a talk. Damn.
Yeah.
Not good.
About what?
Yeah. Hey, let me know so I can prepare myself.
Yeah, I need it.
My wife is good with that too. Hey, can we talk? Damn. I'm like, and then it just be like, I was just thinking about something we could do for a date.
Okay.
Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, that's almost worse when they set you up like that, and then it's something so like innocent, and it's like, oh man,
I was worried.
Yeah, I was already. You might as well just give me the bad news. I'm already mentally prepared for it at this point.
Yeah, and it's just, I was just thinking of a cute date night we can do.
Yeah.
Like, woman, why would you say it like
why
that?
you say it like that? Yeah.
Just start off with it. Don't ask, can we talk?
Yeah, because it's usually always bad. It's just like Yelp reviews. Like you will go out of your way only to leave something negative, not positive.
Of course.
Yeah. So same idea. When you want to set up a time to talk, can we talk? Similar idea of you usually only do that when it's something negative to go over. If it's something positive, you just get right to it. You don't
exactly.
Say,
yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yes. It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. Y'all ain't got no kids, do y'all? Do y'all have any kids?
No kids.
Yeah, I got a 4-year-old at home.
Okay. Daughter, son. Son. Okay. Just imagine if you had a daughter, a teenage daughter, and you decide to go in the room to kind of change the sheets and all that stuff, and you find $3,000 to $4,000 in her room. Now, talking to teenager, where would your mind go?
You said it's a girl?
Yeah, a teenage daughter.
I mean, I guess she'd still be under 18, but honestly, my original thoughts OnlyFans or something along those lines.
It'd be bad, man.
It'd be bad. Bad thoughts are coming into my mind. That's my kid.
Well, this happened to a mom. I want to say this was in Baltimore. She was on the Kramer and Jess morning show. That's our sister station with Odyssey Mix 106.5. Listen to this crazy story on her finding her daughter's, I guess, $4,000.
I went in my daughter's room, do some cleaning, changing her sheets, and I found, I think it's about $4,000 cash. She was 16 years old, did not have a job. She came home from school. I questioned question where the cash came from. She told me it was none of my business. And meanwhile, my daughter's screaming at me, telling me to give her the money back. And I said, I'm not giving you the money back because I need to know where this money's from. If it's stolen, long story short, police officer shows up at my door 10 minutes later. She said I stole her money and wanted me arrested. The money is sitting on the counter, and the cop looks around and he says, you have a beautiful home and it looks expensive, so I don't think your parents need your money. But he said because she called and wanted me arrested, he asked her if she wanted to pursue charges.
Are you serious?
I said, the money's on the counter. You can see it. I texted her therapist. There's a picture that I didn't steal the money. She's like, I don't get to do what I want. Oh my gosh, you're a spoiled child. You have your own credit card. We pay your car insurance. We gave you a brand new car. Reality.
Okay, hang on. Where did this money come from?
She was selling feet pictures.
Oh my God!
OnlyFans.
Hang on. Okay.
No!
Man, how
Did
would
you
you
feet pictures?
Yes.
OnlyFans, yeah. I'm guessing
It
OnlyFans.
doesn't have to be on there.
Yeah.
It could be anywhere on the internet, but still.
Man, how crazy is that?
That is wild.
$4,000.
But I blame the
And
parents.
then you call the police on me?
Hey, she called, but she won her money.
Man.
Hey, she earned that money the hard way, all right?
I would have told her to take your money and get the hell out this. I'm not paying no car insurance.
Then you gonna kick her out?
Give me that
Damn,
car.
man.
Give me that car back.
Man.
You call the police on me in my own house?
Now, did she press charges, though? That's the question.
That's a really good question.
That's the question. Did she actually press those charges?
Hey, I tell you what, I'm not sure if that was, I'm guessing that was maybe a white parent, but a black mama would have been like, I wish you would press charges on me. I give you something to press.
Right, seriously.
I give you something to press.
Yeah. Also, though, I hate to be the wet blanket of it all. I'm curious how that was set up on the show, because, I mean, I don't want to peel back the curtain.
I get where you're going.
Like,
so you
99% of these calls into radio shows are set up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing this is real. I don't think this was like a prank call or anything like that. It's probably, I'm guessing it was set up maybe some of the wildest stories your kid or something like that. I'm sure it's something similar to that. And, especially with the music stations, they had those little questions. Oh, what's the funniest thing your daughter ever did? Or what is the weirdest thing you seen in your daughter's room or something like that?
That's pretty wild, though.
Yeah.
But I blame the parents. They talked about her being a spoiled kid, and we got her a credit card, new car, all this stuff. Like, well, you spoiled her.
Honestly, this is the reason why I don't want kids. I don't want to have
to deal with it.
I don't want to deal with the teenage stage. Now, Luke, I don't know if you plan on having any daughters or anything like that, but this is the reason. This is the reason why I don't want kids, man. I like the babies and all that stuff, and I just wish I could sim through teenage age.
They grow up.
I wish I could sim through that. Hit the sim button.
Simulate for like 15 years.
Yep. And come back to me when you like 26.
Damn, 26.
And all that stuff. Yeah.
Goodness.
I don't want to deal with the problems of teenagers growing up and all that stuff.
It's like the movie 13 going on 30.
Yeah.
She was 13 and she wanted to grow up. She woke up 30. That's what Figure can do.
I would love if that happened. Otherwise, I would have kids.
Yeah, that's tough. One of my buddies has 3 daughters. And I can only imagine what their teenage years will be like. It's tough out there.
Yeah, it's rough.
But it's tough. It's tough for the parent. The advantage for the females is you could be 16 years old and just put your feet on the internet and make $4,000. That's pretty nice. I don't think I could do that.
You don't think your toes can net you $4,000?
I don't think so.
I might try it.
And I've been complimented on my toes before, but
I know mine ain't gonna do it. Mine ain't gonna do it. Also, by the way, shout out to Serena Williams. She is coming back to play professional tennis.
So official.
Yep, it is official. She must be tired of her husband. I got to get out the house and do something.
Why she got to be tired of her husband?
I'm going back to work.
I'm going back.
This smell like Tom Brady to me. Coming out of retirement. Get away from my wife and kids.
Damn. It's too much. I can't take it.
Yeah, I'm tired of y'all.
Yeah, Brady's like, man, my son keeps looking at these feet photos. I got to get out of here. Coming up, most important, that's Figgy's mixtape. It happens at this time each and every day. Most important returnee for the Astros. Who is it amongst all the injured players? We'll talk about it next here in The Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
1-866-SKY-RIZZY to learn more.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Who is the most important returnee for the Astros amongst their many injured players? We'll talk about that to wrap things up here on this Monday. Also catch up with the fellas of the drive here in a few minutes. Ron and Clint are in today with T-Mill, so we'll get to them in a little bit, see what maybe they took exception with from the things that have come out of our mouth sours. Appreciate you hanging with us. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. And John and Reggie will be back tomorrow. So you'll have the full In the Loop crew back starting tomorrow. Appreciate you hanging with us. 713-572-4610 on the text line. Can also get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats. Before we get to the Astros topic here, Figgy had asked, or brought it up, and asked last segment in his mixtape about that expression, it's all downhill from here.
Yeah.
Is it positive or negative? Some of the feedback on the text line. It's always been things are getting better or easier, says one texter. Another says easy is going down, so easy is good. It makes things better. It's not that complicated.
Oh, God.
So if you're on the plane, it's all downhill.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a good thing, huh? Stop it.
Another texter, of course, this generation would make it complicated. People have been saying the term and applying it the same way for generations. Hard is going up. Therefore, they're saying downhill would be
really
easy.
I feel like people, whenever they use it, it's like a bad thing.
It's usually been like a negative connotation to it.
Yeah.
Someone says it means things are getting easier. You're coasting. Someone said could mean both, really. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel.
Yeah.
Someone said context is important because it can mean either up or down.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then the last one I'll mention, someone said all downhill from here equals I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Therefore, it's easier is the definition.
So you're dying. You're dying is what they're saying. You see the light at the end of the tunnel. That's what they're telling us. All right.
Easier. So of these texts I just read, I think most people, do they say easier? All downhill?
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
And yet now I'm confusing myself what I used to think.
These people live on Easy Street, apparently.
It always sounds like a negative thing. It's
I don't know.
Downhill from
I always hear people use it in a negative way.
It feels like usually it's use it to point out the negative to something.
Yeah.
Well, it's all downhill from here.
Blowing my mind. The one that I use and I acknowledge it's not the normal saying. I acknowledge that it's not. I say it incorrectly. I have had this debate. I've brought it up on air. Reggie couldn't believe it. I've had this debate with friends for years, but instead of play it by ear, I intentionally will say play it by year because I've always felt that makes more sense.
I forgot about that.
Not by ear.
I figured it's here. Not by ear.
I can see where you're going with the by ear, but I mean, the by ear is just, I think everybody's used that at some point. Maybe not you, but
yeah.
You add the Y.
Yeah,
throw
I add the Y
in there.
It's a ridiculous take. I acknowledge it, or a ridiculous stance to have. But I feel year makes more sense because typically when people say that, I feel like they're saying let's give it time and see what happens, as opposed to ear of let's wait to see what we hear before making a decision. So you play it by year, which is obviously an exaggerated amount of time.
Yes.
These expressions aren't to be taken literally.
Hopefully not.
So anyways, that's the idea there. Hey, which Astro returnee is the most important? They have a long list of injuries, of course. You're waiting on Yanier Diaz. You're waiting on Altuve. You're waiting on Hunter Brown's not too far behind. You're waiting on maybe Christian Javier. You're waiting on Joey Loperfido. But Josh Hader is returning tomorrow. Who would you say, if you could wave your magic wand and get somebody back on this roster today amongst the injured Astros, who do you believe would be the most important addition for this team right now?
I'm going to say Hunter Brown. I think a lot of people will say Hunter Brown. That's just me. Obviously, you said we got Josh Hader back on the hill or coming back tomorrow. Be ready tomorrow to go if needed. But yeah, Hunter Brown for me. Get this pitching staff, this starting rotation kind of back in line. That's where I'm looking.
Astros are off today, so they start a series tomorrow with the Pirates, which is another good test. We talked about the series with the Brewers. Hader will be supposed to be
we'll see. There's still 28 hours. You never know what could happen over there.
With the Astros,
But he's expected to be activated. I actually think Josh Hader is, and again, this might sound crazy, but I think he's the most important piece. Obviously, Hunter Brown, I think, is a better pitcher. I think more teams would rather have a Hunter Brown than a Josh Hader. I hope Hunter Brown returns as soon as possible. But I think specifically for right now, I think Josh Hader fills a bigger hole because the starting rotation has seemed to find their sea legs now. Ime has looked better the last 3 starts. I thought yesterday was probably the best outing of his season. Lambert got the win Saturday. He's been solid. Tang has pitched, pretty consistently good. Eric Eddy's been a Cy Young. You already have 5 pretty solid starters. If and when Hunter Brown comes back, I believe they're just going to slot him in as the 6th starter and use a 6-man rotation. So he's just going to be an addition already have, which obviously is a great addition. Don't get me wrong. I don't want this to be slandering Hunter Brown. But Josh Hader, I think they need that closer. I mean, we saw it. If you look at this weekend alone, the biggest problem for the pitching staff was not the starting rotation. It was the bullpen, specifically on Friday, where you had to bring, or Joe Espada felt he had to bring Brian Abreu in the 8th inning, who couldn't throw a strike, and it cost them the game. Now, with Hader, you could bring Hader in the 9th inning, moves guys up. It just makes everyone else in the bullpen better because it bumps everybody down. Kind of a domino effect that when you take away your closer, it pushes everybody back up into a more important role, and it can make it harder on certain guys, or mentally they can't handle it, whatnot. Whereas for Hunter Brown, it's just going to be added to the already 5-man rotation that will continue to be rotating. So I think Hader coming back tomorrow is huge for the Astros. Obviously, Hunter Brown's going to be huge too. You want them both back, and you'll get them both back. But Hader, I think, might fill an even bigger hole right now. Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. By the way, Wednesday night is Paul Skeens and Spencer Arrighetti.
That's a big one, ain't it?
Yeah. That's a showdown for the ages now this year with the way these two are pitching.
For the ages, huh?
Yeah, that's right. For the ages. Yep. We welcome in the fellas of the drive.
What's happening?
You hear Ron. Clint's also here with us as well. Happy Monday.
There's only 2 answers to that question.
To the returnees?
Yeah. I mean, you led with Yainer Diaz for some reason.
That was just the first name.
That was the first name that came out. But yeah, it's either Hunter or Josh Hader in the back end, and you can understand both ways because I think there's an argument the bullpen is kind of pulled both the bullpen and rotation pulled it somewhat together from I know Friday was frustrating, but that was probably the first bad outing for like an Abreu in a minute, and you're going to have some. So they both pulled themselves together. But I think there's an argument for either one of them because I mean that back end obviously it moves everybody up, and it looks like right now he's out here just going by feel on the closers situation.
For sure.
Which right now maybe just where he is. And maybe Santa Claus has done it a couple of times. He's had it, but Brian King, the other gentleman, they've had about 3 or 4 dudes roll through that. So I get that piece, but it's only a two horse race.
Yeah, for sure.
None of the other guys.
Yeah. Joey Loperfido's not number 1. Shouldn't be number 1 on anyone's list.
I'm certain that you went Yainer.
Yeah. I think Altuve.
And Joey Loperfido at your top.
I don't know if Loperfido was third.
Run at the tape. I think those are the first 3 names you said.
Yainer and Altuve were definitely the top 2. I'm trying to go off memory. Whoever I can think of first. More texts are still rolling in. When you guys use the phrase, it's all downhill from here, are you using that in a negative sense, like it's going to get worse, or are you using it in a positive that it's going to get easier? It's
worse.
all downhill from
I think
here.
it's worse.
Yeah.
This has become a big debate. People are now using it as a positive.
No, I don't believe I would swing it as a positive.
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
I don't know if I've ever really heard it as that. Not too many times, I should say.
Yeah, no. I don't think I've ever heard it that way. I don't think. And I think I was raised in a world where folks use that kind of lingo. I think I'd say that would be a negative. If somebody looked at the drive and said, "Hey, boys, I had a hell of a month last month. It's all downhill from here." Boy, I would say that.
I would think they're like,
you wouldn't like that, right?
No, I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't respond with a thank you. I'd be like, "Oh, I appreciate you being honest, but damn." Give me some context. What happened? What happened here? What did you not like? Did Ron piss you off? Huh?
No, it was you.
Oh, it was me. What'd I do? I sniffed my drawers.
Let's get this Ron pissed people off narrative. You piss people off too.
Speaking of which, when Reggie and John will be back in tomorrow, if we find out that Reggie wore the same suit to a wedding back-to-back days.
Bang, bang, 2 different countries?
Yeah, Italy, San Antonio. Do you think he packed 2 suits, or do you think he wore the same suit in Italy, got on a plane, went to San Antonio, put the same suit?
I think if he's a real G, he went same suit, both. 1 suit, 2 weddings.
1 suit.
Because I saw the one. One's a tux.
Was
the one in Italy was a tux.
He was in that one?
He was in the wedding. Okay.
I don't know if he was. I don't know if he was in it. I'm just saying he had on. He had on a tux. It looked like a tux. I don't know if he decided.
He might have been in it. If he had a tux, he might have been in it.
I'm gonna tell you, if he had a tux on and he wasn't in it, we need to have a conversation.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
That might be his suit, man.
That's a lot of work.
It might be his tux.
Oh, you think he owns a tux?
He just goes tux everywhere he goes. Anytime he's got a suit on, he goes tux.
He might.
It's a ballsy move.
Do it.
Is it like a woman wearing white to the wedding? Is it?
No, it's just no, none of that. I don't believe any of that.
I know he didn't grab his shirt from Saturday and wear it again today.
Hey!
I mean,
that's what I'm curious about.
That'd be big if he did.
Did he wear the button-down shirt both weddings?
I mean, if he bought 2 white button-down shirts, he wasted money.
Well, what if you get one dirty?
Well, I mean, that's a what if. That's a gamble you got to roll with.
You only have so much room in the bag when you're traveling internationally.
I think he only had a very short amount of time between the weddings. Like 24 hours between the weddings.
You pack a good suitcase.
You know, you don't need 2 pairs.
So
of
he went
dress
straight
socks.
from Paris to San Antonio,
right?
Like, was it really 24 hours difference?
It was something. It was a short amount of time.
Along on social media.
Yeah.
I think Friday night was the wedding, or was it third? I don't know. I think he flew back Friday night, flew back to the States, and then the wedding was Saturday night in San Antonio.
He's overcommitting, number one. He's going to wear himself out.
It looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, well,
I'm sure he did. 2 weddings?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say. Depends on what that bride party looked like.
Yeah, you know.
If you're Reg, boy, you had to be out there scanning the crowd, didn't you?
Of course.
I don't know what Reggie's situation is right now, and I don't know who's listening. So I mean,
you don't want to put him in a hole.
Is Reggie? Is he in a relationship?
I just don't know.
Well, the fact that you don't know tells you what you need to know.
Okay.
If I don't know that Reg is in a relationship, his ass better have been evaluating the bride.
I just want to know, just in case anybody's listening, that Reg may feel committed to. I don't know what Reg.
If it I'm all dog drive.
I know he's always good doing that.
Right?
I'm just telling you.
Chris wore that shirt Saturday. Picked it up and didn't wash it.
You did?
Yeah. I didn't say I stunk it up.
Ain't no problem with it.
What'd you do Saturday?
I ain't judging.
I didn't do much. It was too hot. I didn't do much of nothing Saturday. I went to the store.
So you in that heat, you went outside?
I did. But I don't sweat like
walked to the store in that heat.
But I'm in the AC in my car. Mm-hmm. I'm in the AC in the store. I came back home.
I ain't got no problem. Even if you pitted a bit, I ain't got no problem.
You pitted a bit.
I know you don't. I got zero problem.
I know you don't.
So is it worse if the shirt sits for longer in between the two wears?
I don't give a damn.
You don't care.
There's no sliding scale. It's all bad.
Can't get no grace over here.
That's a shame. Before God, you let that one go for a full week and then said,
"Yeah,
let me."
You let it get good and dried out.
Let me pull a couple of shirts, a couple of things.
No, what Luke didn't tell you was he left it on into that bed knowing he was going to rewear that joint at some point in time.
Yeah, that's my.
I didn't think he was caught by surprise.
Oh yeah, I didn't wear this long enough. Hell, I might need this on Wednesday. Let me put this on the end of the bed.
If it's dirty, it goes in the hamper.
That's right.
Exactly.
This one's got a second life right here, boys.
Yeah,
yeah. Hell, we all do it.
Second life, that damn thing in that washing machine.
Let it air out a little bit.
Just let that gain, whatever it is you use. I don't know if you use Tide. I'm not sure. Just let it.
Give it a sniff. It don't matter how much you wore. Just give it. Hey, just give it past the sniff test. Put that sunbuck on. Let's go.
Yeah.
Look like you used Tide.
Yep.
Sparingly.
I think so.
That's one of my complaints about my wife is that detergent. You know, now we get into this whole. It's got to be whatever.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
Okay. Stuff's useless, man. I'm gonna tell you, it's useless.
Doesn't do the job.
Not cutting it for you.
Yeah.
I got to find my her mom, my mother-in-law.
Like a bad idea right here.
My mother-in-law, she knows how to eat. She's that old. So sometimes you got to break out the old chemicals, man. Get your shirts white.
Get it nice and clean, real clean.
Yeah. Well, wifey throws it in there with that old organic stuff, boy. You might as well. That ain't it, man.
Yeah. No, I hear you.
Why don't you take control? Get the detergent you think you should.
I mean, I sniff shirts. I don't have.
He's not taking control of that.
I pick and choose my battles. I mean, I sniff my shirts and wear them twice.
That feels like a battle you want to choose.
I don't know if you want to die on that hill.
I'm just telling you, organic stuff
ain't no good.
Luke feels like he's about to say something stupid.
Got to have some chemicals in there, man. Get that, kill some stuff, man.
Look like he's about. You're just engaged. Look, you about to say something.
I was just going to say. I was going to make a shirt out of that.
Okay.
I smell shirts.
I sniff shirts.
There you go.
Sorry,
I sniff draws.
That's a great slogan.
I sniff socks.
Yep.
I'm a man.
Yep. That's all I have.
I'm a man. Sniff something.
That's a good idea for a shirt.
I wash mine, and I'm a man too.
Bijani, by the way, weighed in last week on air and said he'll wear the same shirt in here multiple times in the same week.
That don't surprise anybody.
Not at all.
That should not surprise anybody.
Sean
talked about that
manual labor during the day.
I bet. Yeah, I was about to say he probably build a fence.
Take
it off, put it on a fan or a chair, and just keep it and bring that.
Bijani's would be. I guarantee you, Bijani done picked up a pair of dry drawers and smelled.
Sniffing,
I can go with these right here, boy.
Oh, absolutely.
All I'm doing is building me a fence this morning. Oh yeah,
that's all.
Shoot. I just need something to keep my old Johnson out of the zipper.
Doing it early.
I got this.
Doing it early for the heat really hit.
Got this. Yeah, baby. Them drawers will work. Yeah. What about these socks over here?
That's right. Well, then it's time for us to get out of here.
Yes, it is.
I like every time Luke's here, we have this conversation. I like it, man.
I love it.
I like it.
Yeah. Hey, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Chris, appreciate you today. Reggie and John back tomorrow, but in the meantime, The Drive is now live.
That's right. The Drive is live. You heard Clint, myself, and if you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all as well as Tyler Milner. The whole gang is back in for this week. And the NFL, big NFL news, right? And we can react through other teams because the Houston Texans would never do anything like this. There is no way that you will hear blockbuster and major player being traded to Houston because they will not ever do anything like this ever. No chance. All right. And I'm not saying it's wrong or not, but no chance. Right. We agree that there is no chance you will hear, blockbuster trade for the Texans to go get one of the best players in the sport to come here to give up. Not a chance in hell. And if you missed it, here is Ian Rappaport of, I don't know who he works for, to be honest, which the NFL Network. They all seem to be the same. I know he's supposed to be going to ESPN, so he works for one of them damn places. And he talks about the big news of the day, which means here soon that the Cleveland Browns are finalizing a deal to send Myles Garrett to the L.A. Rams. Here's the particulars from Ian Rappaport.
The Los Angeles Rams were the team. They were the team. They were persistent. They reached out to the Cleveland Browns wanting to trade for Myles Garrett around the time when the Browns adjusted Myles Garrett's contract to move some bonuses up a little bit. The Browns said, no, he is not available. The Rams tried again after the draft and said, we want him. Here's more. Here's more. They said, no, he is not available. Okay, well, then they said, what if we included Jared Verse? Well, that was someone the Cleveland Browns have had eyes on for a long time. When Jared Verse was suddenly in the deal, the picks got moved around a little bit. It got to a point where the two teams said, you know what, this could actually happen. They're expected to agree in totality later today. Right now, they are finalizing this deal, this absolute stunner. Myles Garrett expected to be a member of the Los Angeles Rams, the one and only team to pursue him. Persistence pays off for Les Snead, for Sean McVay and company. Just an unbelievable day. Unbelievable.
Listen, I don't know if this is going to work out for the Rams. They've done these things before. They're F them picks. The Rams. It felt like they went 5 years without a first round pick. They just traded them all. I don't know this kind of stuff. I don't know if it works or if it's the right thing to do. But I don't know how you as a fan couldn't be excited about your team who says at any moment, well, we're going for it all.
Yeah.
We are going for it all. They went and traded for Trent McDuffie, who is one of the best corners in the league. They now go and trade for Myles Garrett, and they give up Jared Verse. They do give up a big defensive piece for them. But damn, man, the Rams are trying to – this is what it looks like when you are trying to win a Super Bowl, when you are going for it all. And Les Snead and Sean McVay and Matt Stafford and company, they said to hell with that NFC Championship game last year. They are going for it all. This is wild that they're off-season.
Well, look, there's no doubt about it. Being a fan of a team that is clearly right there on the doorstep with a quarterback that you don't know how many years he's got left, a number 2 receiver you don't know how many years he has left. You've got obviously a need on the defensive side of the football. They were good, but you obviously can upgrade with a guy like Myles Garrett available. And again, you're right there on the doorstep. Let's kick this sunbuck in. Let's not look up. And come next year, 2026-27 playoffs, you're sitting there and, yeah, you may have gotten to the NFC Championship game again, or you may have lost a hard-fought game earlier in the playoffs to a Super Bowl favorite maybe, but you're sitting there and you just go, man, what if? Man, if we'd have just had a little bit more power on the offensive side of the football, a little bit more explosiveness on this side, or in the Rams' case, if we would have just had a little bit more of somebody on a defensive side even could change the game more so than Jared Verse, and cover down a little bit better in the secondary. If we could just do those things, we would have had a better chance to win it all in 26. Now let's go make those moves and see if we can't make a run. There's no doubt about it. Being a fan of the Rams and the F them picks type mentality that they tend to pull out of their back pocket once every 4 or 5 years is got to be fun to root for, no doubt.
Yep, the Rams feel like they're close. Tyler, let me ask you this. Would you want your team, the Houston Texans, to operate like this? Would you want your team to operate like this? Because I want to get this answered, and I want to pose a question to the whole audience.
That's tough for me.
I'm really intrigued.
It's tough for me because I do feel like it's so circumstantial. But in the grand scheme of what you're asking, I mean, if we're talking a top tier at what they do type player like Myles Garrett, then yeah, I'd be very, very open to the idea.
Do you feel like in your heart that the Texans are ready to go and compete and win a Super Bowl? Like, do you feel like this team is
as it stands right now today
is a missing piece? And when we talk about missing piece, like the Rams, hell, not once but twice in the offseason, went and got top-tier talents at missing piece positions for them. They couldn't get a hand on Sam Darnold enough. And then they couldn't cover a soul in the back end, and they went and got 2 guys that have been all pros. And we know they're there. I think a lot of people here feel that way. And the question I was going to go to is, would you be willing, because what the Rams did was, we're going to take one of these guys, one of these young dudes, these stars we have, and we're going to get maybe one of the best players in the game to get here, and we're going to use one of these young stars that we have to go do it. Would you be open for the Texans to use one of their young stars, like a Kamari Lassiter is one that comes to mind? Would you be open to them using one of their young stars? We know Will's not going anywhere, nothing like that. But one of their young stars to go get a missing piece on the other side of the ball that clearly is the spot that is dragging this team down. Would you be open to the Texans doing something like that? Because that's what the Rams basically did.
Hell yeah. Absolutely I would.
See, I don't know. I don't know a lot of – I wonder how many people would be. How many people would you be willing to go and move a Kamari Lassiter or you take the young star, but it's got to be somebody upon that level, or better.
I mean, look, to not take the conversation into what is the rest of the DBs like. Forget all the depth issues, the issues that it would create on the defensive side of the football. Like I'm not even taking all that into consideration. Just if I were presented like that, and I'll say it myself, if I were presented right now with a move for, say, a George Pickens to pair on this offense with this defense, do I believe this is a better football team?
You went for George.
Well, I'm thinking it'd be available.
Yeah,
there's not many available.
But he brings a lot too. But that's a good one.
There's obviously of that ilk. I mean, if there was somebody else that were maybe a better dude off the field and would block and things, okay, I'd use that guy. I'm just saying a offensive weapon that would change the game immediately for this offense. A player that if you made that move, everybody on national TV would be talking about, boy, you got to consider the Texans a Super Bowl contender now. Would I be willing to part ways with a good young player and a first-round pick? Absolutely, 100%, no question about it.
I don't know that. I don't think the Texans operate.
Oh
that
no!
way.
Well, hell, they're gonna show you they ain't operating that way.
I don't think they would. But I mean, right here, because someone just texted in, we're program builders with a young quarterback. Different situation. No. You're in a situation where you feel like you have a team that can win it all. I think many of you do. I don't agree with that right now. But if you told me that, hey, man, they're about to add CD Lamb to this group, right? Either one of them. They're about to add a top-tier weapon. Not David Montgomery. Like a top-tier weapon. The equivalent to what they did, or close to the equivalent of what they did with Myles Garrett. Like we're about to. If they said, you know what, Justin Jefferson is pissed off, and we'll give a first-round pick, other picks, Kamari Lassiter, and we'll send him to Minnesota to bring in Justin Jefferson. So that would change the whole thing, and they would immediately be on the same tier of the Buffaloes, of the Baltimore, whoever you think is on that top tier. Hell yeah, absolutely. Program builders, yeah, you can build a program, and that's a part of building the program.
Well, here's my response to the program builder. The young quarterback is all for none. You're fixing to make a decision on that young quarterback, whether you're going to pay him 20 plus next year, 25, whatever it is next year, if you keep him, or you're going to have to decide to pay him significantly more money than that. But the point is like the program building aspect of this thing. To me, you build a program like that could then withstand a good young player leaving and even trading a first round pick for the previous year. Like that doesn't just tear down the foundation that you've built. They have done such a good job of raising the floor on this team. Like I love Kamari Lassiter. I don't think Kamari Lassiter ever gets out of Houston. But if he does, I don't think this defense takes a huge hit to where they can't be a top defense in this league. They have built a foundation, a tremendous foundation in Houston to where their floor is as high as I think any team in the NFL. If they make a trade and it includes a young player and a future first-round pick, I don't think the foundation that they've built is all of a sudden torn down. I think that foundation will be just fine, right? And so I don't think now if you make a F them picks type mentality like the Rams do, where they do it with multiple times in 3 or 4 years, then now you're doing some considerable damage.
Yeah,
they've chosen that route to just build their team.
Now they have won a Super Bowl.
Well, I mean, look, but you could argue their moves. They've also countered those big moves and brought in first round draft picks a couple of times too. That I think has helped them replenish their.
Yeah.
So it's. I think if we're talking about Houston, man, if there is if there were somebody out there that would take this offense to a whole nother level, would I be willing to part ways with a young star and a future first-round pick on the defensive side of football? The answer is yes.
Text line just asked me, you think they would be a better football team if A.J. Brown was here and Kamari was gone?
Zero doubt. 100%.
Overall football team, yes.
And I'm not even an A.J. Brown guy, to be honest with you. I don't like all the reading the book on the sideline antics and all the look at me type stuff. I'm not a George Pickens guy, but those guys are so damn good that, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no.
You trust the play caller? Someone has texted in.
No, that's a different animal.
Yeah, but he helps. But the more talent helps it.
Well, it makes it. Well, here's the thing. It shouldn't. It makes it a lot easier.
Yes, it helps it. Yep. No, I don't trust him. You know I don't. You listen to this show, but it helps it. But the more talent, it helps. The more being able to have those guys help. All right, you can keep texting in. Would you want the Texans to do that? Would you want the Texans to do what the Rams did? Use one of their young, big-time players, and Jared Verse is a big-time pass rusher in this league, and they used him to go get the best defensive player in the game. Would you want the Texans to give up a young, great talent like that for a right-now move? We'll discuss more of that coming up. And we got to look at the Astros. They lost 2 of 3 from the Brewers, but I don't think it was a bad a bad series. Some good signs coming out of that. We'll discuss coming up next.
Something big is coming to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See the text line and YouTube and Twitch jumping in with some thoughts. Here's the full trade. You missed it. It looks like, by the way, A.J. Brown is close to potentially going to the New England Patriots. So that kind of stuff jumping up around 3 o'clock Central Time. So we'll see. That is when a lot of the post-June 1st move can be made, can be finalized. One that we know will be finalized, and we're seeing this from Adam Schefter in that trade. The Rams, they received Myles Garrett. The Browns received Jarrett Verse and a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second, and a 2029 third. So they get Jarrett Verse, young pass rusher, really good young pass rusher, a first, a second, a third, and 3 different drafts from the Rams there. So they paid a lot to obviously get Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett, a generational player that takes them to a whole nother level.
By the numbers, best pass rusher to ever do it.
Yeah. Yep. Defensive player of the year last year on a team that sucked. I'm first off really happy that he is, like, we potentially are going to see Myles Garrett playing games that matter.
Well, yeah, look, I mean,
that has been awful.
Here's the thing for Myles Garrett, right? I mean, the beautiful thing about this move is he was able to set the single season sack record with a team that was playing uphill. I mean, he never did he get a chance. I say never's a long time. Shouldn't say that. Very rarely in his career has he had a chance to play with a big lead, so the other team has to throw the ball and he can go out there and just pile up sacks. I mean, typically teams have a lead, feel comfortable running the football. They're not real threatened by the Browns' offense, so they're ultra conservative. So I would imagine by a significant amount that Myles Garrett's opportunity, if you will, to go get sacks is probably significantly lower than a team that it was significantly lower with the Browns than it's going to be, we would imagine. The Rams get a 14-point lead in the first quarter. All of a sudden, the opponent's having to throw the football, and Myles Garrett can pin his ears back. I don't know that he's real familiar with that kind of scenario, having been in Cleveland so long.
Yeah. So, well, he is on a Rams team that should be the favorite. If not, they are. I would assume the heavy favorite to at least come out of the NFC.
Well, they were already some favorites in the whole NFL in some books before this move.
Climb. There's got to climb there when you had.
What is that? What is that number, T? Do you know what the number is for the Rams to win it all? Super Bowl odds.
Let me check it out.
I know you got it right there at your fingertips, baby.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. This is probably good. So Tyler's not completely focusing on this text because these are the kind of texts that really run Tyler hot. Ron, I know you got a job to do, but these two teams are in totally different positions. Texans still trying to build a winning franchise while the Rams are trying to win another ship before Stafford retires. So the Texans are still building. Is that where?
Hell no.
Is that where we are?
Not for me.
Because I thought they were trying to put something on some kind of a bull. A ring or whatever.
I think we need to figure out what this is. I think it's a bull on a ring, which would be really clean, but because the ring on a bull,
whatever it is,
Toro Town
that they kept saying. I thought everybody was trying to go through the divisional round and get to an AFC game, a Super Bowl. I thought that was the progression.
Yeah, you are correct
of where we are.
Sounds right to me.
And so that, to me, seems like you're in the same space as the Rams.
Yeah, 3 years.
Now, I'm not
second
saying
round
your
of
teams
playoffs.
look. I'm not saying your teams look like that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying what you are and what they're talking about is trying to win a Super Bowl. What did you say? Yeah, 3 straight years you've won a playoff
3 straight years
game.
in the second round of the playoffs. I mean, 3 straight years you didn't get done in the second round of the playoffs. I think that's beyond building. I think you're at it. As I've said multiple times, I think the Texans are at the doorstep. You're on the front porch, and if with a couple of moves you could kick that door smooth in. Now, were these offensive line adjustments? Were they going to be enough for you to maybe push that door open? I know you ain't kicking it in, but for you to maybe push that door open, we'll see. But this A.J. Brown move. Team went to the Super Bowl last year. You see, even though your quarterback, averaged, what was it? He's a leader in completion percentage in football and the most yards per completion or something like that. So your quarterback was really good. Your offense was really good. They were, by the numbers, explosive. I watched them. I know they weren't, but it's obvious why they're making a move for A.J. Brown. But you look at it, they just ran to the Super Bowl. They've got more excuse than anybody to just be conservative. Hey, we're good enough. We just went to a Super Bowl. Now I think that'd be silly, but they could look at it that way. And they said, no. We're on the porch. Let's go. Hell, we're in the room, but let's go ahead and kick this door down and hang around for a while with a potential A.J. Brown move. I think that's what you're talking about. That's obviously what you're talking about with the Rams as well. This is a move that for the next couple of years, until old buddy, the QB, to submit Stafford, you're gonna be top 1 or 2 favorites in the league.
I would say the Texans are at least in the space of the Patriots, right?
Oh, absolutely. Patriots, Broncos.
Yeah.
To answer your question, the Rams are now by far, yes, the favorites to win the next Super Bowl at plus 550 odds for the Rams.
I think
next closest is plus 900, the Buffalo Bills, and you find your Texans with the 12th best odds at plus 2,000.
I think I saw them at plus 700. I don't know. I think that was before the move. So they went from plus 700 to plus 550 on the book. That I think that's the move with how Myles Garrett moved it for him.
Sounds right.
So I think they were already the favorite, but sexy. It's sexy. We'll see what it means.
Yeah, they're going about it in a different way. They've retooled and gone and attacked the offensive line. That I think they made a move to get David Montgomery in their mind to put themselves in a better spot to try to advance past where they are. Yeah, right. I think you got to say. I think a lot of Texans fans felt like they're in the same spot as Denver.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like
there.
in the range of Denver. Denver went and made a trade to get Jalen Waddle. I think a lot of people thought they were in the space of the Patriots. Many of you feel like they should have beat the Patriots if Davis Mills started. You're going to A.J. Brown.
D. Mills gets it done.
You're not. No, you can kiss every bit of my ass with the building of a franchise.
Hold on, so
I'm not saying they're not building. They're also they're in trying to win a Super Bowl mode.
I would like to think so.
That is clean. They are.
I would like to be a fly on the wall, though, in the spirit of this conversation. I would like to be a fly on the wall in Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryan's conversations.
Yeah,
I do wonder. We know how Nick is wired. I mean, Nick is in no hurry. But I do wonder how much conversation in that building over there is about longevity, of being competitive. Every year in, year out, and not making moves that maybe move the needle this year or next year for a short period of time, but not for. I am very curious. We'll never find out, but I would be very curious to know, like, how much of that is in the conversation. I mean, is there ever a point where you're like, hey, F it, man, let's go. We're there, man. Let's make a damn move. Or is it constantly worried about digging a hole, or constantly worried about putting yourself in a position where you don't have the ideal cap situation, or you don't have the ideal roster depth that you would like as you construct the thing? I do wonder how often that convo's.
See, I think D'Amico is the hell with it. Let's go make a move.
I think there's a lot. Yeah, with what he,
because we watched them.
Hell, he's done it on the offensive side.
They did like that. To me, that was. I don't know if this is the truth. This may be going a little further off where we meant to, but the hell with it. It's Monday. I feel even stronger that was to me after year one. Let's go get Diggs. Let's go get Mixon. let's go get Danielle Hunter.
Well, they were making plays at the best available. They got Danielle Hunter. Remember that Saquon? They were in the mix on Saquon. They were trying to get
Saquon. Yeah,
I don't know how much of that was them versus Saquon wanting to be back where I guess he's from, or where.
But it came down to them and Philly.
Yeah,
basically. Yeah.
So they were in. They may not have got them all, but they were in the mix with the top players. They've obviously shifted gears since then.
And it's not a surprise that seems to go with D'Amico had to be at the height of his powers of anything. Absolutely. Coming off the year one. His guy was Bobby Slowick. And CJ was rolling. I mean, they were going at the hell. They made 3 of these moves. Half of them got injured, but they made 3.
It didn't work out, but they did make moves.
They got to play, but they're going to be slow and steady here. All right, the Astros, 2 of 3. They dropped to the Brewers, but I think there is a serious scenario when you feel better about the Astros and their chances moving forward, except for that one little tiny problem they have. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Early returns out of Texans OTA.
class today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive. A lot of NFL news, more coming. Potentially A.J. Brown going to the Patriots, and that's something we have heard for over a month. And that is going to make another team in the AFC stronger. A team that a lot of people feel like are going to take steps back, or at least take a step back. They do add A.J. Brown, and that is a potential game changer to that offense. As long as A.J.'s in a decent spot. So that is something we'll be keeping our eyes open for as well to see what happens there with the Patriots. All right, Clint, the Astros, they're at home this weekend at the Daikin, taking on the Milwaukee Brewers, one of the best teams in the National League. And in baseball, for that matter, and they dropped 2 of 3. And really, they blow them out on Saturday, the Astros do, and then, 2 pretty good games. They just ran into a buzzsaw of a pitcher. This dude is nuts. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen anybody make Jordan look the way he did. Good God Almighty! I mean, Jordan wasn't even close. He wasn't even close multiple times. Hell, the McGill dude came in, the closer. He came in and gave Jordan that work. So that guy hadn't lost to anybody. I mean, I think who was that? Forgot who got it, but the first extra base hit he had given up since April. Paredes. Paredes was swinging and squared him up 3 different times. His first extra base hit he had given up since April, which is insane. But I think the big thing coming out of that, Clint, is, yes, they've dropped 2 or 3, but you understand they're in, and they've got a better shot than others. But the important thing is the starting pitching they got. Tang, Pete Lambert again, and then Imai, who I think was much better. Not much, but he was better even than those 6 no-hit innings that he had in this game, to be honest. There was less hard-hit contact than there was in that previous one, and he goes 6 innings and gives up a Crawford box home run, and those are the only 2 runs he's given up. But I think the pitching, 16 innings from your starters, 7 earned, 15 Ks, 9 walks from those 3 guys, and especially these are 3 you're like, all right, can they give us innings, give us a chance in games? And to me, that is becoming huge because all 3 of these guys have now had a pretty decent stretch of games. That's 3 starts in a row for Imai. That's 3 starts in a row for Tang that are winning type starts. That's 4 out of the last 5 starts. Peter Lambert has been really, really good. That's more important right now than even dropping 2 or 3, although that's disappointing.
Yeah, look, I think zooming out with this team right here, the Astros, where they sit right now. Look, they're not going to be a favorite going in. This thing's going to come down to the very end of the season, and can you sneak in? Even if you win the division, that still doesn't mean you're still going to be the last, probably the last team in, if you will, in the American League, and so. This isn't about, for me, it's not about day out, series in, series out of whether this team is or isn't going to get in. We'll see if they get in. The key to me is what does it look like if we get there? Is there a real chance that we could make a run, or is this just to save a little bit of face and say, well, we're a playoff team this year, right? I mean, you got to zoom out and you got to look at it from the perspective of what you were just saying. I mean, M.I., Lambert, and Tang. Tang looks to be like a real option as a starter, at least a 5th or 6th starter in a 5 or 6 man rotation. It looks like M.I. and Lambert are proven with every outing that they are guys you can depend on to at least keep you in games and give you a shot. I mean, you look at this series and there's several fronts you could say, well, they very easily could have swept the Brewers. They damn sure could have took 2 of 3. And I got to give Abreu a little bit of grace on that particular outing because he has been so good for several previous outings. So, yeah, I zoom out and look at this weekend as a whole, Ron. And as an Astros fan, I think it's, again, you lost 2 of 3, but I think you're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you have a hole that you got to dig out of, right? I mean, you're 27-34. You got a hole you got to dig out of. But you also understand the division you're in, right? Which is different than, I mean, these other divisions are, you got Tampa Bay's 36-20. I mean, you be in a world of hell right now. I mean, you be 10-11 games out right now. Yeah. Instead, you're 4 out right now, and so you still have a chance. And Hunter Brown is lurking to come back, and Hader is lurking to come back, and you add Hunter Brown to them, and we'll see about Mike Burrows, who starts off on tomorrow's series against the Pirates. You look at those and Spencer Arrighetti. Now you add Spencer Arrighetti and Hunter Brown to potentially these 3 and Mike Burrow, whichever one you want to go with. Like, these guys are giving you more than a chance right now.
Well, I mean, you're like, as you said, 4.5 back in the division, which that changes by, it seems, every series. So you're either going to win a crappy division or you're 2.5 back in the wild card. As bad as you've been, as injured as you've been, you're 2.5 games out of the wild card. So it's getting in is not going to shock anybody. Who you are and what you look like if and when you do get in is what this thing's all about. And I think that's where you have the bigger zoom out and have the bigger conversation about, what the weekend really looked like.
Yeah. No, I think I'm with you. I think overall it was a good thing. The only concern right now, Clinton Tyler, and Tyler's getting real close to being able to spend money on the Astros again. The only real concern, come on, go out there and go see Arrighetti and Paul Skeens on Wednesday.
I'll probably get out to the Dyke here pretty soon.
That may be a good one. That may be one. Go see Spencer Arrighetti and Paul
Skeens
on Wednesday. See if they can bring you back.
Well, we got steak night Wednesday, so I can't make Wednesday.
You can't make them both work?
And try to go out to steak night.
I mean, is the steak night end? You can eat late. You're not opposed to eating late.
No, but it's Stan's birthday, so I want to get some red meat. And
it's whose birthday?
Our guy Stan. You know Stan.
Do I know Stan?
Used to work for our competitor.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. When you say you're going out for steak night with Stan, that was not the Stan.
No, and everybody's invited, including
that's the first I've heard of it.
That is not. I don't know. I was thinking Eminem. I was thinking of there many other Stans before.
Stan the Fan, 5 hour shout out.
Yeah,
he hung around for a while, didn't he?
Yeah.
That got me. Yeah, I did not.
Did you know it was his birthday?
I did not know it was his birthday.
I think his actual birthday is Tuesday.
I just talked to Fleet here recently. Not too long. Like, literally over the weekend, I just talked to him. Did not know his birthday. Okay, so all right.
I like Fleet.
He's third persons himself that a lot.
Does he?
Yeah, he's probably listening right now.
Well, that means that's what he wants to be referred to as. So quit with the Stan stuff, Tyler. It's Fleet's birthday, man.
You're right.
I mean, he's trying to tell us something.
I will get out to put a bow on that. I will get out to Dyke here soon.
I'll be honest with you, Stan. Had we played together, you'd have been Fleet. I wouldn't let nobody call you Stan. I would have drew a hard line in the stand and said in the sand and said, "No, I don't know no Stan. I don't know who you're talking about."
He took the north off too.
I do not play dominoes with
North Fleet.
I do not hang out too late. Hang out too late at the lodge with Stan. Nope.
I really enjoy that you gave an activity Fleet too. Dominoes.
I do not play dominoes with no stand. Absolutely not.
He gave it an activity with stand. Dominoes.
Yes. That's it. If we're on the domino table,
that big six down.
If we're on the domino table or in the bar, that is not stand. Or on the football field, that is not stand. Absolutely.
Well, chicken foot, yeah.
No, we ain't playing no damn chicken foot neither. He can be staying with that chicken foot.
Hey, real quick
got a
though,
mother-in-law involved on that one.
With the Astros, sorry, Fleet. Real quick, happy birthday. With the Astros, the one minor concern here is if there was one team that you didn't want to get hot, it's the team in the West that's gotten hot, and that the Mariners. The Mariners were the preseason pick to win the division. And I think I went through. I saw power rankings. They were second or third in power rankings throughout the start of the year. And Clint, they've won 6 in a row. They've won 8 of 10, and now they are in first place. And they are, I think, 3 games over 500. That's why this thing had been running like 2.5, and they have gone off here a bit. And so that's the only concern, because that team, talent, pitching that they have. They are expected to be one of the best teams, if not the best team in the American League. And hopefully they can slow down a bit, not to mention seem to have the Astros number here of late. I think they're like 9-1 in their last 10 games against the Astros. That's the only thing. Like when you felt a lot better than the A's were kind of pacing things. Like, all right, the A's, yeah, they're gonna come back. The Mariners is the one team to me that you look at and you're like, That is a team that is capable of running and hiding.
Yeah, I want it to matter. I do. I want that to matter. But like I said, I don't care if this division stays crappy and you win you win the division or you sneak in in the wild card because this the American League is as bad as they are. I don't care how you get there. I know it's going to be a long shot. You still got 5+ games against the Mariners, so hopefully you don't fall too far behind them if that is the case. But I don't care how you get in. I mean, ultimately it's what you look like along the way here, and if we can get healthy and look like a competitor, then I'll be good with it.
Yeah. So just keep an eye on the Mariners. Maybe they slow this thing down a little bit. Hopefully this ain't a deal that they just get hot, but. They are now in first place. I mean, they were just under 500, obviously, not too long ago, and you win 6 in a row. That kind of changes things. So that is who they are chasing now, with the Rangers and the A's in front of them too. So they start a big series against the Pirates. Pirates are improved from last year, and like we said, if you want to get out to those of you out there who said you're not paying any money, I'd say Wednesday night. With Paul Skeens and Spencer Arrighetti, and I'm really intrigued to see how Spencer Arrighetti approaches and performs going up against that guy, because when you're going up against a good start. That's why I liked a lot about what we saw yesterday with Imai going up against maybe the best pitcher in the game right now, and he held his own, right? Like I don't know how many people were going to score on him. I mean, that guy's throwing 102 in the first inning, and he's throwing 101 in the 7th. What? When he broke off that curveball on somebody after throwing 100, I said, man, I'd give him the finger. Like I'd turn around and man, what are we supposed to do with that, man? I'm gearing up for this 102. You gonna break off this? Come on, man, go to hell, man. Talking about when he tires out. When he tires out, he drops down to 99 and 98. Get out of here. All right, coming up as we continue, I think C.J. Stroud caught some strays this weekend, and I have read it and heard it, and I think the comparison is completely unfair, and we need to stop making this comparison. We'll discuss that coming up next. Oh, it's 3:00.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hour number 2 on a Monday here, as a lot of NFL news happening, and it feels like at any moment, and we will keep our eyes open, we potentially may see the next big deal to happen in the NFL. We know that the Rams deal is being reported. They have traded for Myles Garrett, the reigning defending Defensive Player of the Year, the only person to finish ahead of Will Anderson Jr. Myles Garrett, the former Aggie, he is heading to Los Angeles to join the Super Bowl favorite Rams, and they've given up a pretty penny. They gave up Jarrett Verse, one of the real impressive young pass rushers, defensive linemen in the league. And they also got a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick to go along with that deal. So, I think the Browns probably made out as well as they could, too, on a Myles Garrett deal. I mean, that's a
haul.
Yeah, that's not – it's – I mean, that's better than what quarterbacks get. You got a bona fide young defensive star that you know what he is. It's better than, and they get a first, second, and third over the next 3 drafts. So they did really well for a team. They're building. That's building.
Yeah,
they did really well.
Well, look, I mean, the haul that they got in return is big time for Myles Garrett, and rightfully so. But the reality is, look, Cleveland had proven one thing they're not going to do. With Myles Garrett being the tip of their spear is win games. I mean, I hate to say it, but when you've got a defensive end and edge rusher, even when he's the best in the damn league and arguably the best to ever do it, it's still not enough to carry you.
I mean, his season last year was ridiculous, and it meant nothing to win.
Absolutely nothing. 4 or 5 wins. Fired the head coach, changed head. I mean, so it's you know, they've got a long way to go, and they're not going to get there. It doesn't. You can't bank on it. I mean, anything's possible, but they're not going to get there within whatever the length was of the extension that they signed with Myles Garrett. They're not. They're just simply not going to get there. Can they get better? Sure, but are they going to be in contention to be a consistently in the playoffs or a competitor in the division or in the conference? It ain't gonna happen. So. They got to completely rebuild, and they might as well take advantage of the one piece that they had that could command that kind of value. And boy, did they ever get a haul! You ultimately got 2 first-round picks, Ron, a second, third, and fourth. I believe is the way that kind of unfolds. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a first.
I mean, Jarrett Verse is a first. I mean, he's a proven first.
Yeah.
He's got 2 years left on his contract. I believe at $5 million. So it's. I mean, you're going to get a huge bang for your buck. He was a first-round draft pick, so he's got a 5th-year option. You have 3 years of control. They're probably going to command a big time extension after year 3, which is before next season. So, but that's a big time haul for
25 years old. He's from Dayton. 25 years old, so he's from Dayton, Ohio. So going back towards, I'm sure he's not fired up right now, but we'll see. Maybe he is. Who knows? Maybe he's always want to go to Cleveland. But yeah, They made out.
You go from a team that's a Super Bowl favorite to the Cleveland Browns, the most dysfunctional organization over the last 10 or 15 years in the league. Boy, that's a tough pill to swallow right there.
In L.A.
Yeah, well, L.A. to Cleveland too. We talked about Cleveland last week. I blame Johnny Manziel for a lot of being my biggest miss ever, but wanting to get the hell out of Cleveland, I do not blame him for.
Yeah. Well, that is, and then the other news we'll see and waiting on.
Sorry, Fig. By the way, Fig, sorry about that.
We enjoyed Cleveland. I mean,
I enjoyed it.
L.A.
To visit.
Rich money.
I do not want to live there.
Rich money, L.A., Cleveland. Ooh. Not to mention the play, the teams. Yeah.
We can put you on one outdoor bar down there across the street from that old restaurant we went to, though, if you need it.
Sure, Titus is wishing that switch could occur too. Houston to Cleveland, that ain't much better. Anyway,
ideal.
No, it's not. And then the A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown, it seems to be thought to be a foregone conclusion that he is going to be traded to the New England Patriots. So that is another one we are watching as – I mean, the Eagles, they're moving on from him. They drafted.
It's hard to go back to this one.
They drafted a wide receiver in the first round. They've brought in multiple other wide receivers. They're moving on, and I mean, and Jalen Hurts, but basically, said it the other day when he was asked about it.
He took that question. The time after that question, gave him a sip of water. Yeah, look, I think here's the deal: is obviously that's not gonna command anything near what Myles Garrett commanded. I don't believe.
No, just a first round pick.
Yeah, I believe it'll be a first, not two first ultimately, or a player that is a proven first. It's already being successful early in his career, so that's a different animal. And I think, look, the fact that Vrabel is very, very familiar with A.J. Brown. I think that obviously makes it a little bit more of a fit there in New England for them. I don't think everybody would be real excited about giving up a one for a guy that appears to be fairly disruptive, even if you're winning a Super Bowl. So we'll see, man. But that is definitely a move that is being made in the AFC, where one of the contenders is getting better.
Well, it can't be as disruptive as Mike. So
fair point. Mike will have a hard time. He's gonna have a hard time discipline moving forward, boys. Don't do things off the field that are gonna cause distractions. Well, Mike,
AJ's like, yeah, man, I'm reading books on the sideline, man. You gotta die. Anyway, but those are the two things we're watching. Listen, I want to. I feel like C.J. Stroud is taking some strays this week. I don't know. I've seen this multiple times. I think I even heard the morning show guys talking about this a little bit.
God bless, brother.
Just had one of the more embarrassing performances that we've ever seen. More embarrassing than many. I mean, my man took 2 shots in the game.
This guy stinks!
Game 7. You are the clear second option. My man took 2 shots. None in the third and fourth quarter. Didn't even hoist one up. He saw Wimpy and went to the ground. Did nothing. And I have heard the comps to CJ. I have heard the comps to CJ of just, listen, CJ crapped the bed in the playoffs. And against the Patriots, it was rough. You throw 4 interceptions in a playoff game that you somehow only lose 28-16. It is a rough deal. But I don't think I have ever, maybe you all disagree, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Clinton Tyler, too. I have never thought that CJ was scared of moments. I think there's a difference between being scared of moments and then just taking a dump during moments. Right? Like, he fired that sucker 47 times in that game. I mean, he threw a pick in the first, and he just kept hunting, kept throwing them. I mean, they were bad decisions and bad throws, but he didn't just say to himself, "Hell, man, I'm just throwing it away. I'm not doing anything close to a pick." That might have helped him a little bit more if he'd have done that a bit. I think Chet just said Chet pulled that James Harden against the Spurs, where James just said, "Hell, man, I ain't even gonna shoot, man. I'm not even gonna shoot." I mean, to the point where they asked SGA after the game, "How do you think you could help? You could have helped Chet get back in the game." Our man was, He literally did that 17 seconds where he couldn't come up with a reason. Overall for me is, yes, CJ has absolutely got to play better in playoff games, and you cannot have that performance. But I have never viewed CJ as being scared of the moment. I feel like he sucked, but I think those are two different things. When you're scared of the moment and you stink. I mean, hell, you threw 4 interceptions. That means that you reared back and you kept believing that you was going to get it in there.
Yeah, I can't even force myself to, and I've tried the whole time you were talking to force myself into even comparing the two, and I can't do it. I mean, the quarter. There's just so much in basketball. Is such a one-on-one sport where you get the ball and you can see it. And you're right. Chet was scared. There ain't no doubt about it. I mean, it's like he did not want Wemby. He couldn't get past this Wemby series one way or another soon enough. It seemed like he was intimidated as hell. CJ just seemed like he was out of answers. And even if you want to look at it like CJ was intimidated, I think it's definitely not because of his skill and personally what he can tangibly, physically do on a football field. If anything, it's because his system didn't have answers for what the hell the defense was throwing at him, right? Or the defense was doing stuff that made him unsure of what he was seeing. He'd never seen it before. He wasn't prepared for it. The quarterback position is so difficult to play, and it's so dependent on others around him that I can't even put myself in a position where I can compare the two, to be honest.
Yeah, and I watch because that's what have you ever watched Tyler watch CJ and felt he was scared?
Scared? No. I'm in the same line of thinking as you. I've never seen him look like the moment was necessarily too big. I just, as you also mentioned, seen him crap down his leg in some big moments, but I don't think it was too big for him.
To me, against the Patriots, it felt like he was saying to himself, all right, I'm going to make it up this time. I'm going to make it up to this one. All right, here, I'm going to make it. Here, I'm going to try to fit this. Because he kept going in the second half. He kept. Chet was playing hot potato.
Yeah, he could.
Like he didn't want it.
It would be like CJ checking to the run every time instead of throwing it. He did the opposite.
And I watched Alex Smith throw an interception in the first quarter and never throw the ball more than 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. They did a count of it the rest of the game. Never threw it more than 5 yards. That to me is, I'm scared. No, I think CJ probably as a detriment that they probably the main reason why they maybe should have set his ass down was he was going to keep trying to make it up.
Well, the thing in Houston in that playoff game was, again, your quarterback in his third year that was as accomplished as CJ was needs to know how to right that ship himself, in my opinion. And having played as much football as he's played, big-time football, college and pros, he's getting that. But there is no doubt about it that, the help around him, whether you're talking about on the field and making plays or, more importantly, on the sideline from a play-calling perspective or from a just settling the guy down mentally. I've been that guy that's gone out there in 4 consecutive series throwing interceptions. It is a snowball effect. It is you're almost blacked out kind of deal and have a hard time gathering your thoughts. To not have somebody on the sideline that could get him back into the mental state that he needed to be in, or sit him down for a series and let him get his mind right. To keep pushing him out there with no help, that's completely different than what Chet Holmgren just chose to, as you said, hot potato that piece.
And he got the ball in the fourth quarter. It was him and Wemby. Reggie and Crawford just kept saying, "Where you at?" It was him and Wemby on the baseline. He drove, somehow fell down, and fired the ball to the three-point line from the ground.
Well, the other part of that, is he was just completely outmanned. He tried a couple of times, and it's just like, he couldn't get around. He couldn't get around the other guys that were trying to defend him, much less Wemby.
He
was cooked.
He wanted none of it.
He didn't. No, he wanted none. But he wanted none. But I feel like it was at least after he attempted a few times early in the series and realized, hey, I ain't good enough to be on the floor with this guy.
He tapped out. He tapped out about Game 5, man. They won that one. That was like no. Yeah,
don't depend on me in crunch time in Game 7. Hell, I ain't got it.
I've seen that. There is a difference. There's a difference of going 2 for 17, or what was CJ's numbers in that game? 20 for 47 for 212 and 4 picks. There's a difference between that and 1 for 2. There's a difference between those two. So, yeah, man, I felt like he was catching strays because that was the last poor performance we've seen. Like, no, man, that wasn't. Chet's in a different class than CJ. CJ at least went down. By the way, news from another quarterback, Clint, that has had some moments. Quarterback Russell Wilson. He is finalizing a deal to become a CBS sports analyst.
That's right.
There we go. Sources. Maybe I wonder if he'll have a CBS team thing that he does at the end where he tries to get him. He feels like he's going to try to, before the show, here, James, here, Nate, put him in. Nate's dumbass, he'll put him in.
Who's he on the panel with?
Here we go. So Wilson, who he was also had an offer on the table from the Jets to join as a backup to Geno Smith, has decided to go with CBS Sports. He will then become a network pregame show analyst, which includes James Brown, Nate Burleson, and Bill Cowher. It'll be.
Oh, he'll definitely be the corny one on the deal.
He's going to try to stick his. I think before they go out and have shows, he may try to get in there and stick his hand. Here, let's get in here and stick our hands in.
Go Big Blue.
And Nate'll go with him, and Bill is going to tell him to go to hell.
They'll come up. Trust me, them producers. The minute that they heard that Russell Wilson's in there, they're in that back room going, "Hey, how corny can we make this? Hey, man, let's get him. We got a saying. Let's get the guys in the back, get their hand in the huddle, and let's break it. That's what we will start every show.
He's gonna have the Russ's something. He's gonna have his little keys.
Oh yeah,
it's going to be dangerous keys or something real lame to those producers.
Dangerous.
What's up, guys? Russell Wilson here.
Here's Russ's cookies. Not Sierra.
What would you do if they come up and Sierra's sitting up there with him in the first segment?
That might be a part of the deal. If she's on the set right there, yeah.
That's right.
I'll be honest. I think he's going to be really good.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't think he's going to be for you. I don't think you're going to like him. I think he is going to be. I think he's going to be good. I think he is somebody who can BS his way through some things. He's a good-looking dude, smile up there. I think he is going to be not good like Dan Orlowski, like you like, or something like this, but I think he is going to be like A-Rod. I'm not a big A-Rod fan, but somehow he works in his weirdness.
Yeah, but there's a mysterious kind of aura around A-Rod. I think for me, like Russ. The thing is, Russ is not going to appeal to folks as much as a former player as I think former players typically do. He's going to have to be he's going to have to be really, really, really good. I think like Romo. I don't think Romo appeals to people as a former player. Once that shtick wore off of being able to, because he knew the defenses so well, knew defensive coordinators so well, he could call out what was going on. Like once that wore off, like he's got a real RG3 feel to me.
Who Russ?
Yeah.
Now see,
I liked RG. I like if I could close my eyes and listen to a college game that RG3's calling, I'm good to go until he started all that silly crap.
Well, I'm out. But it'd be quick hits. He ain't got long stuff.
Yeah, that's right. That is a good point. In that studio, he ain't got to.
Yeah,
the only thing he can't do is try too hard. If he tries too hard and steps on toes, his ass will be up out of there.
No,
quick.
He's not going to. He's going. No, I think he is. I think he is. He is going to be, because even how you feel about it, he still has the cachet behind him, right? I mean, this is a guy who's been to 10 Pro Bowls or something like that. Like he's in a champion. He's been a champion, and he's had a crappy moment in the Super Bowl too. Like he's had it all. He's seen it all. So I think he'll. I think he's going to be good up there. It's corny ass. All right, coming up. The Spurs, we talked a little bit about Chet. God bless him. The Spurs took down the champs. Are you surprised that they went in Game 7 and beat OKC there? Many people were, many people weren't. I do hope a narrative slow coming out of the game. We'll discuss that coming up next.
CJ Stroud addressed his contract situation after OTAs.
Yeah, I mean,
Lawyers, 281-222-2222. Something big is coming to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
More news coming out of the NFL. An AFC team just got better, according to multiple sources. This one from Adam Schefter of ESPN. The Eagles are trading Pro Bowl wide receiver A.J. Brown to the Patriots. This is official for a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick that is better of the New England's 2/5. The deal that has been speculated for weeks now finally is happening. Brown and the Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel are reuniting. So A.J. Brown is now officially a New England Patriot, and that is the team that represented the AFC in the Super Bowl just got stronger. They already added Romeo Doubs in the offseason, Clint. And so now they've got Romeo Doubs, Kayshon Boutte, who had that amazing touchdown catch in the fourth quarter to give them a lead that seems maybe going to be too much. And now they add A.J. Brown with Kyle Williams, who was pretty good for them, Demario Douglas, who caught the first touchdown in the Texans playoff game. And they still got Mac Hollins over there. So that is their receiving core, Clint. My God. Woo! Trayvon Henderson, Ramondre Stevenson over there, Hunter Henry. That is quite the skill group right there as you start looking up and down what the Patriots bring to the table. So there it is. A AFC team gets stronger. A lot of people knew this was coming. A lot of people speculated about this. There were some people trying to come in at the last second saying there may be some teams that are trying to get in there to get a better deal from the Eagles. For the Eagles, but the Patriots indeed get their guy, A.J. Brown. Your thoughts about this move as we just went through Drake May skill position players? Your thoughts about this?
Makes sense. I mean, I think it'd be easy for the Patriots to sell that they were just going to stand pat with what they have. They made it to a Super Bowl last year. Look at the year their quarterback had. Hell, I've had people hit me on social media about how explosive the New England Patriots offense was and how great Drake May was. And Drake was really good. Completion percentage was through the roof. The yards per completion he led the league. So there's obviously some good there. But I think if you're honest about what New England was doing, they lacked an amount of explosiveness, firepower, just the ability to threaten and put pressure on defenses. They lacked that. They made a hell of a run last year. They took advantage of a down AFC. They were the beneficiary of full weather, which allowed them to I think, come out on top of a couple of teams that they weren't necessarily better than, including Houston. But the reality is they sat there and said, "Look, we're in the mix. Let's get better, and not just get better, but let's add a player that's got Super Bowl experience. So he's got a ring already, and a guy that we're familiar with from the head coach position, and." And see if we can't make another run. It makes perfect sense given who they are and kind of how they made their run. And if they're self-scouting, if you will, they needed this. They needed a coverage-dictating, man-beating type of wide receiver to make their team better, and they went out and got their guy.
Yeah, that is a hell of an offense. An offense, as you said, they were explosive, one of the top offenses last year. and they got some firepower. They got several. It's kind of the difference. I don't mean to do this with the Texans, but that's just kind of the difference when you talk about, like, you look at this. How many guys do they have that have the ability, and not just the ability, they have shown consistency of making big plays? That when they touch it, they can go. A.J. Brown is that. Trayvon Henderson, we've watched repeatedly take handoffs and just go to the house, screens on the house. Demario Douglas, he's not one that you think of, but he took, look, like he did against the Texans, and they're great defense.
We saw him beat cover zero immediately.
And check a slant and get to the house. Booty has the ability to go make big plays.
That's the interesting here is I've seen bits of a podcast recently of I think it was Butte talking about, just I think he's probably got an inflated belief of kind of how good he is, really actually is. And so I do wonder how he's good, don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's a top receiver in this league, and I believe he may have feelings that he should be or could be if given the right circumstances. It's going to be interesting kind of how he, not that it matters to them, but how he responds to A.J. Brown, because you're right. If you got them two on each side along with Kyle Williams and then Douglas Romeo on the inside Dobbs. And Romeo Dobbs you got some pieces now.
yeah,
they turned it up a little bit.
And then Hunter Henry sitting in the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an AFC team that's gotten stronger. All right, you guys. I know you like the Spurs. Were you surprised they walked in Game 7 and got the dub over OKC?
Not surprised, no. No, not because I think the only thing that did, because we did watch them, I think there was some coming into their own in Game 7 as well. But with this Game 1 was the one that was the overtime thriller, wasn't it? Wasn't that the one that I think it's interesting how that series started and how it ended, Ron. I think we really watched the San Antonio Spurs come into their own against the best that the NBA had to offer, both with SGA and the overall team of the Oklahoma City Thunder. I mean, in Game 1, you watched Oklahoma City, the reigning champ. You watched them throw haymakers late in the game, and most teams would have folded. The Spurs didn't. In fact, they punched back, and they ended up winning that game. I think when you look at how Game 7 went, it was similar. In the Spurs kind of had a comfortable lead for the majority of the game, and then they started throwing haymakers. Oklahoma City did start throwing haymakers.
They got into 3 by the start of the fourth, and it was a thought like, who's going to roll?
Yeah, and the Spurs never folded. I think what is telling, Wemby gets a lot of the shine, and rightfully so. Obviously, we all understand that. But man, their shooters ultimately down the stretch were unfreaking believable.
It really kind of came down to Wemby's cast severely outplayed the cast of SGA.
Yep.
I mean, SGA was exhausted by the end of it, and you come out, Johnson had 8 1/4, right? He hits 2, but they had 5 threes. Now, what's his name for OKC? He was trying, Wallace. Yeah, he was trying his ass off to try. I think he hit some threes in that fourth quarter. But everybody else, man, they got Fox hit a big 3. Harper hit some big shots. Cornette made the big block. Just everybody else picked up around Wemby to.
Well, it just happened in that game. I mean, Champagny, or however the hell you say his name, he hit a couple of big shots. I mean, that Game 7, all the guys that we just mentioned, not named Wemby, all hit monster shots. Didn't just hit monster shots; they hit them in the fourth quarter.
Yep.
So here's the deal: if 2 of those guys, take your pick. There's 5 of them. If 2 of those guys are on their game, they're going to be hard to beat for anybody. You put Wemby in the middle, and then you got all of those guys around them that are hell on defense, by the way. But all of those guys, Castle, we didn't even mention. Vassell, is it Vassell? Is that how you say his name? Yeah. We didn't even mention. Like those guys, if 2 of those guys are shooting it well, if they're knocking it down, that team's going to be hard to beat. That Game 7 against Oklahoma City, hell, there was 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah,
that was nails.
Listen, text line coming in. They were missing two of their players. That especially is going to hurt their depth. Yeah, they were missing two major players. They were missing three because Chet didn't even dress. That guy's a third-team All-NBA player and an All-Star. Like, he could have helped. OKC left SGA hanging. The one thing that I did, and I know it's not going to change much, but I am really hating this, fellas, is I'm glad that SGA had a good game in Game 7. He is 42 minutes, 35 points, 9 assists, 4 rebounds, just exhausted. Nobody really came to play with him. And I just really hate this narrative that is really started over, that it seems as if his greatness is being taken down to him being a flopper, a guy that plays to the rules and the contact, and that is overtaking this dude who is a 4-time first team NBA player, Finals MVP, back-to-back MVP, champion, scoring leader, like all of everything he has been. It is now the officiating stuff and how he's officiated is taking over almost to that's why he accomplished all of those things. And I'm glad he had a good game, and it feels like that just became the thing to say and do. Like Jay Williams, man, that was BS what he did, where he made the video of showing SGA, fouling and taking and kind of over exaggerating things. You could do that for every star player. You could do that for all. It is how the game is being played right now. Now we see him the most, and it appears he has benefited from the most because you certainly could do it for James. But I just hate that narrative of he's just like he's using math to be this great.
I don't mind it being associated with his game. I just don't like it leading the story. To your point of this guy's greatness is not. I don't think it is dependent on the flopping. But I do see when he spends a lot of time on the ground. I think he does play that mid-range game than a lot of players, so he gets in that traffic, and I do think he leans into that and plays into that and depends on getting to the line. But that's part of his game, part of his greatness. I think he'll always be associated with it. It's like when James Harden had that move where he'd rip up to take a shot anytime anybody got an arm inside. I mean, he was ultimately trying to get to the free throw line when he did that, and it's part of who he is as a player, stylistically who he is, and I don't mind it because it's hard to watch the game and not acknowledge it. I mean, he is seeking out fouls constantly. But I mean, shoot, it's part of the game. I think it's a skill.
I would urge you all we'll watch the finals. And I'm telling you, Brunson does it.
I think they all do it to a certain degree, but I personally think he takes it. It's a lot watching him. I mean, when it comes to that, the constant flopping, the constant on the ground, like willingly going to the ground, not getting knocked to the ground, but willingly going to the ground. I think it doesn't necessarily bother me, but it's blatantly obvious.
I think it's disrespectful to his greatness. That is what it seems like people are trying to relegate his game to. That's over the top. All right, coming up as we continue, we do this each and every week. A little weekend's best, weekend's worst. Text in your weekend's best, your weekend's worst. We'll do that next.
All right, y'all. Look, you can't raise your arm.
Text line coming in, SGA's flopping is like Shingun's begging. It takes away from their greatness. Well, we've got to Shingun first before we take away from it. Calm down a little bit now. But we've got any greatness yet from Alfred Shingun. But I mean to know to our guy here. We got to slow that one down on this thing. All right, it is Monday, which means we do our weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can text in 713-572-4610. Your weekend's best, your weekend's worst. YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in on this as well. And it's been a long weekend for me, and I'm gonna start my weekend's best. Clint Tyler, my weekend's best is to my daughter Lauren and her softball team, and all the parents that were out there at Camp Sienna this weekend. This was a huge tournament, and it was so hot, and. Shout out to Lo. Lo caught in every game. She was the primary catcher. She had to take a couple innings off over 2 days. They played 8 games over 2 days, and she caught every one of the games. And it was in that equipment. It never slowed up. I'm talking day one. She was there from 7:15 to almost 5, just rolling, playing. Sunday came out from about 10 to about 3 or 4 o'clock. And shout out to all the girls. It was hot out there, and they were all playing. I don't know if that Dynasty team out there, shout out to them. They ended up winning. They came out of the losers bracket and won the hard way. Clint, I think they played 4 straight games, no break.
In that heat?
In that heat, 4 straight. Because they were in the losers bracket, they had to keep going and keep playing. So Shout out to it, but it was a lot of fun, but it was really, really hot, and that was hell. By about game 6, 7, 8 of the weekend, it was more about endurance, and those girls were really having to fight through to stay focused.
Hey, look, big shout out to Lo for doing that. That is one thing. I'm typically the heat don't bother me. The more you talk about it, the softer we are. Don't worry about it. That's one for me. Catching boys or girls, but I mean either way it goes. Catching multiple games. You ain't out there in football pads playing one game and we're gonna get through 4 quarters. We're gonna have water breaks all whenever you need them. Yada yada yada. Catching in this heat for kids in tournaments they're playing multiple games. That is brutal.
Yeah,
I mean that is absolutely brutal. So big shout out to you, Lo.
Yeah,
I see you with some mental toughness, fighting it,
man, fighting it through it, boy. I'm telling you, that was grueling, boy. It was so hot out there. So that was my weekend best. Shout out to all the girls who competed up at Camp Sienna. It was a lot of teams, a lot of girls out there, and parents suffering through that heat, boy. You could tell. By the way, you could tell the people who prepared.
Yeah, you can tell the vets.
Oh, huge fans. This one
other ones show up with a jukebox and a bottle of water.
They had like they were at the beach. Jack had that pole up there, umbrella open, fans sitting right on them. Mm-hmm. I said, "Oh my gosh, snacks."
You went over there. You went asked for a checklist, didn't you?
They did. They charged us $10 to get in there this weekend. Anyway, go ahead. What's your weekend?
Well, I'm going to kind of stay in that lane right there. Look, I think the men's and women's college World Series, or at least the just men's and women's college softball and baseball is worth the ticket, man. It's worth watching. Obviously, I'm watching my Hogs and your Hawks this weekend. Your Hawks got the better of my Hogs, which is rare on the diamond, man. My Hogs they got knocked off twice by the Hawks, but they're throwing beer on each other out in the bleachers. They're heated out in the bleachers. And when I say shout out to college baseball and college softball, it's more about the drama, but it's beautiful to me. It's just You look at in the college baseball, the Georgia kid, which I think it was yesterday, hits the bomb and gets kicked out of the game because of all of his the celebrating he's doing as he rounds the bases. I don't care to get into whether it was should have happened or not. I'm just talking about the hype and the attention on the game itself. And then you flip over to the other side of it, the softball World, and even before the softball World Series, it started a week or so ago with the Florida and the Texas Tech with Jason Williams' kid, Mia Williams, who's a hell of a player. That drama, the fan bases going back and forth, and parents dog cussing each other, and police having to get involved. Apparently there was a Tennessee and Texas Tech little. One of the girls transferred from Tennessee over to Texas Tech. Well, Texas Tech beat Tennessee, so the coach had something to say. So the drama off the field, I think, is the hype is the attention is fun to watch. I'm fascinated with it. And then I'm going to tell you just some love to a school here in the state of Texas, man. Texas Tech. I don't care how you did it. In terms of buying players and getting these All-Americans to transfer in. Hey, I ain't gonna blame nobody for in the what college sports is nowadays for taking advantage of it. Hey, man, good for you. But Texas Tech, man, they played UCLA, who UCLA is actually a powerhouse typically in college softball. And they outlasted UCLA, winning in 9 innings, 8-7. But the way in which they won was they got the $1 million pitcher that came in late after this gal Caitlin Terry. She put on a show, little lefty that can absolutely spin it. It was from the drama off the field to the drama with the players versus coaches that are transferring with these high-paid players to the actual product on the field. It was a good weekend for baseball and softball.
It was, yeah. The crowds have been great. My weekend's worse. Chet Holmgren. We've talked about. I can't get over it. That's one of the worst performances I've ever seen because you just did not try. And he played 32 minutes in Game 7. Jalen Williams is hurt. Mitchell is hurt. You are you're the number 2 option anyway. Why? Because this season, you earned your first All-Star appearance. You were All-NBA third team this year. You were an All-Defensive Team member, first team, and you finished second to Wemby in the Defensive Player of the Year award voting. And you came out 4 points, 4 rebounds, 0 assists, 2 field goal attempts. 2. You didn't take a field goal attempt in the third or fourth quarter. Just utterly ridiculous. And now people are talking about Sam Presti had to have a conversation. Man, we got to make a move with this guy.
Yeah,
we got to trade this guy. I don't think you do that, but my God, it was that.
Ron, that is one that's bad. Definitely going to follow him for a while. That could be one that takes him a while to shake.
No, they just took his ass off the floor. They probably waited too late to do it. But that's just two shots.
He looked intimidated.
2 shots. All right, your weekend's worse.
Weekend's worse. The New York Giants for me. Every time I looked up over the last several days, I've seen this Dart and Carter drama about the president getting announced and yada yada yada. Everybody feels the need to give their 2 cents on it and make it a huge deal. And then all of a sudden, I see the Giants are in the news also for signing Smith Schuster, Braxton Berrios, and Odell Beckham Jr.
Oh, they signed Juju too?
Juju's the most recent.
I didn't know I know they brought him in. I didn't know they signed all 3 of them.
I'm just like, I prayed that it wasn't true, and maybe the Odell Beckham Jr. thing is not final.
No. Odell and Braxton Berrios is final. Okay. I didn't know they had added Juju too.
They are just on a roll here, man. I'm just thinking, what in the hell is going on in New York? What is going on with old Harbaugh up there? I just got to go with the Giants overall right now. Rough few days.
Yeah, they. God, dog, I didn't know their receiver situation was that. I didn't know anybody's receiver situation.
Was
that bad?
Malik Neighbors is a good player, but damn.
Yeah, man, and maybe they're not know if he's ready to be back with the ACL, but good God.
It was Juju that I saw get signed up there, right? Isn't he the one that they're rumored to be first?
Juju, they worked all 3 of them out. I know they worked them all out, but I know they signed Berrios and Odell. They may have. They got Darnell Mooney, Darius Slate, Malik Neighbors.
That ball hit that girl dead in the face, man.
Should have. I don't. Well, she's got 30 home runs on the season.
She took one off the gut while ago down the line. She getting beat up.
You, man. Wow, I just didn't. I mean, it just don't seem like they're in that desperate of a need to sign all three of those journeymen. All right, what you got coming up in the fall?
All right, Father Time's getting the best of me, y'all. I had to break down and do it. I did it, boys. I did it. I'll tell you what that is. In the top AFC teams, they seem to be getting better. They seem to be adding weapons. Where does Houston stack up in that arse weapon in the AFC with the contenders, huh? And Kamari Lassiter. Good God, it's just football horny, y'all. It's just football horny. It's that simple. That's next, right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get to that boner.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by C.J. Stroud. He emphasized very professionally that I've held up my end of the bargain. I'm looking forward to being the Texans quarterback this year. He's taking a play out of Nick Casario's book. I thought he did it with taste. I thought he did it with confidence. For me personally, this is the C.J. Stroud that I've been waiting on.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Reed Road. It's an accident blocking a left lane and a left shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
This is Nolan Ryan. Nothing brings the heat like a hot Texas sun. American Standard Air delivers clean, cool comfort all year long. Built strong, built to last. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After the Spurs won Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals against the Oklahoma City Thunder, Victor Wembanyama said winning the Larry O'Brien Trophy is his childhood dream. To achieve that dream, Wemby will have to get through the New York Knicks, who've won 11 straight playoff games, coming off of a week of rest following their sweep of the Western Conference Finals, and have the highest average point differential in playoff history. Game 1 is Wednesday night in San Antonio. I'm Adam Abdallah.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. What are your rights and responsibilities? Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Office in Houston Metro and St. Louis.
Welcome to Orange Theory Fitness, officially named USA Today's #1 best gym. At Orange Theory, we combine science, coaching, and heart rate-based technology to deliver the most effective science-backed workout possible. Your first class is always free, and with rate guarantee pricing, there's never been a better time to join. With 29 convenient Houston area locations, there's a studio near you. Book your free first class today at orangetheory.com. Terms and conditions apply. See studio for details.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, cover reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Houston, are you ready to cruise? Cruises.com gets you in a vacation state of mind for less. With so many options from Galveston to sunny Caribbean destinations, you'll find the lowest rates on top cruise lines, including Royal Caribbean, Carnival, MSC, and Norwegian. Plus, only at Cruises.com, you'll instantly start earning Cruises.com rewards. Points for every dollar you spend. Redeem them for cashback, onboard spending, shore excursion credits, and more. With nearly 20,000 5-star reviews, you can sail away with confidence. Book your next cruise getaway today at cruises.com/radio. That's cruises.com/radio.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down.
With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm going to get to that football horny audio. It's Kamari Lassiter doing his thing. Ain't no way in hell he gets out of Houston, y'all. Ain't no way in hell he gets out of Houston, and I got some more proof. He put some more proof out there for us. I'll have that for you a little later in this Dirty's Daily right here. But for right now, Dirty's Daily, it's powered by Apple products. Just in general, boys, I did it. I broke down and did it. This is something that I think inadvertently, maybe subconsciously fought for an extended period of time. I blew my text up on my phone. See how big the text is right there?
Oh, wow.
See how big the text is right there?
Yeah, it's a struggle for
me. Like the font.
The font. You are correct. Font is the right word.
I thought you were like going in on somebody via text.
No. I went in and I fought it. And I fought it. I'm gonna tell you what happened. My glasses. See, Father Time has really hit me here in
He's pushing you.
2025, 2026, and I got these glasses. Well, then all of a sudden my frames, which are still broken, so my left lens falls out all the time. And I got tired of fighting it, so I'm sitting at home and I can't see without my glasses. I can't see the phone. So I went ahead and blew the text up, boys. I blew the text up, and now I can read my text again. I can work. I can read emails. I can do it all again without glasses. So big shout out to all the Apple products out there that I use. I've got several. I use them all, and the fact that I can just hit one button and turn that font up and get back to work was a beautiful thing. So. I fought it as long as I could. Ron, on the thought of, not the thought of, hell, it is reality now. We've seen, if you're just now tuning in, we've seen some major moves made in the NFL. Myles Garrett goes to the LA Rams. A boatload of draft picks and defensive end, young stud defensive end Jared Verse out of Florida State. Who's been really good this first 2 years, goes to Cleveland, which, by the way, there's reports out there now that Cleveland, that was the sticking point. Cleveland would not even consider a move if it didn't include Jared Verse. So Jared Verse plus a boatload of draft picks are in Cleveland, and Myles Garrett is in L.A. But the other move that I believe is now official, Ron, is the one that I think it's interesting as we watch the AFC contenders not named really Buffalo, but we can't include them given the move that they made, but Buffalo, Baltimore, and Kansas City. Like, those are the teams that year in, year out, until their quarterback moves on or just proves for multiple years he ain't worth a damn, they are going to be the talk of the AFC for the most part. Right, but all of these other teams, really all the playoff teams from last year, are mostly, other than Buffalo, are teams that are trying to get in the mix, or teams that are kind of newcomers to the picture, teams that are trying to stay, maybe teams that are trying to kick the door down and get to an AFC championship or a Super Bowl. And Ron, I can't help but look at these teams and feel a little bit left out if I'm Houston. When you look at the top AFC teams from last year, again, the teams I just mentioned, Baltimore didn't make the playoffs. Kansas City didn't make the playoffs. We'll include Buffalo in this list because they were in the playoffs last year. Buffalo, they obviously needed a little bit of firepower. They go out
that for a while.
They go out and get DJ Moore. I don't know that I'm not a huge DJ Moore guy, but DJ Moore can chew up some yards. He can put up some numbers, no doubt about it. And he's been good in the last handful of years. You look at Denver. Denver last year, I think, was the best team in the AFC. Quarterback gets injured. All of a sudden, they lose to New England. They go out and they get better. They get Waddle. They had Jalen Waddle, Houston product, by the way, out of Miami. Right? New England was in the Super Bowl, and they go out and they get A.J. Brown, by the way, for a 5th-round pick next year and a 1st-round pick the following year. Jacksonville, we saw last year at the trade deadline when Brian Thomas Jr. was all of a sudden he's got skillet hands out there and he's dropping balls left and right. They go out and get Jacoby Myers to bring in and add him to the wide receiver room in Jacksonville. Pittsburgh, they had DK Metcalf. Clearly, beyond that, needed another weapon. I believe they went and got Michael Pittman Jr. from Indianapolis.
Pittsburgh,
I believe. So you add Michael Pittman Jr. to DK Metcalf, and then I mentioned Buffalo and DJ Moore. Ron, I can't help but look at that, and there's 2 teams that from last year's trade deadline to today. There's 2 teams, again, outside. I'm excluding Baltimore and Kansas City. I'm just talking about the playoff teams from last year. There's 2 teams that offensively have done, when it comes to weapons, have done little to nothing, and that's Houston and the L.A. Chargers. I can't help but watch these teams add guys like Waddle and Brown and Pittman Jr. and Myers and DJ Moore. I can't help but, again, go back to, I know it may be a dead horse that I beat on this show, but I can't help but go back to, do the Texans have enough weapons? And is everybody else out here in the that are on that same tier as the Texans and trying to arrive and trying to be a mainstay and maybe even creep into that Super Bowl contender category? These guys are out there making moves, and today's A.J. Brown move just left us as one of 2 teams that are wondering what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at it, even those other 2 teams, the Ravens and the Chiefs, you could say they addressed some of their biggest problems. The Ravens couldn't rush the passer, and they go and get Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah.
The Chiefs couldn't run the football, and then they add the Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker.
There you go.
To their teams as well. And if you look at the Texans, their struggles were on the offensive side of the ball. And they've changed their offensive line, and they've added David Montgomery. But I think there's a fair question if it was on the level of some of the things that you have named that other teams and contenders have done with their weaknesses. And I think it's a fair thing. Now, the Texans' defense is an equalizer, but it is something that these other teams have really done work to add, in some cases, big-time pieces to their issues that change their team. I think Waddle changes Denver's offense. I think Brown potentially changes the Patriots' offense.
Yeah, well, I mean, I look at it, too. You mentioned defense. I look at the New England Patriots, the Pittsburgh Steelers when healthy, the Denver Broncos. I mean, you look at those teams, those are some of the better football last year, I believe, as well. Not as good. I don't believe they were as good as the Texans. I don't believe they were or should have been compared to some of the all-time greats maybe, but they were pretty damn good. So you can argue that their defenses are set as well, and they're out there making moves to quote-unquote kick that door in. And I do wonder in Houston is, and this is a personal opinion, I guess, or like I just, Ron, there is absolutely zero chance that DeMeco Ryans the head coach. I do think there's a really good chance that Nick Caserio, the general manager, feels this way, but there is zero chance that Nick Caserio, gosh dang it, that DeMeco Ryans looks at this offense and says, yeah, this is the group I'm on. That I'm gonna ride. This gives me the best chance. We don't need to continue to flip stones and maybe look at bringing somebody else in here to be another weapon.
Yeah, but like, well, how big you think? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do they?
Well, that's
the other part. Like, yeah, they could flip some stones and bring in, but do that? Are they thinking that, like the Rams sit there today or for weeks thinking we have got to improve this right here, and we not just improve it to go get Cam Jordan or Joey Bosa. We got to go improve it,
get the best in the game. Yeah, that's my complaint with, and I believe it's a Nick Caserio deal again. That's my complaint with Nick is it's hard. You build this thing this way, there's a chance that you're going to end up with Nico Collins and a bunch of dudes that have never done it before that show promise and have some potential, right? Instead of, and now even if you wanted to go get a guy who's available, we knew A.J. Brown was available. The destination was going to be New England because of his background with Mike Vrabel, right? Now we are dependent on somebody else being willing to part ways with a really good weapon in order for the Texans to have the opportunity to acquire that guy, right? You're stuck in that position of having to see if, I like the one you mentioned earlier, but having to see if Pickens can be moved from Dallas, which I doubt. You have to see, like you mentioned, what's going to happen in Arizona. Is there a possibility that they may be sellers at some point with that badass tight end they got out there, Trey McBride? Like you're dependent upon another team parting ways with a great player for you to get the guy that you need when you wait until this point. But I do wonder if there's even that conversation out there. I do wonder if there's even
I don't think so. I think they sat and felt like we got to go get a power back, and we've got to go get some road graders,
and that's
up
enough.
Front. And that I think so.
Boy, I'm not even taking Nico Collins. I'm not even taking Nico Collins' injuries into the mix. I don't know how, if you're DeMeco Ryans, you're a defensive, like his defense. Now they do it to everybody, obviously. Croft would stand zero chance against his defense, as we are wired right now. Zero chance. I mean, like you there is no way that DeMeco doesn't look at this and go, Nico's enough.
And they say no.
You know what I mean? Like there is just you being a defensive minded head coach is, and I get defensive minded. We're going to run the football. We're going to run it. We're going to protect the football. We're going to not turn it over. Obviously, we're going to stay ahead of the chains. All the defensive coins that we think when we think of the top defensive minded head coaches. I understand that, but damn, you can't look at this and go, hey man, even take Nico's injuries out of the mix. You can't look at this and go, yeah, these other teams are out there going and getting Waddle and Brown and Myers and Pittman and DJ Moore, and we're good where we're at. I don't know. We'll see if Houston or the Chargers. By the way, the Chargers I don't believe that they've added anybody this offseason.
Not of significance. It's interesting. Most of these are offensive-minded coaches, with the exception of Vrabel, that have made all these additions.
Well, yeah, we'll see. Well, I mean, I got to believe if there was even an offensive coordinator here that would stand on the table, I got to believe he'd be standing on the table asking for more weapons or more explosiveness or more twitch to this group. We'll see. We'll see if Houston makes a move, and because it is June 1, post June 1 is when some of these big moves are actually able to be executed. So see, today's Myles Garrett move to L.A. and A.J. Brown's move to New England are absolute monster moves. Here in Houston, one guy, Ron, that I know we talked a little bit earlier about the what if. One guy that I know is going absolutely nowhere, and I'll be honest with you, there's not a whole lot to this other than Kamari Lassiter is he's turning into one of my top two favorite players on the defense. Will Anderson, obviously, number one is Will Anderson, but Kamari Lassiter is just on top of being a what I would say a rare talent at the corner position and a great fit for what DeMeco Ryans wants to do. The more he talks, Ron, the more I believe it. This is probably unfair of me, but a lot of guys I hear talk and it's just in one ear, out the other. I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I think it's all for show one way or another. I think it's scripted. The quarterback may have been in that category, with the exception of this most recent audio. But Lassiter is one boy. I feel like he is
authentic, huh?
Super authentic and next level. Here's Kamari Lassiter talking about. He's talking about Reed Blankenship being added to this team. It's less about Reed Blankenship and just more about how Kamari Lassiter answers the question about a big piece being added this offseason.
I mean, it's like walking the dog. Reed came in here, super easy to be around, really good football player, picked up really fast. We out there mesh really well. We communicate well. We play fast. He's gonna be just fine with us.
Mix well, communicate well, play fast. I mean, he just has. I firmly believe now. A lot of that is at some point was coaching points to him, right? I mean, he's heard it a million times, is communicate over and over. He's heard, play together, play fast, yada, yada, yada. He's heard it, but it's become part of who he actually is and how his vernacular, like how he talks and how he describes things. And it's just super authentic. Here he is again talking about what he wants to work on this offseason going into year 3 for him.
I just want to, for one, I just want to become like a really good leader on the team. I feel like now that I'm in year 3, I'm not considered young anymore. There's guys that are younger than me, and there's guys that, like, whenever I first came in, there's guys that were year 3, year 4, they were giving me game. They were helping me with little tidbits. Like whenever I was having a long day or my head was spinning because I was going from this meeting to that meeting, or I was learning this position, or, man, it was just a long season. I feel like just having somebody that, like, you can kind of count on and be like, it's all right. Like, we've all been through this. I feel like that will really help our team.
Ron, the more the longer he spends time here, and the fact that he was not a first rounder, so there is no 5th-year option, it makes this next offseason the time when they definitely are going to have to re-up him, assuming that they have the ability to keep him here. Every time I hear him talk, Ron, I lean more into there ain't no chance that he's not in a Texans uniform for his second contract.
Yeah, he fits the profile of what they love.
No doubt.
In every major way. The only problem is, if that is the case, then somebody of importance right now that is on the team, the likelihood is they won't be on the team moving forward.
Yeah, look, I think there's going to be a changing of the guard. I think Daniil Hunter, that contract's going to run up at some point. I don't think he's here beyond, what's he got, 2 years left? 1 or 2 years left?
He's got 2 years left.
I don't think he's here moving forward. And I do question. I think the linebacker crew is the one where you end up kind of skimping a little bit. I do wonder if Kalen Bullock makes a cut, unfortunately.
Yep, maybe him, or to me it's now, obviously, we've talked about this. CJ plays a prominent role in this.
In all these decisions. Right?
And like, just in your mind thinking, and we just assumed that Kamari Lassiter is going to do what he has done his first 2 years and just improve, right?
Yeah.
And get better. What would you have to have on your team to have 2 corners that make $30 million a year? Who else would you what would you have? Because I don't know that anybody's doing that. I
think you got to have a bunch of mid offensive linemen and a one receiver and one tight end making all the money.
The quarterback,
and the quarterback's. I think the quarterback's a non-negotiable. Like, you can't pay a quarterback $50 to $60 million and have 2 corners.
And Will,
that are making that kind of money.
Who makes the most money outside of any quarterback in the league.
Yeah. No,
you'd have 3 defensive players that make 30, 30, and 50.
Yeah, the quarterback is the one. I mean, right? If you're not paying a quarterback 60, that you can spend, even if you're paying a quarterback 30. Now you can couch that other 30 at another corner. You can couch that other 30. You can bust it up and pay somewhere. The kicker here is do they decide that they want to keep guys like Bullock and Kamari Lassiter, or do they want to keep the quarterback? That's really what I think they're up against here is I think this crew, Ron, not to get off in the ditch here on this, but I think this crew is going to be really hesitant to paying a quarterback that kind of money.
Oh, I could, especially the one they have. Yeah, I can I could see that because
I think if they were if he forced them, like had he played better, obviously, even if they'd have lost, if he'd have played better, I think late,
he may have forced their hand.
I think there's a chance he could have probably forced their hand. But right now, I think if he plays so well to where everybody in the world is like, what in the hell is D'Amico Ryans doing? I think they do it. But if that door is left cracked at all, I think they're going to be hell bent to not pay that kind of money to a quarterback.
That group, those young dudes together. All right, coming up, some news on the Astros, and usually this is not great news, but news when it comes to the injury front with the Astros. We'll let you know the latest of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, look here, fellas. If you're out there and you're throwing a hat on every time you leave the house, you know where I'm going with this. Either you're throwing that hat on or maybe you leave the house, you're like, to hell with it. I'll just deal with it. You got that receding hairline. It's thinning up top. Hell, maybe it's all.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The best sports talk around, anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey Radio app. Tune in and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros, they're off today as they needed that off day. 23 games in 24 days as they collect an off day, and then they'll get ready to host the Pittsburgh Pirates at home. Andy's going to be really into that.
Oh, yeah.
Andy,
Where's Weatherman? I ain't seen Weatherman Andy lately.
Andy, you getting tickets to that one?
Where's Weatherman Andy?
It's an Andy number right there. Pittsburgh's finest right there. But the
Must be out there fixing that signal, boys. Out there getting that signal right.
What do you think Andy does on his days off?
I think he goes and visits that signal site.
Piddles.
I think he
go what Andy does.
I think he massages that knee surgery, that knee surgery his wifey had.
Lady. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he really.
Because I don't take Andy for a fisher.
He really caters to his old lady.
I don't think he fishes. I don't think he does.
No.
He could rock a bucket hat though.
I'll be honest with you.
I think he could walk the mall.
I think Tyler's probably right. I think there's a lot of piddling going on.
That's my experience, gentlemen, such as Andy at his age on the weekends. They get stuff done, but there's a lot of piddling.
Well, you got to think too, T. I mean, there's when you're in that engineer world, you got to piddle to get it right. You know what I mean? You got
100%.
I mean, there's a lot of trying 10 different things to figure out the problem. And Andy's there's a natural.
He'll try all of them.
Yes, I think there's a natural piddling version part of that. You know, it's well played, man. Piddle was great.
All right.
I think he's a piddler.
I'd like to know for sure what he does. I know he's getting the 6.
I think he piddles and listens.
News.
I think he piddles and listens to the Pirates in his garage.
Ooh.
Probably got a scanner on in the background. Know what's going on. He's a big scanner guy.
Oh yeah, I bet he is a scanner. I bet he knows where all the police are, everything.
That's one of my pastimes.
I bet it was. I could see
scanner.
Yeah, it's one of my nerdish tendencies is if I ain't got a lot going on, if I'm laying in bed, I'll turn that police scanner on and just listen.
One of the best things about my upbringing, Tyler, Astro Granny, she'd have that old police scanner on, and when our address came across that thing, she'd come out there and she'd tell us all time to go. She'd let us know cops are on the way. If your ass don't want to go to jail, you better get up out of my house. Everybody'd scatter.
And they'd come too, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, they'd show up, and they'd leave, and then people come right back in the back door.
There you go.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, Granny, you know what's going on.
Good Lord have mercy. Yeah. Well, good for you and Andy and Linda are scanners. I can see that.
Oh, I'm going to tell you, Granny and Andy, they could talk a dog off a meat wagon now.
Andy ties those shoes up real tight. He is going to walk somewhere. He is going to walk.
Where's he been, man?
I ain't seen
Andy in a minute.
I miss Andy with his hat. Come on, man. Andy's got a Bum Phillips story for me. I like him. Man. Big Andy. All right. Astros news. And I think this is good. This is pretty good injury news. I'll start with the least, and then we'll finish up. But Christian Javier, who has been gone since we said it here that one day, and we came back for commercial break against the Rockies, and all of a sudden he had to call for somebody to come out. And this is right on the run of injuries that the Astros started taking right off the rip. He will pitch in Double-A Corpus Christi on Wednesday. So he is getting back and facing live batters.
Is he still on y'all's radar, boys? Do y'all still care?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, because he has shown in his past not just to start, but he also has this. The piggyback thing was something that was really strong for him in years past in the postseason. So can he help this Because listen, it's not like, hey, man, they've turned it around this fast that every part of their bullpen is safe and good and all of that. So, yeah, I think any options that they can have, and he could be better than the Cody Boltons or something of the world. So, yeah, I think it'll be attention. Because if Christian Javier discovers it and is pitching well, that's a big weapon.
Well, but you talk about – I don't know that anybody has fallen for me like Christian Javier. I mean, there was a time when Christian for me was like –
yeah, but I could at least with the fall say there is a Tommy John surgery in there.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Whatever this was to start. Yeah,
no doubt. There was just one of those like in hopes of like, boy, this guy's got some serious stuff. I mean, obviously he's not Hunter and he's not Fromber, but damn, he could be a 2. He could be a 2. No question.
Rough start. Yeah, Lance liked to have a word. But Hunter Brown, Clint, he will pitch Thursday in El Paso with AAA Sugarland. So he is in Sugarland, and they're making him go to El Paso. Damn.
They're going to just test him out in hell, ain't they? I mean, just to see how hot they get it for old Lance.
Hey, Tyler. If I'm Hunter, man, I got to put my guys. I'll go to Round Rock.
It's going to be stagnant 103.
I'll go to Round Rock. But, I mean, outside of that, guys, I'm not going to Albuquerque. I'm not going to El Paso. I'm not going to any of these places. Sugarland, Round Rock. That's where I pitch.
Welcome home.
That man is shipping him to El Paso for 2-3 innings.
Hotter than Hades out there.
But that means he's getting close. That means he's getting real close. He's in AAA Sugarland getting a start, so we'll watch out for that one. And then the big news here, also Jose Altuve is very close to facing. So he had been in Florida hitting. But the big one is Josh Hader is scheduled to be activated on Tuesday. Tomorrow, Josh Hader is scheduled to be in the back half and the back end of that bullpen to take over his closer role in this series against the Pirates. So they got one of the big guns back in Josh Hader.
Yeah, I mean, man, if with him coming back, you push some of the guys that have been obviously having to fill that ninth inning role. You pushed him back into earlier in the game, the 7, 6, 7, 8 area. That is starting to shape up a little bit. If Jose Altuve can obviously come back, and which we fully expect him to, but the way that Pena has come back and he's swinging it well, whether the lineup gets a little bit longer as well, and then we're just we're on Hunter watch, man. Just wait, waiting for Hunter Brown to get back. Yeah,
it feels close.
Yeah.
So that's all good news, right? That is all big news. You got Josh, one of the big guns. I think Hader and Hunter Brown are the two that you've been looking at, even more than Altuve. And we understand the importance of Altuve, but those two dudes were the ones we've been looking at that have been out for a long time. Josh obviously hasn't pitched yet this year, and Hunter Brown, I think Tyler I think he's got 2 starts under his belt.
Correct.
Two starts. That is huge, right? Because those have been the big keys. You throw Hunter Brown in there, and that means he's taking somebody out.
My buff boy Hunter Brown,
obviously better than. Boy, we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. But Hunter Brown close in El Paso for some reason, and then
let's not overlook the importance of that Altuve in this lineup. I mean, this is. I mean, you are so heavily like. I mean, it is just hard to generate runs if Yordan Alvarez isn't just on a hot streak right now. And that's look. I know Christian Walker swung it well. I know Pena, as I mentioned, swinging it well. I think Paredes is as hell. I think as dependable as anybody. But boy, you just, as you said, boy, you get to the Sugarland end of this lineup. You get there awfully quick when Altuve and Pena are out. You get there awfully quick when you're missing a couple of those top bats. So getting him back is going to be huge.
What do you think about the protection of Paredes behind Taylor Trammell this week?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, you know how I feel about it. I mean, I think it's plumb ass silly that the left right. It's got to be the left right thing. I think it's plumb ass silly.
That caught me off guard, fellas. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nothing should catch you off guard, Ron, with this guy. I mean, nothing should catch you off guard with this guy.
It's freaking
nothing. Hey, we're gonna put we're gonna put Yordan Alvarez in the 2-hole as close to lead off as we can to make sure he gets as many at bat, maximize his at bats, and then we're gonna turn around in this game and we're gonna drop Taylor Trammell in that 4-hole in front of Paredes. The hell kind of sense does that make?
Yeah, I just assume you just put Paredes in front of Yordan, and then that makes more sense.
Correct. This lineup's not hard. I mean, you get right beyond the world. Your top 4 hitters, you need to know exactly who they are. I mean, it should never change, ever.
I'm trying to do the best.
The order can change, but those 4 guys being in that top 4, and when Altuve gets back, we stretch that number to 5.
You don't know, man. Taylor Trammell, and he's I think he's hitting 314.
He's swinging it well. He just ain't got no business being in that part of the lineup.
No.
And to your point, I'm damn sure going to pitch around Big Boy if Taylor Trammell's staring down the pike.
I had to look at that a couple of times. Okay.
That was a no-brainer for me.
All right, tea time. He must be having some unbelievable cage sessions to have gotten himself. I mean, that man's bad. He's hit cleanup more than
the antithesis of Correa's batting cage. So.
Yeah, stay out of that one. That they should not allow anybody else to go into that particular batting cage. That batting cage should just stay empty.
It's cursed.
Nobody. Yeah, it's cursed. Yeah, Danhausen slid in there. It's cursed. Don't mess with it. All right, coming up as we continue, we talked about one of the big news stories of the day. In your mind, if you can think honestly, do you think this move by the Patriots, getting A.J. Brown, one of the best receivers in football, does this put them on a different tier of your Houston Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive is live.
Early returns out of Texans OTAs are very
have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-800-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Two major NFL stories. One, the Rams. They come up big, and they make a huge blockbuster trade. They go and get the best defensive player in the game, the reigning, defending Defensive Player of the Year award winner, and that is Mr. Myles Garrett. They trade for him. Listen, the Browns, I think it worked out really well for them. They get a young 25-year-old pass rusher in Jarrett Verse, who's already played at a Pro Bowl level. And then they get a first-round pick in 2027, a second-round pick in 2028, and a third-round pick in 2029. So they get basically better. I would say Jarrett Verse better than a first-round pick. He's proven. He's young. You got 3 years of control for him, and you've paid Myles Garrett the amount of money you've paid him. So obviously you don't mind paying a defensive player.
Yeah, I think the only downside, if you say that, just to acquiring that player, after this season, he's going to command probably a top of the market edge rusher monies. So you're going to get right back into paying a guy top of the market edge, but you'll have 2 years, the fourth year and the fifth year option, to kind of spread that out over. So you're obviously in a better financial position. I mean, I would say if you're evaluating the Cleveland side of this, that's the only thing is you're getting that proven player who's going to expect to get paid after this third NFL season for him.
But you don't think he's going to get Will Anderson money. And if he does, then he's going to have that type of year where he jumps Will, which is the top of the market right there.
I don't see that.
But if he did, you wouldn't. I mean, you wouldn't. Of course, they're not paying any kind of quarter. Well, they won't be with Deshaun falling off soon. They're not paying huge money, and they're still rebuilding, so they don't have a lot of money in there. But the picks is what they wanted. They've got multiple first-round picks next year with a quarterback draft that a lot of people are high on. So they've got a lot of ammo to work with to try to build this team up. And then the other move, Clint, was A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown has now officially signed with the Patriots, a first-round pick in next year's draft, in the 2028 draft, and then they get a fifth-round pick in the 2027 draft. So that is the deal for the Patriots. And I said this on the other side, and I'm seeing some people text in on the text line, 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. For you, I think a lot of people, and I know CJ had a really rough game, but hell, you watched the Patriots and the Texans last year in the postseason. You didn't think the Patriots and the Texans were on two different tiers. When you watched the year one, you felt, all right, the Texans are pretty far away from the Ravens. The first year they went to the playoffs.
Correct.
Second year, maybe you thought, all right, we're getting closer. We played the Chiefs tighter. You're getting closer. And last year, you're damn sure you're just saying to yourself, man, we shot ourselves in the foot multiple times. We had 5 turnovers. Woody, I didn't forget you fumbled deep into scoring territory. We had 5 turnovers in this game. Our quarterback played the worst game of his career, and we lost 28-16 on the road to New England. And I think most people felt like they're in a similar tier. They just added A.J. Brown, and I will roll through the skilled position pieces for you all who maybe aren't familiar. They lost Stephon Diggs. By the way, Diggs got almost 1,100 yards in this offense last year, and they're adding A.J. Brown. God, it's already been been added to the depth chart already now. A.J. Brown, they go A.J. Brown, Romeo Doubs, Keyshawn Boutte, and they've got Mac Hollins, Kyle Williams, and Demario Douglas. The other three receivers with Ramondre Stevenson, Trayvon Henderson, the big play threat out of running back position, Hunter Henry, and they also added a couple of pieces across that offensive line. Do you believe this move takes the Patriots into a different tier of the Texans?
Yeah, I would say it does. This is a big time move that I would say before this move they were very comparable to the Texans. I think this moves. Hell, you could argue that they're not only comparable, on paper, but stylistically, given the offense that they're running, given kind of that they are they're at least going to try to protect the game with their run game. They're very similar stylistically as well. But yeah, I mean, look, I think when you add Romeo Doubs and A.J. Brown to the mix, to what they had last year, I mean, you should obviously subtract Diggs, but you add those two guys, I mean, you're talking about easily 2,000 yards worth of receiving that you're adding to that between those two guys.
Drake
with the potential to be more.
And Drake May was second in the MVP last year, right, to Matt Stafford. He had a hell of a year last year, and obviously I think the surprise factor on the Patriots is a different thing, and we saw the Texans deal with that in year two. And the schedule is going to be tighter and tougher for them, but yes, this is a huge improvement in terms of weapons. You start looking at those weapons, and they have what at worst an average tight end, above average when it comes to a pass catcher in Hunter Henry.
Hunter Henry had he had the same production as Dalton Schultz last year. Yeah, he's not super explosive or going to be this big playmaker for you, but he's a dependable, very quarterback-friendly tight end in the pass game. That's going to be where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. Sure-handed. You throw the ball his direction. If it's in his reach, he's going to catch it, and he's going to help you some in the run game. I think he's probably a little better at the end of the line of scrimmage than Dalton Schultz, probably a little bit more of a willing blocker than Dalton Schultz, but I'd say they're pretty comparable, really.
Yeah. I think that's why it's so important for this Texans run game to be a top 10 level run game, because for them, like, their defense obviously makes up a lot of the issues that their offense may have. But if they have a top 10 rushing offense, that's how I think it evens stuff out. Like, if you tell me right now, I know they're going to have a top 10 rushing offense, then I would say, yes, the weapons for the Patriots are obviously better. But overall, I think this team, the Texans and the Patriots, are on the same level. That's the big question, is how good the Texans run game, because I feel like that's going to be the major weapon for their offense. That's what they want the major weapon to be for their offense. I don't necessarily A.J. Brown is big, and their skills are a lot better than maybe I anticipated when you really actually look at them. But I feel like I think they're the Bills or the Ravens yet. I don't know if, although they went to the Super Bowl, but I feel like if those teams are at full strength, I don't know that I feel like they're there yet.
They don't know. The Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, I mean, those teams have the ability with their quarterback, with their trigger man, to just flat scare folks.
And I haven't mentioned the Chiefs because obviously I think you got Mahomes. We'll see his injury stuff, and some of their weapons are wonky.
Well, look,
Rasheed Rice may not make it to the season.
When you got those guys in Buffalo, Baltimore, and I'm not talking about specifically against Houston. I understand that Houston has Josh and Buffalo's number. I get it, but when you have those three guys, those players individually, strike fear into the opponent in a way that just not many have at the quarterback position, right? I mean, those three guys individually are just game-changing type of players. I mean, we've seen Pat take a game where there's zero protection, and for not just for one drive in the fourth quarter, but for 4 quarters he goes out there and somehow finds a way to get in the scoring position and move the ball and survive and advance kind of deal. Obviously, we know when Pat puts the cape on, what he's capable of doing, and the other 2 guys are just different breeds across the board. So you take those guys, out of the mix. I think again, Ryan, you're talking about tiers where New England with this kind of move, I believe they move into a tier with those guys.
Yep. Text line coming in. The Patriots are already another tier of the Texans. Didn't you see the playoff game? Yeah, when I watched the playoff game, I didn't think that the Texans didn't belong on the field with them. I thought the Texans took the gun and shot themselves in the foot repeatedly.
Agreed.
But it didn't look like they didn't belong on the field with them. When they played the Ravens 2 years ago, like 3 years ago, they didn't belong on the field. They were not ready for that. I think they even were ready and belonged on the field with the Chiefs when they lost in the divisional round a couple of years ago. Text line coming in. New England with AJ doesn't scare me. They aren't that far above the Texans. The only advantage they have above us is the OC. Text line coming through. I'll take the Texans wide receiver room over the Patriots wide receiver room any day. I don't believe you.
Right now?
I just don't believe you, Texter. Or you have just entered football. I mean, not only do the Patriots have the best receiver of any of the players, and I love Nico, not only do the Patriots have the best receiver of any of them, Romeo Doubs, the depth they have there, Booty, they just have less question marks and more guys that have shown the ability to play in this league. The Texans have Will Higgins is able to do. Is he able to take a step? We'll see if Noel's able to take a step. Tank's not practicing yet. He got injured 2 years ago. All right. If it was old Tank, the one we knew, that's a different thought. But he's not practicing yet. The Texans are better in a lot of areas. Virtually every position defensively. I think that clearly they're better, but not at wide receiver.
It just depends on how high folks are on Higgins, which I'm excited about him. His future, obviously, the work ethic and the body of work is small, but the work ethic and the size and the potential, has me excited to see what he grows into. And Jalen Noel is a guy that I'm really high on, but I mean, hell, we hadn't seen him do it for 17 games in a season yet, much less, putting him in the same category as some of these guys. So we're banking on getting more of what we saw from Higgins last year and hitting it out of the park with Jalen Noel. If those two things are right, then maybe we can talk about comparing them to this group. But to me, the group in New England with the Dobbs ad and the Brown ad, that puts them in a little better position than the Texans.
Text line coming in. The Texans didn't shoot themselves in the foot versus the Pats. CJ did. There were other people taking turns with the gun as well. Maybe I should use something else. But I know he threw 4 interceptions. I believe if we talked to Hutchinson, he'd tell you that ball hit me square in the hands. I probably should have caught that. The pick 6 was really bad, but as it initially looked, it looked like he was playing jackpot, and he rolled out and threw the ball. But as we later were able to see, Clint, he clearly got hit in the arm that forced that ball to go up.
Yep.
I don't know what Nick Caley was over there doing repeatedly.
Mm-mm.
Yep. They had a chance to really put game pressure on him, and then Woody Marks fumbled the ball inside the 20.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
And there was a section in the game And the Patriots are an okay pass rush. There was a section in the game where they just got their asses handed to them up front repeatedly, just getting drilled. So, listen, CJ was awful. Awful. But he wasn't the only one out there that was out there doing it. I know we forget. He wasn't the only one out there. They all did it.
Wow.
All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready as the Astros are off today, but they have a big series against a really good Pirates team. We told you a little bit about the two big NFL news. The NBA Finals are set, and one of the greatest athletes of all time, who was retired, is now unretired. We'll discuss that coming up.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I thought this was a grand slam by
800-5112 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, yes, today, the Astros are off after dropping 2 of 3 to the Brewers, but they will get back going tomorrow as they will face the Pirates. The Pirates, another kind of surprising team. I think people thought the Pirates had a chance to potentially compete this year, but they're a bit of a surprise. They're in third place in the NL, in a very competitive NL Central. Again, what's that? Yeah, the last place in the NL Central is 30-28. That is last place right now in the NL Central. So they're 4 games over, and so this should be a good challenge coming up on Tuesday at the Daikin. But before we look at those matchups, 2 of 3 to the Brewers. They lose to the team that's leading that division. We just talked about the competitive NL Central. The Brewers are leading that division. Your thoughts coming from how was your take you feel about the Astros weekend series against? We knew it was going to be a tough matchup. They were going to have to face maybe the hottest pitcher in the world, and he continued to do so, 7 innings, no runs. But your thoughts over this weekend series?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you can argue that you should have took 2 of 3 when you gave game 1 away late. I think you could argue that you could have swept a really good team out of the National League with having that third game be a 2-zip game. Just a little bit of production from your lineup, then that could be totally different. Now I understand they ran into, I think, what's a league best right now, obviously an absolute buzzsaw, but you look at that series as a whole, I think it's very easily, again, could have been 2 of 3. And if you really zoom out and just take a look at the whole weekend, I think you got not quality starts, but you got quality starts from all 3 guys that towed the rubber for the Astros. I think a couple of those guys are extremely critical to what this thing's going to look like down the stretch. None bigger than Tetsuya Imai, who appeared to stack another quality start on a poor start to the season. I don't know if it's, what is it now, 3?
3 straight.
Straight starts that were impressive.
Last 2 going 6 innings.
Yeah. Jeremy Pena looking to swing, looking like he's picking up where he left off in a sense of swinging the bat really well in that leadoff spot. And so I think when you talk about the guys that you're going to depend on down the stretch, if you're going to be able to make any noise, when you talk about the guys that are proven players that are coming back off of some stretch on the IL, when you look at it from that lens, a really positive weekend. The pitching staff, top to bottom, gave you a chance to win, with the exception of Brian Abreu, who has been significantly better of late. So I'm going to give him a little bit of grace. So yeah, look, I think no excuses for losing 2 of 3, not winning a series when you had a chance. But if you zoom out and look at it, man, it wasn't all bad.
Yeah, I think especially what you're getting, as we talked about earlier. Josh Hader should potentially join this team coming up tomorrow for this series. So that's a huge weapon at the back end that you have not had, and changes your entire bullpen and moves everybody up. And Hunter Brown's on the way, as he's got a start in El Paso for AAA Sugarland coming up. But the big thing was this pitching. And we've talked about it for most of the year. At times, it just didn't even give you a chance to really be in games, right? You would sit there and say, if you get 4 or 5 innings and 3 or 4 runs, man, I'd take it. That's not great in that time period, especially how much they were forcing the bullpen to be used. But you start looking at, as you went through those guys, and you start looking at Tang, you start looking at Imai, as you talked about, Peter Lambert. Those guys are now stringing together multiple starts in a row. We'll see if Mike Burrows can jump on at his last outing where he went 7 innings and gave up 2 earned. We'll see if he can continue tomorrow as he gets to start against the Pirates. But those guys have now not just, there's been a couple of flash in the pan outings. We saw Jason Alexander go 6 innings and give up no runs and then come right back around the next time, give up 8 runs in the first inning. These guys have started to get multiple starts in a row, which gives them a chance. So I think that's probably the most important thing to come out of the series, because if you can get some good starting pitching, maybe you can catch this division. And as you've said, maybe you can catch the wild card at the same time. The 3 starters coming up is Mike Burrows. As we said, he will get the start tomorrow. And I think this is a really fun potential matchup, is Spencer Arrighetti taking on Paul Skeens on Wednesday at the Dyke. And people might want to get out there and get to that one. Paul Skeens, I hear, if you haven't seen in person, is amazing. And then Tang, he'll get the ball to close out that series. So big series coming up. If they can keep getting this pitching, their starting pitching especially, they're really going to put themselves in a good spot, is what they'll do. So Astros, get ready for the Pirates coming up.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the two big news, the biggest news in the sports world is what happened in the NFL. And 2 big trades. One, as we've talked about at the Browns, they have traded Myles Garrett to the L.A. Rams. And Myles Garrett, he goes to the Rams. The Rams, they then trade Jarrett Verse, a 25-year-old young Pro Bowl-level type pass rusher already. They also trade the 27 first-round pick, 2028 second-round, 29 third-round pick. So they trade Jarrett Verse, a first, second, and third over the next 3 seasons in the draft to get Myles Garrett. And then A.J. Brown, he goes to the Patriots. They get a 2027 fifth-round pick and a 2028 first-round pick through the Eagles to get him. In your mind, as we sit here, who do you think potentially has the biggest impact on those teams? Is it Myles Garrett going to the Rams, or is it A.J. Brown going to the Patriots?
It's Myles Garrett going to the Rams. You're talking about the best in the game and arguably the best to ever do it with that single season record. And I'm gonna tell you, he's liable to set the record again. Because he's going to play with a lead, right? I mean, the fact that he was able to break that single season record in Cleveland and compile the stats that he's been able to compile since he's been, in the NFL in Cleveland. A lot of that time they were playing from behind. A lot of that time they were in tight games. Very rarely was his team up 10 plus points or double digits or 2 scores or whatever it may be. And he was playing knowing that the opponent was going to have to drop back and throw the football. You add that to the mix with Myles Garrett. I mean, he may blow the doors off 23. So, when you first asked the question, it's hard to not think a team that was in the Super Bowl last year that lacked explosion, that lacked a legit big play guy that is a man beater, a coverage dictator. I like A.J. Brown, and he's going to change the game in New England. But, boy, Myles Garrett, with a team that was already the favorite to win it all, I would have to side with the Myles Garrett.
I do wonder the change. I believe the Rams run a 3-4. And Myles has played, obviously, in a 4-3 in his time with the Browns. I mean, he's a great player that will figure it out at some point, but I do wonder how they use him. Is he going to play an end? And obviously a 3-4 end is different than playing on the edge. I do wonder how they go about handling that. But obviously he's a great player to be out there. Chris Shula is their defensive coordinator, and he was a guy that was getting a lot of looks and potential interviews to be a head coach coming out of there. But I do wonder the adjustment of playing in that different style of defense. So that'll be interesting to watch. A.J. Brown, though, man, that we've talked about it a bit. He absolutely changes the game. And for him, I think there's a strong argument. I mean, he's never – I don't know if he's had a better passer of the football than Drake May, than Ryan Tannehill and Jalen Hurts. So, and we watched Stephon Diggs, who we thought may have maybe taken steps back, go up and almost get 1,100 yards playing with him in that offense. And now Drake May's a little bit better, and obviously A.J. Brown is a receiver to Steph Diggs. So it'll be interesting to see what he's able to put together as he goes there. So,
well, when you take a young quarterback that's as gifted as Drake May is, man, and an offensive play caller that's as experienced and has been as successful as Josh McDaniels has, I mean, good gosh, you give him that kind of weapon, not to mention Romeo, not to mention some of the other guys, I would think there's going to be a huge uptick offensively to what they do.
Yep.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, fellas, we got the NBA Finals set up. It'll start Wednesday in San Antonio as the Spurs knock off the defending champs. We will have a new champion for the 8th straight year. There has not been a repeat champion in 8 straight. It'll be 8 straight years when this comes to an end. And every year, whoever wins it, we believe, oh, boy, they've got a chance to be here for years. It was Denver. It was OKC. It was Boston, all of them. But the Knicks, they will start on the road in Game 1. The Spurs are a 4.5-point favorite at home. The Spurs are favored overall to win this series. How do you see this one going? You like the Spurs to win that series against OKC. Many people just felt like the winner of that series would walk through whoever won the East. Your thoughts on this series now?
Yeah, look, I think the Spurs are going to win it all. I think, and not just because they beat OKC, but when you look at how they did it, I mean, they took the MVP and look, I know don't get it wrong. I'm not saying they should, but they were able to send multiple guys at him on the defensive end of the floor that could get in his jersey with him and make him uncomfortable. They made it hard for a guy that's been the best scorer in the game over the last couple of years and done it at a championship level. And so I love Brunson. Brunson obviously is really good, but the defenders that they can throw at him on the perimeter in a way that they did in the Oklahoma City series, I think is going to be a game changer. Not to mention the alien inside, obviously, is a beast. But the most impressive part, and as I've said before, I think they beat Oklahoma City because those guys on the perimeter could defend and started lighting it up in Game 7, right? I think that version of the Spurs is going to be too much for the Knicks.
Yeah, It's an interesting matchup because the Knicks have a lot of guys outside of Brunson that are capable of filling it up. Mm-hmm. OG has been really, really good in the playoffs. Bridges is starting to come on. Josh Hart seems to, when you give him an opportunity, do things. Carl's been pretty good. So they have a lot of answers too. And this Wemby matchup is interesting. Does he have the same effect on Karl Towns that he had on Chet? I don't know, but Karl has been. There have been times where people have questioned if Karl wants it.
Yeah.
If Karl, similar situations. Now he has not shown that here of late. These playoffs acknowledge the Knicks they've not just beaten these Eastern Conference teams; they have absolutely destroyed them. Damn near every single game. So we'll see. I think it'll take one game to watch what this looks like on the court to see how real the Knicks are. But that Karl-Anthony Towns matchup is interesting for him because Karl is the best big man shooter in the game, and he's going to pull him away from the rim. And now Mitchell Robinson gets in the game, that's a different thing. But Karl's going to pull him away from the rim. We'll see. Does Karl add production in this series? Because Chet is a similar player but couldn't do anything at all.
Here's the deal with guys like Karl-Anthony Towns, right, is these ain't the kind of games you got to worry about him. He's playing for his city. They're in the finals, and he has got a huge challenge. These are typically the games that guys like Karl-Anthony Towns don't have a problem appearing to be interested in and giving you everything they got and emptying the tank. These are the kind of games, and you do have a different body type, right? That's the interesting thing about Chet and Wembanyama is Chet couldn't push Wembanyama around, and Wembanyama was longer. So it's like, where do you go from there? There's a chance, and I'm not saying Karl-Anthony Towns' game necessarily is the most physical game on the inside.
He's going to have to be more physical. Yeah. I think.
Well, he's got every reason under the sun to be. I mean, that sucker looks like a stick figure out there, man, running around. I mean, Karl Anthony Towns has to go and be the more physical guy. Like, and I'm not necessarily on the defensive end of the floor, even though it wouldn't hurt, but just across the board, the way that Oklahoma City's bigs were able to early on in that series really put the heat on Wembanyama and put him in a position where you saw some fatigue and kind of out physical him. It'd be interesting to see if Cat can do some of those things.
He's 7 foot 250, and
big body now.
He's a big body, so that is. I think that series is going to be a lot more interesting than people give it credit for, and I think Game 1 will tell a lot. I think the Knicks can play with it. We'll see what happens in Game 1, but they got a lot of weapons and a lot of size.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this one just rolling in. Serena Williams announces a comeback to professional tennis. Serena Williams, after nearly 4 years since her last match, is officially making her comeback to professional tennis. Williams, who is 44, announced Monday that she will accept a wild card invitation to play doubles in next week's HSBC Championships. Here's my thing. I'm gonna play doubles is fine. I hope this doesn't turn into let me get out here and start playing in some of these singles competitions at 44 and 4 years off.
Why not?
I mean, I listen, there's an interest to, hey, let's see how it is. No, man, I don't think you can be 44 in that sport and go. I don't think you could be 44 and take 4 years off in that sport and go. And she is the GOAT. But I hate the thought of seeing somebody who is as great as she is look beneath what we know her to be. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to see it. So, hey, singles, cool. I'm hoping Venus gets out of there, too, because hell's Venus is older than her.
I am typically, as you know, one that I like to see the old head do their thing. Basketball and tennis are two for me that there is such an athletic ability, the change of direction, the explosiveness, the twitch that's required, the ability to jump and move. There's so much there that, boy, Father Time just seems to show a little bit easier, doesn't it? A little quicker when those. I mean, it's 44 and doing what she's fixing to do, and 44 and standing in the pocket doing what Tom Brady did. Did he get to 44 or 43?
He got to 45, I thought.
Like it's there's just a total different animal there. So. Yeah, I hope this is not a bad one.
And I'll be honest with you, those women, if she can take 4 years off at 44 and come back and keep rolling, I know she was on that road. Come on, man. That
leaned up a little bit, got light on her feet, and said, "Shoot."
I know she went out there and helped destroy Drake, but I mean, let's chill out. All right, T Mill's best bets coming up. See if we can get this Monday started off right. And there were some comparisons made to C.J. Stroud about something that happened this weekend, and I just don't think it's fair because I don't think C.J. Stroud is this type of player. We'll discuss that next.
All right, what kind of player are you, huh? What kind of player are you in the real estate market? Are you looking to sell your home, or are you even flirting with it? Or if you want to be an A player, I'm going to tell you right now, Orchard is the only way to go. Most of the time when you're selling your home, you get one offer. It's somewhere between low ball and not good enough, and then everybody's pissed.
(281-222-2222).
Something big is coming to H-Town. The Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Now, Kathy Bates, that's a bad bitch right there.
I don't know how long.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
T-Mill's Best Bets coming up here in just a bit. We'll get a full week of T-Mill's Best Bets. Friday, 1 for 3. So we finished 50% for Thursday and Friday.
Those giant ass hats.
Yeah.
They had that one won, man. That should have been 2 for 3 Friday. They gave up 3 runs in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, and Jordan couldn't get those bases.
Yeah, man, what the hell, Jordan?
Well, yeah, I would say there was probably cautious pitching, and then I wouldn't have bet nothing offensively with that guy pitching on Sunday. So, but it is a new week. It is a Monday. We'll see if he can get into the green on Monday today. So stay tuned for that. That's coming up here in just a bit. I think maybe the biggest story and the person who is just the person who probably needs to shut off social media, the person who probably needs to just not watch shows, the person that you really wonder what kind of place he's in over the weekend is Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren was just awful in so many ways. Not only did he not come through, he didn't even shoot the ball. And he had a real awful performance.
This guy stinks!
He did. I honestly, after that game, watching that pressure, I feel like SGA's never going to look at him the same, which is tough. The coaching staff, like, somebody needs to go have, like, if I were Sam Presti, their executive, and maybe the best executive in basketball, I'd have to just tell Chet, man, we need a week where we can meet and not do anything.
We don't want to see you for a week.
I can't see you for a week because I might have to do something for you to take one shot. But the comparison was to C.J. Stroud and his poor performance in the playoffs, and I think I just want to get to this point because I've seen this notion and narrative even prior to some of the comps I've seen with Chet Holmgren, and that is C.J. is scared of the moment. C.J. shrinks in the moment. And I would say, one, overall, I don't think that it actually shows that he does that in big moments. But two, Clint, I think there is a difference in being scared in the moment and sucking in the moment. I think Chet Holmgren was scared of the moment. I don't think he balled. I think when he saw Wemby, anywhere, Wemby could be in his peripheral on the bench. He could be in front of him. He could be on the other side of the court. He was just intimidated. I think C.J. Stroud just stunk, and it imploded, and I think he probably went too hard in trying to make plays as opposed to, like, I just don't look at 3rd down and 7, game on the line, 4th down and 7, got to have it, and think that CJ's scared. He may not make the play. He may throw a pick 6, but I don't get the feel that he is scared in big moments.
Yeah, look, I think Chet Holmgren knew that he wasn't talented enough to overcome what he was up against.
Jesus.
Just flat out, that's where he was at. He questioned his own ability, his own talent, and knew that it wasn't going to be enough, and it paled in comparison to the guy that was in that Spurs jersey. And I think it was obvious in his face. It was well beyond or before, I guess, than Game 7. It just came to fruition and hit us all in the face in Game 7. I don't think C.J. Stroud has ever for one moment ever in his life questioned his ability. I'll be honest with you, I have a real hard time comparing really anything to quarterback play, but definitely the game of basketball when it's hey, ball's in your hand, it's mano a mano, what are you going to do with it? And if you look scared, boy, to me
so we've seen quarterbacks so you can tell that don't.
Yeah, I've seen quarterbacks where the moment's too big. I didn't get that from C.J. Stroud. I mean, there is such a component to playing the position about your offensive coordinator, about your supporting cast, about does your offense have answers for the pressures that you're seeing or the defenses that you're seeing. In that instance, do your supporting cast, your top 2 targets were out kind of deal. I don't think there was that's never crossed my mind, and I've been really critical of C.J. Stroud more so than I think anybody. Like C.J., I don't think he's ever been scared of a game moment, an action moment. I don't think that's and Chet clearly was.
Yeah, text line coming in. We saw Chet quit on this team. CJ does not quit on this team anymore. He will not quit. He has not ever quit in a game like that. No. He may get like I think some people kind of pull it all together. Like someone just texted in now. What are you guys talking about? CJ was scared to death on that field against the Patriots. I think there's a difference between playing poorly and making mistakes and being scared. I don't think he was making mistakes because he was scared. I think he believed in some of those throws. I think he believed he could make some of those throws or miscommunications. I don't get. Again, I think there is a difference between being scared or even being down. Like I think you can. They pan the camera over on CJ. CJ can have some bad body language and to make it look like he's in the dumps. But when he gets back on the field, I think CJ believes he can make the throws.
Yeah. Well, one of them is a one-on-one game. One of them is ultimately if we're talking about the mental game, it's a 1-on-11 game. So I mean, it's so hard to compare the two. But and even if you want to say CJ was scared, we're not in his head. I wasn't on the sideline. I don't know. I don't. It didn't strike me as being scared in that moment or any other moment. But even if you want to chalk it up to being scared, like the reasons for being scared are totally different. One guy is doubting his ability to do anything, to produce, so much so that he's given the ball immediately to the next guy so that guy can take the onus of trying to produce. He's just bypassing the effort to even produce in a win-or-go-home game. The other guy is totally dependent on everybody and everything around him to do his job. So even if it is CJ was scared. Like, he's not scared because he doesn't think he has the ability. If you want to couch it as scared, it's my offense doesn't have the answers that I need, or I don't have the experience to have the answers that I need, or the coach isn't protecting me when I'm clearly the game's moving too fast for me. The coach isn't protecting me and running the football and getting some quicks and getting some screens called in here. It's so totally different. It's hard to compare, but to me, it's not a. I mean, there is no more of a place that I think you can be exposed. I think when it comes to what we're talking about, like the game of basketball at the NBA level is, if you got a dude guarding you and you just ain't got to produce when he's defending you, that may be the most exposing, moment that there is in all of pro sports, mano a mano.
Especially when you've got it in your mind, you can't do nothing about it.
Right, and you so much so you just concede. You just get the ball to the next guy.
Yeah, man, here
you go. Y'all go get it. Just run the offense around me.
Third team all NBA.
Yeah, you can't hide on the basketball, on the NBA basketball, on any basketball floor, but you damn sure can't hide on that one. If you're a duck, they're gonna find you. Like in football, if you're a duck on the defense, you can hide behind a couple good pass rushers. Right? They gonna get you every play. You can hide. I mean, the game of football is different. In basketball, it's 5-on-5, yeah. But if you're a duck, they find you. It becomes 1-on-1, and your ass ain't good enough.
All right, T Mill's best bets. Let's get to him as you can find him and his bets every day at T Mill Real Deal. Let's get this Monday started off right. A green Monday. What you got today?
I got 3 picks around baseball for the people. Obviously, the Astros, they are off today, but we got MLB action. 2 overs first to get the people started. The Marlins at the Reds. I'm on over 8 runs in that one. No hook, but over 8 runs between the Marlins and Reds. Second bet tonight, a second over. The Rangers at the St. Louis Cardinals. I'm on over 7.5 runs in that game this evening. And your third and final best bet, the Angels are hosting the Colorado Rockies, and the Rockies' starting pitcher tonight is Kyle Freeland, who has been not very good at throwing the baseball this season. He's got an ERA over 8. Hasn't allowed less than 6 earned runs. He's done that once in his last 5 starts for the Rockies.
So I don't running them out there, huh?
Yeah. I think the Angels just might tee off on this guy, so I'm taking the Angels minus 1.5 runs as they host the Rockies. Those are your 3 best bets.
Well, that must be tough. I mean, not like the Angels are world beaters. I mean, they're
no. Freeland's just been that bad for me.
Kyle Freeland right there. So check him out. T Mill's best bets. See if he can get a green Monday to start this week off right. Remember, want to check out all his bets? They're at T Mill Real Deal, as he'll have them set up for you there. All right, we'll look at what the Texans have done in comparison to what we're starting to see from teams around the AFC. And you good with the changes? You good with the offseason of the Texans compared to some of its competitors? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, y'all, it's summer, man. These highways are going to get packed with folks out of school, folks going on vacation, a lot of young.
vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. And this is a big one, folks. Former Texans general manager Charlie Casserly will join the fellas tonight.
Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie. Charlie Casserly will join Mark and John tonight. So stay tuned for that treat at 6 o'clock as they will follow us. And then after that, Area 45 back together again. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Mid-C, Seabass, Colin, you may know him as. They will hold things down from 7 to 11 tonight. And I'm sure they've got a lot to talk about this evening and the fun that they like to have each and every night. So Area 45, Texans All Access. Charlie Casserly will be on with Mark and John, as I said, coming up right after us. So we are live and local here until 11 o'clock here on the text line. As we're getting stuff in about the CJ situation, someone texted in, you could see the look in Stroud's eyes. He was scared, S-less in the moment. Throwing 5 INTs isn't scared to you guys. Now I'm gonna let the quarterback take over here and give his thoughts, because he is somebody. But again, we have just added a 5th turnover to CJ. Listen, it was 4 interceptions were bad enough. Okay, Woody Marks continues to get off scot-free with his fumble in the red zone. That it was a crusher that I'm sure he hasn't forgotten. But he threw 4 interceptions, and I've got a guy who threw 4 interceptions against the New York Giants in one half as well. He just did the reverse of CJ. But in my mind, no. I've watched a quarterback in Alex Smith throw an interception and then become immediately conservative. And I'm talking about, this ain't NFL open. Hell, it ain't college open. It is nobody around you. I'm not anticipating nothing. I ain't throwing it until I know you're open, because I'm not turning the ball over. To me, when you throw multiple interceptions like that, I mean, it's almost, Tyler, like, just keep giving me the ball. Kevin Costner, just keep giving me the damn ball. I'm going to get it. I know I keep hitting it in the water. Like, you throw 4, you keep throwing them, that means you keep believing that you can fit these balls in, or you have completely forgotten what you have done when you keep throwing them. All right, like
such a good movie.
Yes, it is, and that part, just keep giving the ball. I mean, just stop at some point. Someone tackle his ass, please. But no, to me, Clint, when you keep trying to be aggressive and keep throwing it in there, I don't think you're scared. I just think you're playing bad and making poor decisions.
Well, yeah, no, there's definitely a point to that. You're right. I mean, to me, a quarterback that's playing scared is a quarterback that just goes immediately to his check down, or a quarterback that drops back and he's wanting the pocket to collapse, so he holds it long enough till it collapses and he just kind of folds down and takes the sack. Like that. That's a guy that's scared to me. There was clearly a belief, and which I think CJ has. There's clearly a belief of, if you keep putting it in my lap, eventually I'm gonna break through and we're gonna score points. The Texans game, and I'm not gonna tell people how to fan. You fan how you want to. Call it scared if you want to. That to me, that was an entire group that was overwhelmed, including from the offensive coordinator all the way down. Everybody was overwhelmed, and nobody was able to settle anybody down, from the play caller all the way down. Now, it just so happens to come to a head, and all of these other people are overwhelmed to a head through the quarterback. you can call it what you want. I don't give a damn. I mean, scared or overwhelmed, it's not good when your quarterback's in that space. But at the end of the day, it's there's a big difference between a basketball player that most of the game is played one-on-one, choosing to not even has zero confidence in his game, that he just passes the ball every time he touches it and takes zero shots, and a quarterback that is in that situation. So, look, I've been there, and it's not a scared. Now I was damn sure what you're talking about, Ron. I was not the guy that decided. I probably would have had a 10-year career if I would have checked the ball down, or if I would have just took a sack. But instead, I kept trying to throw it down the field. I kept trying to throw touchdowns. Right. Yeah. I'm gonna get this one. I'm gonna one score, baby, and it's out of reach, and it bit me in the ass. It was never a scared. Now, was it an overwhelm? Sure. Was it a out of sorts? Was it a confused? Was it everything was happening fast? Sure, absolutely. I wish I would have had an offensive coordinator at that time. In fact, Emmitt Smith, who was hurt at the time, was on the sideline and gave the offensive coordinator the third degree for continuing to call drop back passes. But nonetheless, I mean, that doesn't change my mindset. My mental state was not in a really good place, and I kept going out there making the same mistake over and over again.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm watching some of these interceptions now. The pick six, I wish he was scared. I wish he just took the sack.
Yeah.
Instead, he was still trying to make his back. There is a difference between not good decisions and playing crappy. Then I personally, now you may feel different. I personally am never, all right, man, 3rd down and 7. 4th down and 6, you got to have it. I'm never one to think, man, CJ's not going to pull the trigger on the ball in the window. He needs to pull it on. He's not going to throw it. He doesn't want the moment. He's not. I don't get that from CJ. Now, he may throw a pick. He may be off, but I've never gotten from CJ. Well, I don't think he wants it. I don't think he wants it. I've never gotten that.
Well, I'll tell you, I've never gotten that, and I'm going to tell you, again, I'm as critical as anybody on CJ. There's nothing about CJ's game physically that leaves you wanting for anything. He physically is as good as you want from the pocket, and I say that to say I think he knows that. I think he knows that he is as good, he is as deadly, he is as accurate, he is as. There's certain guys that may have more arm strength. There's certain guys that may have more arm talent to be able to drop the arm slot and do some different things. But when it comes to standing in the pocket and delivering the football, there's nobody you can stack him up against, even if it were a one-on-one quarterback competition where he's going to he's going to faint, get it done, and just concede or not even compete. That's a non-factor for C.J. Stroud. He's that good. I mean, it's never. That's not ever going to be a deal with him. It's just the quarterback position is, when you don't have answers, or when you don't have the help you need, or you don't have the supporting cast that you need, or if it is your fault. Let's say it is your fault and you're just in this funk and you can't get out of it. Man, it snowballs fast. It has a lot more than just scared or not.
Yeah. Before we get up out of here, the news of the Patriots adding A.J. Brown to their offense, that goes upon Denver, who was also in the AFC Championship game with them, adding Jalen Waddle to their offense. And now, Pittman goes to Pittsburgh, who was in the playoffs. DJ Moore is somebody the Bills have added. They needed some more firepower on the outside. Does this – because these are all probably problem points for these teams. And you could even take it further. The Chiefs, they struggle with their run game. They added Kenneth Walker, who was a Super Bowl MVP. The Ravens were really struggling with pass rush. They've added Trey Hendrickson. They tried to trade for Max Crosby. Hell, they said they wanted to get them both. But they've added Trey Hendrickson. How are you feeling? Because it's not like the Texans didn't do anything in the offseason. They tried to do things to answer the issues of their biggest problems, the O-line, and change some things around. But does this leave, I don't know, feeling some kind of way about the Texans offseason compared to all of these other AFC teams that have added?
Yeah, I think for me personally, I think it lends some credence, I guess, to my opinion that the skilled offensive skill on this team leaves a lot to be desired when you stack them up against other playoff AFC teams, other championship caliber teams. If we're talking about second round and beyond, we're talking about AFC and Super Bowl. And so when you talk about those teams that are going to get there or going to make the moves right now to get there, I think the Texans have left a lot to be desired. I don't know any other way to slice it. I think you see the team